The bustling streets, classical buildings, and various modern facilities are scattered here and there. Looking at the 4 statues on the rocks in the distance, Chang Suyuan looked depressed. Alas! This may be the feeling of Ye Gong being fond of dragons. He always thinks about what will happen after time travel. Now it's fine. He really wears it and has an uchiha identity. Judging from the memory of the original owner, it is September 2nd, Konoha 48. He was originally born in Konoha 32 years ago and is now 16 years old. He successfully survived the 3 wars at the cost of a scar and the sacrifice of a teammate. His parents also died at the end of the 3 wars. The war brought endless pain to Uchiha General. The only gains left were fairly good fighting skills and a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Feeling the power of his eyes that far exceeded the ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha General felt that a little more grounded. UN, why are you dazed here? Go to the security office and report, otherwise it will be bad if the squad leader sees you being late. Uchiha UN next to him saw Uchiha UN staring at the Hokage rock in the distance and urged. What to urge? Uchiha UN is dead, this guy's teammates and parents are all dead, he has no hope of living in the mental illness left over from the war, he committed suicide by taking medicine on a quiet autumn night. Otherwise, which turn will it be for me to be possessed and reborn? Uchiha UN secretly complained, but on the surface he was still perfunctory. Okay, I know, I calculated the time and knew it well. By the way, why are we going to all this trouble? Why don't we just get a shadow clone and go to work? Do you think this is a school? After you report to the security office, you have to go on patrol. If there is any dispute, can you shadow clone take care of it? What if others get hold of it? These civilians are originally. He has a big opinion against our Uchiha security department. Uchiha Zao looked indignant. Then why do we still take on such a thankless job? Not to mention offending people, it is also a waste of youth. Look at which big family in Konoha patrols the streets. Uchihagen sighed helplessly. It's not patrolling the streets. It's patrolling. We don't need to watch the gates of Konoha. We are responsible for preventing intruders from other places. Uchiha retorted loudly. It's not the same as guarding the door. Maybe it's easier for others to guard the door. After all, no idiot intruder will directly break into the main gate of Konoha. Uchihagen muttered speechlessly. Hey, what can we do? We don't have a share in the high-level seats. We can make some money, otherwise what will Uchiha have left in Konoha? Uchiha was also helpless. Although the security department is not a good job, it is better than nothing. There are many people in the Uchiha clan who have such thoughts. Everyone understands the truth in the situation, but if the top management of Konoha does not change, the Uchiha clan will have no choice but to rebel in order to change the status quo. Besides being a Hokage, the two of them chatted while walking towards the security office. Zowo, Minamoto, why do you always keep pinching? Can you have a sense of time? Captain Uchiha looked at the two and roared loudly. It's all pinched, which means I have a pretty stable sense of time, right? Uchiha UN muttered in a low voice. Are you quite proud? Do you want to give you an award? You are only a few minutes behind Obito. Uchiha 9th generation raged. Can that be the same? Obito is a few minutes late, so we must be on time. And Obito has already died. Captain 9th generation, please don't make fun of him. Uchiha Zao defended from the side. I am a metaphor. Uchiha explained with 2 dry coughs. I don't know how you would feel if I let you know that Obito not only did not sacrifice, but also plans to open a tailed beast bomb disco in Konoha in a month. Alas, it is difficult. Looking at the two people who stopped arguing, Uchihagen started his day's work. Check in. Change your uniform. Patrol the streets. Have lunch. Report. Get off work. I stopped by for some Ichiraku ramen on the way home. After all, the security office doesn't care about breakfast or dinner. There is no woman in my family, so I can only survive by eating ramen. After all, we have this condition. At night, the scarlet moon hung high in the sky, and was soon covered by a few dark clouds. The whole of Konoha looked like a storm was coming. As soon as Uchiha UN got home and took off his coat, it started raining heavily outside, accompanied by bursts of thunder. Luckily I came back in time, otherwise I would have become a drowned rat. It doesn't matter if I become a drowned rat, but changing clothes is too troublesome. The clothes from last week are still soaking, they're unwashed. Uchiha UN said to himself with a shrewd look on his face. After a simple wash, Uchiha stood in front of the mirror and admired her beautiful face. There are no entertainment projects in the Hokage world at all. The development of science and technology is completely abnormal. There are communication equipment and computers, but there are no mobile phones and games. If you want to play games, you have to wait until Boruto Legend. Whether you can survive Boruto Legend or not is still a question. When I look at myself in the mirror, why does it look so familiar to me? There is only one truth? Shinigami Elementary School student? Isn't this a grown-up version of Conan? Uchiha Conan? If you take a closer look, there is still a difference. He is obviously more handsome than Conan. Not paying attention to the striking appearance, Uchiha secretly activated his pupil power, and the dark pupils in his eyes slowly changed from 1 megatama to 3 megatama. Well, he is even more handsome. Then the blood-red 3 megatama in Hitomi's eyes rotated rapidly, and finally turned into Mangekyo. This, eyes are filled with stars? Pentagram Mangekyo? Well, Uchiha Itaka's triangle, Shisui's 4-corner, my 5-corner, and Suzuki's 6-corner are all alive. This is the Mangekyo sharingan that was opened by the combination of the will of the original body before death and his own spirit. Finally, he has a trump card to protect himself. Otherwise, he really can't survive. After all, he can't expect that an ordinary 996 dead otaku can be as calm as a ninja. Facing the bloody ninja world, fortunately, a golden legend is given to save lives at the beginning. In the original work, each pair of Mangekyo sharingan will have 3 magical skills. One of them, Suzanu, is available to everyone, but the eye skills of the 2 eyes are different. The pupil technique on his left eye is Tsukuyomi, like Uchiha Itaka's, but his right eye is an auxiliary pupil technique. The name of the technique is Divine Grace, and its effect is the transmission of pupil power. Damn it! This technique has a lot of room for manipulation. With this technique, you don't have to worry about blindness. There are so many people in the Uchiha clan. If your eye power is gone, you can just ask them to suck it. I don't know if it is possible to use San Magatama's engine oil to drive Mangekyo's car, and I don't know if the tribe will agree, but it should be no problem. After all, 3 Tomo Sharingan is not blind, and his pupil power can be restored if he loses it. As long as he acts with emotion and reason, they have no reason to refuse. Just do it like this. In a month, that guy Uchiha Obito will drive 9 tails to the disco. Although his Mangekyo eyes are definitely better than his one-eyed dragon, others still have with style and 9 tails, and he is not afraid of consumption. This is his own totally incomparable. So it's better to make plans early and count as much pupil power as you can. That night, at 2:30 in the morning, after resting for a few hours, Uchiha Yuen got up, put on the night clothes he had prepared and went out quietly. After a few jumps, Uchiha Yuen came to the home of his next-door neighbor Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is the oldest member of the Uchiha clan. When he was young, his strength was about elite Jonin. Now, at most, he is a special Jonin. With this level of strength, there was absolutely no possibility of resistance for Uchiha Gen, who had just entered cage level and was still driving Mangekyo. Late at night, Uchiha Yuen stared at the old man on the bed with evil eyes. Wisps of pupil power quickly passed from Uchiha Sasuke's eyes to Uchiha Gen's eyes. After being moved by Mangekyo Akatsuki's hypnosis with reason and emotion, Uchiha Sasuke showed no sign of resistance at all. Even if he woke up the next morning, he would not remember Uchiha Gen because he was beaten by Uchiha Gen in his sleep. Stop it, I haven't seen Uchiha's source at all. It's useless even if others check his memory. Feeling the pupil power contained in his eyes, Uchiha Gen was secretly delighted. If we insist on ranking the data for Sharingan's pupil power, the ordinary Megatama value is 10 to 99 points, the second Megatama value is 100 to 2,999 points, the 3 Megatama value is 3,000 to 9,999 points, Mangekyo is more than 10,000 points, and the eternal Mangekyo value as it is currently unknown, but he has now absorbed the pupil power given by Uchiha Sasuke. The current pupil power of Divine Grace is around 25,400, while Tsukuyomi's pupil power is still 10,200. The pupil power value given by Uchiha Sasuke is quite a lot. The combined value of both eyes is more than 10,000, which is more than a single Mangekyo. Unfortunately, the upper limit of his single 3 Megatama is too low, far from reaching it. To the threshold of awakening Mangekyo. With his eye power, he is still far from being able to achieve Izanaga's freedom. Normally, you can use Izanagi with 3 Megatama, but the problem is that 3 Megatama is the lower limit of Izanagi. There is no turning back for this technique. If you use Mangekyo to use Izanagi, you will still get blind. However, the 3 Megatama Izanagi time limit is 1 minute and Mangekyo should be able to support 2 times. Thinking of this, Uchiha started to use the Eye of Divine Grace to transmit pupil power to his own Tsukuyomi Eye, and did not stop until the pupil power value of Tsukuyomi Eye was only 3,000. Anyway, from now on, if you use Izanagi, no matter if it's 3,000 or 10,000, you'll be blind. Since you're a swindler, I'll be a swindler too. Isn't it more than 3,000? Let's not miss 1 or 2 to get the timing right. The worst case scenario is that Tsukuyomi is blinded and I'll send another 3,000. Then Uchiha started his career of prostitution for free by showing affection and reason to his fellow clan members. Until dawn, the entire Uchiha family, from the newly opened eyes to the 3 Megatama, no matter men, women, old or young, were all prostituted by Uchiha Genbei. The only 2 who escaped the net were Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Itaki. There was no way these 2 with Uchiha Fugaka covering him he can't move for the time being. Although he is not afraid of Fugaku, if he touches them, Fugaku will definitely find him. After all, Fugaku also has Mangekyo Sharingan. After returning home, Uchiha Yuen checked his current pupil power value. Tsukuyomi I is 3000, Divine Grace I is 278,286. According to the recovery speed of ordinary people's pupil power, it would take a week or even 3 megatama to recover from 0 to 3000. It will take longer, but it doesn't mean that it can't be used without restoring 3000 points. You can still use the 3 megatama after restoring dozens of points, so it doesn't affect daily use. It's not wartime now. Keep a line in your work so that you can see each other in the future. Based on the 1-week recovery time of the 3 megatama, it takes 8 days to cut it yourself. It should be considered humane enough to move it with emotion and understand it with reason. After all, staying up late and working overtime is not good for your health. If you work all night and play for 8 days, you can be your own boss. Don't do the 996 thing. Be a human being, do some personnel work, and refuse 996. In the following month, Uchiha Yuen continued 4-night classes to popularize the education of emotion and reason to the whole clan, and received a total of 1,202,450 in tuition fees for the entire clan. Such large-scale continuous tuition has begun to attract the attention of the clan. After all, if one person feels weak, it could be a kidney problem, and if the whole family is feeling weak, it is most likely due to the flu. The clan leader and the Uchiha elders had held several meetings about this matter, and finally spent a lot of money to hire Konoha Hospital to conduct a physical examination for the whole clan. The results showed that except for a few children with roundworms, a few ants had gynecological problems. Inflammation, many elderly people suffer from osteoporosis, but they are all healthy, but the loss of pupil power is still a mystery. Finally, after unanimous discussion by the clan leader and elders, they decided to observe on site. The approximate interval between the pupil power lapse events has been found out. It happens every 8 days. The clan leader and elders plan to find a typical case on the 8th day to take a look. As a result, the passing of pupil power is like the duality of light. When you observe it, it does not pass anymore. Now the patriarch and elders are paralyzed. Looking at the solemn expressions of Fugaku and the elders in the distance, Uchiha Yuen quietly retreated behind everyone. It seemed that he had to suspend tonight's action of moving with emotion and understanding with reason. Well, it's difficult. It will be October 10th in 2 days. I don't know if 1.2 million pupil power is enough. 3000 izanagi can be used for 5 minutes at a time. 1.2 million pupil power can be used 400 times, which is 2000 minutes. 33 izanagi could defecate several times while sitting on Nine Tails' head for an hour. No, you can't just think about shit, you have to take a long-term view. Everyone in the original novel saw the sharingan in Nine Tails' eyes, so Uchiha could only take the blame. Originally, Uchiha could explain the blame when he went to fight, but he was completely misled by Danzo's order. But this can't be blamed on Fugaku. You still want to fight after the elders of Konoha gave the order. What are your intentions? Rushing to help Nine Tails? If we continue to do things like in the original work, the Uchiha clan will still be in trouble. At most, we can be alone, but the problem is such a good leak. Wouldn't it be a pity that the clan members are gone like this? As a communist successor who grew up under the red flag, a young pioneer, a time traveler, a member of the Konoha Guard, and a member of the Uchiha tribe, how could he watch such a bad thing happen? I don't agree. So the only way to solve the cycle of death is to fail to receive the order not to go to war from the elders of Konoha. It is very simple to do this. On the night of the incident, I went to the Hokage Rock to build a bed on the ground. You sent the order to the Uchiha tribe, and I watched the stars on the Hokage Rock. There is nothing you can do if you don't receive the order. For this reason, Uchihagen even went out of his way to check the Konoha constitution, and there was no mention in the constitution about laying a floor on the Hokage Rock. It's stable now. You have no control over me building a floor shop in Hokage Rock, right? In order not to appear too deliberate, Uchihagen decided to start his own floor plan tonight. After work, Uchihagen packed up his things and went straight to Hokage Rock. Stop, what are you doing here? A certain Konoha Umbu who was on night patrol shouted loudly when he saw Uchiha Gen setting up a tent on Senju Tobirama's head. Let's set up a tent and go camping, can't you see? Uchihagen explained. The first Hokage has too much influence. The third Hokage is still alive and the fourth Hokage has just taken over. The above 3 people can't sleep, so they have no choice but to choose the second Hokage. Camping here? Umbu said and looked at the Uchiha source again. After seeing the Konoha Forward Protector and the Uchiha clan emblem, he put down his guard. The huge Konoha village has many people coming to landmarks like Hokage Rock, but it's just here at night. The only one who laid the floor was Uchiha Yuen, so Umbu asked symbolically. But this is not a big deal, and the Uchiha clan is not easy to mess with, so Umbu had to persuade him, forget it, you should pay attention to the impact. After that, he left. Until the night of October 10th, Umbu, who happened to pass by, was already used to the behavior of Uchiha Yuen. He would not sleep in a bed, and it was so cold at night in autumn. He went to the Hokage rock to make a bed on the ground to watch the stars. What a strange Uchiha! Late at night, with a blood moon hanging in the night sky, Uchiha Yuen worked hard to adjust his condition, recalling all the pretense scenes before time travel, trying to take advantage of this appearance to gain favor, and lay the foundation for getting some women back home to warm his bed in the future. He became famous. Show your face. Save Konoha. By then, won't girls be pouring in a lot of money? Unlike now, if you try hard to chase, you may not be able to catch it. Roar, a shocking roar. 9 tails, hysterical shouts. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance, Uchiha Yuen knew that it was time for him to show off. Bold fox, how dare you try your best? Look at me, Susanoo. Uchiha Yuen jumped off the Hokage rock and teleported to 9 tails. Roar. 9 tails didn't pay attention to the sand sculpture in front of it at all. Being controlled by sharingan, it only had destruction in its heart now. At the same time, in the distance of the Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the 9 tails demon fox raging in the distance, and immediately gathered his tribe to prepare for the battle. For this reason, he was even mentally prepared to open Mangekyo. Result: Uchiha Fugaku, under the order of Elder Danzo, I hereby order you to organize your tribe to evacuate the people, a root member said standing in front of Fugaku. But, alas, of course Uchiha Fugaku knew what the higher UPS and Konoha were thinking, but in the face of this situation, he could only obey orders for a while. Boom! With a loud noise, a white giant in the distance collided with the rioting 9 tails. That's Susanoo? Who is it? Uchiha Fugaku looked into the distance in shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came after hearing the sound at this time, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Susanoo? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Who is it? Fugaku? Or Yashiro? Looking at Susanoo fighting with 9 tails in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, holy shit, what are you watching in 3rd generation? Hurry up and get ready to seal. Where is Uzumaki Kushina? If she's not dead, bring her here quickly and see if she can be sealed back again. Feeling the power in his eyes go up layer by layer descending, Uchiha Yuen jumped in distress. This was still the 2nd stage of Susanoo. Sure enough, Gundam cannot be opened casually. Whoever, just hold on, I'll find Kushina right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally came to his senses and made arrangements immediately. Let Umbu, his subordinate, disperse to find Kushina and Minato. Chirps sounded with a sharp voice. A huge-tailed beast bomb slowly formed from 9 tails' mouth. Feeling the fluctuation coming from the front, Uchihagen did not hesitate to output his pupil power with all his strength. As the layers of armor were covered, Susanoo's height also increased. In an instant, a 100-meter giant towered between the sky and the earth. Boom-tailed beast bomb hits like a cannonball. The white Susanoo caught it with both hands and threw it back into the distant forest of death. According to Uchiha Yuen's idea, he was going to press the tailed beast bomb back to 9 tails, just like the original Senju Hashirama. But it can be done. The problem is that both sides are now being inside Konoha. Although 9 tails can be injured in the end, the aftermath can kill a large number of Konoha people. So this method is obviously not advisable, so Uchiha Yuen can only take a super long shot. Chirp, you're still here? Look at me, Uchiha, choking me. Looking at the tailed beast bomb that was about to form in 9 tails' mouth, Uchiha Yuen controlled Susanoo to jump and ride on 9 tails. Susanoo held down 9 tails' mouth with both hands and choked her at the same time. Live in the throat of 9 tails. As 9 tails was subdued, the mood of the people of Konoha gradually stabilized, and the major families in Umbu began to carry out people's relocation and defense work in an orderly manner. The appearance of 9 tails lasted less than half an hour. The area of damage was limited, but many people died. There were nearly 100 casualties in a few yards. It can be imagined that in the original work, more people died, mainly in Konoha. The population density is too high. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old guy, why haven't you brought anyone here yet? Feeling that his eyes had lost tens of thousands of pupil power, Uchiha's heart was bleeding. Brushwood style, insert technique. Bump a tree branch hit Uchiha Gen Susanoo, but it had no effect. Looking at the slightly stunned mask hanging hair, Uchiha Yuen was also stunned. Although the insertion technique is powerful, but you use it to stab the whole Susanoo? This operation is a bit danzo. As an Uchiha, don't you have any common sense? Then Uchiha Yuen reacted again. Obito is a one-eyed dragon and has never opened Susanoo at all. It is normal to not understand the market, but it is very confusing to talk about it. The original Uchiha Shisui can obviously open Susanoo with one eye. There's no reason why Obito can't be opened with white Zetsu as his backing. Wait, this problem seems to be explained. In the original book, it is described that Susanoo can learn the power of the third god by converging his eyes. Obito's eye power is completely enough, but he does not have the learning conditions. Since he opened Mangekyo, his eyes have never been able to. There has never been a gathering. Shisui learned Susanna first and then lost an eye, but Obito simply didn't learn it. Ha 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 ha, stupid nose pad, I found your blind spot. Damn it, Junior, how dare you lose your focus when facing me? I am Uchiha Madara, Obito said angrily as he looked at Susanoo Uchiha Yuen, who was giggling in ecstasy. You're smaller than your mother. I'm still your father, Uchiha Tajima. Why are you pretending to be so cool, Obito? Uchiha Gen revealed the truth with a look of disdain. Nanny, shocked Obito for 100 years. How did you know my identity? Could it be your Mangekyo's ability? After the shock, Obito immediately thought of Mangekyo Sharingan's various eye skills. Everyone, come and see. This masked man is Uchiha Obito, Heite Kakashi, come on. If you don't come, you won't see us again. Ignoring the shocked Obito, Uchiha Yuen opened his voice and shouted to everyone around him. The obscene man in the mask. What? Is he Obito? Isn't Obito dead? Look at this situation, Masaka. Could it be that the person controlling Nine Tails is Obito? Obito? Who is it? Teammates of Heite Kakashi died in the battle of Kunna-kun Bridge. Kakashi's teammates? Shouldn't they be from our Konoha side? It was true before, but it's obviously not true now. Although the surrounding people have been relocated, more and more people are Konoha shinobi. Although not many people know Obito, there are also many. Listening to the discussions around him, Obito's mentality almost collapsed. Is he dead? No room for negotiation at all? Directly reveal my identity? You wait. Obito looked at Uchiha Yuen angrily. The blood-red Sharingan maliciously coveted Uchiha Yuen. As a ripple rotated, Obito's figure also disappeared. Seeing Obito disappear, Uchiha was extremely anxious. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is so unreliable. Even Obito came, but he didn't come. Namikaze Minato too, isn't Flying Thunder God fast? And Yellow Flash? That's it? Where to put the Flash? Only Yellow is left? Judging from Obito's expression when he left, he must have been missed. If you don't keep Obito today, I don't know what he will do to himself in the future. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid that thieves will miss you. There is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but the problem is that now he has to suppress Nine Tails. Obito is too lazy to leave without giving him a chance to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato, these two losers, don't know what they are doing. Danzo, that old B****************, D, probably wants to continue consuming his pupil power. Even if he is around, he will not come to support him. It's difficult. Ugh. Nine Tails underneath him wanted to roar unwillingly. However, the mouth is sealed. I'm calling you mom, I didn't see that Laozi is upset right now. Uchiha Yuen said and punched Nine Tails on the head. Well, the surrounding Konoha shinobi don't know what to do now, so they can only stay on guard. Whoosh. Namikaze Minato finally arrived with his wife and third Hokage. Thank you for your hard work, this, fellow Uchiha. Namikaze Minato realized that she didn't recognize him halfway through her words, so she could only call her by the name of Uchiha. Let's not talk about hard work or not. What's going on with Uzumaki Kushina? Look at this situation, you actually have time to change her clothes. You don't treat me like a human being. Uchiha Yuen saw that Uzumaki Kushina was not done yet. Hair and spotless clothes roared. Well, I can explain this. Kushina gave birth before and a mysterious person took the opportunity to release Nine Tails, so her life was in danger. How to seal Nine Tails in that state? We took her to Konoha Hospital first, and she had just given birth to a baby. Dirty, you know that. Namikaze Minato explained quickly. What do I know? I don't even have a wife. Stop talking nonsense and seal it quickly. Uchiha Yuen was not arguing about this. He was doing it nearly 1,000 times per second. Just say a few more words and one of the three Megatama will be gone. Okay, Kushina, get ready. Minato said nothing and asked Kushina to prepare the seal. It stands to reason that Jinchuriki will die if the tailed beast is extracted, but Kushina is of the Uzumaki clan after all. She can live for 2 hours. After timely treatment at Konoha Hospital, she has recovered slightly from her injuries. Fortunately, Nine Tails left the body not long ago. As long as it is sealed back in time and then cultivated for a period of time, there is basically no life-threatening danger. Oh, the above are just the personal thoughts of Namikaze Minato and third Hokage, but the results are of no use. Ah, Minato, hurry up. I can't hold it back anymore. Kushina looked at Minato with tears in her eyes. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. Minato lost his previous calmness. It should be that Kushina's life force has been lost too much before and she gave birth. Her body is no longer able to carry Nine Tails. It would be great if Tsunade was here, ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sadly at this time. Stop nagging. If she can't do it, just find someone who can. How about sealing 9 tails first and then we can talk? Uchiha Yuen urged. Third generation, you immediately arrange for the sealing class to cooperate, and I will bring Naruto here. Naruto is my and Kushina's child, he will definitely be able to do it. Namikaze Minato looked at the painful Kushina and made a quick decision. Naruto? Is the child's name Naruto? Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately started taking action. Namikaze Minato also disappeared with a whoosh sound. Only Uchiha Gen, who was sitting on 9 tails, and Kushina, who was lying down, were left, as well as a group of Konoha shinobi people around them who looked at each other, making the scene slightly embarrassing. There was a whoosh sound. Minato was the first to come back with the baby in his arms. After waiting for a few minutes, third generation also arrived with a group of professionals. Third generation Sama, I'll leave the matter of Naruto and the seal to you. I'll go get Tsunade-sama back first. Kushina can't hold on any longer. With that, Minato put down the baby and disappeared. The ninja world is so big, it's not easy to find someone in a short time. Even for someone like Namikaze Minato, who has eyes all over the world, it's very difficult to find someone. Fortunately, Konoha knows Tsunade's approximate location, plus Minato's speed and flying thunder god. If we look at Tsunade's habit of frequenting casinos, if she's lucky enough, Kushina might be able to support Minato to bring Tsunade back. Third Hokage has begun organizing personnel to seal 9 tails. As 9 tails entered Naruto's body, the Uchiha source also removed Susanoo. Tonight was finally passed without any danger. Third generation Sama, if I don't have anything to do, I'll go back to bed first. Uchiha Yuen said, looking at the people around him busy and bored. What's your name? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha with a slightly embarrassed look and asked. Gen, my name is Uchiha General. Okay, I'll evacuate the third generation first if everything is fine. After waving his hand, Uchiha Gen planned to go back to the Hokage Iwameki to lay down his bed. Yuen, wait a minute, you see Konoha is in a mess right now, and 9 tails has just been sealed and is still unstable. If something happens, it will be a failure. And we don't know if that mysterious man will come back again. You stay and help first. Sarutobi Hiruzen persuaded with emotion and reason. Well, that's all. Uchiha Gen can only stay and continue to guard. As time goes by, Naruto's side is quite stable, but Kushina's side is not having a good time. Although the medical ninja has tried his best to save it, it still can't stop Kushina's life from slowly passing away. Minato, come back soon. Kushina hugged Naruto, despair spread in the corners of her eyes, and whispered softly on her lips. It turns out that Minato's luck was good, and he managed to get Tsunade back at the last moment. Konoha, is this? Tsunade looked around in shock. There's no time to explain, Tsunade-sama, it's important to save Kushina. Minato urged. Oh, okay. Tsunade heard this and quickly looked at Kushina, who was lying down. As the inspection continued, Tsunade's frown deepened, and finally he stood up and sighed. I can only ensure that her life will not flow away for a period of time, but I cannot replenish her life. In this case, she can only replenish her vitality and restore her life. Only by sealing 9 tails again can we have a chance of survival. I wonder how long a period of time is. Minato asked hurriedly. A week at most. When that time comes, I won't be able to revolving heaven. However, it's useless. The vitality is no better than others. It doesn't mean that the vitality can be replenished after the injury is cured. Everyone's vitality is limited. Tsunade was helpless. Explaining. Minato was silent for a long time after hearing this. It's still a problem, Tsunade-sama. It's good to live one more day. Minato looked at Kushina with tears in his eyes. Well, I know where there is a way to replenish life force, but I guess you can't find it. Uchiha Yuen watched the show for a long time and then spoke up. Kid, are you kidding me? Life force is not an ordinary thing. It looks like you don't know how to do medical ninjutsu, Tsunade accused. I don't know medical ninjutsu, and I don't know how extraordinary vitality is, but that doesn't stop me from knowing that others can do it. Uchiha source said. Oh, I'm not bragging. No one in the ninja world can surpass me in medical ninjutsu. There are problems that I can't solve, let alone others. No, there is someone who has solved the problem that you can't solve, and you are quite familiar with her. Uchihagen looked at Tsunade with a hint of teasing. Who? Is it Orochimaru? Tsunade looked at Uchihagen with a hint of concern. Orochimaru? Orochimaru can also save Kushina, but the method is probably unacceptable to both Kushina and Minato. And Kushina's current situation doesn't have time to learn that technique. Think about Kushina using living corpse reincarnation to change her body. Still count, come on. Orochimaru? That technique? Could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side seemed to suddenly think of something when he heard Uchiha Gen's words. Not Orochimaru, but he is also an old acquaintance of Tsunade-senpai. Isn't it Orochimaru? Who else? Tsunade asked again. Are you familiar with Cho, the elder of Tsunagakur? After all, you are your sworn enemies on the battlefield. She developed a forbidden technique called reincarnation that can transfer her own life force to others. However, due to Tsunagakure's relationship with Kanaha, it is impossible to hand this technique over to you. Uchiha said. What? Kushina is saved? Already reincarnated? Cho? The three people's focuses are completely different. Don't be too happy yet. We have just made a truce with Tsunagakure. I heard that they are planning to negotiate peace with Kirigakure recently. It is expected that there will be a lot of bleeding. At this time, if we rush to make this request, we will be handed a knife and be slaughtered. We will be the ones bleeding by then. And when it comes to the forbidden technique issue, Cho may not be willing to help. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a frown. We can talk if we want, but Kushina must be saved. Minato was tough for a rare moment. There are only interests between villages. As the elder of Tsunagakure, Cho should not be emotional. I support Minato on this, old man. Interests are secondary. If people are gone, they will be gone. After all, Kushina is her relative, so Yutsunade can't stand idly by regardless of reason. I'm not saying I don't agree, it's just that this matter is difficult. Oh, Minato, you can do it yourself. The village can't stand the trouble anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. The third war has just ended, and there are still some small frictions between the villages, which may trigger the next war at any time. Kanaha has been fighting for so many years, and it is already a little exhausted. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels uncomfortable just thinking about having Tsunagakure cut him off at his doorstep. Minato is now focused on saving Kushina. If he sacrifices his fellow villagers to save Kushina, he may not agree, but if it is just in exchange for benefits, it is not unacceptable. After several people discussed it, Minato took several of his Hokage guards and set off for Tsunagakure overnight. Originally, he wanted to take Uchiha with him, but Uchiha declined because of physical collapse and the sequelae of Mangekyo. Tsunade continues to guard Kushina, and third generation begins to maintain the situation and arrange post-disaster reconstruction and other matters. As for Uchiha, of course he went home to catch up on his sleep. After all, I was tired after a long night. The morning sun emerges from the east, and the temperature in the desert begins to slowly rise. At this time, Namikaze Minato has arrived at Tsunagakure with several of his own bodyguards. Tsunagakure meeting room. Fourth Kazekage Rosa is sitting in the main seat, Cho and Ebizo are sitting next to each other, some other Tsunagakure senior executives are also present, and Namikaze Minato is sitting opposite. Namikaze Minato, you kind of don't take me, Tsunagakure, seriously. We have just ceased war with Kanaha. How dare you come to me and make such rude requests? Rosa said with a very bad attitude. Fourth Kazekage, Akira, please don't tell me secret words. If you can sit down and talk about this, let's talk about the matter and state your terms. Minato got straight to the point. Oh, you have to ask our elder Cho about this matter. After all, she is the person involved. Rosa changed the topic to Cho. I want to know where you heard that I know the technique of reincarnation. Cho looked at Namikaze Minato with gloomy eyes. I have been studying this technique alone for so long. Except for my younger brother Ebizo, who has a vague idea of it, even the Kazekage doesn't know that he knows this technique. And far away in Kanaha, Namikaze Minato actually knows the name and effect of the technique clearly. This is really shocking. We also heard about this by chance. Namikaze Minato didn't want to expose the information about his ninja village just like that. Oh, that's it. How can I refuse rescue? After Cho finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave. Elder Cho, please wait a moment. Well, it was our village Uchihagan who told me the news. As for how he knew it, I don't know. Namikaze Minato hurriedly stopped Cho. Uchiha UN? Who is he? I've never heard of this guy. Uchiha? A member of the Uchiha clan, one of the two most powerful families in Kanaha? Fourth Hokage. Even if you don't want to say it, you don't have to use a cat or a dog to deal with me. Cho tried to think back and made sure that he did not have any impression of Uchiha in his mind, and asked angrily. It is indeed the information provided by Uchiha General. There is no need for us to lie about this. If Elder Cho doesn't believe it, we can ask Uchiha General to explain in person. Minato, who was eager to save people, decided to betray his teammates after careful consideration. Although this was very unethical, but saving Kushina is important. As long as Kushina is saved, Uchiha will find a way to compensate him when the time comes. Is that so? Judging from Namikaze Minato's appearance, the problem should be with this person named Uchiha Generator, but how did he learn about the forbidden technique of Lishenkai? Cho fell into deep thought. We can discuss this later. Elder Cho, can you part with your reincarnated technique? Minato was secretly worried. Don't even think about it if you have already been reincarnated. I will not give this technique to you, Kanaha. Cho refused without hesitation. Elder Kinyo, should you consider this again, Arsha? Hearing this, Luasha wanted to persuade, but Kinyo waved his hand to stop him. This reincarnation is my life's work, and it is impossible to leave it to you. However, I just heard you say that you plan to use this technique to save that Uzumaki Kushina, right? In other words, as long as the purpose of saving people is achieved. Cho secretly plotted. Elder Cho, Kushina's life force has lost too much, and ordinary methods are useless. Minato explained anxiously. No, I didn't say to use the ordinary method, I still use the reincarnated technique, but I will not give the reincarnated technique to you. We, Tsunaigakur, will use it. You can just bring Uzumaki Kushina over for treatment. That's right. Bring the Uchiha source with you, I will ask him face to face. Cho said his plan. Okay. Although it's a pity not to be reincarnated as technique, it's always good to be able to save Kushina. Okay, now that you have discussed it, let's start talking about the conditions. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Luosha saw Elder Kinyo's plan and agreed, but the conditions must be there. I want White Fang's son. Upon hearing the conditions, Cho intervened without hesitation. Rosa. Ha! All the sand ninjas. Impossible, how could Elder Cho go back on his word? Minato was angry. If other conditions were okay, but sacrificing a Konoha comrade to save his wife, was he a Hokage? Elder Cho, let's change our request. Rosa saw Minato's firm expression and secretly winked at Cho. How much is White Fang's son worth? In the face of the interests of the village, other personal hatreds must be put aside. Elder Cho, we only need to be reincarnated to save others now. We are not asking for this technique. There is no loss for Tsunaigakur. Please make the request appropriately. Minato persuaded tactfully. Seeing this situation, Cho knew that Heite Kakashi was not going to come. After thinking for a while, he said to Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage, please go and rest first. We need to discuss it internally. Then, well, please ask Elder Cho and Lord 4th Kazekage to give us the conditions as soon as possible. After all, time waits for no one. Minato had no choice but to retreat first. Rosa, what do you think? After Minato left, Cho turned to 4th Kazekage. According to our intelligence, Uzumaki Kushina is the wife of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. She also has another identity as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This life force loss event shows that there must be a big problem with Konoha's Jinchuriki. It is not ruled out that Nine Tails goes berserk or even Nine Tails has escaped. Rosa analyzed secretly. It is possible for Nine Tails to go berserk, but looking at the situation, Konoha should have been calmed down, otherwise the 4th Hokage would have no time to run to us. Ebizo analyzed like this. I think it's not just that. Namikaze Minato mentioned this to us. He was obviously not afraid of the information being exposed, which shows that Konoha not only pacified Nine Tails, but the losses may not be huge, otherwise they will definitely cover up. Cho gave his own opinion. Personally, I think it's better to use this opportunity to propose alliance conditions with Konoha. The battle has just ended and now we in Tsunaigakur are full of things to do. We haven't negotiated well with Kirigakur yet. If Konoha is an ally at this time, Kirigakur will be and shouldn't make any more excessive demands. Luosha suggested. Alliance? We just ended the war with Konoha not long ago, Ebizo said sadly. So what, didn't Konoha just end the war? Didn't the 4th Hokage still come to us to ask for support? Rosa argued unhappily. Rosa, we have to consider the mood of the people. Cho explained. It's simple. We directly released the news to the outside world. It was the 4th Hokage who took the initiative to request an alliance with us, and then announced the resources we obtained from Konoha to the public. I believe the public has no reason to refuse. As for the resources, we will have to rely on Elder Cho to negotiate later. Yes, but we at Tsunaigakur are not short of money, so we should try to focus on other aspects in terms of resources. Luosha suggested. Okay, but just to save someone, Konoha shouldn't pay too much. Let's try to negotiate the alliance first. With the Konoha alliance, it will be much easier for us to use the opportunity to force Miss Shinobi to negotiate. Ebizo relax. Oh, so be it. Cho said no more. Next, the negotiations between Sand Shinobi and Konoha went smoothly. The main reason was that no one wanted to fight anymore. Sand Shinobi was defeated by Konoha at the beginning, and then was stabbed by Miss Shinobi. Konoha was beaten by several major ninja villages. After all, we are also focused on peace talks now. The Ninja World War has only just ended, so having multiple allies gives us a sense of security. Konoha doesn't expect Sand Shinobi to provide any fire support now, but it's better to have multiple allies than multiple enemies. On October 10, Konoha 48, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Naruto was born. On October 11, Konoha 48, the Konoha 4th Hokage visited Tsunaigakur in person and started alliance negotiations with Tsunaigakur. On October 12, Konoha 48, Konoha and Sand Shinobi successfully reached an alliance consensus. In order to express the friendly exchanges between the two parties, Kanaha is willing to donate a batch of materials to Sand Shinobi free of charge and expresses that if there is a need, Kanaha can provide strategic support to Tsunagakur as appropriate. Reikage and Tsuchikage are very calm about Kanaha gaining the alliance of Tsunagakur. After all, Tsunagakur is just like that now. If something happens, it is impossible to give Kanaha any support. For Kanaha, Tsunagakur's ally is currently only used verbally. No help at all. Compared with the indifference of Reikage AI and Tsuchikage Onoki, Kirigakur's mood is not so wonderful. But Obito, who controls the fourth Mizukage behind the scenes, doesn't care about you so much. If Kanaha dares to intervene, he will even fight Kanaha. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he is defeated. If the senior management of Tsunagakur knew Obito's humanistic thoughts, they would probably faint from tears. We are not afraid of the enemy being strong, but we are afraid that the enemy is mentally retarded and unreasonable. In a dark cave somewhere on the border of the Kingdom of Rain, have you found out the identity of that uchiha? Obito asked in a low voice to the white Zetsu beside him. There is news from Kanaha. The boy's name is Uchiha General. He is 16 years old. Both his parents died in the 3 wars. His apparent strength is Kanaha Special Jonin, and his current position is as a member of the Kanaha Guards. Chatterbox White Zetsu explains in detail. Special Jonin? Haha, the Special Jonin who drives the Mangekyo and controls the full-body Susanoo? Hidden strength? Kanaha? Uchiha? Haha, now things get interesting. The masked man Obito laughed wildly like Uchiha. At the same time, Kanaha. What? You sold me? Uchihagen looked at Minato in front of him in confusion. The situation was urgent at the time. I can't continue the conversation without telling the truth. I'm sorry, UN-kun. Minato bowed apologetically. Forget it, it's over now, Minamoto, just go with Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the side. By the way, you can also know how the Uchiha in front of you knows so many secret things. Take a trip? You also want to imitate me and have S*X for free? Sorry, my leaks haven't been confiscated yet. Goodbye. 3rd generation, Lord 4th generation, what you are talking about is obviously beyond the capabilities of an ordinary special jonin like me. My job is just to patrol the police. Uchihagen refused aloud. It stands to reason that the Konoha shinobi cannot refuse the Hokage's request, but there are no absolutes in the world. First of all, Uchiha has always been in charge of the Uchiha Guards. This is an agreement between 2nd generation and Uchiha, and then Uchiha's savior performance last night is now happening. It was when he was at the height of his fame, and his own strength was also quite terrifying. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo from last night is still vivid in my mind. Uchihagen's current attitude is due to his strength, position, and appropriate excuses. As for whether this will offend the top management of Konoha, is there a difference? Uchiha Shisui Uchiha Itake licked like that. What was the result? Should the clan be exterminated or should it be exterminated? Harmonious words can't save Uchiha. We have to protect our leaks ourselves. As a member of Konoha, don't you even have this awareness? The old dog Sarutobi began a skilled moral attack. It's just that Uchiha UN has seen this kind of behavior many times in his previous life. As long as Lao Zi has no morals, you can't kidnap me. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't react for a moment. I said I don't have this consciousness. I am just an ordinary person with incorrect views, low consciousness, and low moral bottom line. You might as well add more money to talk to me about this. Uchiha UN looked disdainful. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the wax. As a respected Hokage, he has a lot of power, but he has no power to overtly harass people who choose to lie down and have no moral bottom line, even if this person's surname is Uchiha. After all, no one else committed any crime, and his job is to patrol the police force. You may not be able to do it secretly. Relying on White Fang's rumors is not suitable in the near future. You can't be saved by others. You can smear it behind the scenes. No fool will follow suit. If you have any requests, just say it. Namikaze Minato saw something from the side. Uchiha UN obviously planned to sell it for a price. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knows what Uchihagen means, he just wants to rely on the will of fire for free. But as the husband of Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato cannot be as insignificant as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, don't we have a sealed book in Konoha? I would like to borrow it, Uchihagen said casually. Impossible, the sealed book is top secret. How can I show it to you at will? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. Then there's no need to talk about it. Don't think I don't know. Your 3 apprentices have all seen 3rd generation, and they should have seen 4th generation too. Can they watch it but not me? Uchihagen looked disdainful. How can this be the same? They have made great contributions to Konoha and shed their blood. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered something when he said this. What? Don't you want to continue talking? Their meritorious service is meritorious, but my meritorious service is not. Your garbage operation has no technical content at all. Who can't see how you are targeting uchiha? You still have the nerve to go and complain about it every day. It's shameful that I just deceived a group of elementary school students from Genin school. I never talk about morality with immoral people. If the third generation project wants me to take action, there's nothing else to discuss except the sealed book. Uchiha Yuen made it clear and straightforward that he did not want to leave a fig leaf for third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids jumped wildly after these remarks. How come this young man dares to say anything and has no experience at all? Source of Uchiha: if you have experience in dealing with things, can you let Uchiha go? You can borrow the sealed book, but you can only choose one of the above techniques. Namikaze Minato said to break the deadlock. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Namikaze Minato's eyes. In name, Namikaze Minato Hokage, although Minato usually respects him very much, but thinking of Kushina's situation, Minato will definitely fight with him to the end on this matter. Forget it. Not worth it, might as well sell a favor. Ha, okay, just one. Uchihagen reluctantly accepted after hearing this. Then the three of them came to the heavily guarded Book of Sealed collection room. With all these layers of security, how could Naruto, a trash who never graduated from school, steal the Book of Sealed? I just laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how much water did you put in? Poor comrade Mizuki. After some operations and multiple lifting of seals, the sealed book finally showed its true face. You can only choose one, hurry up. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged reluctantly. Would style, true several thousand hands, would style, transforming into a Buddha on the top, would style, wooden golem jutsu, dark road technique, spiritual technique, living corpse reincarnation, flying thunder god technique, let's spiritualize the technique. Uchihagen looked around and found that there was no other technique he wanted. I can't learn with style, and I don't intend to put other people's cells on my body. It makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it. Isn't it with style? It also depends on who uses it. Senju Hashirama's wood style and Yamato's wood style are as different as humans and dogs. I don't believe that in the future, Lao Zi's unlimited pupil power output will create an ultimate invincible spiral flash of tens of thousands of meters. Susanoo's 32 styles of Rondo can't compare to the mere wood style true several thousand hands. As for the other forbidden techniques, they are all dispensable to Uchiha General. The spiritualization technique is okay, but the threshold for this technique is too high, and it is stated above that there is a risk of life when learning, and the soul can easily come back after leaving the body. It's difficult. This technique is extremely dangerous and is best suited for people like me who are not afraid of death. Ha! Did you choose spiritualization technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Gen's choice with a cryptic look in his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Source: why don't you choose something else? This technique is extremely dangerous. Kato Danjonin, the only sacrifice in the history of Konoha, learned it, Minato reminded kindly. No, that's it. It's challenging only when it's difficult. Uchihagen pretended to be a master. Minato, everyone has his own ambitions. If he insists on it, let him try. Sarutobi Hiruzen advised from the side. Ha! Sarutobi, old dog, does he want himself to die? It seems that he can't be tough, the will of fire is ineffective, and he has become evil. But it doesn't matter, I was annoyed, so I drove Susanoo to the Sarutobi tribe for a wild dance. That night, Uchiha Gen was dragged to Tsunagakure by Namikaze Minato in a hurry, and he didn't even have time to study the newly changed spirit technique. Early in the morning, Tsunagakure meeting room. You are Uchiha Gen? How did you know that I would be reincarnated as technique? Cho stared at Uchiha Gen with narrowed eyes. Well, Scorpio told me. Uchiha Yuen opened his mouth and came. What? Scorpion? Ha! Impossible. Scorpion doesn't know that I know this technique. Cho was shocked at first, and then denied Uchiha Gen's remarks. Don't be so absolute, old man. Scorpion is someone who can kill even the third Kazekage. It's no big deal to place surveillance puppets around you. Uchiha Minamoto bragged. What? Third generation Sama actually. Did Scorpion kill the third Kazekage? The entire conference room instantly became noisy. What nonsense are you talking about? How could my grandson Siak kill the third Kazekage? Cho denied it on the spot. Ebizo hesitated to speak. Fourth Kazekage Rosa remained silent about this. They hadn't thought about this before, but now after Uchiha Gen's reminder, the time when third Kazekage disappeared was quite consistent with the time when Scorpion left, and Scorpion did have a lot of opportunities to attack third Kazekage, but no matter what happened to third Kazekage, you won't fall into the hands of Scorpion, right? How big was Scorpion back then? Why am I talking nonsense? When I knocked down Scorpion, he did take out a puppet made of third Kazekage. Can you still deceive people with the iron sand technique? Uchihagen said with a serious face. Ah, made into a puppet? Ebizo was shocked. Cho is silent now. Is he a puppet? Scorpio, have you still taken this step? Fourth Kazekage was also shocked when he saw this situation. Using third Kazekage as a puppet? Do you want to be so crazy? At this moment, Rosa suddenly felt a little hot under her butt. Looking at the silence of some of them, it seems that I understand that I am not lying. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Uchiha Yuen left silently, leaving everyone looking at each other in silence. The next thing was simple. Tsunagakure arranged for a death row prisoner and promised to treat his family well. He asked Granny Cho to use the puppeteering technique to control the death row prisoner and use the reincarnation technique. Then he asked Namikaze Minato to take Uzumaki Kushina over, and the death row prisoner used the technique on Uzumaki Kushina. Having been reincarnated as technique, Uzumaki Kushina recovered with full health on the spot. Seeing this, Minato signed the alliance agreement happily, and it ended happily. That beauty over there, yes, it's you, come here. Uchihagen looked at the broad-minded and cool-dressed scorch-style ninja in front of him and invited her. Ha! Uchiha from Konoha? Are you okay? Yakang looked at the young man in front of him with confusion. This guy should be a member of the team that came to negotiate from Konoha, but why did he stop him? They are not familiar with each other. It's nothing, I just want to ask, do you have a boyfriend? If not, what do you think of me? I was born into a wealthy family, handsome, strong, capable, and have no bad habits. Uchiha Yuen has acted above board throughout his life. Not to beat around the bush, I was a programmer in my last life. I never fell in love until my death, and I had no chance to practice at all. In this life, I can no longer be a coward, and I will die on the belly of a beautiful woman. Even Cho Laozi in a swimsuit dares to take the plunge. Humph, no, but even if I look for it, I can't find an Uchiha from Konoha to be my boyfriend. Kang was speechless. Is this guy in the right mind? Not to mention that the two of them have no relationship foundation, but in terms of identity, it is impossible for the two of them. He is Sand Shinobi, how can he fall in love with someone from Konoha? Don't be so absolute about everything. Think about it, if we get along well, it will not only promote the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure, but as long as you are willing to have more children, you can have grandchildren more than 10 years later. Children and grandchildren are endless. It won't be long before Tsunagakure will have a powerful Uchiha family. By then, Tsunagakure's strength will have to be improved by at least 2 levels. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Uchihagen said seductively. Ha! Tsunagakure builds another Uchiha? Is this still possible? This is so tempting. Yakang said that the bottom line is a little too tight. Otherwise, if you change someone else, we Tsunagakure still have quite a lot of beauties. I will arrange a few more for you at my own expense. Yakang resisted the temptation and insisted on his own integrity and said, Lao Zi wants to fall in love with you, so you pay Lao Zi to go W******? Uchiha Yuen looked disgusted. If you have other requests, feel free to ask. If you really like me, I can let them use the transformation technique. I won't mind. Yakang continued to promote. There is no way. Uchiha's reputation has been passed down for thousands of years, and his reputation is well known in the ninja world. If only Tsunagakure could have an Uchiha family. What is unbearable? Do you want to be a white wolf with nothing? Lao Zi has always prostituted others for free, and you actually want to prostitute me for free? Look, men's ultimate dream magic, Uedu. Uchihagen directly launched Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the magical technique of Tsutsuki, Uchiha Yuen has never understood why so many people in his previous life were as overqualified and underutilized as Uchiha Itake. In a sense, Uedu is definitely the strongest eye technique, bar none. In the illusion space, Yakang was tied to the cross with a stunned look on his face. How do you say take action? Business cannot be done without benevolence and righteousness. This is Tsunagakure. What do you want to do? Are you afraid of causing conflict between the two villages if you dare to attack me? You fourth Hokage are still with us in Tsunagakure. If something happens to me, none of you can even think of running away. Kang said calmly. Haha, this is the illusion space created by my pupil technique. Everything here is under my control. You will spend a pleasant 72 hours here. By the way, the senses here are very real. There once was a fool. I have used this technique to inflict various cruel and inhuman punishments on my enemies. Today, let me rectify the name of this technique, but don't worry, I am different from that kind of pervert. Uchiha Gen began to take off his pants as he said that. Hey, what are you doing? No, pause. Yamayaro. Amid Yakang's desperate cry, Uchiha Yuen began the first practice in his 2 lives. During the long 72 hours, Uchihagen practiced all the art teachings he had seen in his previous life. From Away's 18 styles to forbidden technique 1000 years of death, from teachers to neighbors, from trains to female leaders, from prosecutors of Sagakure to Konoha security guards, the illusion space lasts 72 hours, and the outside world only passes by for a moment. I saw Uchiha Yuen trembling on the spot, and Yakang on the opposite side collapsed to the ground with a rosy face. Uedu is indeed a magical skill. In illusion, there is no need to consider whether the kidneys can keep up or not. You will never be defeated. Uedu. It's fun and harmless. Shameless people, beasts. Yakang angrily shouted. Whatever you say, I'm happy anyway, aren't you happy? Uchiha Yuen looked like a scoundrel. You, come here. Yakang's face turned red. What are you doing? You want to hit me? I won't go there. Uchiha Yuen secretly defended himself. Looking at Yakang slumped on the ground with a puzzled look on his face. It's not convenient for me, please, take off your clothes and give them to me. Yakang struggled for a long time before saying, the shortest path to a woman's heart has been traveled countless times by Uchiha General. Although it is an illusion space, the feeling is no different from reality. The strong feeling made Yakang's body react involuntarily. Seeing Yakang's face, Uchiha Yuen suddenly thought of the performance of Yakang's illusion space. Then he reacted and quickly took off his coat and put it around Yakang's waist. Yakang gathered Uchiha Yuen's coat and turned around and ran home. Uchiha Yuen didn't bother to chase him. Anyway, the raw rice was already cooked. The next day, Namikaze Minato and his team took Kushina, who had recovered, to formally bid farewell to Tsunagakure's senior executives, during which Hagura was also among the crowd. Looking at Yagura in the crowd, Uchiha Yuen suddenly remembered that in the original novel, this beauty seemed to be betrayed and tricked to death by Tsunagakure recently. No, I am the only one who can bully my woman. Uedu. Illusion space. What do you want to do? There are so many people outside now, are you really not afraid of death like a beast? Yakang looked at the familiar scene and turned pale with panic. You're so shy. I didn't expect you, Yakang, to be this kind of person. I originally just wanted to talk to you about serious things, but then you asked me what I wanted to do when I came here? Uchihagen smiled evilly. Ah, Yakang's face turned red. Okay, to make a long story short, I received information that the prerequisite for Kirigakure's peace talks with you, Tsunagakure, is your life, so if Tsunagakure's senior leaders ask you to negotiate with Kirigakure, you'd better pay attention. It's very likely that you have been killed by Sand Shinobi's senior leaders. Sold, Uchiha Yuen said truthfully. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have made meritorious deeds and shed blood for Sand Shinobi. The senior management will never treat me like this. You want to sow trouble? How can I be easily fooled? Yakang looked in disbelief. Hey, why don't you believe it? What's the relationship between us? Can I still harm you? And even if I harm you, you can't beat me. Why should I use other means? Uchiha looked at Yakang speechlessly. Ha! Yakang closed his eyes and said nothing after hearing this. He didn't know whether he didn't want to hear it or didn't want to believe the truth. Forget it, I won't say too much. You will naturally believe what I say after you have experienced it yourself. You really won't look back until you hit the wall. When you receive such a task from the senior management of Tsunagakure, remember to say hello to me. I will go and give it to you. You'll have no problem holding on, right? Uchihagen said. Ha, your true colors have indeed been revealed. You just want to ruin the peace talks between our Tsunagakure and Miss Shinobi, right? Hearing this, Yakura turned to look at Uchiha Gen. I'm really convinced. I'm your man after all. How can I harm you? It seems that normal communication is no longer possible. Let me consolidate your invincible cool Ronance and flash away's 18 moves as a friendly battle before parting. Anyway, I don't know if you will survive next time. I'll do whatever you want while I'm hot. Uchiha Yuen said and started to take off his clothes again. Wait a minute, I believe it. It's not enough to believe it. Yakang's face turned pale when he saw Uchiha Yuen's beastly behavior. Do you really believe it? Uchiha Yuen raised his pants and asked doubtfully. I really believe it. Yakang said sincerely. Well, remember to pass the message to me in advance so that I can rescue you. If I find out that you lied to me, I will strip you naked and hang you on the door of Tsunagakure. Uchihagen said seriously while lifting up his pants. Yakang was shocked when he heard this. After all, he is also a well-known ninja who has experienced 3 wars. What big scene has he not seen? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless guy like Uchiha Yuen. Why is there such a weird thing in Konoha? I'm sorry, I'm doing this for your own good. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother to care about her life or death. Alas, you are my woman. Uchiha Minamoto said calmly. Who is your woman? Even if you get my body, you can't get my heart. Yakang was furious when he heard this. Oh, I'm just a superficial layman. I'll be satisfied with your body. Oh, by the way, do you know who the death row prisoner who has been reincarnated is selected by your Tsunagakure senior management? After saying that, he licked it bitterly. Lips. I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Yakang didn't want to pay attention to this hateful beast in front of him. If you don't know, just ask around and help me collect some of his hair. This shouldn't be difficult, right? After all, he shouldn't be an important person. Uchiha secretly planned. He's just an ordinary special jonin, why do you want his hair? Yagura looked confused. It's not that the ninja world doesn't have ways to read information about the dead, but that can only be done by searching the brains of the dead. What can a few strands of hair do? Scent tracking is enough, but the problem is that the other party is a dead person. What's the point of tracking down a dead man? You don't need to know this. As your man, can't you satisfy even this small request? It's not like you betray Tsunagakur, nor do you need to steal any secrets. It's just a few strands of hair, it won't be difficult for our master Kara? Uchiha didn't explain much. What do you mean by my man? He's really thick-skinned. But if it's just a few strands of hair, it won't be a problem. Leave it to me. I'll bring it to you next time we meet. Kang hesitated for a while but finally agreed. Okay, please, that's it for today. I've said what I need to say. I look forward to our next meeting. As the surrounding space shattered, Uchiha took the initiative to lift the moon, and the two returned to the outside world again. UN, don't be in a daze, it's time for us to set off. Kushina urged from the side. Oh, here it comes. Uchiha UN quickly followed. Why are you always staring at that female sand shinobi? What's wrong with her? Kushina came over and asked. Is that scorched style Hagura? Namikaze Minato followed Kushina's eyes and looked over. No problem, I just think she looks pretty, so I just want to admire her for a while. Uchiha UN explained, tilting his head. Is that so? UN is 16 years old this year, right? It's time to find a girlfriend, but Tsunagakur's may not be suitable. After all, the relationship between the two villages is there. Namikaze Minato advised. How about I introduce you? There are quite a lot of good-looking kunoichi in Konoha. Kushina stepped forward and said. Kushina was very grateful to the boy who saved her. If it weren't for him, her family would have been ruined, and poor little Naruto would have become a child without a mother. Konoha? Kunoichi? Are there really that many? Tsunade? Sunset Red? Anko? Ino? Hinata? Day by day? Shiyan is really not good-looking. I don't understand why so many fan authors try to beautify her with their imagination. Just like those authors who licked the biochemical Alice, they distorted the aesthetics. Alice is obviously a tall and thick flower, but they insist on praising her in all kinds of ways. Well, since you sincerely helped introduce me, then I choose Ui Kurane. Uchiha looked at Kushina without knowing how to be polite. Nanny? Kurane Ui? Kushina stared. Well, as far as I know, someone seems to be pursuing Chinin. Minato said tactfully. I know, Saratobi Asuma, Ui Kurane didn't agree, right? Sister Kushina, just make arrangements. Uchiha didn't care at all. Well, I'm afraid this can't be arranged. I knew Asuma was pursuing Hong, and I introduced her to you. What would Asuma think? What would Mr. Third Generation think? Kushina refused awkwardly. Oh, forget it, I'll do it myself. Uchiha UN waved his hand indifferently. Minato and Kushina looked at each other after hearing this. Konoha. Welcome back, Minato. Thank you for your hard work, fourth generation. Is this the source of Uchiha? So young? Looking at Konoha F4 who was looking at his own Konoha, Uchiha UN didn't bother to pay attention. Anyway, no matter what he did, there would be no worse result than the original genocide. In this case, why should he get used to their bad faces? Uchiha Gen, don't you intend to explain your strength? As a member of Konoha, what is the meaning of your concealing your strength with ulterior motives? Pot King Danzo looked at Uchiha Gen sternly. It's none of your business? Are you teaching Lao Zi how to do things? Uchiha UN didn't give any face. How presumptuous, is this how you talk to Konoha elders? Mito Kato Homura. It's the other way around, it's the other way around. Udaten Koharu. Rampant. Shimura Danzo. Bullshit elders, I treat you as elders only because I'm spoiled by you. In Lao Zi's eyes, you guys are bullshit. If you want to fight, come and fight. It's up to you to fight in single combat or in groups. It's up to you to see if I beat your father or not. Uchiha UN pulled. It's like 2,500,000 to 80,000. Is this still the Uchiha I know? Well, it seems that this was indeed the case for Uchiha in the past, but haven't they all been practicing law for decades? Why did such an arrogant person appear again? Saratobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Sure enough, no one in the Uchiha family is good. The evil Uchiha kid, Danzo, and the others looked at each other. Okay, this is all for the sake of Konoha. Don't be so excited, Minamoto. Elder Danzo is also an old-timer, so you still need to have proper respect. Saratobi Hiruzen came out to make some comments. Pull it down, I don't know your face yet? Who wouldn't make excuses for the sake of Konoha? Didn't Konoha's White Fang think about Konoha? You pretend not to see others succeed thousands of times, but you fail once. Forcing others to commit suicide? Your brainless operations are just like that, don't think you are so smart. Uchiha slapped her in the face mercilessly. Alas? How did he know? He should have been young when White Fang's accident happened. Kanaha's F4 looked at each other for a few times and thought of a series of mysterious information from Uchiha source. They have been checking Uchiha source's information these days. Based on their understanding of Uchiha source has no channel to obtain this information. Also, the identity of the mysterious man Obito was revealed before. Could it be Uchiha Gen's pair of Mangaku's unique pupil techniques? What will it be? Predict future? Or mind reading? So scary. Uchiha source is an idiot. Uchiha source is an idiot. Uchiha source is an idiot. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently recited in his heart. No response? Isn't it mind reading? Wrong. If he saw my previous psychological guessing, he would definitely know that I was mentally testing him again. It's over, no solution. Regardless of how Sarutobi Hiruzen was fighting wits with the air in his heart, Danzo looked at Uchiha Gen with fiery eyes. The power of Mangekyou? That Knight of Nine Tails, the 100-meter giant standing in the night sky, was the Susanoo mentioned by teacher Tobirama, right? How could the evil Uchiha control such power? For the peace of Konoha, he must control this power in his own hands. If nothing happens, I'll go back and catch up on my sleep. Looking at the gloomy old faces in front of him, Uchiha Yuen ran away without giving any dignity. Minato, during this trip to Tsunagakure, did he tell you how he got the news about his reincarnation as technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the leaving Uchiha Gen with a headache and asked. It's better not to act rashly until you understand Uchiha Gen's Mangekyou technique. The source said that he heard it from the Red Sand Scorpion. Elder Tsunagakure seems to be able to accept this reason. It seems that it is 9 times out of 10 true. Minato looked at Uchiha source and several elders who were very similar to each other, explaining helplessly. The Scorpion of Red Sand? Which genius puppet master is Tsunagakure? How did Uchiha Yuen get involved with him? Danzo frowned. We should have encountered each other on the battlefield. Judging from the intelligence we have collected recently, this is the only possibility. Mito Kato Homura thought. No, there is another possibility. It is recorded in the information left by the Senju family that each Mangekyou has his own unique pupil technique. Uchiha only showed Susanoo before, and his other pupil techniques are still a mystery. I guess it has something to do with precognition. Sarutobi Hiruzen boldly guessed. Just now, he had scolded all the relatives and friends of Uchiha Gen in his heart. If Uchiha Gen really had the ability to read minds, with his arrogant attitude, he would never tolerate it, so the issue of mind reading can be ruled out for the time being. What? Nanny? Masheka. He actually has the terrifying ability to predict the future? Danzo's eyes flashed with deep fear. If this was the case, then it seemed that he had to think long term. Fortunately, I didn't rush to do it. On the other side, Yuen returned to the Uchiha tribe and looked at the shocked and admiring looks of the tribesmen around him. It seemed that his future life would not be peaceful. Master Yuen, please wait a moment. Is this Uchiha Earth Fire? What do you want from me? In my memory, the two of them are not familiar with each other, even using the honorific title adult. What's up? The Fugaku clan leader has told you to go to him when you come back. Uchiha Daivuo said respectfully. Oh, Uchiha Fugaku? Tisk, trouble. Oh, I know, I'll go change my clothes when I get home. Uchiha didn't even look back at the source. As a homebody, I have been wearing this outfit for almost a week, and the smell is indeed a bit overwhelming. Kushina has intentionally or unintentionally taken a detour before. Ah, annoying. The clothes I soaked in water haven't been washed yet, it must have been almost half a month. When I got home, I opened the closet and saw that it was filled with clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem. I randomly selected an Uchiha source and went to take a shower. As for the clothes I changed out of, I naturally let them soak. Anyway, these clothes are not expensive. Buying a cabinet of clothes is enough for you to change for half a year. In the bathroom, Uchiha Gen is taking a bath while playing Honor of Kings. As an otaku, the game is indispensable every day. Of course, there is no Honor of Kings in Hokage, but Uchiha Gen is good at illusion. As long as you are willing, you can arrange for yourself an illusion of peaceful speed and glory of the original god at any time. The immersive experience is more exciting than playing on mobile phones in previous lives. Have I forgotten something? Forget it, I can't remember it, it shouldn't be an important thing. If I choose Gongsun to leave the S-Car, Ultra Magnus, I don't believe I can't win the chicken. Uchiha Fugaku residence. Mikato, prepare more food today, we have guests coming later. Uchiha Fugaku said while pouring sake alone. Got it. Uchiha Mikato continued busy in the kitchen after hearing this. Dad, what kind of guest? Have I seen it? Uchiha Itake's small face with nasolabial folds looked at the thoughtful Uchiha Fugaku in confusion. Ah, Itake, you should have seen him, Uchiha Gen of the security team. It's easy to see him during daily patrols, right? Uchiha Fugaku said with a rare smile. Uchiha UN? I met my mother before when we went shopping for groceries, but we just said hello and didn't say anything like that. Itake answered honestly. Oh, then you have to get close to UN in the future. After all, a person as powerful as him can only be compared to the ancestor Uchiha Madara, right? Uchiha Fugaku recalled Susanoo secretly sighing that night, the same Mangekyo Sharingan, also a Susanoo. Why does my Susanoo look like she is severely malnourished? Is that guy Susanoo taking hormones? That guy UN doesn't have any brothers or sisters either. How is it possible to gain eternal light like that man? Is there any secret here? It seems that I have to ask the source carefully when he comes. After an hour, the Fugaku family gathered at the dining table early and waited for a long time, but there was no sign of Uchiha Gen. Hubby, are you remembering it wrong? Uchiha Mikato looked at Fugaku in confusion. Impossible, Daiwo just said that UN will come over after going home to clean up. Fugaku affirmed. Dad, how about I go take a look? Uchiha Itake stood up and said. Well, that's fine. I don't know why I might be delayed by something. You might as well take a look. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it and thought it would be better to let Itake go and have a look. It's better than waiting here blindly. Uchiha Clan Land. Uchiha Source Home. Holy shit, you idiot, do you know how to play? Are you stupid enough to trick yourself? Uchiha Source Shadow Clone number 1 looked at the main body and said angrily. Have you rebelled? How much better do you think you can be? Why don't you still be so stupid that you even scold yourself? The body responded shamelessly. Uchihagen-sama, are you at home? A childish greeting came from outside the door. Who could it be at this time? Even though I am a homebody, there is no difference between my friends. Who is it? Wait a moment. I hurriedly got out of the bathtub, wiped my body casually, and put on the table tennis uniform unique to the Uchiha clan. As soon as the door opens, who is this little carrot head? Telephone pole mania as a child? Uchiha's filial son beat 7? What are you doing here? Oh, Itake? Is something wrong? Uchihagen asked curiously. Is something wrong? Looking at this situation, it seems that the clan brother in front of me has completely forgotten about going to his home as a guest. Fortunately, I came to take a look, otherwise the family would not know when to go. Didn't Minamoto-senpai agree to come to my house as a guest? Uchiha Itake asked with a slightly dark face. Yes, that's true. Didn't I just come back from Tsunagakure? It's not good to go to your house all dirty. I just finished taking a shower and was about to leave. Uchiha Gen skill, just open your mouth and come. So that's it? It seems that I have misunderstood. Looking at Uchiha Yuen's undried hair, Uchiha Itake thought to himself. Uchiha Fugaku's home. Chief Fugaku, I'm sorry to bother you. I just came back from outside and there was too much dirt on my body, so I delayed you for a while. I'm really sorry. Uchiha Yuen said slightly apologetically. It's okay, that's understandable. Sit down, I don't know if the food is to your liking. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Gen-kun, do you want some sake? Uchiha Mikato asked while holding a sake bottle. Thank you, I won't drink. Uchiha Yuen declined politely. Mikato, please give me some if you don't want me. Uchiha Fugaku said. After the meal, Mikato brought the dessert and left with Itake. Well, when will I have such a virtuous mother-in-law? That guy Ye Kang has no attitude towards a wife. Looking at the mother and son leaving, Yuen sighed to himself. Chief Fugaku, just tell me if you have anything to do with me this time. Uchiha Yuen said casually while drinking a drink. If I'm not mistaken, Minamoto-kun used Susanoo that night, right? This is a pupil technique that can only be used by Mangekyo Sharingan, the highest level of the Uchiha clan. Even among the Uchiha clan, only the ancestor Uchiha Madara could use it decades ago. Mangekyo Sharingan you have? Uchiha Fugaku also asked casually. Oh, not necessarily? Don't you, Chief Fugaku, have eyes like this? Uchihagen said bluntly. The atmosphere solidified instantly. Oh, how did Yuen-kun know about it? I didn't even tell Mikato about my pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and it's impossible for anyone else to know about it. Could it be that the source of the information is related to the pupil technique of your pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku guessed. Almost. Uchiha Yuen didn't deny it either. Seeing Uchiha Gen's behavior, Fugaku stopped asking questions. After all, everyone's secret skills are their own privacy. I do have eyes like that, but they are hugely different compared to Yuen-kun. With Yuen-kun's pupil power, he can compare with ancestor Uchiha Madara back then, but ancestor Uchiha Madara did rely on his brother's mangaku sharingan to obtain eternal light to achieve that state. As far as I know, Minamoto-kun seems to have no brothers and sisters. I wonder if Minamoto-kun can help me clarify my doubts. Uchiha Fugaku asked sincerely. This question involves personal privacy. Uchiha's source turned on the mangaku pentagram and looked directly into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. I apologize if I have touched Minamoto-kun's privacy, but for the sake of the Uchiha family, I ask Minamoto-kun to tell you frankly. I will pay any price. Uchiha also activated his mangaku to look at him. The expression on his face was one of determination. Long time actually, it's not impossible to tell, but I still hope that the Fugaku clan chief can keep it secret. After all, the less people know about trump cards, the better. Uchiha thought for a long time, and finally decided to tell Fugaku. After all, no matter how strong he is, he still has time to sleep. And if the enemy comes, I will not be afraid because of izanagi, but my dear clansmen will still die if their fighting power cannot keep up. There is no way to save them, we can't keep guarding them all the time. We still have to find a way to make the leak stronger. One of my pupil skills is called Divine Grace, and its ability is to absorb pupil power. Gah, that's it. Ha, could it be that you were the one responsible for the strange disease that swept through the entire Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly remembered something. That's right. Since I haven't reached the mangaku class anyway, my clan Sharingan doesn't have to worry about losing my sight, so I just have to do it. Uchihagen said matter-of-factly. Although you don't have to worry about losing your eyesight, Yuen-kun's actions have caused a lot of trouble to the tribe. Uchiha Fugaku looked envious. Actually, Chief Fugaku can be like me. I have a very mature idea. Do you want Chief Fugaku to listen? Uchihagen smiled mysteriously. Oh, how to mature? Just come. Using my pupil skills to create a pupil power output transfer station, just like a bank, everyone deposits their excess pupil power with me, and I charge a certain percentage of handling fees. The tribesmen can also use money and materials to buy and sell pupil power, like the daily pupil power of ordinary Sanmagadama tribesmen is completely wasted, but the Fugaku chief, your pupil power is afraid of blindness and dare not use it more. The Fugaku chief can buy the pupil power of the tribesmen with money and materials, and I will charge a small fee from it. Wouldn't this be the best of all three? Uchihagen smiled as he described his grand plan. How can this be done? Your pupil technique can not only absorb pupil power but also transmit pupil power? Fugaku looked shocked. Of course, Chief Fugaku, would you like to buy some now? The ratio of pupil power to money exchange is 1 to 100 taels. The pupil power of a mangaku sharingan is 10,000, which is equivalent to 1 million taels. The handling fee is 40%. Uchiha's source promoted. Black, really dark. Loan sharking only comes out 9 times and returns 13 times. Give me a charge of 100 million first. Facts have proved that the law of true fragrance exists everywhere. Fugaku honestly took out a large box of money. As expected of the clan leader, even Hahang, there are 3 asumas. Okay, according to the exchange rate of 1 to 100, 100 million taels can be exchanged for 1 million pupil power points. After deducting 40% of the handling fee, the Fugaku clan leader can get 600,000 pupil power points. After saying this, Uchiha's source began to transmit. In just a moment, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were filled with shocking cold power. Ha 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 ha, what an amazing eye power. Ha 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 ha, Uchiha-style laughter. Uchiha Fugaku felt the power coming from his eyes and began to laugh wildly. Clan leader, please restrain yourself. It's not good to teach your little friends bad things. It seems that Uchiha's laughter is a hereditary disease. Yuen, I want to top up the money and give me another 100 million eye power. Uchiha Fugaku's morbid face looks like an internet-addicted boy. There are only so many for the time being. If we need more power, we have to ask the clansmen to cooperate. After all, I am just a middleman. Uchihagen refused Fugaku's request and explained it nicely. Is this true? Yes, but Yuen, you are still too young. With such good pupil skills, why would you exchange your pupil power for money? We can unilaterally purchase the pupil power of the tribe. Other ordinary tribesmen have not purchased the pupil power at all. Necessary. Uchiha Fugaku looked like a black-hearted boss. Who would mind having too much power? Anyway, I won't. No, Chief Fugaku is wrong to think this way. The amount of pupil power is based on the overall size of the tribe. 1,000 tribesmen who work hard can only have so much pupil power. But as long as we liberalize the trade of pupil power, then by equipping clansmen with izanagi, all clansmen who own 3 megatama are equivalent to having 2 more lives than other ninjas, and these 2 lives can be refilled indefinitely. According to the exchange rate of 1:100, 1 time izanagi needs to consume the pupil power of a normal 3 magatama, which is 3,000 points, which is equivalent to 300,000 taels in money. Think about it, 300,000 taels can give you one more life than others. Let's the Uchiha clan always carries 3 lives with them every time they go on a mission. Over time, they accumulate strength every time they successfully survive the battlefield. Even a dog can take off on the spot after repeating this. By doing this, the more clan members survive, the more I power it provides, the more I power, the more clan members will survive on the battlefield, and so on, endlessly. It is not impossible for a few clan members with Mangekyo to emerge by then. Uchiha Geniki, his face showed his thoughts enthusiastically. Hi, in this case, after a few years, even if Senju Hashirama is resurrected, he will not be my opponent of the Uchiha clan. Okay, that's it. Uchiha Fugaku was completely shocked by the scene described by the source. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku calmed down. After regaining his rationality, Uchiha Fugaku found that the idea was wonderful, but the actual operation may not be as simple as imagined. With the stubbornness of Konoha's top management, if Uchiha really has such a cheating ability, they will just take it for granted that the Uchiha clan will become a suicide squad. There is no way to predict that the situation of the Uchiha clan will be even worse than it is now. After all, other clans in Konoha stand behind it. If we consider the position of the people, if others die, they are really dead, but you Uchiha can still drink more if you die. In this case, of course I want you, Uchiha, to die first. Human nature is selfish. In such a situation, if the top management of Konoha only needs an inappropriate reason to let the entire Uchiha family become suicide squads, the people of Konoha will ignore the clues and support them. After all, they would rather let others die than their loved ones die, and you Uchiha are not really dead. After this calculation, they may not even feel the last trace of guilt. Think about Konoha's White Fang, who would feel guilty about him so far. Think again about Naruto in the original work. People are forgetful. No one has been responsible for the White Fang from beginning to end. When they want to vent their anger, you are the demon fox. No matter whether there is evidence or not, no matter whether it is logical or not, they need you to save their lives. When the time comes, I will lick my face and come to support you as the 7th Hokage. When I was a child, I said Naruto was a demon fox or guess. They dared to treat Naruto like that. When Naruto grew up and confirmed that Naruto was the demon fox, what did they do? Why didn't you mention seeking revenge against Naruto? How cheap. Well, our plan may have to be considered in the long term. With the stubbornness of Konoha's senior management, knowing that we have such abilities, I'm afraid they won't treat us as human beings by then, and people are jealous. Other Konoha village residents, if we know our situation, this kind of jealousy will only produce evil thoughts. No, this plan won't work. Uchiha Fugaku is the leader of the clan after all, and he quickly thought of the key to the problem. Haha, everything in the world is for profit. The top management of Konoha can take advantage of the people, can't we do the opposite? After so many years, I believe our family should praise a lot of 3 tomo sharingan, right? As long as they come out at the starting price, why not sell them some sharingan? Uchihagen said grandly. How is it possible? Sharingan is unique to my Uchiha clan, how can we resell it to others? It's good if we don't hide it, but you still want to sell it out? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if I agree, the elders and clan members will not. I won't agree. And if outsiders know about Izanagi's heaven-defying eye skills, our Uchiha clan will never have peace. We will be greeted by endless assassinations. Our Sharingan quotation for the bounty house below will be if we create Skyrim, even Konoha won't be able to protect us. Uchiha Fugaku looked like an explosive hedgehog. No, Chief Fugaku, we have to take a long-term view. Even if they buy the Sharingan from us at a sky-high price, it doesn't matter. You have to know that a Sharingan without eye power is blind. Without my help, even if they have a Sharingan, that's just useless. As long as we control the pupil resources, it is equivalent to us controlling their lifeline. As long as they still need Izanagi to save their lives, then they will never be able to do without our Uchiha's interests. As for what to do stealing people's Sharinans with black hands? That's even more impossible. We only recognize the registered purchase list. Others will not be recharged. Sharinans that cannot be renewed will only invite us to hunt them down. Such a thankless effort, I believe smart people will know how to make choices. Uchiha said confidently, this set of things is a bit like the dollar hegemony in the previous life. That's what I say, but the 3 tomo Sharingan accumulated by our family cannot support long-term sales. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. No, we don't need long-term sales, we just need to give them a little sweetness and hope. We can set a sky-high price for 3 tomo Sharingan. This sky-high price will make 99% of people unable to afford it. The remaining 1% is what we need to tie up, but ordinary people cannot let them lose hope, otherwise it will easily arouse public anger and make Uchiha the target of thousands of people. so we can set up a lottery drawing mechanism and select a few from it every year. A few lucky people were given a few 3-tomo sharinans, and even so, we won't lose money. This is just equivalent to the people raising funds to buy a few sharinans in a group. If you really think about it, maybe these sharinans will be sold for more than the sky-high price. It's more expensive, and the winner doesn't lose. Even if he doesn't use it himself or is a commoner who can't use chakra, he can sell the sharinan he got at a sky-high price under the witness of uchiha. Even our uchiha clan can prioritize the repurchase of these sharinans. If the clan leader feels that this is still too much of a loss, he can also directly let one of his own claim the jackpot. Uchihagan talked eloquently. There is a lot to be done in this way, but it is better not to expose the izanagi technique. We can directly use the transfer seal to engrave the izanagi seal style when transmitting the eye technique. Those outsiders will know it. It's best not to know why. Uchiha Fugaku added. This is the best. By then, everyone who buys sharinan will be a community of interests for our Uchiha clan. As long as they can't live without izanagi, they will never get rid of us Uchiha. Uchihagan smiled evilly. But with such big interests involved, it's impossible for the people at the top of Konoha to just let it go. When the time comes, they will become jealous and do all kinds of dirty things. Uchiha Fugaku said worriedly. The cake was too big and he wanted to feel at ease. Eating it into the stomach is still a bit risky given Uchiha's belly. There is no need to worry about this at all. The basis of all interests is based on the power of pupil skills. Each one is indispensable. Whoever controls these will control the future. Only those who can unite most people will be feared by Uchiha. But now we are united most peoples as Uchiha. Uchiha Source smiled wildly. In that case, I will make arrangements later. We will hold a whole clan meeting tomorrow morning. All 3 Megatama members need to be present. Then we will brainstorm and find out if any mistakes have been made. Uchiha Fugaku was successfully incorporated into the Chuanxiao organization by Uchiha Gen. Okay, that's it for today, I'll go back first. Uchiha Yuen's goal was achieved. Uchiha Fugaku also gained a lot, and the two of them had a great time as guest and host. Watching Uchiha Yuen go away, little Itachi looked up at his father and asked, "Father, is he that person that night?" Yes, not only is he powerful, but his thoughts are also not simple. Such a monster is really the blessing of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Then he is stronger than 3rd generation Sama? Uchiha Itachi said innocently. Well, Mr. 3rd generation is old and frail and is no match for him. Then is he stronger than 4th generation Sama? Itachi asked again. Currently, there should be no one in Konoha who can compete with him. If it really comes down to it, he can barely deal with it as a father. Uchiha Fugaku looked a little proud. As for his father's strength, Uchiha Itachi always thought that his father was just an elite jonin at most. If you had 3 Tomo Sharinan, your father should be considered one of the top few among the elite jonin, but even so, it's not worthy of such remarks, right? You can deal with people who are inferior to 3rd generation and 4th generation? After being together for so long, I discovered that my father also has a tendency to brag. In the past, what Fugaku said was indeed bragging, but just now, middle-aged internet addict Fugaku had already charged 100 million in Uchiha Source. It is no exaggeration to say that Susanna was the first Uchiha Source in Konoha to open the complete system. The Uchiha Fugaku is a solid second. No blowing. Seeing the suspicion in his son's eyes, Fugaku smiled mysteriously and didn't explain much. The next day, the Uchiha clan will. Fugaku, are you sure you are not joking? Uchiha Yashiro was shocked. Divine grace? Pupil power transmission? So terrifying. Uchiha took a deep breath. I object. We are the arrogant Uchiha clan. How can we do such a businessman thing? How can we behave like this? Uchiha looked furious for a moment. I support Jonin Uchiha. I choose to sell money. Uchiha Bingding, a member of the San Magatama tribe. How about selling the bad pupil power, the old pupil power, and the unused pupil power for money now? Anyway, old man, I have retired. What do you expect me to do with my presbyopic eyes and a 3 Magatama? Why don't you sell it to me? It's true that son buys a chakra ninja tool, I support it. Clan Elder Uchiha Mao expressed his support. Everything is for Uchiha. Elder Setsuna, please don't act out of anger. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the helpless Setsuna and said, Fugaku, you will regret it. Uchiha said angrily. Setsuna, I am the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku shouted righteously. Farewell. Bang. Uchiha stood up in an instant and slammed the door and left. Okay, ignore this old stubborn, let's continue discussing the specific details. Uchiha Fugaku curled his lips and looked at most of the tribe members who agreed. Well, everything else is acceptable, but isn't this handling fee a bit too dark? Uchiha Bingding was a little embarrassed. Indeed, we are brothers and sisters. The loan sharks outside are not so bad. Uchiha A and B said speechlessly. Don't say such things that are not conducive to unity. It's understandable that UN earns a little difference. It's all hard-earned money. Maybe there will be some trouble in the process? Uchiha Fugaku persuaded empathetically. Anyway, I'm not short of this money, right? UN-kun, is it true that there is no discount at all? Uchiha Bingding came up and asked. That's right. UN-kun, please keep your integrity in mind so that we can meet again in the future. Uchiha Tianhuo interrupted. UN, I hugged you when you were a child. Uchiha Mao played the emotional card. UN, I have a daughter who is virtuous, and very beautiful. Are you interested? Uchiha has no bottom line and attracts everyone's contemptuous eyes. Fellow tribesmen, it's not that I, Uchiha UN, have a bad heart, but the transit costs are very high, so I will earn some hard money. If you find it difficult to accept, how is it? Price reduction? Then please hire someone else, Uchiha said calmly. Cut times 6 okay, don't make things difficult. After all, this is a good thing for everyone and the family. Uchiha Fugaku said to smooth things over in front of the good old man. The next day, don't be anxious, line up and come one by one. Looking at the Uchiha compatriots who were taking the lead, Uchiha Yuen's eyes lit up. Finally, he no longer had to go to the middle of the night to inhale yang qi. Watching the waves of leeks lining up to be cut, the feeling is simply indescribable. With the active cooperation of many tribesmen, the workload that originally took most of the night to be completed can now be completed in less than 2 hours. Done! From now on, it will be once every 8 days. As for the money to buy Tongli, of course the clan leader and elders will pay it first. Anyway, there is no fear that Uchiha Yuen will default on the debt and cannot afford to pay it back. Yuen, you can just do your business with peace of mind from now on. I've already helped you quit your job in the guard. Fugaku looked at the steady stream of income and patted Yuen on the shoulder with a rare smile. He was middle-aged and wealthy. Happiness is so unpretentious and boring. After a busy day, Master Yuen bid farewell to Fugaku, who was addicted to Krypton money, and returned to his home. Spiritualization technique? S-class? Forbidden technique? Is it really that difficult? I don't believe it. Removed Tsukuyomi's eye power, leaving only a minimum value of 3000. Preset izanagi everything's ready. Follow the seal patterns in the book of sealing, and then coordinate with the specific chakra running route. Ha! Spiritualization technique open. Uchiha source dead. Hiss, is it so scary? For a moment, I seemed to see the Sage of Six Paths. This feeling of soul separation. If Izanagi hadn't played a role, I would have never returned. Come again. Spiritualization technique open. Death. Spiritualization technique open again. Death. Spiritualization technique continue. Continue die. Ah, what crap. Whoever you love will practice. Is that shit from 3rd generation fake? I can't even risk my life to learn? Let's get here first today. Sleep. The next day Yuen, get up and go to work. Uchiha came knocking on the door of Yuen's house early in the morning. Oh, wait a minute, I'll be here soon. The sleepy Yuen got up like a puppet, changed clothes, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. A set of procedures seemed to be engraved in his bones. Didn't Fugaku help me quit my job at the security office yesterday? And now I don't have to rely on the security office's salary to live. With millions of tails per minute, who would patrol the streets and watch the gates? Dogs? Don't even go. After washing his face, Yuen remembered that he had turned down work yesterday and could totally sleep in today. Damn Uchiha's stove. Disturbing my dream. Whoa, it's so cold outside the door. It's autumn, don't blow the cold wind, be careful of catching a cold, come on first. Uchihagan smiled and opened the door and pulled Zhao into the house. Yeah? Yuen, why are you acting weird today? Zhao Huo asked in confusion. What's wrong? Uchiha Yuen looked at the time and said calmly. It's pretty good. Uchiha laughed. That's it, it doesn't matter how long we have been working together. Let's go, I'm treating you today, let's go have barbecue. Without any explanation, Yuen took Uchiha Zhao to the commercial street. Do you want to eat barbecue early in the morning? Is it too oily? Uchiha hesitated over the stove. You're eating barbecue for free, are you going to eat it? Uchiha Yuen said nonchalantly. Eat. You must eat. If you don't eat, I won't give you face. You are a rich guy now, haha, but it always feels like I have overlooked something important. Forget it, let's eat the barbecue first and be safe. You two, please come inside, a booth or a private room? These two Uchiha actually came to eat barbecue early in the morning. It's strange, private room, serve your signature barbecue again. The Uchiha stove is like slaughtering a fat sheep. Let's let you be rampant for a while, and wait and see how you die, evil Uchiha Zhao. there is a heavy price to pay for disturbing people's dreams. Uchiha Yuen followed the two of them to the private room with a smile on his face. Half an hour later, Uchiha Yuen, who was eating a large piece of meat, saw that the time was almost up, so he asked casually, "Zo wo, is it delicious? Is this barbecue to your liking?" "Well, not bad, but it feels a bit greasy to eat it so early in the morning." "Yuen, next time the treat will be in the evening. It's too hot at noon, so it's not suitable for barbecue. Of course, you can still invite other people." Uchiha turned to the stove. Chewing the barbecue, he said with a big face, "Oh, that's it. Let's talk about it later. By the way, Zaya wo, it's 9 o'clock now." Uchiha Yuen said seemingly kindly. "Ha, 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock? Are you in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, just go. Don't worry about me. I can continue to eat. Just remember to buy the order. Don't you kid think about running away under the guise of having something to do? Dan, I'm watching you." He even turned on two tomo sharingan. "Well, that's not enough, am I that kind of person? If you say I'm going to treat you, I'll treat you. Just eat it without worry. If you don't have enough, keep adding more." Uchiha said nonchalantly. "Ha, since you said that, I won't be polite to you. Waiter, please have 5 more plates of secret barbecue, add more cumin, thank you." Uchiha Zaya wo was still chewing something in his mouth, while he started to order to the waiter again. "Zo wo, have you finished eating after lighting so much? Where a tape normally I can't bear to eat like this, but today I'm going to eat it to my heart's content. Continue eating high size Hong, here's the stove. I think it's better to put those 5 plates of barbecue on, so as not to eat them all and waste them." Uchihagen warned. "What's the matter? I can do it." Uchiha waved his hand and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm stupid if you don't eat the barbecue you just ate for free? But it's almost 9:30 now. I told you, if there's an emergency, just go and leave me alone." "It's not that I'm in an emergency, it's that you are in an emergency. Captain 9th Generation is probably roaring now." "Ha, I'm eating barbecue. What does it have to do with Juday's Sema face? Are you asking me to pack a portion for him? Forget it, am I such a flatterer?" Uchiha Zaya wo looked dissatisfied. "Do you still remember why you came to me?" Uchiha Yuen said with an evil smile. "Remember, aren't we here to eat barbecue?" Uchiha's eyes only focus on barbecue. "Well, this part is a bit confusing, it's all because of this guy Yuen who keeps nagging me from the side. Eating barbecue is not the point. The point is before eating barbecue." "Before? Didn't I ask you to go to work with me before?" "Wait, go to work? Did you just say it was 9:30? Uchiha was shaking all over and felt that the barbecue in his mouth was no longer fragrant. "To be precise, there are still 5 minutes to go before 9:30. Uchihagen said calmly. "But our working time is 8:30. What difference does it make if we stay plugged in for 5 minutes? Ha ha ha, I must not have woken up yet, this is a dream. I mean, how could Yuen suddenly ask me to eat barbecue, or is it still so early in the morning? I didn't realize there were so many unreasonable things. I'm a proud jonin of the Uchiha clan, and I've really been slacking off a bit recently." He smacked his lips twice while talking about the Uchiha stove fire. It smells so good." "Fragrant? How could I feel the fragrance in my dream? It's over, it's not a dream." Uchiha Zaya wo's face was so pale that he couldn't even hold the chopsticks for holding meat. "Yuen, what do you think we packed 5 barbecues for the 9th captain? I'm not flattering you. The main reason is that eating alone has bad effects." Uchiha changed his mind and said in a flexible manner, "What does this have to do with me? I don't work in the guard anymore. If I don't take it with me, I'm only inviting you. I didn't invite the 9th Generation captain. It's all for nothing. You still want to pack it up as a favor? If everyone is like you, then that's okay. I invite you, you invite the 9th Generation? The 9th Generation invites the 8th Generation? The 8th Generation invites Will-O-the-Wisp? Will-O-Wisp invites Skyfire? Skyfire invites A and B invite Bing and D and D invite Fugaku? Fugaku invites the whole clan? The whole clan invites Konoha? Konoha invites Fire, the Kingdom of Fire? The Kingdom of Fire invites the ninja world? Who can withstand what you do? Don't even think about it." Uchihagen said with disdain. "Ah, is that an exaggeration? Isn't that right? You just said you no longer work in the guard? Why didn't I know?" Uchiha had a dark look on his face. "Ah, the Fugaku clan leader just informed me yesterday. The 9th captain should inform you when you go to work today. Besides, do you think that with my current wealth, I still need to live on the dead salary of the guard? It is impossible to work part-time. Yes, I want to be an evil capitalist and I want to cut leaks." Uchiha Yuen said with a few Uchiha-style laughs. "You guy, you don't go to work, so you treat me, who is working, to a barbecue early in the morning? And you still eat until 9:30? Do you know that I get it at 8:30? The asterisk 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 D. Uchiha gritted his teeth. Roared. Ha! Did you just think of this now? Then why do you wake me up so early in the morning when I'm not at work? I don't see you kindly calling me when I'm at work. Today I just don't have to go to work, so you changed. Are you going to do this for me, Jinzo Yao? Uchiha Yuen said not to be outdone. Okay, if you keep pulling this off, Captain 9 will probably come to find you. Get out of here, thank you. Uchihagen waved his hand and continued eating barbecue. Ah, you be asterisk 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 D with a bad personality. Why didn't I see that you were this kind of guy before? I'll settle the score with you after I get off work. After saying this, Uchiha rushed to the security department in a hurry. Even the body flicker technique was better than usual. It's a few minutes faster. It seems people still have to push hard. Unlike me, I can only kill time eating barbecue with nothing to do. Uchihagen? Sir Hokage is inviting me. A masked white-haired broom head suddenly came out. Uchiha's source was so frightened that he almost choked. Kakashi, you can't be upright? Are you trying to scare people to death? Uchihagen took a while to calm down, and drank a sip of hot tea to suppress his shock. Don't call me by name during the mission, just call me by my code name. Heite Kakashi said, staring at Uchihagen with dead fish eyes. I'm not from Umbu. I know your code name. By the way, who are you talking about, Master Hokage? Uchihagen said speechlessly. Master 4th Hokage has invited me, and the 3rd generation is also here. After saying that, Kakashi disappeared in a whoosh. Is there any trouble again? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't have a job, and I don't want to be a ninja. It's just right to marry several wives as soon as possible. By the way, is the Hokage world monogamous or polygamous? Come on? Although the original marriage seems to be monogamous, the noble daimyo seems to be able to be polygamous? But even the patriarch Fugaku is monogamous. Isn't his polygyny bad influence? Oh, it's difficult. Uchihagen slowly came to the Hokage building while thinking about it. Kung Kao knocked gently on the door that Naruto kicked open countless times in the original novel. Please come and click as soon as the door opened. Hey, everyone is there? Konoha F4, plus 4th Hokage Minato and Tsunade, and Nara Shikaku. Mr. Yuen, come in quickly. Thank you very much for what happened before. If you hadn't taken action in time, Kushina would have been in danger. The master thanked him sincerely. It's not an estimate of the danger, it's definitely a danger, but don't think about it, you guys. What do you think of betraying me? Uchihagen has no sense of worldliness. Evil Uchiha brat, is this how you talk to 4th generation? Danzo, the pot king, was the first to stand up and criticize. With Shimura Danzo's malice and greed towards the Uchiha clan, of course he will not miss any opportunity to attack Uchiha. What's the matter with you? You're a one-eyed, wretched man, don't you deserve a beating? Uchihagen looked fearlessly and contemptuously at Danzo. With his current eye power, he drove a Susanoo that was over 1,000 meters long and had two machetes that were over 100 meters long. Coupled with the preset izanagi, looking at the entire ninja world, it is not just a random killing. The Atsutsuki guys sit down first. Besides Atsutsuki 1 style, Atsutsuki Portuguese style, Atsutsuki Peach style, Atsutsuki Golden style, Atsutsuki Kagaya, Atsutsuki Hagoromo, Atsutsuki Hamura, Atsutsuki Agarwood, everyone else here is rubbish. You are so presumptuous. Danzo was furious. That's so presumptuous, what do you think? If you have the ability, do it. Do you believe it or not that I, Susanoo, will send you to see the 2nd Hokage? Uchihagen showed his attitude arrogantly. Nyuan-kun, forget it, Danzo is an elder after all. Namikaze Minato said to smooth things over. Ahem, calm down, Danzo, please stop saying a few words. Yuen is our hero of Konoha after all. If it weren't for Yuen that night, Konoha doesn't know what would have happened. 3rd Hokage was also persuading. Hiruzen, although Danzo was a little angry, it's understandable. After all, it was obvious to everyone that Nine Tails saw Sharingan that night. How does Uchiha explain this? Yuniten Koharu asked, seemingly trying to start a fight, but actually finishing off the attack. Explain? Why do I, Uchiha Yuen, need to explain to others what I have done all my life? If you had said this 2 days earlier, I would have helped Nine Tails to hammer you. Are a group of idiots worthy of being high-level officials in Konoha? Put Tsunade, that pig, the Inyazuka family, even the dogs pulled here can do better than you. Uchihagen didn't bother to argue. You Yuniten Kohara became Sidu Wanjion in a hurry. Hiruzen, did you see it too? This evil brat is simply lawless. Danzo was furious. Oh, what next? Dear Lord Danzo, hurry up and send out your root warriors to take me down. If it's too late, I'll go home and sleep. Uchihagen joked. Guys, please calm down, I am the Hokage now. Namikaze Minato said with rare seriousness. I'm sorry, Minamoto-kun, I mainly called you here this time to discuss Umbu's personnel transfer. In view of Minamoto-kun's strong strength and contribution to Konoha, Gento Shiha is hereby specially approved to be appointed as Minister of Umbu. Namikaze Minato from Hokage took out the paperwork he had prepared from under his desk and said, regarding the appointment of Uchiha Gen, Namikaze Minato had already planned to appoint Uchiha Gen as Minister of Umbu, which could not only win over the Uchiha clan, but also check and balance the elders such as Danzo, take power away from the third generation, and finally compensate. Having no choice but to betray Uchiha Gen before, it was like killing two birds with one stone. If it were any other Uchiha, not counting Obito, he would probably be ecstatic by now. After all, the Uchiha clan dreams of interfering with the power of Konoha's top brass. Minister Umbu has a position that is less than one person and more than 10,000 people. The entire Konoha only needs to obey Hokage's orders in name. It's a pity that Uchiha Yuen, who was accustomed to 996 in his previous life, can't find anything to do for himself. Minister Umbu? It sounds like a troublesome thing at first sight. I guess I will have nothing to do all day but scheming with these old guys. This is not the life I want at all. Namikaze Minato, I kindly saved you and your wife, and this is how you repay me? I am your benefactor. You want me to be a leak for you? If you hadn't been required to check and balance Konoha F4, you would have burped by now. I don't agree. Minister Umbu is the top priority. How can he let a brat take the post? Shimura Danzo strikes again. That's right. Uchihagen didn't have any management experience before this. Udaten Koharu. Minato, please think about it again. Uchihagen is indeed too young. Mito Kato Homura interjected at the right time. Minato, I understand what you mean, but there are priorities in everything. After all, Minamoto is still too young. You can let him join Umbu to adapt to learning for a period of time, and then it is not too late to promote him. Sarutobi Hiruzen is worthy of being an elder statesman, giving the appropriate while compromising. It can also remind Minato with a pun. Are you guys too narcissistic? Look here. At this time, Uchiha Yuen suddenly interrupted Konoha F4's political show. I, Uchiha Gen, am the most powerful family in Konoha. I want strength, appearance, strength, resources, and beauty. Do you believe what I say? The whole Uchiha family is eager to give me money. Giving away a woman? What else do I lack? What do I lack? Why do I want to be Minister Umbu? Isn't it better to avoid detours for decades? I'm going to live a good life but don't want to be a lowly person and become Minister Umbu? Uchiha Yuen looked at him with a look on his face. An idiotic expression glanced at Konoha F4. Namikaze Minato, who was preparing to do Third Hokage's ideological work, really didn't expect that the problem actually came from Uchiha Gen, the client. Now he was paralyzed. The client didn't agree. It was useless no matter how much he tried to deal with it. His imagination was cut off at the root. Looking at the determined look on Uchiha Yuen's face, Namikaze Minato could only sigh secretly. It seemed that he could only rely on Kakashi. Grow up quickly, Kakashi. It's best if you don't have any ambitions. Shimura Danzo thought to himself. What a strange Uchiha, but that's okay. Udaten Koharu comforted himself with a sigh of relief. Do you really have no ambition or do you have other plans? It stands to reason that with such a strong strength, his will and belief are equally strong. It seems that you should pay more attention to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought carefully. Is there anything else? If nothing happens, I'll go back and catch up on my sleep. Uchiha Yuen didn't bother to guess what these political calculations were. Anyway, this is an extraordinary world. Everything depends on strength. Just improve your strength without being reckless. No matter how much you plot, it's of no use. All living beings are equal under Tenge Shinsei. If one Tenge Shinsei doesn't work, add another one. The main focus is on a large amount of food. It's okay. Since you don't have this ambition, Yuen-kun, I won't force you. However, if there is any emergency in Konoha in the future, please Yuen-kun take action for the sake of being a member of Konoha. Namikaze Minato has been a Hokage for a while, and now he speaks like a politician. I must have learned it from people like third generation. I have to deal with these people every day. If I didn't learn these things, I probably wouldn't be able to cope with them. Alas, unlike me, I have nothing but strength. Well, don't worry. As long as some people don't seek death, I'm easy to talk to, but every time I take action, I need to be paid. Things like chakra metal, book of seals, etc., prepare them first, and then talk to me. That's all about the action. Go back. I won't send it away. Uchiha Yuen turned around and waved his hand and took away a cloud. Minato, you have seen it. I am not overly concerned. Such an unstable factor in Konoha is too harmful. We must find a way to control it. Recalling the terrifying strength of Uchiha Yuen, Shimura Danzo now does not want to think about eradication. Being able to control the source of Uchiha in the hands of senior executives is the best choice at the moment. How are you doing? Uchiha Gen's parents have died on the battlefield a long time ago. Now he has enough to eat and the whole family is not hungry. He has no worries. If you mess with him today, he can kill you without any scruples that day. Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Do you still want to say that I can control it? Uchiha Yuen will get married anyway. After getting married and having children, I believe he will have some scruples in his actions. Udaten Koharu considered. It's probably still early. Does Uchiha Genta have a woman he likes now? Could it be that he ends up alone like Uchiha Madara? Then there is no solution at all. Mito Kato Homura worried. The woman he likes? He told me before that he planned to pursue Ui Hongshinin. Namikaze Minato said, although he felt that it was not good to plot other people's families like this, but Uchiha Yuen's character is indeed bad. For the stability of Konoha, only the Uchiha source who creates a bond can make people feel at ease. Nanny? Kurane Ui? Isn't that what my brat is pursuing? Uchiha Gen, he wants to get involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked confused. Did he eat melon and eat his own son? Hiruzen, I have to criticize you. What age are we in? Nowadays, everyone is seeking free love. Everyone has the right to pursue beauty. Urasuma has not even revealed his horoscope, and Uchiha is not involved, right? Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up after hearing Namikaze Minato's words, and he criticized Sarutobi Hiruzen honestly and selflessly. Danzo, after working together for decades, who still doesn't know your little bit? What are you pretending to be? Although both Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura knew Danzo's true thoughts, they did not reveal it. After all, Uchiha Yuen is the real trouble now, and Asuma's love affair can be dealt with later. Well, okay, for the sake of the overall situation, I have to suffer a little longer. Asuma. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? Asuma, I hope you can understand the painstaking efforts of being a father. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted himself. In this case, there happens to be a document here sent by the daimyo of the Fire Country. The daimyo wants to form a ninja force to maintain the daily security of the royal family. The number of people in office is 12, and 6 of them are selected from Konoha. The daimyo recruits 6 people by yourself. How about I recommend Asuma? Namikaze Minato took out another document from the treasure bag under his desk and said, the 12 guardian ninjas? It's just time for Asuma to improve his political achievements and become familiar with the daimyo to pave the way for the future. Moreover, protecting the daimyo is not a dangerous job. There is no lunatic in the entire ninja world who would assassinate the 5 major nations. Although the 5 major kingdoms often fight wars, the daimyo of each country have long been pressured by the extraordinary power of ninjas and have been forced to reach an alliance agreement. Any ninja or ninja force who assassinates a daimyo will cause trouble among the other 4 kingdoms. Fight together. No one would take action against a daimyo except for the idiots and the daimyo family who want to seize the throne. However, ninjas generally don't get involved in such troublesome things as seizing the throne. In the original Snow Country incident, the daimyo of Snow Country issued a mission and actively asked Konoha to take Fenghua Koyuki away, instead of asking Konoha to help him kill his younger brother Fenghua Furidao. More than 10 years later, Fenghua Koyuki came to power for a reason. The initial mission was just to protect Fuji Fengxiu when he performed. However, he was attacked by the Snow Ninja and Naruto's hot-blooded and brainless nature led to a series of changes later. Oh, that's it, I have no objection. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed helpless and accepted the arrangement. Everyone else curled their lips in disdain. Afterwards Konoha, Elder's office Konoha F4 gathers together again. Hiruzen, we have to take the initiative. We can't expect that brat Uchiha Gen to fall in love and get married at some point, and it's not certain whether it will happen or not. Shimura Danzo suggested. That makes sense, we have to prepare a second backup plan. Mito Kato Homura agreed. What else can be done? The only one who can contain Uchiha Mangekyo is with style. Now only Tsunade is left in the Senju clan. Tsunade has not awakened with style, and she also has hemophobia, so there is no hope. Udaten Koharu was worried. Road. Danzo's eyelids jumped when he heard this. Would style? I do, but can I tell you? Definitely not, but think about Tenzo's would style and compare it to Uchiha Gen Susanoo. Are these really the same level? I guess Tenzo will be slapped away, right? Is it a matter of being too young? It should be right, both are the 2 poles of the Sengoku era. There is no reason for would style to be like this. Let's wait and see. What if Tenzo's seed explodes as he gets older? Who can tell this clearly? Evil Uchiha kid, let you be proud for a while longer. It doesn't have to be with style to be able to control Mangekyo. You can also control other Mangekyo, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of dry cigarette and said with a frown. Hiss Hiruzen, are you crazy? A pair of Mangekyo is so difficult to deal with, and you still want to find a pair? Mito Kato Homura heard Sarutobi's speech and took a breath on the spot, making an outstanding contribution to the global cooling of the ninja world. Hiruzen, calm down. I know that you have been under too much pressure recently. If you can't help it, why don't you go back and rest first? We can discuss this later. Unitin Kohara began to wonder if third generation was under pressure. The result is a sharp brain. I object, Hiruzen, you are playing with fire. Sarutobi is so careless. One Mangekyo Uchiha source is enough of a headache, you want another one? No matter how developed Tenzo is, he can't withstand 2 pairs of Mangekyo. Danzo was complaining crazily in his heart. Don't be impatient, just listen to me slowly. We really can't guarantee how other Uchiha will be, but Uchiha Shisui, as a descendant of Kage, we have watched him grow up. Although Shisui is still young now, he can't compare. Uchiha soars, but Shisui's talent is obvious to all. If he can open Mangekyo, I believe that with our support and training, it will be easy to stop Uchiha source. Sarutobi Hiruzen reasoned. Impossible, Hiruzen, have you forgotten what Mr. Second Generation said about the Uchiha clan? Gen Uchiha is not the only one who is born evil. Shisui may be really good now, but you can guarantee that he will not have a big personality after turning on Mangekyo. Will you change? It's still unclear whether I will pick up the knife and chop Uchiha Yuen or you. Shinmura Danzo objected fiercely. There must never be another pair of Mangekyo owners in the Uchiha clan. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. Hiruzen, you will regret it? No, you have already abdicated. Stop using this to pressure me. Danzo answered subconsciously, and it took a few seconds to realize that Hiruzen had already taken Hokage. The position has been passed to Namikaze Minato. He is a fart Hokage now. 30 years in Hidan, 30 years in Hexi. Hiruzen, are you still here today? Well, although I have abdicated, I am still the first Hokage. Is this how you, a Konoha elder, talk to the first Hokage? Do you have any opinions on the first generation and second generation projects? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, come on, it seems like I am no longer a working Hokage, but I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have been in charge of Konoha for so many years with more than just my name as Hokage. Hiruzen, are you going to do these dirty tricks? You know I didn't mean that. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said angrily, I'm trying to gain righteousness. When it comes to dirty tricks, which one of you can compare to your roots? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a hint. It seems that without Hokage's identity, if you want to suppress Danzo, you'll have to give him some eye drops. Humph. Everything we do at the root is for Konoha. I have a clear conscience. Danzo said harshly. Do you have a clear conscience? Do you want me to take Minato for a walk around the roots? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed. Humph. We are talking about Uchiha Shisui now, and we will talk about other unimportant things later. Danzo changed the topic in a disguised form of weakness. Shisui? Shisui is a good boy. I believe he will inherit the will of the mirror and make the right choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen still persisted. He does not have Wood style as a trump card, and he does not yet know that Danzo has cultivated Wood style Tenzo. Something happened. So I can only hope for Shisui. A few days have passed, and the major forces in the ninja world have a general understanding of what happened in Konoha. Humph. Konoha is really full of talents. Namikaze Minato just appeared, and now there is Uchiha Generator. But with the magnanimity of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the group of people, can they really tolerate Uchiha Generator? Ha ha. Third Sachikage Oniki looked the information in his hand sneered. You're done playing, right? Konoha's rookies are starting to pop up like leaks again. The country of fire is really a geomantic treasure. Fourth Raikage AI looked at the information on the table and secretly considered whether to continue to increase the size. A local war against Konoha. At this time, the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire have not signed an armistice agreement yet. In the original work, we had to wait until Hinata-chan could walk before the Cloud Shinobi envoys came to sign the so-called armistice agreement unwillingly with ulterior motives. Even with this kind of agreement, Cloud Shinobi never thought about a truce. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen was too cowardly and ruthless to prevent the obvious frame-up. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Hyaga Hizishi's body to ask for peace. This is simply rubbing Konoha's face on the ground, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decades of deep-rooted Hokage qualifications, coupled with being ruthless to his own people, have deterred the dissatisfaction of others. Otherwise, with his actions, he would have been kicked out long ago. What? The Nine Tails rebellion was suppressed by that boy named Uchiha Gen? Tsunagakur Ebizo took a breath. He didn't know how strong Nine Tails was, but it was definitely stronger than One Tail. Even One Tail's disgrace required Tsunagakur to cooperate with the Kaze-Kage alliance to suppress it, and Konoha's Nine Tails was actually surrendered by a 16-year-old boy alone. Incredible! If I had known, I would have forced that Uchiha to stay in Tsunagakur. Now he has become a serious problem. Fourth Kaze-Kage Rosa said with a little regret. You are really good at blowing. Shukaku's practice blank bombs are not as good as yours. Is this a question of whether to stay or not? Are you too confident in your own strength? Cho said with contempt in his heart. we Tsunagakur are really inferior to each other. If only Scorpio was here. The land of water, Kirigakur 4th generation Sama, are you sure? In this case, are we going to have a two-front war with the land of fire and the land of wind at the same time? Kirigakur Umbu Minister Kirigakur Umbu looked at the little man in front of him with cold sweat and said, "Don't worry, Len Che. Konoha still has to face the Cloud Shinobi defense line now. It can't spare much combat power to deal with us. As for Tsunagakur, that's not worth mentioning. For the living space of future generations, this battle must be fight. If you don't fight, your descendants will have to fight." 4th Mizukage said forcefully. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Although Ghost Lengch was dissatisfied, he did not dare to disobey the order of the executor of the Blood Mist policy. Anyway, the person who died was not one of our own. No matter how many Ghosts Mist Shinobi died, it was not too many. A world without Lin should be destroyed. The land of fire, Konoha 3rd generation Sama, are you looking for me? 11-year-old Uchiha Shisui has graduated from the ninja school ahead of schedule and is now a Chunin intern for 1 year. Shisui, your sharingan has reached the level of double Megatama, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his work kindly and smiled. Reporting to 3rd generation, I have reached the level of 3 Megatama due to the 9 Tails incident a few days ago. I would rather not have this kind of evil power. Thinking of those companions and people who sacrificed their lives, Uchiha Shisui felt deep regret. And the 3 Tomo Sharingan who broke through in this situation gave Shisui a rather bad feeling. Coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's years of brainwashing and hints, Shisui felt that his power was not clean, and his Sharingan was stained with the blood of his companions. Although it did not mean that the Uchiha clan was evil, at least the Sharingan, the idea of being evil, has entered Uchiha Shisui's heart. Shisui, although the power of Sharingan is evil, I believe you, Shisui, will make good use of this power. After all, you are a descendant of the mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the innocent boy in front of him kindly. 3 Megatama yet? How terrible. Shisui is only 11 years old, right? It seems that Uchiha Gen didn't even have 3 Megatama when he was 11 years old. Does this mean that Shisui is far more talented than Uchiha Gen? To be on the safe side, the great cause of brainwashing needs to be deepened and strengthened. Yes, Lord 3rd generation, I will definitely use this power to make greater contributions to Konoha. Uchiha Shisui had a serious look on his slightly immature face. Well, Shisui, it's good if you have this intention. I called you here this time because Kirigakur has stepped up his invasion of the Fire Country. I want you to go and practice. By the way, you can also inform Fugaku and ask him to arrange some battles. Go to support the Mist Shinobi battlefield. Currently, the village is facing a two-front battle between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water. We really don't have the manpower to support us. We can only work hard for Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen laid the groundwork and then revealed his true nature. Purpose. After all, how could an 11-year-old child escape the abduction of decades of political experience? Yes, Lord Hokage, for Konoha, Uchiha is obligated. I will definitely convey Lord Hokage's wishes to the Fugaku clan leader, Uchiha Shisui said with pride. Although it is said that the ninja war has caused children to mature prematurely, this precocity is relative. For the children in the ivory tower of today's society, the children of the ninja world are indeed premature, but for the adults of the ninja world, the children of the ninja world are just children, at most a dangerous child. Strong aggression does not bring about maturity in intellectual thinking. To have Hokage thinking at a young age is simply to put a high hat on a child. At this age, it is estimated that the situation in the ninja world, the world structure, and the situation between villages, I can't even tell why the war is going on, and it's nonsense to talk about Hokage thinking. This is just like a child telling you that you are now a man and it's time to learn to dress and feed yourself. Looking at Uchiha Shisui, who turned around and retreated, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a smile on his lips. It would be great if other Uchiha tribesmen could be like this child Shisui. Konoha Core Area, Uchiha Clan Land. Different from the original work, due to Uchiha Yuen's actions, his tough attitude and his ability to dominate Konoha, the so-called suspicion of the mastermind behind the scenes raised by Konoha's top management was nipped in the bud by Uchiha Yuen before it was established. Uchiha naturally did not need to raise the question. The clan moved out of the core area. Button, is Fugaku-sama at home? Uchiha Shisui is visiting. 11-year-old Shisui knocked on the door of Uchiha Fugaku's house with a pretending to be mature. A squeak. The door opened, and a little head poked out from the crack of the door to look at Uchiha Shisui. Is this the genius Shisui who is rumored among the clan? Hello, Shisui-senpai, I am Uchiha Itaka, Dad is at home, please come in. Uchiha Itaka said slightly implicitly. His expression is completely different from that of the future genocide. Excuse me. Uchiha Shisui walked sideways through the door and followed Itaki inside. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's home can be said to be quite luxurious. In the original book, even though the clan has moved, Uchiha Suzuki still has a private training ground. In a place like Konoha where land is at a premium, such a large the mansion shows how rich Uchiha Fugaku is. No wonder he has so much money to spend on pupil power. Good afternoon, Fugaku-sama. Please forgive me for disturbing you by coming here. Uchiha Shisui still does a good job on the surface. At first glance, he is a polite child. Looking at Uchiha Shisui in front of him, Fugaku nodded secretly. This is the magnanimity and upbringing that our Uchiha clan should have. This guy is pretty good, I can mention him more in the future. But he seems to be very close to those politicians from 3rd Hokage. Shisui, what brings you here this time? Is it because the subsidy issued by the clan is not enough? Uchiha Fugaku doesn't think there are any major issues between him and Shisui. It's just trivial things at most, but Shisui children don't easily come to disturb you. Are you really in trouble this time? Fugaku-sama, I just came from Hokage-sama, and I want to give you a message from Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui respectfully Kaido. Oh, Lord Hokage? I want to send you a message? Minato can't send Umbu to inform you if there is something? But it shouldn't be a big deal to ask you to send a message. Just tell me. Uchiha Fugaku looked confused. It's not the 4th generation project, it's the 3rd generation project that wants to convey an order to you. Since our Konoha is at war with Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi at the same time, the front line is in a hurry and urgently needs support, so the 3rd generation project hopes that Fugaku-sama will send some Uchiha combat forces to support Mist Shinobi front. Uchiha Shisui noticed Fugaku's increasingly darker complexion and said in a weak tone, Shisui, let me ask you, who is the Hokage in office now? Uchiha Fugaku said, suppressing his anger. It's the 4th generation, but the 3rd generation. Okay, stop talking. You also know that the 4th generation project is in power now. What is the intention of the 3rd generation project to surpass the 4th generation project? Is co-writing the 4th generation project a decoration? Or is it because Sarutobi Hiruzen is nostalgic for power and wants to evade the 4th generation project? Generation? Uchiha Fugaku directly interrupted Uchiha Shisui's excuse. In the past, everyone would have turned a blind eye to the fact that the 3rd generation was the actual person in power. Fugaku would not have cared about this given his character, but the problem is that during this period, Fugaku has been spending money, and his pupil power is no worse than Uchiha Madara at his peak, Fugaku thinks. As a result, Uchiha Fugaku is now seriously swollen, and he is worthy of being the 2nd pillar daddy. Mangekyo's strength is increased by 99. He hasn't been beaten yet. If he doesn't swell, who will swell? Uchiha Gen, please stand up first. Everyone here in Konoha is rubbish. This is the truest monologue in Uchiha Fugaku's heart at the moment. What bullshit is 3rd generation? Are you teaching me how to do things? Want to know about 200 meters Susanoo? Do you believe it or not that the whole Sarutobi clan will be stunned if I strike with one blow? Shisui, you have to be independent. Don't do whatever the 3rd generation says. You're not young anymore. It's time to learn something. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the boy in front of him and said meaningfully, it seems that we need to keep a closer look. Shisui seems unreliable. Chief, the 3rd generation is also for Konoha. We can't be too selfish. Your doing so will isolate Uchiha from Konoha. Uchiha Shisui persuaded. You are wrong, Shisui. The 3rd generation cannot represent Konoha. Konoha is not the Konoha of the 3rd generation. Konoha is the Konoha of all Konoha people. Besides, the 4th generation is currently in power. Who can represent it? Konoha, that's also the 4th generation project, and he has to go back a little bit for the 3rd generation. Do you think this is true? Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. That's true, but aren't the 3rd generation also high-level officials in Konoha? You also said that it is just the top management of Konoha, not the current Hokage. Where does the 3rd generation put the 4th generation in doing this? The 3rd generation has crossed the line. Uchiha Fugaku retorted. Forget it, you brat, why am I telling you so much? You may not understand. Just help me reply to the 3rd generation. When the Sarutobi clan is dead, I will definitely be the first to take Uchiha with me. The clan goes to the Mist Shinobi front line. Well, just reply to him like this. If he has any opinions, I welcome him to go to the mountain cemetery with me for a decisive battle at any time. Uchiha Fugaku said wildly. Ha! Shisui was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. In his mind, the 3rd generation was the strongest Hokage in history. Although the Fugaku leader was also strong, he felt that he was on the same level as Sunan, and even felt weaker than Sunan. Just throw it away. How dare he say this to Mr. Sunan? Fugaku-sama, please don't be impulsive. Even if you and 3rd generation can't get along, it won't be like this. Uchiha Shisui comforted. No, Shisui, you are wrong. This time it was the 3rd generation who took the initiative to cause trouble. With so many families in Konoha, Why did he only let the Uchiha clan support the Mist Shinobi front? Didn't he know that the Uchiha clan was good at fire style? He didn't know that Mist Shinobi was very good at it. To restrain the Uchiha clan? No, he understands better than anyone else that the purpose of the third generation project is to weaken the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shisui indifferently. Although Fugaku did not activate Mangaku on the spot, this momentum was still not something that just Shin and Uchiha Shisui could resist. Wow 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 wow. At this time, Urjuzi in the cradle beside him seemed to be affected by this atmosphere. Itaki quickly stepped forward to hug Suzuki and comfort him. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku also put away his momentum and looked at Uchiha Shisui and said, "Just pass my words to the third generation project word for word. Uchiha is no longer the Uchiha before, and Fugaku is not the Fugaku before. The third generation project must learn how to treat the strong." "Yes, Master Fugaku." Shisui takes his leave. "Thank you for disturbing me." Seeing the atmosphere like this, Shisui couldn't stay any longer. "Father, isn't this too arbitrary? Maybe that's not what the third generation project means." Uchiha Itake has been listening and is very confused by Uchiha Fugaku's arrogant and radical speech. "My dad was never like this before. Why has it become like a completely different person in recent times? I don't care about anyone, and I act like a 250-year-old. Itake, you are still young and don't understand this," Uchiha Fugaku said with a rare smile on his two nasolabial folds. "But my father didn't have this attitude towards Konoha's top management and the third generation before? Why is it different now?" Uchiha Itake felt that all problems started to change from the Night of Nine Tails. "Yes, it's different now. I have mastered the truth. I am the truth now, and now I have different offensive and defensive forces. The third generation is old and can no longer lead Konoha forward." After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku said no more. "Explain, go and coax your little son away. What is truth? Different offensive and defensive forces? Is the third generation really old?" Uchiha Itake thought to himself. "Konoha, the land of the Sarutobi tribe." Fugaku really said that? Sarutobi frowned slightly thoughtfully. "Yes, Lord Third Generation." Although Uchiha Shisui didn't want to convey such remarks that were not conducive to unity, when Third Generation pressed him, he had no choice but to explain everything. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Shisui, you did a good job, you can go down first." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a frown on his face. "Yes, Third Generation. What the hell is wrong with Uchiha Fugaku? He wasn't like this before. Why did you suddenly become frightened? Because Uchiha Gen gave him the courage? That's not the case, right? From the intelligence point of view, there is no special connection between the two. The kind of relationship where we can't exchange a few words for a month, huh? Etc. Suddenly frightened. Sudden? Uchiha's law of mutation? Mangekyou? Isn't that shit like Uchiha Fugaku also opened Mangekyou? Hiss, the more I think about it, the more likely it is. This guy has never been so crazy before. His attitude today seems to be that he wants to ride on my head and pull me away. After ruling out all possibilities, the only explanation left is Uchiha's mutation. Uchiha Fugaku wants to you are trying to make a name for yourself by stepping on me and killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Humph, how could I be fooled by you? If you refuse, you must refuse. As long as I don't take action, I will still be the strongest Hokage in history. You want to use me as this stepping stone? Fugaku, you are still a bit young, but we can let Danzo test his water content. Come on, go and invite Elder Danzo. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Konoha Uchiha Clanland, East Corner Hut, Uchiha Source Residence. Ha ha. Uchiha style laughter and Zingy style akimbo. It finally worked. Do you know how many times I died? Damn, I can't cure you anymore? The soul of Uchiha Yuen left the body and looked at the body still sitting there, laughing wildly. Wang Defa spent a total of 600,000 pupil power points and died more than 200 times. Is this the difference between talent and talent? Is this thing really practiced by people? It's a miracle that Kato Dan didn't die. With the spiritualization technique, it will be much easier to enter and leave Konoha and travel wildly in the ninja world. During the fourth battle in the original book, Kato Dan directly used the spiritualization technique to fly to the battlefield. There are very few flying ninjutsu in the ninja world. He can both fly, and the only one that is stealthy enough and comes with speed and lethality is the Lingua technique. Other techniques, such as the peacock magic technique, have their own advantages and disadvantages. Uchihagen also learned this when he happened to get the spiritualization technique. If he didn't have the spiritualization technique, he might find a way to go to the Star Hidden Village in the country of bears. The flying speed of the peacock magic technique is average and the attack power is strong enough, but it's also very conspicuous in action. Uchihagen does not lack that bit of attack power, so the peacock magic technique can only be a backup plan. As for light and heavy rock dust escape, Uchihagen has never thought about it. Neither the difficulty of learning nor the difficulty of acquisition is at the same level as the previous two. Iwagakure's strength alone cannot be underestimated. The old guy Oniki hides it deeper than anyone else. He shouts Uchiha Madara, so scary. In actual action, one move of dust escape can defeat several Susanoo in the heyday of Uchiha Madara. In this case, he still had chakra to counter the two Tenge Shinsei. Looking at the third Hokage at the same time, tisk tisk, it was nothing. It can be said that Onoki is a civilian genius who is not inferior to Emperor Guy for 2 days. The problem is that this genius has been hiding and developing for decades, and he is fighting with this kind of person for the sake of Chen Dun, who can't learn? It's totally a brain disease. You must know that dust release is eliminated from the bloodline. It is not the kind of ninjutsu that you can learn by stealing it. Didn't you see that no one has learned Iwagakure for decades? This is still under Oniki's teachings. If you go to learn it alone, it will be like reading a book from heaven. For things like the spiritualization technique, Uchihagen can still use izanagi as a life support, but for dust release, it all depends on talent. It doesn't matter how many lives you have, whether you should learn it or not. As for the remaining magnet style, Uchiha Gen also plans to learn it if he has the chance. After all, it is the 4 basic forces of the universe. Although the magnet style is a bit cold in the Hokage world, the gravity derivation technique that is equally famous as it is famous. Yes, like Shinra Tensei, universal pull, and planetary devastation are all derived from gravity. I can only say that the power itself is not bad, but it mainly depends on the person. It's time to go to Sunagakure. Don't let my aunt get tricked by others. You should also get the reincarnation technique. This is related to yourself. Happy life in the future. I hope this guy Yakang can do his best. A week later, Uchihagen has completely mastered the spiritualization technique. It is still very safe for the physical body to stay in the Uchiha clan, and with the preset izanagi, basically all worries are gone. Forbidden technique Lingwa technique, open. A transparent Uchiha source emerged from the physical body of Uchiha source who was sitting cross-legged. Target, Sunagakure. Set off. It took less than a cup of tea to fly from Konoha to the sky above Sunagakure. The spiritual technique was fast. Looking at the village below him, Uchiha Gen was speechless for a long time. He thought that Naruto had rushed to support Sunagakure, but he had rushed slowly. It took a long time, and my speed was just a little slower than Flying Thunder God. However, Flying Thunder God is too difficult to learn, and it doesn't take a lot of effort to succeed. The area of Sunagakure is quite large. After all, the land in the Kingdom of Sand is not valuable. Unlike Konoha, every inch of land is precious. It took Uchihagen, who has the sole perception of Lingwa technique, a little time to sense the location of Yakang. After a busy day, the hard-working Master Ya returned to his cozy home. The Mist Shinobi frontline has been relatively stable recently, although I don't know what the top management of Mist Shinobi is thinking. While fighting Sand Shinobi, they also went to fight Wood. Yeah, but this is undoubtedly a good thing for his village. Originally, Sunagakure and the Konoha Alliance did not expect Konoha to provide large-scale support to Sand Shinobi, but now they can't stand Mist Shinobi's top management has a brain disease. Now Kirigakure takes the initiative to provoke Konoha, and Konoha has to get involved even if he doesn't want to help. But with the current war situation, it's only a matter of time before the village signs a peace treaty with Mist Shinobi. Will it really be like what he said? Yakang thought hesitantly. Hey, Yakang, are you thinking of me? Are you so absorbed in it? Who? Yakang immediately got into a fighting stance. As an elite jonin, and with his scorch style, which is famous in the ninja world, Yakura can be regarded as a veteran on the battlefield. This man can actually get close to him without his knowledge, and his strength is at least above that of the 4th Kazekage. After all, not even the 4th Kazekage could approach him so quietly. Maybe Elder Cho can do it. In an instant, Yakang's brain was running rapidly. It's me, Uchiha Yuen. It's great to see you okay when we meet again. Uchiha Yuen revealed his figure and looked at Yakang with a smile. After all, in a sense, this is his first woman. Ha! It's you, you beast. Yakang gritted his teeth as he looked at the guy in front of him, then calmed down again. It's no surprise that Uchiha Gen was able to infiltrate Sunagakure Yagakura. After all, there are spies infiltrating every village. Basically, any ninja with jonin strength can do it. Some chunin or special jonin with special abilities can do it too. They say that a couple's blessing lasts for one night. After all, we have stayed in Tsukuyomi space for 72 hours and communicated nonstop for 3 whole days. Now when we meet, we scream like animals? I don't have a name, Uchiha Yuen said with a black line on his face. I ****, don't mention that to me. What is your purpose here? Yakang's face turned red, obviously remembering the bad posture. Ah, it's not that important. I asked you to help collect the hair of the unlucky guy who was reincarnated before. Did you find it? This is related to our future happy life, Uchiha reminded. Your goal is to be reincarnated. Yakang looked at Uchiha Yuan with a solemn expression. Well, yes, after all our relationship, I need your help in this matter, so I won't hide it from you. The reincarnated forbidden technique developed by Elder Kinyo of your village can transmit one's own vitality to others, and even can save the dead. What does this have to do with you? I am the forbidden technique of our village. Before Uchiha Yuan could finish speaking, Yakang interrupted forcibly. What's yours and mine? As far as our relationship is concerned, I can be considered Tsunagakur's son-in-law. Rounding things off, I am also qualified to learn how to be reincarnated. Uchiha shows off his shameless spirit. TCH, it's impossible for me to let you achieve your goal, Yakang said with a sullen face. Okura Kara, don't be so heartless. I treat you as a woman, but you treat me as an enemy? Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, in this situation in the ninja world, no one can guarantee that we will be with you tomorrow. Unexpectedly, which one comes first? If you die that day, I can use my reincarnation to save you, right? Uchiha persuaded. Are you so kind? I am Tsunagakur Jonin, and you are Konoha's Uchiha. Yagura's face wavered. What's Tsunagakur Konoha village? As far as our relationship is concerned, you have only one identity with me, and that is my woman, Uchiha Yuan said domineeringly. After all, he was a straight man in his previous life and had never been in love at all. I heard from veterans on the internet that there is a shortcut to a woman's heart, so he skipped dating and chose to take the shortcut directly. There is no such thing in the ninja world anyway. The people from the yamen came to arrest him and sentence him. Do whatever you want. Forget it. If it's like what you said, it's my life too. You don't have to sacrifice yourself to resurrect me. After listening to Uchiha Yuan's words, Yakang has already completed a 72-episode series in his mind. War, love, ethics, comedy, suspense, drama. Forward? What's going on? Sacrifice me to save you? What good things are you thinking about? I haven't even lived enough yet. How can we say that sacrifice is just sacrifice? I'm not a dog-licking turtle. We can change our thinking. We don't necessarily need to use the reincarnation technique ourselves. We can definitely catch a few bandits, right? Uchiha winked at Yakang and said. Impossible, the forbidden technique has been reincarnated, and not just any bandit can learn it. Hagura interrupted Uchiha Gen's fantasy. Don't say too much. We don't necessarily need bandits to learn it. Our purpose is just to let bandits use reincarnation. Casting and learning are completely different things. You know it, but you don't know why, Uchiha said proudly. My current state is caused by Konoha's forbidden technique, spiritualization technique. This soul state can directly control other people's bodies. As long as I invade other people's bodies and control them to perform reincarnation, it will be fine. From this aspect, my method is more convenient than Elder Cho's puppet manipulation. After all, puppet manipulation only controls the opponent's body and chakra transportation method. If the opponent's own consciousness does not cooperate with the reincarnation, this technique will fail. We originally discussed the rescue. When Kushina was there, Uchiha Gen was also present, and Uchiha Gen was also clear about the precautions for reincarnation. After all, it was not about the specific details of the seal. This is just like multiple shadow clone. There is only one seal, and coupled with Naruto's seal formation speed, even a blind person knows the specific operation of multiple shadow clone. However, outsiders who don't know chakra's operation route can only look at it and be blinded. Elder Cho knew this situation, so he was not afraid of a few people from Konoha watching and treating him. The only person who needed to learn how to reincarnate was to use the reincarnated host gang Hakiro. And Gopak Hero is destined to die after he uses the reincarnation. Cho is not afraid of him informing him. At most, it is safer to destroy Gopaka's brain afterwards. Moreover, Gopak Hero cannot be said to have learned the reincarnation. Gopak Hero can only say that he has seen the reincarnation. Reincarnation, knowing the operation route and operation method of the reincarnation, and then cooperating with Elder Kinyo to perform the reincarnation on one's own body, there is still a huge gap between learning and learning. This is just like taking a driver's license test. I know all the key operations, but it's completely different for you to run. Gangpak Hero is like a primary school student holding the drawings of the 6th generation machine. Although he has not learned it himself, he can give the drawings to others. Now Uchiha Gen wants to use Gopak Hero's hair to find Orochimaru to perform Impure World reincarnation to resurrect Gopak Hero, and then use illusion to control the specific process and operation details of Gopak Hero's reincarnation. As for whether Orochimaru will cooperate, Uchiha Yuan didn't care at all. Just because of his eye power, Uchiha Madara had to kneel down even when Uchiha Madara came. Rinnegan sat down first. Not talking about you, Orochimaru is not worth mentioning. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. Yakang was relieved after hearing this. Of course, all this is based on the fact that you can get the hair of Kobachiro Agakura. It doesn't have to be hair, but other parts of the body will do, Uchiha explained. Wait a moment. After some groping, Yakang took out a strand of hair from under the desk in the room. Although he was dissatisfied with Uchiha Yuan, Yakang still remembered what Uchiha Yuan told him. After all that happened, this is what you want, but how can you take it away from you in this state? Yakang looked at Uchiha Gen in the soul form and asked in confusion. Let it stay with you for now, just get it. By the way, you have to pay special attention to what I told you before. Kirigakure does intend to do something to you, I'm not kidding, Uchiha said seriously. From the current point of view, Yakang has accepted the relationship with him. After all, he is using force. Uchiha Yuan was not sure what Yakang's attitude would be before, but now it seems that everything is developing in a good direction. In this case, we can't let Yakura die due to the conspiracy of Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Hey, I got it. Sand Shinobi does plan to negotiate a peace treaty with Mist Shinobi recently, but Mist Shinobi doesn't seem to be very interested. As an important combat force of Tsunagakure, Yakang still knows this information, and from Uchiha's source it can be seen that Uchiha Yuan knows more about this matter than he does. Yakang naturally has nothing to hide about this. Is this like this? Do you remember what I told you? Mist Shinobi also has the intention to cease the war. After all, it has been fighting for so long. Kirigakure is no better than Konoha. Konoha's two-front war is even more stressful, not to mention Kirigakure under the blood mist policy. However, although they have the intention of armistice, don't forget the armistice bargaining chip I told you. It is estimated that Tsunagakure will hand you over for the sake of peace. You will definitely have a seat in the mission to discuss the armistice agreement. Remember to contact me then, don't go there alone. Uchiha said with concern, he still attaches great importance to his own person. Well, don't worry, I'm Tsunagakure's Scorch-style envoy, how could I fall for such a shameless conspiracy? Yakang looked at the man in front of him confidently. Forward, don't talk too much. In the original work, you fell here. But now that he has intervened, Yakang's fate is destined to be changed. After wasting so long, it's time for me to leave. Having said that, Uchiha had no intention of leaving. Well, see you next time. If it's like you said, I will definitely contact you in advance when I go to Kirigakure for peace talks. Yakang waved goodbye. Why don't you leave? Is there anything else? Yakang looked at Uchiha Yuan and seemed to understand something in his eyes. You don't have any dirty thoughts, do you? But can you do it in this state of your soul? Deciding that Uchiha Yuan could not act in this situation, Yakang looked at the man in front of him with a provocative smile. Okay, of course, woman, please be a good boy. The world of Tsukuyomi belongs to the spiritual world and does not require the physical body. Uchiha smiled evilly. Nanny, I was wrong. Tsukuyomi 1 second later. Yakang was lying on the ground exhausted, his face was rosy, and his chest was heaving violently. Uchiha Yuan stood there and shuddered, waved, and turned to leave. The chic posture does not take away a cloud. Sure enough, Tsukuyomi's world is better. You don't have to worry about not being able to keep up with nutrition, let alone being dragged down by your physical fitness. As long as you think about it, as long as the chakra and eye power are enough, you can stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights without any problem. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yuan returned to the Uchiha tribe in Konoha. As expected, the spiritual technique is convenient, but it is a pity that his talent is not high, otherwise it would be more convenient to have a flying thunder god. Now that Gangpakuro's hair has been obtained, the only thing missing is Orochimaru, but this matter is easy to solve. After all, Orochimaru has not defected yet. In the original book, when Itachi was practicing Uchiha Shuriken throwing, Orochimaru was still in Konoha. It is enough to show that Orochimaru's defection happened after the 4th Hokage died and Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power again. Let's wait until the matter with Yakang is settled before bringing Yakang to Konoha. As for whether Konoha will accept Yakang or not, who cares? Do those rotten fish and shrimps at the top want to dance? Believe it or not, I slashed from the Sarutobi clan to Shimura's backyard with 2 machetes over 40 meters tall? I really don't know who the big and small king is. Dong Dong Uchiha Gen, who was deep in thought, was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. As for why the knocking on the door of the Uchiha Gen family is different from the knocking of the Fugaku family, who calls Fugaku the clan leader, everyone knows it. But that means I don't have too many requirements for a place to live. Otherwise, with my current financial resources, I would have been able to live in a mansion like the Fugaku family. After this period of time, I kept cutting leaks to earn the price difference. My current assets can at least buy dozens of Asuma's heads. But if Yakang lives here in the future, this house is indeed a bit small now, not to mention that it doesn't have to be just Yakang. Well, it's time to change our place of residence. It can't be too shabby. It has to be similar to Fugaku's house. When you open the door, a little carrot head comes into view. Oh, it turns out to be a telegraph pole maniac. Oh, it turns out to be Itachi? Is something wrong? Uchiha Yuen said calmly, with him here, the filial son has no chance to annihilate the clan, and it is not certain who will annihilate whom by then. Minamoto-senpai, my father asks you to come over. Uchiha Itachi said respectfully. Looking at the little adult-looking Uchiha Itachi in front of him, no matter how respectful this thing is on the surface, he will stab you in the back. I hope that with my intervention, Uchiha Itachi will have less interactions with Konoha's top brass. Don't seek merit but seek no fault, just be an ordinary Uchiha. Yeah, I got it. You go first, I'll be there later. As for why Uchiha Fugaku asked Itachi to deliver the news, Yuen probably had some guesses in his mind. He probably wanted Itachi to get familiar with him. After all, he was the #1 master of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, although arrogant, also understands that a Krypton gold dog will never be defeated by an authority dog. And I am the authority dog, Uchiha clan land, Fugaku home father, I have informed Minamoto-senpai. He said he will come later. Uchiha Itachi still looked like a little adult. Fugaku was very satisfied with his son's precocious maturity. He is indeed his son, he is better than his peers, both in terms of strength and mental quality. Well, Itachi, you can get closer to Minamoto more in the future. He is the hope of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku instructed. After all, the family will still be in the hands of Uchiha Itachi in the future. As the strongest member of the family, Uchiha Source is still so young. It is estimated that if he leaves, Uchiha Source is still in his prime. Itachi really needs to have a good relationship with him. Yes, father. The young Itachi looked at Uchiha Fugaku seriously. Button, the source should be here, Itachi, hurry up and open the door. Okay, father. Before the court, Uchiha Gen and Fugaku sat looking at each other. Mrs. Mikato came for tea once and then went to take care of Suzuki. Brakan Uchiha Itachi sat quietly aside. You and Jun, regarding the matter you discussed last time, the elders and I have already come up with a plan. Currently, the family has 30 pairs of excess 3 Tomo sharingan, which is 60 pieces. The main reason is that the family did not expect this situation before. In addition, sharingan is not easy to preserve, plus maintenance costs. 63 Tomo sharingan is already the limit of the family. Only 60. In the original work, Danzo slapped his arm, and Obito collected a whole wall. But considering that they were all taken directly from living people in Uchiha, it makes sense that there are so many. Yes, 60. These are all left behind by the clan members who sacrificed their lives in recent times. There are also sharingan left over from more distant times, but they are no longer usable. Currently, these 60 are the only ones that can be used, Fugaku said with a look on his face. Sighing with regret. Although there are only 60, it is enough. Our main purpose is to win over the major families in Konoha, and just give the civilians a gimmick. Uchiha nodded. Although it's a little less, it's enough. After all, you can refill the cup and it's not a disposable product. Of course, using izanagi for the ordinary 3 Tomo sharingan is indeed a one-time use, but if you can't resist your own mangaku ability, you can force a refill. We have found the Konoha Sharingan Welfare Lottery Store. After the repairs in the past few days, it will be open tomorrow. But then I will trouble you, Minamoto-kun, to replenish the eye power of those 3 Megatama. Fugaku looked at Uchiha sincerely. Source. It's not a big deal. I'll just arrange a shadow clone when the time comes. If the shadow clone's pupil power is not enough, I'll add more. In the original work, all the Uchiha people can use shadow clone and only use sharingan. Banyi even uses shadow clone to drive Susanoo, which shows that shadow clone does have the original eye power. In this case, shadow clone is naturally capable of transmitting eye power, and it does not have to work every day. It does not necessarily need to be replenished once a week. Although the ninja world is dangerous, who can afford 3 Megatama? It must be the clan leaders of various clans and high-level officials of Konoha. It is not easy for these people to die. If you don't need izanagi, there's no need to add it. In fact, psychologically, Uchiha Gen doesn't want to open sharingan to Konoha's top brass, but thinking that even if it's not open, they can use dark means to obtain it. If it's inconvenient to replenish pupil power, they may even get an arm like Danzo in the original. Sharingan uses the amount to pile up the number of times, which is quite disgusting. Therefore, it is better to open it directly to the high-level people, so that the Uchiha people are safer. After all, if it can be purchased, the high-level people will not be able to persecute the Uchiha people even if they are not stupid, risking the accusations of thousands of people and offending Uchiha Yuen. Besides, in the face of Susanoo, who is now super strengthened and has a bonus of 9,999, does it make sense for the senior management to have 1 more life and 2 more lives? 2 lives are nothing more than 1 more stabbing. After thinking about this, Uchiha Yuen is no longer confused. Picking up the teacup and drinking it in 1 gulp, Uchiha stood up and said goodbye. Itachi, go and see Yuen-kun off. Okay, father. The young Itachi quickly got up and followed. Extremely flexible for such a small body. At this time, uchiha Itachi should be barely as strong as genin. After all, Fugaku took his children to the battlefield at the age of 4. Senior Yuan, wait for me. Hearing Uchiha's voice from behind, Uchihagen slowed down. Ha! It's 1 against 7? And Fugaku is paying for it? It's really troublesome. Uchihagen rubbed the broken hair on his head and said to himself, he was most annoyed by this kind of political relationship. If you live a simple life and take it easy, you can live longer. Relationships are the most troublesome. 1 against 7? Senior, my name is Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, the dutiful son, said with a puffed face. Okay, 1 against 7, I know 1 against 7, completely ignoring Uchiha Itachi's personal opinion. If it weren't for father's instructions, I really wouldn't want to interact with people like Senior. When he was a child, Uchiha Itachi's character still had a childlike innocence, without the gloomy and cold temperament of the young Itachi. Then why are you coming? Uchihagen walked forward indifferently. Uchiha Itachi, a small man, quickly kept up with the source. Because my father said that my senior is the hope of the Uchiha clan, he asked me to get along well with my senior. Although I don't understand it very well, I will seriously follow my father's instructions. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha with a very serious expression. Source. Oh really? I hope you will always listen to Fugaku. As for the hope of the Uchiha clan, with Fugaku's current strength, he can protect the Uchiha clan himself, and there is no need to place hope on others. Uchiha Yuan said casually. Is father very strong? How is it compared to third-generation Project Sama? Although Fugaku's mentality has been extremely inflated recently, Uchiha Itachi always believed that this was because father felt good about himself. After all, the ninja school has always taught that third-generation Project is the best. The strongest Hokage in Konoha is also the strongest in history. This is recognized by all Konoha. It feels more convincing than Fugaku's boasting. Of course, the current strength of the Fugaku clan leader can be said to be the second in Konoha. Uchiha Yuan answered seriously. After spending a lot of money, Fugaku's eye power should now surpass Uchiha Madara. No one in Konoha can beat Fugaku except himself. After all, the 8th gate guy in the original book is only a teenager now, and it is difficult to open the 7th gate, let alone Fugaku, who can open the super body Susanoo. He was hammered into reincarnation in a matter of minutes. As expected, third generation Sama is stronger. Uchiha Itachi said to himself after hearing Gen's answer. What kind of brain circuit do you have in your little head? What does this have to do with that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Jande was speechless. My father is the second in Konoha, so isn't the third generation the strongest in Konoha? Uchiha Itachi looked like it was natural. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength? Is he still the strongest in Konoha? Then I guess Konoha is finished. Let's put it this way, among the current strong men in Konoha, that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen can't even be ranked in the top 5. At the same time, in every village in the movie, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also the one in the back. Uchiha explained speechlessly. Minamoto-senpai, you are biased against the third generation, and you are belittling the third generation with your personal emotions. Although Uchiha Itachi has not been brainwashed yet, he has been in school for a while after all. Listening to the ninja school kneeling and licking third generation every day, I was somewhat affected by it. Oh, is that so? Then tell me about the impressive achievements of the third generation you are talking about? Can he withstand 8 tails? Or can he block tens of thousands of ninja troops by himself? Or does he have power? Forbidden Technique and Bloodline, who were powerful and recognized by the ninja world, were eliminated? He was not even as good as a few of his apprentices, and a few of his apprentices at least managed to hold up the ninja world's demigods. What about him? Is there anything he can do with anything? Uchiha Yuan dismissed it. The only thing that makes people afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen is that the move Tongshao's Higi is banned. Others, such as the 5 European Continental Bullet and Shuriken Shadow Clone, are not powerful, but they are not worthy of the name Third Hokage. Comparing the Kage of the same generation, even the weakest Kaze Kage has magnet style, but Sarutobi Hiruzen should be stronger than Third Kaze Kage, but with Tsunegakure's size and Konoha's size, even if he is stronger than Kaze Kage, he can only be ranked at the bottom. Look at their third Raikage, third Suchikage. In the original work, if third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were to face Tenge Shinsei, he probably wouldn't even be able to catch the first shot. How could there be someone as powerful as you say? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Yuan suspiciously. My grades in the ninja school are quite good. Generally, ninjas perform tasks in groups of 4. 1 jonin leads the teacher and follows 3 genin. At most, like Umbu, multiple jonin form a special team and perform special tasks. With tens of thousands of ninja troops, Uchiha Itachi's little head just couldn't imagine that kind of scene. As for the reputation of the third Raikage on the battlefield, the third Hokage of Konoha will naturally not publicize it, let alone let these immature ninja school children know. What if some young people who blindly worship it are cultivated? As a brainwashing expert, Sarutobi Hiruzen takes these very seriously. Why not? The battle between 3rd Reikage and Waniwei Gakure's troops happened a few years ago. Well, you were born at that time. This is something everyone in the ninja world knows. Oh, the one who fought against 8 Tails alone was also 3rd Reikage. Uchiha source popular science. Then if Reikage is so strong, why hasn't he defeated Konoha yet? Is it because Lord 3rd generation is stronger? No, to be precise, it was a problem with Namikaze Minato in 4th generation. Namikaze Minato's famous ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, was too restrained by Reikage, who was famous for his speed. The 4th Reikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki, who had not yet taken over at the time, were both in Namikaze Minato's hands. I suffered a loss. Now that we have talked about it, Uchihagen doesn't mind learning more about it. But 3rd generation Sama is the master of 4th generation Sama. Isn't 3rd generation stronger? Uchiha Itachi became more and more enthusiastic as he chatted. According to what you said, who is Sarutobi Hiruzen's master in 2nd generation? Doesn't he still shamelessly say that he is the strongest Hokage in history? For now, Minato is stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, even his master Jiraiya better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya should have learned the senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku by now. In Sunnen, Jiraiya came from behind and should have left Orochimaru and Tsunadeheim behind. Then who is the strongest in Konoha now? Is it Master 4th Hokage? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but think of the red-haired aunt. She was the wife of 4th generation, and she was very close friends with his mother. It's far away but close at hand. The strongest in Konoha right now is just me. Uchiha Yuen got excited when he said this. Who hasn't started showing off? Uchiha Gen's current expression is just like Toad Sage Jiraiya, who introduced himself to Naruto for the first time in the original work. Uchiha Itachi was speechless. This senior was just like his father. Or are we all Uchiha like this? A little bit of strength makes you swell? What's that expression on your little brat? Don't you believe it? Uchiha Yuen pinched Uchiha Itachi's little face that needed a beating and said, yes, senpai. Uchiha Itachi couldn't even speak a complete sentence due to too much force. Don't believe it. My strength is recognized by Konoha. Did you see it when I surrendered the 9 Tails demon fox? That giant that is over 100 meters tall is me. I teach 9 Tails how to behave in minutes. Oh, no, it's a fox, and the so-called 3rd generation you say is the strongest can't even defeat 9 Tails. Uchiha Yuen said with disdain. Ha, Yuen-kun, do you have such a big opinion against Mr. 3rd generation? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. 4th generation Sama. Uchiha Itachi quickly saluted. You are Fugaku's eldest son Itachi, right? I heard Kushina mention you, a very cute and sensible child. Namikaze Minato smiled. Why did the 4th generation have time to come to Uchiha? Gen Uchiha was not too surprised. After all, with his level of strength, he could sense the opponent from hundreds of meters away, and Namikaze Minato did not deliberately hide his aura. After all, this is the territory of the Uchiha clan, so it is impossible for Namikaze Minato to directly use Flying Thunder God to swish around. So as early as when Namikaze Minato stepped into the gate of Uchiha, Uchiha Yuen sensed it, but at first he thought Minato was looking for Fugaku, but he didn't expect that Minato's target was him. The main reason for coming here to bother me is because of Obito's matter. Since Obito has been regarded as a hero and is engraved on the tombstone, so under uncertain circumstances, I can only come to Yuen-jun to discuss it privately. Namikaze Minato said helplessly. After all, he is his apprentice. As the leading teacher, he knows Obito's character best. Minato really can't believe that Obito would do such a thing. That kid has always aimed to become a Hokage. So that's what happened? Well, this is not the place to talk. Come to my house and talk, 1 to 7. If nothing happens, go back first. Uchiha Yuen said and waved his hand towards Uchiha Itachi to drive him away. Well, 1 against 7? Isn't this kid's name Itachi? Did I call it wrong just now? So awkward. It's true that Kushina even remembered the name of her best friend's child incorrectly. Yes, Minamoto-senpai. Uchiha Itachi didn't have much emotion. After all, this is a world of ninjas, and things like this that are inconvenient to inquire about are very common. But the name Obito seems familiar. Uchiha clan land Uchiha source small house. There's nothing to entertain people at home, so drink some boiled water to moisten your throat. In fact, in addition to boiled water, there is milk at home, but you can't use breakfast milk to entertain people. That's not as good as boiled water. Well, Yuen-jun's residence is really unique. You're entertaining people with boiled water. Does that mean there aren't even other drinks at home? After all, the Uchiha clan is also the largest clan in Konoha. Namikaze Minato complained secretly. Actually, the person who controlled 9 Tails that night was Obito. Although half of Obito's body was smashed by a boulder during the Battle of Kunnakan Kiao, Obito was not dead at the time. In order to divert the embarrassment, Uchihagen quickly changed the topic. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato no longer cares about boiled water. But even if Obito didn't die in that situation, he still wouldn't be able to survive. The battle situation was urgent at that time, and with Obito's injuries at that time, he couldn't stay alive unless Tsunade-sama rushed over immediately, Minato analyzed. Although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, through Kakashi's post-war report, Minato thought he had a pretty good understanding of the situation at that time. Tsunade is not necessarily needed. There is another person who rescued Obito. Speaking of which, this person is closely related to the Uchiha clan. You should have heard of his name, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Minamoto's words undoubtedly shocked the world. Big Thunder. The two heroes of Sengoku, who knows the names of Shura in the ninja world? But hasn't Uchiha Madara been dead for decades? Judging from Konoha historical records, Uchiha Madara, who was originally sentenced to Konoha, returned to Konoha with 9 tails a few years later, and finally fought thousands of rounds with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. In the end, Uchiha Madara died in the battle and Senju Hashirama was injured. A narrow victory. As a contemporary Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato should not be too familiar with this history. Uchiha Madara was indeed dead back then, but the Uchiha clan had a special forbidden technique that rewritten reality at the expense of a sharingan. This technique was called izanagi. Uchiha Madara relied on this technique to successfully deceive the world, but based on second-generation Senju Tobirama's understanding of the Uchiha clan, he should have some doubts about the Uchiha class's fake death, but second-generation's investigation can't find anything even if it is suspicious. After all, that is Uchiha Madara. Narrated by Uchiha Source on. How did Minamoto-kun know this? Is it possible that the Uchiha clan has been in contact with his followers all these years? Namikaze Minato guessed. How is it possible? Since Uchiha Madara judged Konoha, the Uchiha clan did not choose to go with Uchiha Madara, and the relationship between the two has been severed. In the current Uchiha clan, perhaps only Elder Setsuna will miss Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Gen put his hands on his hands. Hold your chin in thought. As for why I know this? Of course it's because this is the precognition ability brought by Mangekyo. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to make up stories. As for Mangekyo's original ability, of course the more confused the better, muddying the water makes it easier to hide. Can you predict the future? It's such a powerful ability. Namikaze Minato sighed. Fortunately, Uchiha Gen is a member of Konoha. Although his personality is not very good, at least he will not harm Konoha. From the fact that Konoha is in danger, it can be seen that Uchiha Gen's nature is still good. The only pity is that the relationship between Uchiha Gen and the Third Generation Project is really bad. However, the Third Generation Project has now retreated into the background. He is the Hokage. The relationship between Minamoto and the Third Generation Project cannot affect the development of Konoha. After all, Konoha is so big. Who doesn't have a few colleagues with whom they have bad relations? So how is Obito now? What happened to him and why did he attack Konoha? There are many of his companions here. Namikaze Minato asked another series of questions. Uchiha Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara when he was in danger, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. Uchiha Madara saved Obito just to take advantage of Obito. At that time, Uchiha Madara was already old and his strength was not as good as before, but in order to execute Project Tsuki-no-Mi, he chose the kind-hearted and innocent Obito as the heir to his plan. As the Uchiha clan leader who has opened Mangekyo, no one understands the origin of Mangekyo better than him. Obito's innocence and kindness are the best nutrients to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yuen took a sip of boiling water and continued narrating. Did so many things happen during this period? I am really incompetent as a teacher. In order for Obito to open Mangekyo, Uchiha Madara personally planned the ending of Nohara-rin and Kakashi. Whether it was Kirigakure's sealing 3 tails or Kakashi punching Nohara-rin's chest, these are what Uchiha Madara wanted Obito to see. Only the most important thing, the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan, will be opened only when something is lost. Uchiha Obito saw his teammate Kakashi kill Nohara-rin with his own hands using Reikari before he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan on the spot. Uchiha picked up the water cup and found that it was empty. Water. So that's it. No wonder Obito would do such a thing, but fortunately Eugen-kun took action and no big mistake was made. Everything can be rectified. I will definitely bring Obito back. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and dully said, don't waste your efforts. Now Obito has completely turned dark. He only wants to create a world with linear, everything else is unimportant to him, including you, Kushina, Kakashi, the Uchiha clan and Konoha. None of this means anything to him. His only goal right now is to complete Project Tsuki-no-Mi as mentioned by Uchiha Madara. Project Tsuki-no-Mi? I heard Gen-kun mention this just now. What kind of plan is this? Namikaze Minato feels that things are not as simple as they seem. Even strong men like Uchiha Madara are obsessed with it. About Project Tsuki-no-Mi, it's a long story. It comes from an ancient stone tablet passed down by the Uchiha clan. Only the Uchiha clan members who own Mangekyo can see clearly the content on the stone tablet. It mainly tells the origin of the Uchiha clan and Project Tsuki. The role of Nomi, Project Tsuki Nomi in the narrative, is the body of 10 tails sealed on the moon by summoning, the owner of the Rinnegan, and then integrated into the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect 10 tails, and finally became 10 tails Jinchuriki to reach the level of Sage of 6 Paths level, and then use the Rinnegan to cast the ultimate eye technique Infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon. Then, under the light of the moon, all living beings in the ninja world will fall into this virtual world called Infinite Tsukuyomi, in order to achieve virtual peace. In a sense, there is indeed no more war, and the world has become a better place. All the wishes and desires of people can be satisfied in the virtual world, and Obito can regain a world with Lin. The master took a breath after hearing the whole plan. What kind of fantasy is this? Rinnegan? Collect the 9-tailed beasts? Summon 10 tails? A genjutsu cast on the entire ninja world? Virtual world Infinite Tsukuyomi? How strong is this? How big of a chakra does it take? Are the differences between people so outrageous? I thought Yuen-kun Susanoo of a few hundred meters was enough pervert, but I didn't expect Obito's ambition to be more pervert than this. I couldn't tell it at all. This heavy-browed, big-eyed guy with a shuriken deflected is so crazy. I will probably die from all 9 tails, but this guy wants them all from 1 tail to 9 tails? Let's not talk about the strength of these tailed beasts. The power behind these tailed beasts alone is shocking. Is this guy Obito so crazy that he wants to challenge the entire ninja world? As expected of me, Namikaze Minato's apprentice. No, I don't deserve it. How can I, Namikaze Minato, teach such a troublemaking apprentice? If Obito continues like this, let alone Namikaze Minato, the whole of Konoha will be unstoppable. What's more, Obito's first step in executing his plan is to F***K Konoha first. I'm really convinced. What evil did he do in his previous life to accept such a living king of hell? Namikaze Minato, don't say how good I am to him and don't ask him to repay my kindness, but at least I shouldn't take revenge like this. Did the Uchiha clan change so much after they opened Mangekyou Sharingan? The Uchiha Gen in front of me has also opened Mangekyou. After such a comparison, I suddenly found that Gen's character is not so bad. Alas, it's better than Obito. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and looked at Uchiha Yuen. Now Namikaze Minato has completely given up the idea of retrieving Obito. Although he sympathizes with Obito's experience, from the Hokage's perspective, Obito with such dangerous thoughts is no longer suitable to return to Konoha. It seems that we can only find a chance to meet with Obito. There are some things that we can only know about Obito's specific situation when we meet him in person. Not to mention trying to persuade Obito to come back, but at least we can't let Obito harm Konoha. You must know that your newborn child is 9 tails Jinchuriki. According to Obito's Project Tsuki Nomi, my child will probably not be spared by then. For the sake of Konoha and Naruto, we can't let Obito make another mistake again. Does Yuen-kun know the specific situation of Obito? Is Uchiha Madara still with him now? Namikaze Minato asked after thinking for a while. I don't know. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyou ability belongs to the space system. His location changes at any time, and there is no fixed place to stay. As for Uchiha Madara, he has completely died of old age now, but he has collected it in his Project Tsuki after killing all the tailed beasts. Obito will use the Rinnegan to resurrect Uchiha Madara in his prime. Obito is only the first half of his plan, and Uchiha Madara plans to do it himself in the second half. Uchiha source thought that Namikaze Minato wanted to know Obito's specific location and casually said it. Road. Although he doesn't know the specific location of Obito, he still knows the location of Rain Shinobi Village in the Land of Rain. Obito hangs out with Nagato's group, so he will definitely find Obito in Rain Shinobi Village. But the question is, what can we do if we find it? He ran away in minutes, and Rain Shinobi Village was a big hole. At the moment, Konoha is the only one who dares to claim a sure victory over Nagato. Others are just delivering food, including Fugaku. Maybe Fugaku and Nagato are evenly matched in a single fight, but Nagato has now conquered a bunch of cage-level guys. A group of cage-level people with all kinds of weird tricks, plus a super shadow Nagato. Uchiha Fugaku has to be carried somewhere. As for letting Uchiha Yuen take action, that's even more impossible. You have to know that you didn't bring cheat when you travel through time. The only advantage is that you know the plot well. If I rush over and give him a hammer, and Black Zetsu Obito pulls Nagato away, then the whole plot will collapse. Who knows what will happen next? Maybe Black Zetsu will wait for another 100 years just to be on the safe side, but more than 10 years later, the Otsutsuki will come to the earth, and Naruto Suzuki will become the second generation and still hang up. What should we do? Who will take the lead? Damn it! The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Now that Namikaze Minato is not dead, Naruto has a Hokage father who will probably become Konohamaru in the future. Hyugaku is not dead, and Suzuki will not go dark and think about revenge all day long, let alone defect to find Orochimaru. Even his brother Uchiha Itachi may not be able to drive Mangekyo, let alone Suzuki, who grew up in a comfortable home. In this kind of family environment with a happy family, harmonious husband and wife, and friendly brothers, Suzuki would be lucky if he could drive Mangekyo. It's over, it needs to be cool, it needs to be cool. Do you want me to support Satsuki more than 10 years later? But I don't have any brothers or sisters. Mangekyo can't evolve into the Eternal Eye, let alone a higher level Rinnegan. How about using Mangekyo to fight Satsuki? Is this possible? The more I think about it, the more my scalp becomes numb. After thinking about this, Uchiha Yuen felt completely bad. Yuen-kun, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Namikaze Minato asked with concern as the boy in front of him turned increasingly pale. It's okay. What can I do? It's great, it's great. That's all for today's conversation. I'll save the rest for later. I need to be quiet now. Looking at the strange Uchiha source, Namikaze Minato wanted to ask something about Rinnegan but had to put it on hold for the time being. Maybe he remembered something important. Forget it, I'll bother you later. Today's harvest has been enough, we have to go back and discuss countermeasures with third generation. With the strength that Obito showed that night, he is definitely not inferior to me. Uchiha Madara is worthy of being the legendary ninja Shura. In just a few years, Obito has improved so much. But Obito, the flying thunder god mark will never disappear. After leaving the Uchiha tribe, Namikaze Minato quickly held a high-level meeting. Half an hour later, except for Jiraiya who left the village and Tsunade who ran away again, several elders of Konoha, Orochimaru and various ministers had arrived. Minato, what's the important matter? It's so grand. Third Hokage asked in confusion. Did something happen on the Mist Shinobi battlefield? Danzo frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. It's impossible. The latest information came from there yesterday. Kirigakure's main focus now is on negotiating a truce with Tsunagakure. Even if he wants to focus on attacking us, it will be after signing the truce agreement with Tsunagakure. Orochimaru said, licking his tongue. Although he is unhappy with Namikaze Minato, who is a generation younger than him, as the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru has no idea about the position of Hokage itself. The only thing he is unhappy about is that his master, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not choose him. However, after I figured out the reasons behind it, I felt that it was boring and just a dirty politician's method. It seemed that the teacher had been completely corrupted by power and was no longer the shinobu he used to be. The main reason for calling everyone here this time is to discuss the matter about the masked man that night. Namikaze Minato sat firmly in the Hokage position and looked at everyone in front of him calmly. If possible, he really doesn't want to attack Obito, but the current situation is no longer something he can control, not to mention that Obito's target also includes Konoha. I just hope Kakashi can withstand this kind of blow. In the past, his companion who risked his own life to save him has become an enemy who wants to attack the village now. The masked man? There was news from Umbu that night that Uchiha source seemed to call him Obito. If I remember correctly, one of your disciples in the fourth generation seems to be named Uchiha Obito, right? Danzo has actually been calling him Obito for a long time. After checking everything, all the information about Obito that night was already on his desk. However, Minato had still had the idea of recovering Obito before, so he forcibly shelved the issue and planned to find Uchiha Yuen privately to understand the specific situation. What if Obito has any last resort? After all, he is his disciple. But now we understand the situation. Obito cannot be saved from going crazy, and he can't help himself, so we can only come up with countermeasures together. Yes, the masked man that night was my former subordinate Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Minato sighed Kaido. As the leader Jonin, your disciple actually did such a thing. Minato, you have the main responsibility. Danzo was originally dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato becoming the fourth Hokage. Nowadays, it is rare to have an excuse to attack Minato's prestige. Of course, the first time to stand up and point fingers. Uchiha Obito? I don't have any impression. The name sounds like he belongs to the Uchiha clan, but his strength and talent should be ordinary, otherwise he would have been as famous in Konoha as Kakashi. Orochimaru heard this and thought to himself. Danzo, everyone knows what kind of person Minato is. Obito is Obito, and Minato is Minato. But I also knew Obito that kid back then. I remember that I personally placed him in the Minato class at the same time. Heite Kakashi and Nohara Lin formed a team, led by Minato. Although his strength is a bit poor, he is also a very good child, willing to help others, and full of the will of fire in his heart. His ideal seems to be to become a Hokage, right? Such a person, it's hard to believe that something like this happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This guy who is full of fire and wants to be a Hokage is so cruel to Konoha? This is undoubtedly a huge failure in my brainwashing project. It's really unbelievable. Obito did not die in the Battle of Kunnakan Bridge, but was saved by Uchiha Madara. Over the years, Obito has changed a lot under the guidance of Uchiha Madara. Obito is no longer the old lady who helped him. "I'm always late when I cross the road," Namikaze Minato muttered to himself as he was lost in memories. Of the three-person team he led back then, now only the self-deprecating Kakashi is still with him. Uchiha Madara? Mito Kato Homura looked in disbelief. How is that possible? Didn't Uchiha Madara die decades ago? Uchiha Kohara was so frightened that his voice became shrill. In the Battle of Tomb of the Mountain, the first generation was seriously injured before taking Uchiha Madara. This is a well-known fact, Danzo retorted, but his hands were shaking unconsciously. People of their time had experienced it personally. With the power of the two gods of the ninja world, how could that guy Uchiha Madara not be dead yet? Could it be? Is it that technique? Danzo's pupils contracted violently. Actually, my teacher second-generation Master Tobirama also had some speculation about Uchiha Madara's death. He had been secretly investigating during his lifetime, but unfortunately there was no result until the teacher had an accident. The situation was urgent and I was in danger. There were many things to do, plus the matter has not progressed, and I stopped paying attention to it. I didn't expect the teacher's guess to come true. This is indeed my dereliction of duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked surprised. Hiruzen, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** are so partial. You didn't mention such an important matter to me. Have I never been taken seriously by you? Or do you only have eyes for Hiruzen? Ahem, this is a secret that only the Hokage can know. I only discovered it after I read the information left by the teacher after I ascended the throne. Looking at Danzo, who looked aggrieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a teammate who has been with him for decades, understood instantly Danzo's mentality. Although he doesn't say it openly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear about his old friend's obsession with becoming a Hokage. However, Danzo's mentality and personality are really not suitable for being a Hokage. Isn't it true that he is doing a good job in the position of the root leader? Maintain the status quo, Danzo, it's all for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smokes a cigarette and thinks deeply. Damn Sarutobi, even if it's a mission secret left by the teacher, such a major matter should be discussed with us before putting it aside. It's okay now, such a big thing has been revealed. Danzo muttered, but I feel much better, as long as the teacher doesn't exclude me, it's all Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. Evil old Sarutobi, one day I will prove what a wrong decision the teacher made in choosing you to be the Hokage. Only Shimura Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi world, can lead Konoha to prosperity. Looking at his old friend whose expression improved, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his lips slightly. Danzo, you will never escape my grasp in this life. Be your root leader and handle the dirty work for me. Everyone, we are not discussing the purpose of the second generation now. Facts have proven that Uchiha Madara faked his death back then. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara did not attack Konoha in these years. Otherwise, without the purpose of the first generation, it would be almost impossible for Konoha to resist Uchiha Madara's invasion. Udaten Kohara chimed in with a reminder. As for why Uchiha Madara did not invade Konoha, I have some guesses. The first point may be an issue of age. After all, from the Sengoku era to the present, Uchiha Madara's strength must have been much worse than before, and its strength is not enough to support he took down Konoha at that time. The second point is that Uchiha Madara was injured, and it was a very serious injury. After all, he returned with serious injuries after experiencing that battle with the physique of the first generation. Uchiha Madara's physique was not as good as first generation project, so the possibility of him being seriously injured is extremely high. Minato analyzed reasonably. After all, he didn't know about Uchiha Madara getting the Rinnegan. Yes, I agree with Minato on this point. According to the information I have obtained, the Uchiha clan has a very powerful eye technique called izanagi. Its main effect is to transform everything at the expense of 1-3 Tomo sharingan. The reality that is not good for him, including death. If Uchiha Madara had used this technique back then everything would be explained. Danzo is rarely on Minato's side. Izanagi? The Uchiha clan still has this kind of technique? Transform all unfavorable realities? Isn't that invincible? Hiss, there are quite a few members of the Uchiha clan who own 3 Tomo sharingan right now. Interesting, it is indeed a 1,000-year-old clan, with a strong foundation. It seems that there is a new research direction. Orochimaru licked his lips gloomily and thought to himself. As soon as this information came out, the entire conference room instantly became uproar. It's impossible. I worked with the Uchiha clan during the Third World War. I can confirm that if the Uchiha clan dies, it is really dead. There is no izanagi phenomenon called by Elder Danzo. Umbu Minister Ui Mako retorted. That's because there was a civil strife in Uchiha that year, which resulted in the death of a large number of Uchiha clan members. That's why the forbidden technique of izanagi was banned by the Uchiha clan. Now, except for the Uchiha clan chiefs and elders, there are only a few seniors in the Uchiha family who are personally involved. It was only after that turmoil that it was possible to leave this technique behind in private. Ordinary Uchiha people can no longer learn this forbidden technique. Danzo explained that if it hadn't been for the civil strife, he wouldn't have been able to fish in troubled waters and obtain izanagi. Thanks to you for the information, Uchiha Setsuna. Danzo is right, but Uchiha Madara probably didn't dare to invade Konoha all these years because she lost one eye after using an izanagi. The Sengoku duo can only survive. It's really sad to live in the darkness underground. It would be better to die in a mountain battle. Mito Kato Homura sighed. I don't agree with Yan's guess. You must know that Uchiha Madara was the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan at the time. When he left, he took away the Uchiha clan's symbol Uchiha fan. With his strength, it is not easy to take away some spare 3 Tomo sharingan. An easy thing? In that era, not long after the Sengoku period, a large number of Uchiha clan members died, and the Uchiha clan must have a large number of 3 Tomo sharingan left, so Uchiha Madara has no reason not to take it. Udaten Koharu analyzed calmly. Koharu is right, I was negligent. Mito Kato Homura coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. The problem now is how to solve the current situation. Obito has already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his pupil technique is still a very troublesome time and space pupil technique. I have fought against him, and that kind of ability is simply unsolvable, not to mention that there is a time limit. I will fall by Obito's hands that day. Namikaze Minato said solemnly with memories. To solve the problem, we need to know the reason. How did we Konoha offend Uchiha Obito? We have to be so cruel to the village that raised us? Minato, did you abuse him when you led the team? Udaten Koharu thought of this. The way he looked at Minato was wrong. Ahem, Elder Koharu, don't make random guesses and ruin people's innocence. I have always treated my subordinates equally. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kakashi. Minato explained speechlessly. Minato's character is still guaranteed, otherwise I wouldn't support Minato being elected as Hokage, but this kid Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what to say. Although he had a bad relationship with Uchiha during his administration, the children from Jonin school were not involved either. Did Uchiha Obito have such a big grudge against Konoha? Are those helping old ladies crossing the road just for show? Hiss, you are so thoughtful at such a young age. I was deceived by him? In fact, on the contrary, Obito does not have any deep hatred for Konoha, mainly because of Project Tsukinomi planned by Uchiha Madara. The so-called Project Tsukinomi is based on Rinnegan, collecting the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect 10 tails and become 10 tails Jinchuriki, cast a ninjutsu called Infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon, letting all sentient beings in the ninja world fall into this false illusion world, in order to achieve the purpose of peace. Minato told everything in detail like pouring beans. Hiss nanny? Masaka, it's really something Uchiha Madara can do. Rinnegan? This old man knows. Danzo stepped forward and said, that disciple of Jiraiya? The kingdom of rain is related to the demigod Hanzo? Orochimaru thought to himself. Well, Elder Danzo has met Uchiha Madara? Minato was shocked. Couldn't he see that Elder Danzo actually had such strength? Although I don't know what happened to Rinnegan, it can be seen from Uchiha Madara's Project Tsukinomi that Rinnegan is an indispensable part of Project Tsukinomi, so Rinnegan must be related to Uchiha Madara. No, I can confirm that the boy is definitely not Uchiha Madara. He is a thin red-haired boy. In the Land of Rain, there is an organization called Akatsuki. One of the leaders is the owner of the Rinnegan. When I was affected by the rain, at the invitation of Hanzo, the leader of the country, we went to join forces to stop the Akatsuki organization, but unfortunately they were allowed to escape in the end. Danzo sighed endlessly. What a great opportunity. If he had captured Rinnegan directly, wouldn't Uchiha Madara's plan go bankrupt? It's a pity that because of the information asymmetry, I didn't cover all the routes at that time, otherwise there would be so many things. In other words, Elder Danzo has completely offended people? Now the Akatsuki organization is hostile to our Konoha? Minato's face turned dark. This Danzo really succeeds more than fails. I really don't know how many enemies he has secretly made for Konoha. Humph, even if I didn't have it, would the Rinnegan boy let Konoha go? According to the link in Project Tsukinomi, they will definitely be hostile to Konoha regarding 9 tails, or is it that the 4th generation will try to kill themselves? Hand over your son 9 tails Jinchuriki in exchange for peace? If so, I have nothing to say. Danzo retorted after hearing this. Okay, Minato, what's the point of blaming Danzo now? Besides, their hostility with Konoha itself cannot be adjusted. After all, they are not targeting Konoha, they are targeting the entire ninja world. Today's young people really don't know the sky is high and the earth is high. Even the first generation has never thought of doing such a big thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, he couldn't accept it. Yes, the main thing now is to discuss how to deal with Uchiha Madara. As long as Nine Tails is still in Konoha, Uchiha Madara will attack Konoha sooner or later. Mito Kato Homura said with a heavy heart. How about using that technique? Only the first generation can deal with the ninja Shura Uchiha Madara, Udaten Koharu suggested. Although the impure world reincarnation will disturb the martyr's eternal rest, at this critical juncture, if it is not taken out, the whole village will probably have to accompany the martyrs to his eternal rest. This is the only option. After all, the opponent is Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement with Koharu's idea. Have you forgotten that we also have Uchiha Gen in Konoha? I feel that Uchiha Gen's strength is no worse than Uchiha Madara. It may be feasible to let him take over when the time comes. Danzo planned with a dark heart. If the first generation and second generation were summoned, what would they do if they knew the current situation of the Senju clan? Maybe he will be cleared and join forces with Uchiha Madara to chop him down. Although it is the policy proposed by the first generation project itself to disband the Senju clan and integrate into Konoha, it also refers to ordinary clan members. Senju Noeki and Senju Tsunade, direct descendants of the Senju family, are not included in this list. If they knew Noeki's fate, he would probably die an ugly death. Oh, you said it might be possible. Don't forget that Uchiha Madara is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. What if Uchiha Yuen helps Uchiha Madara to kill you? Mito Kato Homura retorted. After all, the Uchiha clan is not restless at all. Over the years, there is no shortage of trouble. If there is a critical moment, the entire top management of Konoha will have to go see the martyrs. Danzo was momentarily stuck, thinking of Uchiha Yuen's attitude towards him. The evil Uchiha brat seemed to be able to do such a thing. Well, I didn't explain it clearly just now. Uchiha Madara is actually dead. He died of old age. Now the only ones we need to face are Obito, and which Rinnegan owner Elder Danzo mentioned. Namikaze Minato rubbed her hair interrupt the speeches of several elders. What? Dead? It's better to die. Danzo instantly felt that the sun outside the window was brighter. It won't be a fake death this time, right? Mito Kato Homura suddenly said. Everyone, Danzo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara is not crazy. Is it fun to fake his death without any care? Danzo shook his head and denied it 3 times. Indeed, it is not easy to live to this age. He should have died of natural old age. Udaten Koharu agrees with Danzo's point of view. Everyone, there is no doubt about Uchiha Madara's death. This is what Minamoto-kun saw from the future. Minato definitely confirmed the death of Uchiha Madara. Uchihagen? Saw it from the future? Really? It's that kid's pupil technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly confirmed his guess. Although I have already speculated, it is a bit hard to accept that the ability of this brat Uchiha Gen is actually confirmed. Why does God favor the evil Uchiha clan so much? Danzo looked gloomy and remained silent. It's Uchiha again. I wonder if there will be an Uchiha Madara. Susanoo alone that night was already terrifying. Coupled with such incomprehensible ice skills, the Uchiha clan is probably going to take over. Mito Kato Homura was secretly sad. As the heirs of the will of second-generation Senju Tobirama, they are quite prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Who else in Konoha right now can suppress the monster Uchiha Gen? I just hope he keeps the status quo and doesn't become as crazy as Uchiha Madara. Udaten Koharu really can't think of how to deal with someone like Uchiha Gen. Several people looked at each other and tacitly avoided the topic of Uchiha Yuen. Regarding the matter of Uchiha Obito, Minato, you can just handle it yourself. Umbu will fully cooperate with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, changing the subject. Counting the time, Asuma should have arrived at the Fire Nation capital by now. Why is there no movement from that guy Uchiha Gen? It doesn't look like you're pursuing Ui Kurane at all. Yes, Minato, Obito is not worth mentioning. With you here and Umbu surrounding him, even if the opponent has Mangekyo, he can't escape. Besides, if I remember correctly, Obito seems to have only one Sharingan, right? Are we? Can Uchiha Obito be restrained through the Sharingan transplanted by Kakashi? Danzo suggested at the right time. No, I don't want Kakashi to get involved in this matter. That kid can no longer withstand the blow, and Kakashi's Sharingan has always been a 3 Magatama, which cannot pose a threat to Obito. With Kakashi's current strength and condition, getting involved is undoubtedly adding to the chaos. Namikaze Minato firmly rejected Danzo's proposal. It's too late to hide Kakashi now. If Kakashi finds out, no, Kakashi will definitely make a fuss to see Obito, and then he will be the one to be restrained. You must know that Kakashi may not be able to be cruel enough to attack Obito, but that's not necessarily the case with Obito. Namikaze Minato, who has experienced war, is not a newbie. He has seen too many bloody incidents. Kakashi is not suitable to participate in this kind of thing regardless of his strength or mentality. The worst he can do is wait until Obito is truly captured before the two of them can meet again. This can be regarded as the end of Kakashi's knot. Minato, you're too weak. Danzo didn't believe Minato's excuse at all. Elder Danzo, I am the Hokage, Minato said seriously. Isn't this my word? Sarutobi Hiruzen is confused. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo answered subconsciously. He had been rehearsing with Sarutobi for decades, and it had already formed muscle memory. His mouth didn't even catch up, and he said it unconsciously? What does this have to do with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen has a black question mark on his face. It took Danzo a long time to come back to his senses, glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely, and quickly changed his words, Minato, you will regret it. After saying that, he slammed the door and left, his back looking slightly embarrassed. How come Namikaze Minato is following Hiruzen's tricks? It's really hard to guard against. Evil Minato kid. This hatred. I got it. Unable to stand the awkward atmosphere, Danzo ran away and secretly wrote down Namikaze Minato in his notebook. As for Obito, just follow what you said, Minato. After all, you are the person involved, and you brought Obito out with your own hands. However, you should pay attention to safety and retreat in time if you can't do anything. Maybe Uchiha Madara will leave something for Obito. Hidden hand, but if you want to leave Minato, I believe no one in the ninja world can keep you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo leaving, broke the awkward atmosphere and agreed with Minato's point of view to conclude the matter. After all, when both generations of Hokage agree, other people's opinions no longer matter, and the only one who wants to object, Danzo, has already run away. In this case, we can only follow Namikaze Minato's ideas. Looking at the people leaving, Minato opened Obito's ninja information on the table and found a photo of the boy Obito. Obito was looking straight ahead with a smile showing his white teeth. I'm sorry, Obito, everything is for Konoha. After returning home and looking at his sleeping wife and children, the master smiled like an ant. My determination to attack Obito is even stronger. Minato, you're back? Why are you so late? Have you eaten? How about I get you some midnight snacks? Kushina is worthy of being a member of the Uzumaki clan with Kagura's heart. Her perception is powerful, even if Minato is light-footed, but she was still noticed. I just got back. There are a lot of things to do today. Kushina, you and Naruto can continue to sleep. I can just get some food by myself. Minato said with a cold sweat. Late night snack made by Kushina? He. Oh, okay. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and took out the noodles he always had at home, planning to make a casual meal. Hey, Minato, I've heard everything. Is the thing about Obito true? Kushina also recently heard that everyone was discussing the masked man Obito that night. Now she specifically asked Minato about this. After all, Obito is her little brother. I've got the exact news. The masked man is indeed Obito. Namikaze Minato cooked noodles in silence, hesitated for a while and finally answered Kushina's question. You should know Obito better than I do. He can't do such a thing. He must be in some kind of difficulty. As masters and elders, we have the responsibility to help Obito and bring Obito back. After experiencing the Night of Nine Tails, Kushina still chose to believe Obito even though she knew the murderer was Obito. Maybe there was something wrong with her. After all, she had a good relationship with Obito and had no grudge. Obito's behavior was completely beyond the understanding of ordinary people. She was even more I want to believe that Obito is being coerced. Kushina, Obito is no longer the Obito he used to be. I don't know what Uchiha Madara did to Obito, but it is a fact that Obito hurt Konoha. The only thing I can do is to bring Obito back and try not to take his life. However, the only thing waiting for Obito is a lifetime of imprisonment. I hope that Obito can change his past, win a crime, and cooperate with the interrogation department's investigation to reveal more about Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, so that I can be given a lighter sentence. Namikaze Minato fished out some noodles and mixed them with some. The mediocre supper started with the already prepared flavor and barbecued pork. Kakashi came to see me today. Regarding Obito, Kakashi is very persistent. I believe it won't be long before Kakashi comes to see you. Kushina looked at the man in front of her and wondered. Kakashi, I have tried my best to avoid meeting him recently. I didn't expect him to find you here. But wait until Obito is found and everything has settled down before we can talk to him in detail. Kakashi's current state is really not suitable for participating in this matter. Namikaze Minato's voice is deep, but he is Obito's teammate after all. Now that Lin has left, it's not like you don't know how important it is to him to know that Obito is still alive. When the time comes, let him know about Obito's situation. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to withstand this. A blow. Kushina also knows Kakashi's personality. Kakashi has changed a lot in recent years, and his whole person is gloomy. If Minato hadn't been in need of manpower when he first came to power, Minato probably wouldn't have wanted Kakashi to stay in a gloomy place like Umbu. Place. After what happened that day, I believe Kakashi is somewhat prepared. Moreover, I just went to capture Obito, and it may not be successful. Don't underestimate that little kid from back then. He may be stronger now than I'm still strong. Minato grinned and laughed at himself. Actually, I also felt familiar with Chakra that night, but I didn't expect that he was Obito. Obito's body should have been modified. It must have been the work of Uchiha Madara. Kushina gritted his teeth. Indeed, according to Umbu who witnessed it, Obito used with style in addition to Mangekyo Sharingan that night, combining the peak power of Senju and Uchiha. Now Obito's strength is not inferior to you and me. In addition, the sound of time and space comes and goes. Technique, so this guy Obito is as difficult as me. Minato also had a headache for Obito's Kamui. In the past, when I used Flying Thunder God, it was so exciting. I could kill everyone in a matter of seconds. It didn't matter how many people came to the opponent, or who I was dealing with. Even if I wasn't dealing with a person, I could still run away if I couldn't be beaten. Now, I finally tasted the pain of Rock Shinobi back then. Retribution. After a short battle that night, Minato had already figured out Obito's general strength. He thought that adding a team of Umbu would be more than enough to deal with Obito, but the difficulty was how to prevent Obito from running away. From the Night of Nine Tails, it seemed that the barrier was very effective against Obito. The space pupil technique is completely useless. The only way to deal with the current Obito is a fatal blow, without giving Obito the slightest chance to resist. But here's the problem. Obito's Space Eye technique does not require sealing in preparation. As long as Obito is still conscious, he can running away in seconds. Even if he directly attacks with Flying Thunder God and the 3 spiral dance styles, Obito can't make Obito lose consciousness instantly. Namikaze Minato was well aware of Obito's modified body that night. Even if his arm was broken, nothing would happen. This should be the function of wood-style cells. Uchiha Madara was planning a lot of things secretly. If I cannot achieve the effect of stunning Obito with one blow, then the exposure of the Flying Thunder God's mark means that I will not have a second chance. Then the situation will be completely reversed. Now I am the secret enemy. Obito has no idea that he can sneak up on him at any time by relying on the Flying Thunder God mark left on him. If he is aware of it, he will definitely take various measures. After all, although his Flying Thunder God mark is stable and will not disappear, it does not mean that there is no solution. There is no unsolvable ninjutsu in the world. Obito only needs to use Flying Thunder God to adding a simple perception seal to the mark can easily block your connection with the Flying Thunder God. The only problem between ninjas is the information gap. Unless the strength reaches the level of Senju Hashirama, even cage-level experts may fall into the information gap. Not directed at you, Haiden and Mr. Kakuzu, the next day Konoha East Street A store with the Uchiha family emblem has opened with great fanfare. Family businesses like this usually have the family emblem printed with them and a special logo. Originally, the Uchiha clan was the largest clan in Konoha, and it was nothing to make a living. That family in Konoha no longer has any business income? Can you really support a large family with that little income from ninja missions? Obviously impossible. Hey, have you heard? The Uchiha clan seems to be selling sharingan. Konoha Civilian A is obviously a well-informed person. I had already inquired about it when the store was being renovated. Nanny? Are you crazy? If you want to die, go away. Don't get so close to me, lest I get blood all over me. After hearing this, the people around them quickly distanced themselves from Civilian A. Are you kidding me, being so provocative in front of a store owned by the Uchiha clan? When the Uchiha security department is just a job? The people of Konoha are not fools. Nine Tails was so big that night. Susanoo shouldn't be too intimidating, okay? Are you going to mess with Uchiha in this situation? The kind of giant that kills you with a sword and your next door neighbor has to accompany you to meet the first Hokage. No kidding, I asked specifically to find out. This newly opened store seems to be running something called a welfare lottery, and the final prize is sharingan. Civilian A rarely has the capital to show off, so he explained patiently. Let's all catch this lunatic and send him directly to the security guard. He said and took action. There's no need. Everything I said is true. You'll know what I said is right when the store opens. Let go. I can't breathe. That pervert is touching me with his hands. I'm a man. Civilian A was struggling, shouting, and resisting. He was attacked by a group and taken to the Uchiha guard station. Crackling times 100, the earth is red with 100 sounds. Everyone, Konoha compatriots, in order to thank you for supporting the Uchiha clan's security work over the years, on the occasion of the 49th anniversary of the founding of Konoha, we, the Uchiha clan, have specially launched a welfare product to give back to you, he said from the side. The Uchiha welfare lottery was taken out of the box. The exquisite drawings are engraved with various sharingan patterns, from the first Megatama to the final various forms of Mangekyo. The patterns alone can attract a lot of children to collect them. Everyone, please look at my hand. This thing is called a scratch-off ticket. As long as you scratch out 5 1 Magatama sharingan patterns, you can go to the front desk to redeem a bonus of 10,000 taels with this ticket. If you can scratch out 5 2 Magatama sharingan patterns, congratulations. You can use this ticket to go to the front desk to claim a bonus of 100,000 taels. If you can scratch out 5 3 Tomo sharingan patterns, you can use the ticket to go to the front desk to claim a bonus of up to 1 million yuan. Looking at the people in the audience with gleaming eyes, the store manager took a sip of water and said with a smile, "On top of this, we also set up 3 prizes. The first prize is the 3 Tomo sharingan, the best pupil technique in the ninja world, the second prize is 20 million, and the third prize is 10 million. Scratch out a mangaku suit. It is for the third prize, scratching out 2 mangaku suits is for the second prize, and scratching out 3 mangaku suits is for the first prize. The whole lottery ticket is priced at 100 taels, and it only costs 100 taels, so you won't suffer a loss if you buy it. Can't be fooled." "Are you telling the truth?" a certain Konoha villager asked while chewing a steamed bun. "With beggar face everything is true, you are a child. People with dreams like you really shouldn't miss such a great opportunity." The glasses store manager pointed at the man in the audience with the microphone and shouted, "Even if you can't trust me, you should still trust the Uchiha clan's golden name. Uchiha's 1,000-year credibility guarantee. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Give me 2 scratch-off tickets, I want 2 too. It's only 100 taels, give me 10. The people of the ninja world have no resistance at all to something new like welfare lottery, and they embark on the path of no return with dreams of welfare lottery. After understanding the specific rules, the people of Konoha village instantly became enthusiastic. With this good thing, who can't get 100 taels? Compared with ordinary villagers, the major ninja clans were puzzled by Uchiha's operation. What is Uchiha up to? Even if you invest in business, you don't have to be so big, right? Are you even risking your family's reputation? Wouldn't it be enough to just let some foreigners who come over to do the tossing? At most, just arrange for a few tribesmen to supervise it. As a ninja family, strength comes first. What? You say Uchiha Minamoto is the best in Konoha? Oh, that's okay. At the same time, shops like this are still popping up in various medium and large cities in the Land of Fire. Welfare lottery products are the first time in the ninja world. There is no competition from peers at all, and there is a 1,000-year reputation guarantee of the Uchiha clan. It is simply better than some small countries. The government guarantee is trustworthy. The income in just 1 week is as much as the total income of the Uchiha family in the past 5 years, and nearly 1% of the income comes from a gambling dog from a rival Uchiha family. Mangaku. Nanny, what's the second Megatama? 1, 2, and 3 Megatama are all scattered and scattered. This is not a straight draw. Even 5-second Megatama is fine. The yellow-haired gambling dog looked at the card in front of him. The pattern on the picture looks constipated. Tsunade-sama, I seem to have won this one. Shizun on the side suddenly took out a 5 Magatama-colored lottery ticket and said proudly, "If there are other gambling projects, Shizun may also persuade Tsunade that the welfare lottery can satisfy Tsunade's gambling needs for only 100 taels. Compared with those stud games that easily cost tens or even millions, Shizun is quite supportive of Tsunade's investment in lottery. This is a new trap. 5 Megatama colors? This must be worth 10,000 taels, right? Haha, I have only invested a total of 8,000 taels this morning, so I made a profit. The yellow-haired gambling dog laughed. Where did you make the profit? I guess you'll have to lose again later. Don't you know how much you lost during this period? Shizun complained in his heart. The Uchiha clan finally did something good. Something as good as the welfare lottery should be taken out as soon as possible. How much money does Tsunade still need? It's just that the pattern on the card looks awkward. If it were replaced by our senjus would style even better, Tsunade murmured while laughing. No way, how handsome is Sharingan? Mangaku is even more handsome. I will also wake up to Mangaku Sharingan when I grow up. At this time, the little kid who collected unwon lottery tickets and played with them as cards interjected. As he spoke, he waved the discarded lottery ticket in his hand and looked at Tsunade with disdain. Kid, you can never awaken Sharingan. This is the limit of blood succession. You don't even understand. Tsunade waved his hand and continued to scratch the remaining lottery tickets. You don't understand? Do you really think I am a 3-year-old child? As long as you win the first prize, you can directly get a 3 Tomo sharingan, just like Konoha's copy of the ninja Heite Kakashi, the little doll said while covering her right eye with a cutout piece of 3 Megatama. She looked at Tsunade with an exaggerated pose. Tisk, you ignorant brat. In Tsunade's view, the so-called first prize is just a gimmick. It is impossible for Uchiha to really come up with a 3 Tomo sharingan as a commercial prize. It took a lot of hard work for Kakashi's eye to make the Uchiha clan give in. do you really think that just any passerby can get 3 tomo sharingan? You must know that 3 tomo sharingan is quite rare even among the Uchiha clan, let alone if it is really given to you. Can you keep it? Although transplanting 3 tomo sharingan consumes a lot of money, there are still people who are willing to bear this cost when the cost is very low. After all, you can't lie about your strength. At that time, these ordinary people who win the lottery will undoubtedly be the biggest and best fat sheep. The Uchiha clan is really becoming more and more depraved. They are actually making fun of the family reputation for a few stinky money. Tsunade pursed his lips and refused to argue. Konoha Uchiha clan master Fugaku, everything has been arranged according to your distribution. The situation is very good now, but the imagined scene of fighting for Sharingan did not appear. The major families are still in a wait-and-see mode. Uchiha Iron Fire reported to Fugaku. It's understandable. After all, the efficacy of izanagi hasn't been made public yet, and the burden on 3 tomo sharingan is so great. It's normal that they don't care, but we don't really want to make money by selling sharingan. This is just to avoid izanagi. It's just a way for our Uchiha clan to be attacked in groups after being exposed. Fugaku smiled confidently. After all, although Mr. Yuen is strong, he cannot be with every clan member all the time. Sharingan can be traded, which means that the Uchiha clan is willing to make concessions. We all follow the rules. As for if you can't buy sharingan within the rules, it's your own fault. You can't blame others. Under these rules, you can't buy sharingan. With the transfer seal coupled with izanagi and the pupil power supplement business, our Uchiha clan can truly be considered as stable as a mountain. Even if the top management of Konoha wants to attack us, those who benefit from izanagi will be the first to stand up and oppose. When does the patriarch think they will take sharingan seriously? Uchiha Taihuo asked humbly. It must be after our clan has generally used izanagi. After all, the effect is so obvious, it can't be hidden. Although our clan has used izanagi in the past, it was a disposable product and we paid for it. The price is too high, but it is different now. With the power transmission, the cost is greatly reduced. By then, every Uchiha who goes out on a mission will have 3 lives. The major ninja clans will naturally take action, but I hope the later they notice, the better. Fugaku said to himself as he tasted the tea provided by Mikado. A mansion in the southwest corner of Uchiha tribe land. As the main person in charge of the Uchiha Hitomi Bank, Uchiha Gen has currently ranked first in terms of financial resources after harvesting leaks in the past few months. It is not Uchiha's first, but Konoha's. As early as 2 weeks ago, Uchiha Gen's financial resources have already been ranked first. More than Fugaku, after all. In addition to Hitomi's 40% fee harvest, Uchiha Gen also has 10% dividends from the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo welfare lottery. After all, he came up with the idea. It's natural to get some shares. Besides, given his own strength, it's too late for others to take the initiative to flatter him and give him shares. Now that I have money, in order to live a wonderful life of 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future, the first thing I want to do now is of course to change to a house worth more than 100 million yuan. The mansion in front of me was not that big originally. I bought 2 neighboring houses and then redesigned and decorated it to reach its current size. But even its current size is not as big as the house where wealthy dog Fugaku lives. His house has been passed down for several generations, and every generation has repaired and expanded it. Until now, decades have passed, and there are only a few houses in Konoha that can compare with theirs. Well, Kamitachi? Has Yegura sent a message? It seems that the peace talks between Sandogiri and the original work are about to begin. It just so happens that the house has been repaired now, so take this opportunity to take Yegura over and live together. As for Yekura-san Shinobi's identity? It doesn't matter, I will take action. Who dares to beep first? Ask me if I can answer the question with the several hundred-meter sword in my hand. Konoha, root base. Are you Kurane Ui? Danzo, who had one eye wrapped with a bandage, looked at the kunoichi in front of him sinisterly with the other exposed eye. He really had a good face. No wonder that evil brat Uchiha Gen takes a fancy to it. Yes, Danzo-sama. I wonder why Danzo-sama came here to find me. Kurane Ui, who had just become a special jonin, asked nervously. I heard that Uchiha Yuen is interested in you? Are you familiar with each other, Nanny? Uchiha Gen? Follow me? Danzo-sama, is there some misunderstanding? I haven't said a few words to Uchiha Gen at all, and it was still Jonin school time. Ui blushed Kaido. With Uchiha Yuen's current strength and status, if you really like her, that would be a happy thing indeed. After all, the good looks of the Uchiha clan are there, coupled with Uchiha Gen's strength, status and personal wealth, he is a perfect match. But the problem is that the two of them are really not familiar with each other. Uchihagen may have forgotten his elementary school classmate. In this case, Danzo-sama said this as if he was vain and clinging to Uchiha General after all. Was that guy the one who started the rumor? Ui Hong was going crazy inside. If this reaches the ears of Uchiha Yuen, he will not be alive. Konoha village is not small, but it is not big. If this kind of embarrassing thing is exposed, she will become a woman who goes around bragging and spreading rumors to cling to uchiha source in order to be related to uchiha source. Thinking about that kind of situation, Ui Korone shudders unconsciously. What a change in that situation. I can only change my life in another village. Although I don't know where Danzo-sama heard the rumors, I am really not familiar with Yuen-kun. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Ui Hong firmly denied it again. After all, Genbu is also a formal organization in the village. Can such hearsay be taken seriously? There is indeed a problem. You still want to hide this measurement from me, the darkness of the ninja world? Little girl, I eat more salt than you eat rice. If you really weren't familiar with it, would you deny Sanlian? Would you be so excited if we weren't familiar with each other? Looking at the girl in front of him, Danzo began to think about countermeasures. Jonin, I don't care whether you are really unfamiliar with Uchiha Gen or you are pretending not to be familiar with Uchiha, but I have an important task for you right now. Danzo didn't intend to care about Ui Korone's personal opinions. After all, he was just a person who was promoted by him at random. The one who came up is just a special Jonin. There are so many of them. Master Danzo, I am not a root member. I have to announce the mission through Hokage. You are not following the rules. Ui Hong looked at the gloomy elder Danzo in front of her and said weakly, don't worry about this. I'll take care of it for Hiruzen. You just need to complete the task assigned to you, Danzo said nonchalantly. From the fact that Hiruzen sent Asuma aside, it can be seen that Hiruzen supports this matter. As a teammate who has worked together for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows what he wants to fart as soon as he lifts his butt. But the current Hokage-sama is the 4th generation, Korone Ui explained nervously. Although Lord 3rd generation is also considered a Hokage, it is Lord 4th Hokage who is currently in charge of issuing tasks. Is this elder Danzo old and confused? What's the use of telling Lord 3rd generation? I'm used to working with Hiruzen, but I always forget that the current Hokage is Namikaze Minato, that brat. This is a bit troublesome. It seems that we have to change our plans. It seems that formal procedures will not work. Ui Hong, Special Jonin, now the organization has an important task for you to handle. After many investigations, it was discovered that Uchiha Yuen has serious acts of judging the village. In view of the relationship between you, this elder hopes that you can put the overall situation first and Konoha is the most important thing. Don't dwell on the personal relationship between your children. It will ruin the village's major events. Danzo was moved by Pua, who was affectionate and sensible. Nanny? Bankan? Uchiha Yuen? Does he need to Bankan? Also? I really don't know what my relationship is with Uchiha Yuen. Lord Danzo, as for the personal relationship between children, that is even more nonsense. I can understand if you guess that Asuma has something to do with me, but you said Uchiha Gen and me? Don't be too outrageous. Lord Danzo, if you have this time, why don't you clean the root of the intelligence network first? Korone Ui said with a confused face. Speechless. Just tell me whether you want to do it or not. Danzo looked grim. What are you doing? Ui Hong is still confused. Go and get rid of Uchiha Yuen. Danzo looked at Ui Korone sinisterly. Me. Ui Hong's face was filled with excitement. Elder Danzo, your joke is really like a joke. If I want to have this kind of strength, I might as well get rid of this idiot leader like you first. Look, are you speaking human language? Susanoo, were you blind that night? What makes you think that the next special Jonin who has just been promoted can take on this kind of job? There are probably no such elders in Konoha. Should I find a chance to live in another village? Faced with Ui Korone's look that looked like she was suffering from brain disease, Danzo's face inevitably turned red. Go and get close to Uchiha Gen, use the relationship between you and the female's own advantages to catch him by surprise. Danzo's only remaining I showed a look Oh, the relationship between us? This relationship between elementary school classmates? How many words did you say in total? Hello? Goodbye? Here are some boys to move the ninja tools, nothing more. In this relationship, you let me do the assassination? I don't even know how to talk, okay? Let Uchiha Yuen go and reminisce about childhood together? Take advantage of the opportunity to move the ninja tool together and stab him in the back? Don't be too outrageous. Ui Hong quickly shook her head to get rid of the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. As for what women's own advantages are, isn't it just seduction? It sounds so nice. Is this what Konoha Kunoichi should do? Generally, only wandering ninjas or those in small ninja villages who are not strong enough will use this method. Even the older ninja village would not bother to do this. Can you imagine a scene where Kunoichi like Tsunade and Cho use S*X to seduce? It is estimated that there will be no return. Outrageous. Looking at Ui Korone, she shook her head and refused. Danzo thinks, sure enough, the female ninja's sensibility is causing trouble. You still have to be strong. Karama Rokyun, I leave it to you, Danzo said to the slightly thin man next to him. Yes, Lord Danzo. The man heard this and turned to look at Ui Kurane. Hong, who realized something was wrong, quickly stood up and resisted. Magic tree. After all, Kurane Ui is just a special jonin who was promoted exceptionally because of the needs of the current mission, and her own strength is at the level of a chinin. Facing a veteran jonin like Kurama Rokyun who has always been around and has bloodline abilities, it can be said that he has no ability to resist. Five senses control a Uchiha clan. Cao is Yuanjun at home. Uchiha Gen was about to leave for Sunagakur when he was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. It sounds like this voice is still a woman? I don't seem to have any female friends in Konoha. The only one who looks vaguely familiar is Kushina. Could it be Kushina? Here, who is it? Uchiha Yuen quickly stopped preparing the spiritual seal and went to open the door. Sunset Red? How could it be her? I don't seem to be familiar with her. Uchiha Source is very surprised. Minamoto-kun, are you free today? I have 2 movie tickets for the prequel to Princess Fang Yun. Do you want to go watch it with me? Ui Hong looked at Uchiha Yuen with a slight hint of trepidation. Prequel to Princess of the Wind? Fuji Kazuki. Hearing this name, Uchiha Yuen suddenly remembered the movie version of Princess of the Wind that he saw in his previous life. Has Kakashi already brought Fengwa Koyuki back from the land of snow? It should be discontinued at this time. It seems that this little princess needs to be carefully planned. You must know that apart from her uncle Feng Hua Nu Tao, she is the only heir left in the Kingdom of Snow. In other words, whoever marries her can marry a country of snow. My wife is the Empress? I understand everything. With the abnormal structure of the ninja world, ninjas cannot seize the status of daimyo, otherwise it will cause a chain reaction and the daimyo of other countries will attack them. This can be regarded as another version of holding the emperor to order the princes. The emperor himself is of no use, but it can occupy the great righteousness and contain the princes from all walks of life. In Konoha, you kill the daimyo and ascend to the throne. On the back foot, all the daimyo in the ninja world are in danger and unite to clear the emperor and punish the rebels. Ninja villages in other countries will not let go of such a good opportunity no matter what their purpose is. In the ninja world, ninjas want killing a daimyo and ascending to the throne can be said to be an enemy of the entire old order. As for Hanzo of the Rain Country, although Hanzo is the leader of the Rain Country, he has not announced his successor as the daimyo. His position is still the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. It can be understood that there is no daimyo in the Rain Country for the time being. Even if there is a daimyo in the future, it will not be Hanzo. The difference is still huge. It can be seen from the original work that although the snow country is limited by geographical climate, it still has great potential for development. Other places are still using horse-drawn carriages for transportation. The national strength of the snow country can already support the completion of industrialization, such as trains and chakra armors. And finally, that climate device that changes the weather. The geographical location and climate of the land of snow is equivalent to that of the woolly bear in the modern world, and it is also the woolly bear after industrialization. Of course, the land area may be much worse than that of the woolly bear, but the land of snow also has advantages that the woolly bear does not have. Snow the country lives alone overseas, which is very suitable for John Bull's isolation policy. Moreover, even trains have come out of the snow country. Will steamships and battleships be far behind? In the original work, more than 10 years later, Naruto and the others protected Fengwa Koyuki and went to the land of snow to film a movie, and they were traveling on a wooden sailboat. Can you believe this? With train transportation, steamship shipping and steel battleships equipped with chakra armor, even its own climate impact has been solved by the floor heating device developed by Fengwa Heixu. Such a country of snow, its national power is closely catching up with the country of fire, which is ranked first. Coupled with the perfect geographical location, there is no need to worry about being invaded by other countries. It is a combination of a woolly bear and John Bull. If you really grow up, even the fire country may not be able to do as well as the snow country. Of course, the premise is not to send out Konoha Genin. Judging from the current development situation of the ninja world, compared with other countries in the snow country, the gap is completely between the feudal dynasty and the industrial power. If it were not for the unreasonable things like chakra in the ninja world, with the snow country's background, the throne of the 6th largest country in the ninja world is definitely a sure thing. The potential of the snow kingdom has been fully unleashed, and it's just waiting for a lucky person to inherit it. Whoever can tie up Fengwa Xiaoxu can inherit one of the 5 major countries, and with Fengwa Xiaoxu's current situation, he doesn't have to worry about the opinions of the famous names of other countries. First, in the eyes of other famous people, the country of snow is still an isolated and barren land overseas. Second, the current famous name of the snow country is Feng Hua Ang Tao. Thirdly, Koyuki Fenghua is now using the pseudonym Fuji Fugju, and the object of her apparent pursuit is Fuji Fuji. As for finding out after the event that Fuji Kazu is the heir to the land of snow, what a coincidence. I'm really lucky, but now the rice is cooked, and the children can play soy sauce. Don't the famous people from various countries want to interfere in the internal affairs of our snow country? Do you want to test whether my sword is sharp? Even if there is a war, Snow Country will rely on its geographical advantage and marine to consume all the 5 major countries. That's it. After all, eggs cannot be put in one basket. The broken ship of Konoha has been tortured by the 3rd generation people. It's shaky. Although Namikaze Minato is a nice person, character and government affairs are 2 different things. Minato, who grew up in Konoha, still has too limited vision. Although I dare not say that Namikaze Minato will definitely be as dim as Sarutobi Hiruzen when he gets old, but as ninjas age, their strength declines and some things cannot be controlled by themselves. This is a world where great power comes within oneself. If you don't have the strength, you will be weak in speech. From the perspective of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, being able to choose Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage already shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still very good when he was young, but as he gets older, his strength declines, and rising stars emerge one after another. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who does not have the strength to take charge, if he still wants to continue to sit on the Hokage position and maintain the operation of Konoha, he must use conspiracy and trickery to do so, make up for the imbalance caused by reduced strength. Looking at the ninja world, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the ninja world's demigod Hanzo? If every high-ranking person had the strength of 3rd Raikage, who would be willing to go to great lengths to corrupt their character and engage in conspiracy? In a world where strength is respected, this is something that no superior can avoid. It will not change because of your personal character and will. Even if you are as sunny and cheerful as Minato, internal and external influences will force you to do so. Break through your own bottom line step by step, unless you are willing to be eliminated by the times and give way to others. It can be said that the only exception in the ninja world is 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. The main reason is that Onoki's dust release does not take away from his physique. Dust release is completely a technical job. Even Onoki's body that sprains his waist from time to time still does not affect his ability to perform dust release. In this case, there is no need to use dirty methods like Sarutobi Hiruzen, harming the new pillars of Konoha. But thinking about it this way, it seems that Namikaze Minato will also follow the same path as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato's famous skill Flying Thunder God is very demanding on physical fitness and nervous system. Not to mention Alzheimer's disease, Minato's neurological response will definitely decline severely in old age. Of course, this decline will not affect daily life, but it will definitely greatly reduce Minato's strength. This impact may even be worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen's current situation. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a 5-escape all-rounder, so he still has some comprehensive strength. Namikaze Minato is the type that can be used all over the world with one move. If this move doesn't work, then Minato can only imitate the original Naruto and rush up with the Rasengan. Although Namikaze Minato's fighting talent and his on-the-spot reaction is extremely strong, but without the Flying Thunder God, this talent can only support him to the level of artifacts at best. He can be considered a master in the ninja world, but this kind of strength is obviously not enough for the largest national shadow like Konoha. Moreover, an elderly Minato of this strength will have to face a group of powerful, rebellious uchiha with izanagi. Gee, I guess Minato's methods will be even more ruthless than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Of course, all of the above is based on the fact that Namikaze Minato does not retreat bravely. If he had calmed down and stepped down to elect 5th Hokage, none of the above would have happened. The question is, after sitting on the Hokage for more than 10 years and getting a taste of power, can Namikaze Minato still give up? Even if he retires, who will be given the position of 5th Hokage? His son Uzumaki Naruto's talent is very high. If he uses it properly, Naruto may not be able to become the 5th Hokage. You must know that there is no such thing as avoiding suspicion in the ninja world. The first generation is gone and the second generation is gone. The second generation is gone and the second generation apprentice is gone. The third generation abdicated, and the third generation's disciples came in. The third generation's disciples disappeared, and the third generation itself became shameless. Finally, the third generation survived for more than 10 years and disappeared, but in the end, the third generation's disciples came. Finally, the 5th generation also came. Problem occurs. As a result, the third generation teammate came to play the 5th generation half. Well, the 5th generation half was killed. The 5th generation woke up and continued to play. Finally, the 5th generation abdicated. When I looked at the 6th generation, what a good guy. 4th generation's apprentice. No need to guess next, 7th generation must be in the same group, the result is already obvious. Let's take a look at what the 7th generation is. The son of the 4th generation, the disciple of the 3rd generation, and the Hokage position is just a handful of you taking turns? This time it was me, Uchiha, and I also made a coup. It seems that the deadlock of Uchiha's coup cannot be changed. The increasingly powerful Uchiha will inevitably need to gain a greater say, but it is impossible for people in the Hokage family to delegate power to Uchiha. When Minato was young, he might have tolerated the Uchiha clan, but as he grew older, the elderly Namikaze Minato had to consider future generations and the future of Konoha. An unstable and radical group like the Uchiha must be destroyed. Many things in the world are actually destined from the beginning. With Uchiha's character and strength, he is destined to only become the head of a chicken, not the tail of a phoenix. The main reason is that the strength of the Uchiha clan is too stable. You must know that Hokage ninja is also called a legend. The strength of the Uchiha clan itself is the original sin. You can be strong, and you can be someone else's little brother, no problem. But if you have always been strong, and if you are still strong even after defeating the boss, then there is a big problem. With Senju Hashirama in Konoha, the Uchiha clan has no trouble, but once Senju Hashirama dies, even Senju Tobirama can't suppress Uchiha, not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen. So the Uchiha genocide was doomed from the very beginning. No boss can tolerate such a little brother, not to mention that this little brother is still a bit unruly. It is impossible for a tiger to look after people's homes and homes like dogs. The Uchiha clan's initial positioning of themselves was wrong. Even without Sarutobi Hiruzen, subsequent rulers would not let go of this rebellious and powerful group. After thinking about it like this, Uchiha Yuen became more determined to kidnap the rich woman. Uchiha must find another way out. He can no longer carve out a boat and seek a sword from the perspective of the original work. Without Uchiha, Itachi will still have Uchiha cats to exterminate the clan. The main problem is Uchiha's current living environment. After several generations of subtle changes, the position of Hokage in Konoha village is now similar to the daimyo inheritance system. The only difference is that daimyo is inherited by blood, while Hokage is inherited by master and apprentice. It seems that everyone has a chance, but the problem is that who to accept as a disciple depends entirely on the Hokage's own wishes. This is even more disgusting than the daimyo inheritance system. After all, the daimyo still needs to consider the opinions of the ministers. Does the Hokage need to consider the opinions of his subordinates? Can't tell who is the big king? Who should I accept as my apprentice? Do you have to look at your face? Are you teaching me how to do things? Fuji Kazui? No, the lead actor seems to be named Shizuka Kudo. Korone Ui looked at Uchiha Gen and introduced. It can be seen that the preparations have been done well. Okay, let's go together. I happen to want to watch it too. I haven't watched a movie in a long time. As for Ye Kang, he was not in a hurry. The message came that he would set off tomorrow and he would be able to make it in minutes at the speed at which he transformed into technique. Rushed over. Not less than the time of a movie. And if my recollection is correct, it seems that Korone Ui has not said a few words to me. With such a relationship, she suddenly wants to invite me to watch a movie? There is definitely something fishy. Could it be that Kushina is exerting force? Take the initiative to help yourself connect? But this is impossible. Based on Kushina's attitude at the time, and the fact that she knew Asuma was pursuing Korone Ui, Kushina would never be such a villain in this situation. And the character of Korone Ui in the original work would not be so bold and proactive. No matter how much Ui Korone likes herself, her character in the original work can only create chance encounters on the street, which is the limit. This kind of behavior comes directly to the door. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Excluding all the above situations, who can let Ui Hon take the initiative to come to her door? Using the simplest elimination method, the only people in Konoha who can order Ui Korone are the high-level officials of Konoha. Although Namikaze Minato has told him to help introduce Ui Korone, with his current personality, he will not do such a destructive thing. And now that he has just taken over, he still needs to rely more on third Hokage. Forcibly introducing the person Asuma is talking to others in this way is undoubtedly a slap in the face of third generation. It doesn't matter who the remaining ones who can command Ui Korone are. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are in the same group, right, Shisui? Itaki? I want to see what tricks these guys are going to do. This kind of thing should not escape the eyes and ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old guy Sarutobi really spent a lot of money. If Asuma knew about it, he would probably kill his adoptive father in minutes. Konoha Youth Cinema? The movie theater in the original novel doesn't seem to be called that. Why does it smell like guy with melon skin and thick eyebrows? Miss Zyoksu, why are you out again? Now is a dangerous period. That traitor is looking for you all over the world. Come back with me. The third Dr. Asama anxiously pulled the living ancestor in front of him back. Who knows if Konoha has sneaked into Feng Huan Nutao's rebellious spy? If he hadn't been friends with the owner of the Konoha theater chain for many years, he wouldn't have risked his relationship to take in a sinner wanted by the land of snow like himself. It doesn't matter, this is Konoha, the land of fire. If even Konoha can't protect me, then where can I escape to? Okay, Mr. Third Doctor, don't bother me to watch a movie, Fenghua Zyoksu said without any hesitation. He waved his hand and said, my father is gone. What's the point of this boring world? Let's just get by. What a coincidence. Meet these two here. No, it can't be a coincidence. In the original work, Kakashi brought the two of them back at this time, and from the original work, Feng Xiaoxiu is engaged in the acting industry. It can be seen that her backing in Konoha is related to the film industry, otherwise there will be many beauties. What's more, why should others praise you for being such a capricious temperament and always letting your pigeons fly? What's more, there are all kinds of erotic transactions in the industry of actors. With the education Fenghua Xiaoxiu has received since she was a child, if you ask her to accompany a rich man, do you believe that she will surrender to Fenghua and fury in no time? No matter what, Fenghua Xiaoxiu is still the face of the country of snow. If Fenghua Furidao knew that someone asked her to accompany guests, even if he wanted to kill Fenghua Xiaoxiu again, he would kill you first. Therefore, from the above reasoning, it can be concluded that Fenghua Xiaoxiu must have a backer in the Konoha film industry. Since film is still an emerging industry, only some major cities in various countries have theaters. Even the theater in Konoha is the only one in front of me. I don't know if the theater where Naruto and the others watched the movie in the original novel is newly opened or if the theater's name has been changed. I think it is a newly opened one, and compared with the market situation in the ninja world, even if the boss changes, as long as he is still in this industry, he will not change the name easily. After all, you can't lose old customers. Who cares about the flow of people when doing business? The reason why Fenghua Xiaoxiu got involved in the acting industry in the original work may be because she encountered this chicken soup movie called prequel to Fenjianji at a confused moment in her life, right? Watching Fenghua Koyuki hurried away from the eyes, Uchiha Yuen did not do too much. The main reason is that Fenghua Koyuki's identity is still in a sensitive period. Uchiha Yuen himself is also a star figure in Konoha village. Between the two the intersection will lead to too much speculation. For Uchihagen, he is naturally not afraid of these Jayaki snake gods if he has the strength to be close to him. But Fenghua Xiaoxiu is different. If something happens, Fenghua Furidao, the famous name of Snow Kingdom, will not only not blame him, but will be ecstatic. Besides, there is a Ui Korone staring at me for no apparent purpose. So for the sake of safety, contact with Fenghua Xiaoxiu can only be done in secret. Anyway, at that moment, I had already used sharingan to give Fenghua Xiaoxiu a psychological hint. It's not a powerful illusion that changes one's will, it's just a kind of psychological guidance similar to hypnosis. It induces a favorable impression of him and amplifies it. In other words, this technique has no effect on people who have no favorable impression at all. This technique is not an advanced ninjutsu, it can be regarded as an introduction to basic genjutsu. After all, ninjas are doing tasks outside and encounter too many people of all kinds. The ninja world is also at war. People have a deep affection for ninjas. Be prepared, there is no such thing as a good relationship between the military and civilians in the ninja world, let alone the people of a hostile country or a war-torn country. How can you win the trust of others and extract information? Of course, you can also simply throw a high-level illusion to ensure that ordinary people are told everything. The problem is that there are specialties in the art, and not every ninja knows advanced illusions. At this time, in order to gain access to the relationship and gather information, the low-level illusion technique derived from the ordinary hypnosis technique comes in handy. The reason why there are so many explanations is definitely not because Uchiha is an Uchiha who only knows this low-level illusion. After all, Tsukuyomi is considered a high-level illusion. How can you say that I only know low-level illusions? Right? At the moment, unless someone has a higher pupil power than himself, most people will not be able to notice it at all. Fenghua Koyuki's abnormality, Uchiha Gen's illusion skills are very low. It can be said that he has no talent, but he is very powerful. With nearly 10 million pupil power and Mangekyo as support, even the simplest low-level illusion effect is good at surprising. That guy just now had such a handsome smile. He looked like he was from the Uchiha family, the most powerful family in Konoha. It would be great if we had a chance to meet him. With this thought in mind, Fenghua Koyuki looked back slightly shyly. Uchiha source. It's like I want to imprint Uchiha Gen's face in my mind. Yuen, do we need to buy some snacks to eat inside? Yuhihong suggested while looking at the various snack stalls in front of the cinema. Ui Korone doesn't actually like snacks, she is actually an alcoholic. This is introduced in the original work, but now she can't help herself. There is an elite jonin of Grandmaster Illusion in the dark controlling everything behind the scenes. Korone Ui's consciousness is now completely in a hazy state, and she can't control her behavior at all. This is like the original work in which Uchiha Itaka used illusion to control two beauties to seduce pervy sage Jiraiya. No, I don't like eating snacks when watching movies. Let's go in. The movie is about to start. Uchihagen refused casually. There is absolutely nothing that can be seen from Ui Korone's expression. Chakra's perception also confirms that Ui Korone is herself. The problem is that it is basically impossible for Ui Korone to do such a behavior. How on earth did Sarutobi Hiruzen convince Ui Korone to do this? You must know that Konoha Kunoichi is very proud. Except for the kind of kunoichi who have no autonomy at the root, other kunoichi can refuse such seductive tasks. Roots? Could it be that this be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** people here, let's talk after we go in. Entering the hall, it was already full of people, so they found their corresponding seats and took their seats. After a while, the movie started, and the noise in the theater gradually turned into a whisper. Yuan-jun, what have you been busy with recently? It's okay. I took the time to move to a new home. I've been renovating it all these days. It's actually quite boring. After all, I'm not making up ninjas. I don't need to accept the tasks issued by the village. I originally had a job in the police force and now I'm quitting it. Now, I'm just going to be an unemployed vagrant and relax at home. Ah, I'm so envious of your life, Yuan-kun. Unlike us, when I lead Jonan on a mission, I have to be forced to gather. However, Yuan-kun is unemployed at home. How should I pay for my living expenses? If I don't have enough money, I still have some assets that can support me, Yui Hong said in a timely manner to close the relationship. Ha, I didn't expect that I would still have a day to eat soft food, but this soft food is obviously poisonous. It seems that Yui Hong's behavior now is indeed not her original intention, but it doesn't matter, I just take the opportunity to pretend to be stupid and use the trick. She did it. Red, you're so nice to me, so you like me, right? Uchiha looked at the girl in front of him teasingly. Then, will Yuan-jun accept me? Yui looked at the man in front of her with a blushing face and hopeful eyes. Of course I will. After all, Korone, you are so beautiful. I have no reason to refuse. Uchiha Yuan followed Yui Korone's words. So are we considered boyfriend and girlfriend now? Hong asked with short breath. Of course, from now on, Korone, you are my Uchiha Yuan's woman, and no one can take you away from me. Uchiha Yuan smiled evilly. Now that the words are out there, we are not people who buy and sell by force. Now it was Yuhiko who took the initiative to confess her love to me. As for Yuhiko regaining consciousness afterwards, she can't blame herself. After all, she took the initiative. I, Uchihagan, just couldn't bear to reject a girl who bravely pursues love. What's wrong with me? But now that the goal has been achieved, he is too lazy to continue acting with the mastermind behind the scenes. Uchiha Gen is familiar with this kind of seduction technique in his past and present lives. It is nothing more than a painful drama of falling in love for a long time and then stabbing him in the back. The whole article can compile 72 episodes of love suspense and ethics drama. How can I have time to spend so much time with them? The readers next door saw it and thought I was exaggerating about the word count. So here's the inside story. The plot reached its climax on the screen. In a tearful speech, Fen Jianji successfully conquered a large number of horses with her unique personality charm, laying a solid foundation for the restoration of the country in the next part of the plot for more than 10 years. Fang Yinji is really a woman with unique charm. Yuri's red eyes looked at the heroic Fang Yinji on the screen. Red is not bad either. By the way, Red, since we are now boyfriend and girlfriend, it should be okay to do some things that boyfriends and girlfriends should do, right? Uchiha Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled mischievously. What are boyfriends and girlfriends supposed to do? Here, Yuri blushed, looking at the man in front of her in confusion. Don't worry, I have a secret skill. It's fun and won't hurt you. It's the same everywhere, even on the street. It's no problem. At most, I'll lend you my coat later to block it. Uchiha Yuan smiled mysteriously and didn't explain much. Lend me your coat to block it? What does this have to do with the coat? Yuhi Hong looked confused. Could it be that he had made a mistake? Look into my eyes. Tsukuyomi, Masaka not good. The secret of the five senses was instantly cracked. In a corner outside the cinema, the person behind the scenes saw what had happened. He covered his stinging temples and suppressed the damage caused by the backlash of the illusion, and ran away like crazy for a moment. Uchihagan didn't pay too much attention to this. Anyway, the target has been determined. Konoha is so big, where can he escape to? For now, let's get the UI red first. At the same time, Korone UI also returned to normal. Thinking back to all the pretentious ways she had treated Uchiha Gen, her face instantly turned red and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Uchiha Gen didn't give Korone UI a chance to explain at all, so he took the time to make mistakes. Anyway, he couldn't see them outside the Tsukuyomi space. 72 hours was enough for Uchiha Gen to review and practice several tons of information from his previous life. Wait, Kia do sack. Something big happened. It's been so long since I traveled back in time that I remembered that I still haven't deleted those T information. It's over, the society is dead now, and if I check the computer, don't all my 7 aunts and 8 aunts know about it? But fortunately, I don't have to go back anymore. It's nice to think about living in a different world. UN, what are you doing? Stop for a moment. Please listen to my explanation first. It's not what you think. In Tsukuyomi's space, seeing Uchiha Yuen rushing over impatiently, Yui Hong was as scared as a quail. Come on, little baby, why are you refusing to welcome me? Wasn't it very bold just now? Oh, I understand, role-playing? I didn't expect Hong to be so good at it. In that case, let's have a tense and exciting game. Let's battle Pokemon. Uchihagen smiled evilly. As someone with actual combat experience, Uchihagen naturally knew what to do next. Faced with Uchiha Gen's forced attack, Yui Korone was forced to fight back, throwing double bombs of gas to fight. Double bomb gas, use charm, Yui Hong commanded in confusion. You're a shameless person. Does the double bomb gas have the skill of charm? Uchiha Yuen looked dissatisfied. Just tell me whether you were hit or not. Okay, come again. A double bomb gas can't come back for a game like Pokemon Battle. Uchiha Yuen is a veteran player after all. Facing a newbie like Yui Korone, it feels like a king beating bronze. The time is still very long, the story is still going on, the night is getting deeper and deeper. In the 72 hours in Tsukuyomi, Yui Korone went from being a new trainer to a Pokemon master after some arduous training and instruction from Uchiha General. I will omit AT in the follow-up, knowing that readers don't like to watch Pokemon. The battle will not be detailed here. Back to reality, Uchiha Yuen slumped in his seat coolly, with an expression that was just short of a cigarette afterward. As for Yui Korone next to her, although she was still neatly dressed, her mouth was drooling, her eyes were slightly rolled, and her tongue was exposed. She didn't move for a long time, and she looked completely beaten. If she hadn't been breathing, Uchiha Yuen would have thought she was in shock. Woolen cloth. Alas, he is still too young and cannot keep up with his willpower. Moreover, the two granaries are not as big as the leaf granary. However, Korone is still young, which is understandable. I believe that with his own help, he will not be able to surpass Tsunade, but he will still surpass the original. No problem. Korin, are you okay? You've come to your senses. Uchiha Yuen calmed down a little, waved his hand in front of Yui Korone's eyes and asked. Hearing the movement, Yuri's red eyes focused. Ah, Yuen, take off your coat quickly and give it to me. Yuri Hong was so anxious that tears were almost coming out. Don't worry, no one is paying attention here. No, take your coat and use it. Uchiha took off his coat skillfully. Thank you, Yuen, you are so kind. Yui Hong hurriedly took the coat and wrapped it around her waist randomly. Hey, what a stupid kid, he was sold out and he still thanked me, that is, he met me. If it were anyone else, you would have been a widow long ago. Yes, I'm talking about you, the one worth 35 million. Yuen, let's leave first. Although her lower body was already surrounded by her coat, Yui Hong always felt unsafe and looked around with a guilty look on her face. Thanks to the 72 hours of sparring in Tsukuyomi's space, Korone Yui is now completely obedient to Uchiha Gen, from being forced and passive at the beginning to being active, and then addicted. It can only be said that people's physiques are different. If it were Ye Kang, he would not be compliant even if he tried it several times. It is a typical example of a person who obeys the body but does not obey the mouth. The movie isn't over yet, don't you want to watch it? Uchihagen thought, it's okay to be idle anyway. The movie about Fang Yunji in the original novel is completely passed over in one sentence, so now is the time to understand the specific plot. It's a pity that Yui Korone just wants to leave here. If she really waits until the movie is over before leaving, there will be many people at that time. What if someone discovers her embarrassing thing? You know, 1/3 of an acre of Konoha is not big. What if you meet someone you know? Let's go, Minamoto, it will be the same next time we come to see you. Let's go back and change our clothes first. Yui Hong didn't mention anything about being controlled by illusions before. It seems that she planned to make mistakes. What if the explanation is clear and Uchiha Yuen doesn't want to take responsibility? Tried the 72-hour unlimited Pokemon battle in Tsukuyomi space. Yui Korone now has another hobby besides drinking. Okay, since you said so Korone, let's go back first. It doesn't matter when we watch the movie, my family Korone is the most important. Uchihagen smiled fondly, hugged Yui Korone and stood up to leave. Yuen-jun is really gentle. Returning to Yui Hong's home, Uchiha Yuen looked at the decorations in the house with a puzzled look on his face. Why are there still clothes belonging to a middle-aged man? Hong's father didn't die from Nine Tails in the original novel. Oh, it's okay. It seems that Nine Tails Knight accidentally saved many families because of his actions. Obviously Yui Hong is one of the beneficiaries. Yui Hong can be regarded as a disguised life-saving grace. There is no way to repay it, so she can only promise it with her own body. Ah, these all belong to my father. He has been working in Umbu and rarely comes home. Seeing Uchiha Yuen staring at the clothes on the hangers, Yui Hong was afraid that he would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. I know, I've met your father before. Uchiha Yuen smiled and rubbed Hong's head. Well, then I'm going to change clothes. There are drinks in the refrigerator and you can help yourself. There is a saying that a woman should please her own appearance. As soon as Yurihong went in, it was already an hour later when she came out again. With nothing to do, Uchiha Yuen casually took a bottle of tea from the refrigerator and drank while looking at the decoration of the room. Judging from the furnishings, the decoration in the room should be made by a woman, and Yuako's father is not at home all year round. It is obvious that Yuako is decorating all this. If Korone Yui hadn't been so young, Uchiha would have taken her home right now. But his father, Yui Zhenhong, had a difficult time. Let's put the marriage issue aside for now. After all, Yakang hasn't even taken over yet. I hope the two can get along harmoniously by then. But it doesn't matter if we can't live in harmony. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? This is no longer the past life, and the marriage law has no control over this world where strength is respected. In her previous life, Yui Hong was still considered a minor. For her behavior, she would probably be sent to jail to pick up soap. But the ninja world doesn't seem to talk about this. They usually start getting along formally at this age, and get married after a few years of dating. The actual age at marriage is not much different from your previous life. However, the couple system is very confusing. There is no system at all. Before, Uchiha Yuen even went out of his way to ask the clan elders. In principle, daimyo nobles do not have a specific number of wives to marry, but since they are all married couples, the wife is not weak in strength, so the average husband does not dare to let himself go too much. As for ordinary civilians, it would be great if they could marry a daughter-in-law, but they couldn't afford to marry more if they wanted to. As for ninjas, most of them are monogamous. One of the key factors is the qualifications of offspring. You must know that there was no supernatural energy like chakra in this world. At that time, everyone was still fighting with samurai swords. Maybe only the animals in the three holy places have mastered the extraordinary ability of natural energy. This leads to the fact that ordinary people have to look at their ancestors if they want to obtain chakra. This is a world where blood is respected. The closer your ancestor is to Otsutsuki, the stronger your ninja qualifications are. Although people do not know the inside story of Otsutsuki, it does not hinder them. Learn from historical experience. If a ninja marries a ninja, the child's qualifications are higher than if a ninja marries a commoner. Even some children born to commoners are not qualified to become ninjas. In this case, everyone will definitely want to find a kunoichi as a wife. The problem is that the small number of kunoichi cannot support the so-called polygamy, and the strength of kunoichi is not necessarily weaker than that of male ninja. In this case, the voice of kunoichi is greatly improved. If they are strong enough, they can even be in a male-dominated society. Film. Therefore, the advice given by the clan elder is that both monogamy and polygamy are acceptable. It depends on you. If you want your descendants to have higher qualifications, find a kunoichi who will be monogamous. If you want your descendants to be free and monogamous, whether you have good descendants or not, whether you have talent or not, all depends on fate, then find some common women. Of course, if your personality is strong enough and you can convince the kunoichi to accept your polygamy, you can also marry both. But nowadays, kunoichi are the most popular ones. They don't have to worry about getting married. This situation is basically impossible to happen. Source: how about I wear this? Yui Hong asked, wearing a white short dress with mesh lining. On the inside, she looks a bit like Mitarashi Anko's dress in the original work, but on the outside, it looks like her dressing style in the original work. It's fine, as long as it's not too revealing. After all, only I can appreciate Korone's inner side. Uchiha looked at the beautiful girl in front of him frankly. Even after Tsukuyomi's 72-hour surprise tutoring session, Korone Yui couldn't help but feel shy when she suddenly heard such meaningful words. Yuen, do you like to be more conservative outside? I understand. Yui Hong secretly wrote it down. Let's go, it's still early, let's go shopping. I'm all sweaty just now, let's go to a bathhouse later, shall we? There was a bathhouse that was giving away discount coupons. I collected a few of them before, and we just happened to go together today. I heard there is a private mixed bath inside. After taking a bath in the hot spring, let's go to Ipponshiki to drink some sake. The snacks there are amazing. Korone Yui pulled Uchiha Gen as she began to plan the trip. Bath? Correct. I almost forgot about Sarutobi Hiruzen. When this guy has nothing to do, he likes to look at the Konoha bathhouse using the telescope behind the crystal ball technique. This kind of behavior is completely unacceptable to Uchiha Yuen. After all, whose family doesn't have a female member? Let Sarutobi Biwako run naked on the street and see what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks? It's understandable that men are horny, but those who are as despicable as Sarutobi Hiruzen deserve to die. No, we must take precautions before they happen. Red, don't go to any hot spring baths in the future. Do you know that you can't go to any hot baths in Konoha? Uchiha Yuen said seriously. Why? It's so hard for me to take out the discount coupons I've saved for a long time, Yuri Hong said with a look of regret and grievance. Because one time I went to Hokage's office and saw Hokage using a crystal ball and a telescope technique to peek into the women's bathhouse. Nanny? peeking into the women's bathhouse? I didn't expect Master Hokage to be such a person. He couldn't tell at all. But considering the virtue of his teacher Jiraiya, it's not surprising. It's a pity that Sister Kushina actually found such a pervert. No, I must expose his pervert behavior to Sister Kushina. Yui Hong was shocked when she heard this. Kurane, you misunderstood. The Hokage I'm talking about doesn't mean Minato. I'm talking about the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yuen looked at Yui Kurane's understanding and understood it completely in the opposite direction and hurriedly explained. Don't say this nonsense. If Namikaze Minato knew that these words came from me, he would probably drive the Flying Thunder God to come to me for a duel. Although I am not lying, it is troublesome after all. If you can explain clearly, there is no need to deliberately misunderstand and become this evil person. Miso Yui Kurane took several steps back after hearing this, and said loudly with a distorted look on her face, how is it possible? How could Lord Third Generation do such a thing? Recalling the scene where the third Hokage had a kind face and taught everyone about the will of fire, it was completely impossible to tell that he turned out to be a lecherous pervert old man. At this moment, the character of Guang Zhengwei that third Hokage has built over the years collapsed. I was also shocked at the time. It was the crystal ball that was often placed on the third generation table. The old pervert relied on it to peek under the guise of inspecting the public sentiment in Konoha. Uchihagen was finishing the attack. My own woman must not become a fan of things like Konoha and the will of fire. It must be corrected as soon as possible. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that the third generation who has always boasted about the will of fire would be this kind of person. It's really disgusting. Yui Hon frowned and said in disgust. Thinking about how third Hokage has behaved over the years, how much I admired them before, but how disgusting they are now. In this case, the bathing plan can only be cancelled. I have to tell all the Konoha female compatriots this news. We can no longer let perverts like the third generation go unpunished. I believe the fourth Hokage does not want Sister Kushina to take a bath. Let's be spied on by such an old pervert. That's it, you must report it to the fourth generation. Kurane Yui, as a woman, has zero tolerance for this kind of pervert behavior. Just pay more attention to yourself in the future. After all, the third Hokage doesn't do this once or twice. Namikaze Minato still knows something about the situation, but he is not easy to control. Do you think he can control it like his master Jiraiya? After all, we are so close. There's a difference. At most, it's just to remind Kushina to pay attention to herself. Besides, Kushina has the blood of the Uzumaki family and has super strong perception. Basically, there is no chance of being spied on. Namikaze Minato probably has this kind of mentality as well. Hang height, Uchiha source guest. After all, one is his master and the other is his master. Moreover, as a Hokage, he has to act based on his master's face. If Kurane Yui really wants to sue third generation for this kind of thing, Namikaze Minato will probably just give a few words of warning and let it go. Privately, third generation should be like that. Don't end up not achieving your goal and offending everyone. Although I am not afraid of those guys, Yui Kurane is still working as a ninja, and they have many ways to put Yui Kurane's shoes on. Why is this? Yui Hong said decadently after hearing this. No way, this is the truest side of Konoha. Even Namikaze Minato can't change it. After all, he is just the puppet Hokage supported by the third generation. Do you expect him to stop the third generation? Isn't this because we don't distinguish between big and small kings? Uchihagen explained comfortingly. Hateful, forget it, I don't want to worry about these troubles anymore. Once we've sorted it out, let's set off. It's getting late. I have to go back early. There are things waiting for me tomorrow, not to mention that I have to go to the roots later. After all, it is not polite to reciprocate. For a person like Danzo, the more you tolerate it, the more he will bully you and think you are a coward. We must treat him well this time so that he will have to take a detour whenever he sees Lao Zi. Well, there's nothing left to pack. Let's go, I'm hungry too. Yui Hong's mood comes and goes quickly. Since it can't be changed, she can only pay more attention in the future. Yes, she needs to be reminded. Sisters, please pay more attention, especially Anko's Mata character. Konoha Business Street Yui Kurane holds Yuen's arm affectionately and enjoys the moment between the two of them. Hey, Hon, what are you doing? A shocked male voice suddenly came out after giving birth. Uchihagen also looked back after hearing this. It turned out to be Heite Kakashi, a cold and sultry man. Oh, it's Kakashi. What a coincidence. I was planning to go to an izakaya with Yuen-kun. The seiken snacks there are quite good. I just happened to take Yuen-kun to try them. I originally wanted to politely ask Kakashi if he wanted to come with us, but thinking that if Kakashi doesn't know how to be polite and wants to go together, wouldn't it disturb the world between herself and Yuen? It's better to be safe on the first date. Yeah, it's not about the izakaya. Kurane, what's going on with you and Yuen? It wasn't Asuma who was there before. Kakashi was very confused. Has Asuma given up? That shouldn't be the case. Looking at his dog-licking and persistent look, he wished he could be by Hong's side all the time. Don't mention Asuma, he and I are just ordinary friends. If you have misunderstood him because of some of his previous actions, then I just want to clarify now that I already have a boyfriend. After saying that, I hugged Uchiha Yuen's arm tightly with a happy look on my face. Looking at Ui Kurane's behavior, Kakashi doesn't know whether he is happy or feels sad for Asuma. After all, a dog licker will not die a good death, and everyone who licks a dog will kill it. I hope Asuma can withstand the blow when the time comes. So that's it? I misunderstood. I'm sorry, Hong, are you going to the izakaya? How about we meet together? Kakashi didn't know how to avoid suspicion and moved forward. No need, Yuen and I have some private matters, so it's inconvenient. Yuri Hong quickly refused. Fortunately, I wasn't so polite just now. Why does Kakashi have no eyesight at all? I hate this kind of person who has no boundaries and dares the most. Saying this, without waiting for Kakashi to answer, he quickly pulled Uchiha Yuen and left quickly. He deserves to be single, and he still wants to interfere with the good things between himself and Yuen. This thing. I have written it down. How could Kurane fall in love with Uchiha Gen? Confusing. Kakashi rubbed the white hair on his head in distress. It's not that Minamoto is a bad person, it's mainly because Uchiha Minamoto is from the Uchiha clan, and Kurane's father, Uima Biai-sama, happens to be Minister Umbu. The combination of the two will probably make my master very distressed. The third generation's delay in handing over Umbu's power is already a headache. Okay now, insert another Uchiha. I hope the purpose of the Uchiha clan is not Umbu. After all, Kurane is one of the best students in her class. Kakashi does not want her to become a victim of political power. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to explore Uchiha Yuen's tone, but it turns out Benong seemed to have misunderstood. He also unintentionally became a villain. Alas, it's difficult. It's better to leave this kind of thing to Mr. Minato. Why is he, a mere captain of the Umbu team, taking a dead salary to worry about the Hokage's heart? It just adds to the worries. Yuen, don't get me wrong. Kakashi is talking nonsense. Although Asuma has been pursuing me, I have never agreed. Girls in love are always sensitive. Ui Hong always has an unreal illusion of worrying about gains and losses. Don't worry, Konoha doesn't count as a fight. I've heard about Asuma's behavior. Besides, you are my woman now and no one can take her away. Uchihagen pinched Ui's red face lovingly. Ha 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 ha. It's all the fault of that guy Asuma, he's just like a piece of candy. He's probably not a good guy. After all, his father, third Hokage, has that kind of virtue. What good things can he teach? After saying this, I suddenly realized that Jiraiya, could it be that you were taught bad things by that old pervert of third Hokage? It seems that we have wrongly blamed Master Jiraiya all these years. The evil Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kurane Ui looked indignant. Okay, don't think about these disappointing things anymore. Late at night Uchiha tribe land. After sending Hong home, Uchiha Yuen went back to his residence alone. After all, they had just had a relationship and it would be bad to bring their daughter back to spend the night before she even met her parents. Maybe she would bring her front daughter back and Ui Zhenhong would come to her door. It's time to teach our Lord Danzo a lesson. Stupid Shinura Danzo tonight is destined to be something this generation will never forget. You will live under the fear of Sarutobi Hiruzen for the rest of your life. Uchiha Yuen changed into black night clothes and put on a fox mask of the same style as Azu. Konoha, the western edge of the Death Forest. Root base. Danzo puts all his effort into his roots. Even if he treats his own race, Danzo doesn't put so much effort into it. This is also the reason why Shinura has always been a second-rate family even though he has a Konoha elder. It's almost the same as the Inyazuka clan in the original work, even worse than the Inyazuka clan in terms of secret skills. After all, no matter how courageous Danzo is, he would not dare to hand over the contents of the sealed book to his own people. Even the strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in history would not dare to do such a thing so blatantly. The sealed book is a treasure that belongs to the entire Konoha. Although most of it contains techniques created by Senju Tobirama, there are also techniques created by other families or individuals. For example, Ling Hua technique and more. Even for Hokage, if you want to hand over the forbidden technique to others, you need a reason. It is obviously too outrageous and self-improving to directly give it to family members to learn. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto was able to learn the multiple shadow clone in the Book of Ceilings, but that was only because of the fourth Hokage. It was more than enough to use the achievements of the fourth Hokage to give his son the secret skills in the Book of Ceilings. On this point, I have to admire the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen's really vicious vision. Multiple shadow clone can be said to be a technique exclusive to Naruto. For Naruto himself, multiple shadow clone is like Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god. Just as perfect a match. In the original work, it is not so much that Naruto stole the Book of Sealings and learned the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone by chance. It is better to say that Third Hokage chose this forbidden technique for Naruto based on his own conditions. From this aspect, Third Hokage is still very good to Naruto, but other aspects of the operation seem outrageous. While not announcing the identity of the orphan of Naruto 4th generation, he also let the people of Konoha know that he is the incarnation of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. The problem is that in addition to ordinary people, Konoha's top brass, major families, and even enemy village ninjas all know Naruto's background. In this case, does your so-called confidentiality only apply to ordinary Konoha people who hurt Naruto? What's the point? Being called Nine Tails by a group of villagers every day and treated differently, as long as the enemy village spy is not someone like Joe Sing Sing, even a fool will know Naruto's specific identity, right? Inferring from this, the only purpose of the group of ordinary villagers who hurt Naruto is to serve as a reference. Their sinister faces set off Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind smile. Can little Naruto withstand this test? I fell into the arms of third generation in a matter of minutes. All seemingly unreasonable behaviors are just to fulfill Third Hokage's selfish desire. After all, a deterrent weapon like Nine Tails must be in your own hands to be safe. Just a few ordinary people's gossip can gain the allegiance of a strong man like Naruto who will decide the direction of the war in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen is making a lot of money. Everything is for Konoha, selfishness. But then again, Danzo's selfishness is actually far more than that of the Third Hokage. He wants to pay attention to Hashirama cells, secret techniques of major families, human experiments, sharingan, etc. Anyway, as long as it is something that feels good to him, then he will do it. It's all back to the roots, but under such circumstances, the Sarutobi family behind Third Hokage is developing with each passing day. On the other hand, Danzo didn't bring Tang Tang Shuashui into the clan. Instead, he wanted to let the family subsidize his roots. If the Shimura clan hadn't relied on Danzo's power to pull off the tiger's skin, and the relationship between third generation and Danzo had a great influence on Shimura, the clan can be considered as taking care of them, otherwise the Shimura clan would not even be able to join the second-rate clan now. In this respect, Danzo is much better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how dirty and despicable he is, as long as things remain at the root, when Danzo dies, those achievements will still belong to Konoha, just like the Shimura clan. Not related. But these have nothing to do with me. The decaying Konoha no longer has a ship to carry Uchiha. If Uchiha wants to be great again, he must start a new business and be his own boss. Sizzy, keep your bugs on alert. Judging from the information Kurama Rokyun reported in the afternoon, that guy must have noticed it. Danzo secretly clenched his bandaged arm. Evil Uchiha will send you to see Mr. Tobirama sooner or later. Yes, Lord Danzo. Aberame responded coldly and sternly. It was originally written that Aberame took the root, but later I checked the information and found that the root and Shino are the same generation. In the original work, the root entered the root instead of Shino. According to the current situation judging from the timeline, Aberame should still be a 3 or 4-year-old kid, so I randomly used a fanfic protagonist to make a cameo here. Regarding the pervert Uchiha Gen, Danzo wants to destroy him in his dreams, but the problem is that his actual strength does not allow it. This is back to the dilemma faced by the elderly Third Hokage, but unlike the third generation, the Third Hokage cherishes feathers. Knowing that Danzo was asked to make black gloves, he was hiding behind the scenes. Like now. Danzo is like a fool in this respect, running rampant and using any means to achieve his goals. At the same time, he has no overall view of the overall situation and does things regardless of the consequences. When I first controlled Ui Korone's assassination, I didn't think too much about it, but now I feel like things have been exposed and I'm starting to get nervous. Throughout the original work, Danzo has done many such things. Hello, are you waiting for me? In the Dark Roots, a group of root ninjas were guarding Danzo. A frivolous male voice suddenly appeared out of place in the solemn environment. Who? Where? Protect Lord Danzo. Humph. Evil Uchiha brat, why hide your head and show your tail now that you're here? Danzo's words were irritating, but one of his eyes contracted violently, showing his inner unrest. What bullshit Uchiha, I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. I only came to the root today to do 3 things. Fairness. It's still fair. I was also a disciple of second generation master. Why should Sarutobi Hiruzen be the Hokage? You can also be the leader of the root, but we are the only one who only got an elder from the dormitory clan? This is so unfair. Uchiha Genmontian said nonsense. Anyway, whatever Danzo said, it doesn't matter if he knows that he is Uchiha UN. As long as I don't admit it myself, who can do anything to Lao Zi? After saying that, Uchiha UN appeared, and without waiting for the reaction of the root crowd, the aura of tens of millions of pupils surged out. Just one look fixed the group of people in front of him, including Danzo. Evil Uchiha brat, don't spread rumors here. What kind of sleeping group are you talking about? You haven't even changed your voice. Come on. How do you feel about today? Danzo stared at the terrifying man in front of him with his eyes wide open. Man! Excuse me? Did Lord Danzo treat me as a passing bandit? But since Lord Danzo said so, I will put forward the request of our transferred clan. The 4th Hokage must abdicate, and the 5th Hokage will be chosen from our transferred clan. Come out, the roots must be controlled by my sleeping clan. That's enough. Evil Uchiha kid, are you kidding me? Danzo's sense of security was at its lowest at this time. Even if he is surrounded by his subordinates, they can't provide him with any peace of mind. Stupid Shinura Danzo, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being cruel to Xiao Yuan. With that, Uchiha Yuan activated the Mangaku sharingan. You've already turned on Mangaku, and you still say you're not from the Uchiha clan? I've never heard of a transfer to Zyojin, Danzo said nervously when he saw Uchiha turned on Mangaku. Oh, what are you talking about? These are colored contact lenses, peripheral products of Uchiha Welfare Lottery Store, 50 taels for a pair, 100 taels for 3 pairs. When I bought the lottery last time, I thought they looked cool, so I bought a pair for 50 taels. How do you like it? Handsome, don't you? He said and posed in a few photogenic poses. Uchiha, how dare you tease me like this? I am an elder of Konoha, the leader of the root. Do you know what you are doing? Are you going to rebel against the village? Danzo roared. Danzo, you can't accuse someone of innocence out of thin air. Although I am also very jealous of Uchiha Gen's heroic face and Haki's sideways posture and his invincible strength in the ninja world. But, I am really called Xiao General, Uchiha Yuan said shamelessly, spreading his hands. Okay, I'm not here to talk about family matters. I have something to do tomorrow. Danzo, old thief, give me the ultimate illusion man on man. At the same time, Uchiha turned Sharingan, and the eye technique Tsukuyomi secretly activated. Masaka. Where is this? In Tsukuyomi space, Danzo looked at the blood-red sky and a world of nothingness. By the way, that evil Uchiha kid seems to be talking about genjutsu. Is this some kind of genjutsu? Explanation. However, it was of no use. Tsukuyomi and Uchiha Madara, who are backed by 10 million eyes, have to kneel down when they come. Little Danzo, so ridiculous. Welcome to the Tsukuyomi space. All time and space here are controlled by me. Here you will spend an unforgettable 72 hours. Without further ado, let me introduce the plot to Mr. Danzo. I hope Mr. Danzo will be strong enough. I will dodge first, so as not to irritate your eyes. After Uchiha Yuan explained, he disappeared. It's a boring trick. You weren't even born when I went to the battlefield. What can I do with just illusions? If you have the ability, you kill someone? I am the disciple of Tobira Masama, Konoha's 2nd generation. Don't look down on people. The **************************************** D. Danzo was tied to the cross and roared angrily. It seems that he intends to use this to reduce the fear in his heart. Tap tap, tap followed by a burst of footsteps. 20 Sarutobi Hiruzen came out of the darkness. There are various versions of Sarutobi Hiruzen from teenagers to middle-aged and old. That's it? The evil Uchiha brat, you really embarrass your ancestors. Seeing this situation, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Scam illusions are the type with the lowest attack power among illusions. They are usually sneak attacks or you can only use it to find out the information. In the current situation, the Uchiha brat using this type of illusion is totally wrong. After all, he is a ninja without formal organization. Why did Sarutobi take off his clothes? Is there any weight to bear? Shouldn't it? Isn't this an illusion space? As the Sarutobi finished taking off their clothes, a group of naked Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually approached, and the pale Shimura Danzo. Nanny? This is? Could it be? Masaka. Uchiha Gen, come out. Let's talk. However, Uchiha was afraid of getting the eye of a needle, so he blocked everything around him. Naturally, he couldn't hear Danzo's words. No, don't. Hiruzen, Yamairo Uchiha Gen, I was wrong. Let them go away, I am not used to this style of play. Feeling the boy Sarutobi on his body, and looking at the 19 Sarutobi Hiruzen with different expressions who were still queuing up, Danzo felt like the sky was falling apart. He had never felt so disgusting about Sarutobi Hiruzen's face at that moment in his life. Only the evil Uchiha could come up with such an inhumane forbidden technique. This kind of forbidden technique should not exist in the world. This is hell. In Tsukuyomi space, 72 hours have passed, and Danzo has been tortured to the point of being transformed into a human being. However, compared to the physical torture, the mental blow is undoubtedly greater. Danzo's life has been full of ups and downs. What kind of big scenes have he never seen? Even when the Golden Horn and Silver Horn group were chasing him, Danzo didn't even frown at all. But today, he really couldn't bear it. Are all the evil Uchiha clans so pervert? No wonder teacher Tobirama would say so about the Uchiha clan. Is it because of this? Masaka. Did Tobirama-sensei also? Reality, a second passed, Danzo slumped in his seat with eyes blank. 2 lines of clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and he just muttered to himself, "Beast, what a beast! What a beast, Danzo, this is what you will get if you resist me and move to another clan." After saying that, he also carved a few big characters on the wall at the base. "Kill Danzo first, then Sarutobi, I will go to bed and Konoha will rule the roost." Seeing Uchiha Yuen leaving gracefully, everyone in the route looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "Lord Danzo, what should we do next?" Lord Danzo. After shouting several times, there was no response. Danzo was still immersed in his own world with empty eyes and couldn't extricate himself. "No, it's not so much that I can't extricate myself, but that I don't want to face reality and has no hope for life in the future. You must know that although Danzo is not a womanizer, he is also a man with a normal sexual orientation. What normal man can withstand such a blow? Those are 20 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't talk about Danzo, even if Hanzo comes, he can't stand it. 72 hours. A full 72 hours. Do you know how I spent these 72 hours? Do you know? I even felt like I was meeting Sage of Six Paths for a moment. I think Danzo has been famous all his life, but ended up like this. What's the point of living? I'm tired." Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes flashed with light. He took out a kunao from behind and slashed his throat. "Slow, Nanny, no, stop Master Danzo quickly. If something happens to him, none of us will get over it." In the end, the old Danzo was rescued by a group of young and powerful men in a hurry. Fortunately, there are standing medical ninjas at the route. Otherwise, Danzo would have gone to second-generation Tobirama to confirm the origin of the phrase evil uchiha. "Master Sizzy, what should we do now?" A root ninja turned his attention to this Aberame tribesman who was highly valued by Master Danzo. "Alas, Master Danzo is determined to die now. We can stop him once, but we can't stop him for the rest of his life. There's nothing I can do about this situation. Go and invite the third Hokage." "Yes, Master Xixiang." Before the voice could finish, the person had already disappeared in a swish. Turn to Xiao Yuan, what on earth did he do to Lord Danzo? Aberame's Hizzy looked at the arrogant slogans left by Xiao Yuan on the wall and didn't know what to do. "Sarutobi tribe what? You said someone invaded the roots." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked confused. Konoha had just experienced the Nine Tails rebellion not long ago. How long had it been? Are there any invading roots that are not afraid of death? What an eventful year. "Yes, Mr. Third Generation. Mr. Aberame, please let me inform you to take charge of the overall situation," the genin soldier said hurriedly. "Me? In charge of the overall situation? What about Danzo? How about Danzo? Could it be? With Danzo's urine, touching his roots is more harmful than touching the roots of his descendants. In this matter, he is not a relative. Don't give face to anyone, including myself, the third Hokage." But now the root ninja actually allows himself to take charge of the overall situation? Could it be? Danzo him. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge in his heart when he thought that his old friend of many years would leave him like this. "I took 2 puffs of dry cigarettes to barely stabilize my mood. Danzo-sama is fine, but his mood is a bit unstable at the moment and he keeps thinking about suicide." Gen Ninja said truthfully. "Did I hear it wrong? What did you just say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked suspicious when he heard this. Could this root ninja be an enemy agent? "You heard it right, Lord Danzo, he really wanted to commit suicide. After some rescue efforts by our root medical ninjas, he could barely save his life. Now it is all thanks to the combined efforts of the root ninjas to barely cure Lord Danzo. Otherwise, Danzo would have been, already go to the underworld to meet the first generation and the second generation." "Lord Third Hokage, go and see, Lord Aberame may not be able to maintain the situation," said the Geninja sadly. "Ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo? Suicide? Just him? I have worked with Danzo for decades. No one knows what kind of person he is better than me. You can say that I commit suicide than that of Danzo. Believe it. You clowns. You actually deceived me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tell me, who was instructing you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing that something was wrong, immediately switched to a fighting stance and shouted, "Nanny? Who ordered it? Me? Master Xixiang asked me to come." Gen Ninja was also confused. "So that's it? Aberame's ambition? I didn't expect his ambition to be so big. Danzo, you are really frightened by the geese pecking you all day long. Ha! In the end, I have to clean up the mess. Aberame's ambition. Eagle vision. It's hard for people like Wolfgu to reach the realm of elegance. Come here," Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. At the same time, he casually gave instructions. "Here, Lord Third Generation." A ninja in Umbu uniform walked out of the darkness. "Go and inform Mr. Fourth Generation that there is a special situation. gather immediately. To be on the safe side, Sarutobi Hiruzen had someone call Namikaze Minato first. Since Abarame's ambition is to trick himself into going to the route, it means that he must be extremely confident in keeping himself at the route. Be on the safe side and call Minato so he can take care of you when the time comes. After a stick of incense. Master third generation, what do you want me to do? He came before anyone else arrived. A flash of yellow light suddenly caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Minato, something happened at the route. Abarame aspires to rebel, and Danzo's life or death is uncertain now. Come with me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a solemn expression. Ha, is there such a good thing? Danzo's life or death is uncertain? If I had known earlier I wouldn't have come. Abarame's ambition? Rebellion? I have long felt that forces like the roots that are independent of the Hokage are unreliable. Now something has finally happened. Lord Third Generation, I think it is necessary to disband organizations like the Roots. Minato took the opportunity to suggest. I will consider this matter. The top priority is to capture Abarame and rescue Elder Danzo first. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to think deeply. Are you kidding? The root is nominally Danzo's force, but it is actually my power. If we really want to dismantle the root, the voice of our elders will be directly weakened by more than half, and we will dismantle the root? It's impossible even to think about. Yes, third generation. Let's wait until Elder Danzo is rescued. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's perfunctory attitude, Namikaze Minato nodded helplessly. Root, since the intelligence between the two sides is completely unequal, Nebu believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen is here to take charge of the overall situation, so he has no intention of blocking it at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his party also thought that the root was loose on the outside and tight on the inside, and many traps had been laid waiting for them to escape. Although he looked calm along the way, his heart was extremely tense. In the NEB General Affairs room, Abarame Shizi was pressing Danzo down nervously to prevent him from committing suicide. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his party happened to see this scene when they came in. Abarame ambition. You are so brave. Let go of Elder Danzo. Sarutobi immediately stopped. At the same time, he secretly winked at Namikaze Minato beside him, allowing him to take the opportunity to sneak attack, so as to quickly cure Abarame's ambition. Namikaze Minato understands it perfectly. Always pay attention to Abarame's ambitions and be ready to look for opportunities at the right time. After all, Abarame's ambition is to be a powerful jonin, and since he is still holding Danzo hostage, Sarutobi and others have no choice but to take action. Third generation Sama, you are finally here. Please advise Danzo-sama, he wants to. Abarame's ambition was to think that Third Hokage was asking him to let go of Danzo first, and he will take care of everything. Hearing this, he was unprepared and ready to let go of Danzo. Boom! At the moment when Abarame's hands were separated from Danzo's body, Namikaze Minato used a teleportation technique, plus a raisnon that was already prepared behind him. In an instant, Abarame's entire ambition was smashed into a painting and hung on the wall. Nanny. The surrounding Gen ninjas were all confused. There were so many bizarre and outrageous things happening today that their little minds couldn't handle it anymore. In this situation, I don't know where to help. At the same time, Chimera Danzo, who was out of control, slammed forward with a body flicker technique. Bang! This sound hurts. Unfortunately, due to the mental blow and being restrained for a long time, Danzo's physical abilities have seriously declined in all aspects, so this collision with the wall did not produce a brain-exploding effect. Quickly, go get the medical ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered after seeing this situation. At this time, Abarame's ambition on the wall also trembled and relied on his own willpower to pull himself down from the wall with his hands and feet. Sir, fourth generation, I need a reasonable explanation. Root ninjas also have dignity. I will work hard to protect Lord Danzo and wait for third generation to come and take charge of the overall situation. Why do you suddenly give me a raisnon? Abarame grinned in pain. Road. But Lord Third Generation said that you held Elder Danzo hostage with the intention of treason. Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. It was the Gen Ninja who told me that you asked me to go to the route to take charge of the overall situation. He also said that Elder Danzo was going to commit suicide. How could I believe such a nonsense? So I have reason to doubt your purpose. Impure, for the sake of safety, I asked Minato to stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe and frowned even deeper. Then, is Danzo-sama's action just now a suicide? Third generation Sama is so arbitrary without understanding the specific situation. After all, Abarame's ambition is Danzo's subordinate, and he is not usually under the control of the third Hokage, so he usually doesn't feel that the third Hokage is anyhow powerful. Coupled with Danzo's ability to cultivate on a daily basis, it can be said that the roots are only loyal to Danzo. In their eyes, third Hokage is not as intimidating as the stronger Namikaze Minato. Ji Jonin, I feel wrong to you. The third generation is worried about Danzo's condition, so he acted like this. Everything is for Konoha. Please Please be considerate and don't worry. You are considered a work-related injury. Go to the infirmary to get bandaged. I'll wait for my sick leave. I'll mention it to Elder Danzo. Namikaze Minato tried to smooth things over and win people's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent throughout the entire process. Looking at Namikaze Minato in front of him, he seemed to have seen himself in the past when he first came to power. But Namikaze Minato is still a little immature. Aberamaze Hizi didn't say any more after hearing this, nodded and retreated. In this moment, the medical ninja has brought Danzo's injury under control, and Danzo is completely awake. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stepped forward. Danzo, what happened to you? Why can't you think of committing suicide? Does your irresponsible behavior deserve my trust in you? Does it deserve the respect of teacher Tobirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen said sadly. You? Don't come over. Shimura Danzo's expression is even more broken than Bulletin Jingyun's now. I was so frightened by the old face of Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of me that I shuddered and vomited while returning it. The 72 hours in Tsukuyomi's world have completely changed Danzo's outlook on life. In the past, all he thought about every day was to deal with the evil uchiha, raise funds, develop the roots, defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, become Hokage, and reach the pinnacle of life. Now, the scene of him being F*********** by 20 Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help but pop up in his mind all the time. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face made him feel pain in his anus. Danzo, what's wrong with you, Danzo? I'm Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and shook Danzo, who was vomiting. I know you are Sarutobi, please, disappear from my eyes now, immediately. Namikaze Minato, help come and save me. I feel like I can't breathe. Danzo pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen, his facial features collapsed, and his expression was distorted, limbs trembling wildly, whole body squirming, shouting in a sharp voice. That scene really broke down those who heard it, and shed tears when they saw it. Those who didn't know better thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was our *****GM. What terrible things did Mr. Third Generation do to Elder Danzo? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but wonder when he saw this situation. After all, although Elder Danzo is bad, he is also an old man who has been tested on the battlefield. He has been on the battlefield for a long time and has never seen any big scenes. How can it be so easy to collapse? The Third Generation must have secretly done something ulterior to Elder Danzo. Namikaze Minato added on his own. Elder Danzo has been his teammate for decades. How could he kill Third Generation? Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato's eyes changed when he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato, why are you still standing there? Why don't you pull this pervert Sarutobi away and force me to die to make you happy? Danzo looked at Namikaze Minato with a twisted expression. Ha! Third Generation? Pervert. Namikaze Minato seemed to understand something instantly, and took a few steps against the wall instead of moving forward. Third Generation Sama, please let go of Danzo-sama first. You two need to calm down. After all, this is a public place, and there are so many rude colleagues watching around you. Danzo, are you crazy? Why are you insulting my innocence out of thin air? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have been above board in my life and have nothing to do with pervert, okay? Please wake up. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded with a tight face. I'm sober now, please stay away from me, thank you. If you stay away from me, I will be more sober. Danzo said while holding back vomiting. Danzo, you ugh. I'm leaving first, you can feed yourself. Seeing that Danzo couldn't communicate at all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to leave here first. There was something fishy about this. At present, Danzo has this attitude towards him again. It seems that he can only rely on Minato to communicate. Then he winked at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was so frightened that she trembled all over. Normally, the two of them would work well together, and Namikaze Minato wouldn't think wrong about it, but when it comes to Danzo's collapse just now, anyone else would think wrong about it. After all, he is still an innocent and beautiful boy with a wife and children at home. Waiting for yourself. Although it is my dream to be a Hokage, I will sell my body for the Hokage. Then this Hokage is inappropriate. I always thought that Elder Danzo was the darkness of Konoha, but I didn't expect that I had misunderstood him. He is the one who has been silently working hard to carry forward Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you hide it deeper than anyone else. Minato, even you, I really didn't do anything to Danzo. See Namikaze Minato's expression and behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Understood. I understand. It's very late at night. Leave this place to me. Third Generation Sama, please go back and rest first. Although he said this, Namikaze Minato's buttocks had no intention of leaving the wall. The ninjas who saw this scene seemed to understand something and followed suit one after another. You guys. Oh, Danzo mistaken me. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the route with a mixture of grief and anger. Along the way, everyone was leaning against the wall, and everyone was retreating. Okay, Elder Danzo, it's okay. The third generation has left. Can you tell me what happened now? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen go away, Namikaze Minato stepped forward with confidence and asked. He went to bed. I'm so ashamed of myself. Danzo wanted to say something, but he lowered his head in humiliation. Nanny? Are the elders who have moved to the dormitory also participated? These old people have more fun than us young people. Namikaze Minato's mind was uncontrollable and she imagined a series of forbidden episodes such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo and Yudatin Kohara-chun. Zip. Oh, no, you misunderstood. Oh, forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm tired. Let's find a chance to commit suicide. What a root, what a hokage. The world is not worth it. Danzo wanted to explain something, but suddenly gave up. His whole body was limp, his eyes were dull and he said to himself, Danzo-sama, calm down and stop saying irresponsible things like suicide. Konoha still needs you. Namikaze Minato comforted. Minato, you don't understand at all, me. I have no face to live anymore. I see Sarutobi now, vomit, I feel like vomiting even mentioning his name. Help me, just act like a good person, it's a good thing. Look at what I have dedicated my life to Konoha, let me die. Danzo actually started to cry as he spoke. What happened to Danzo? Hiruzen specially asked us to come over and take a look. Minato, what's going on? Yudatin Kohara came in from the outside with a puzzled look on his face. Danzo started to vomit again when Yudatin Kohara mentioned that name. Elder Koharu, please don't mention the name of the third generation. Elder Danzo is allergic to it. Namikaze Minato quickly stepped forward and patted Danzo on the back as a reminder. Although there were already some speculations about the secret history of the three of them, Namikaze Minato pretended to be ignorant and reminded her that it would be better to do more than to do less. Are you kidding? The four of us have been working together for decades. I don't know what Danzo is allergic to. Do you think so, Danzo? After saying that, he tentatively called out Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ugh, Koharu. You. Danzo looked at Yudatin Koharu angrily while vomiting. Is this really like this? What's wrong with you, Danzo? It wasn't like this before. Yudatin Koharu immediately understood the situation. Start avoiding the word Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kill Danzo first? Destroy Sarutobi next? I'm the only one who goes to bed? Konoha rules the roost? Koharu, are you so big-hearted? Kato Homura on the side looked at the words left by Uchiha Yuen on the wall. I read it out subconsciously. Then he backed away in shock. Yan, why are you so crazy? Why are you talking about all this nonsense without any basis or evidence? Although Yudatin Kohara felt that what he said sounded interesting, the content was a bit scary. Just me? Yudatin Koharu. The strength of an ordinary jonin. It doesn't matter what you want, kill Danzo? Destroy Sarutobi? Ha. I'm not crazy, Koharu, look at the writing on the wall. Kato Homura reminded. Kill Danzo first, and then Sarutobi. Only I will go to bed and Konoha will rule the roost? Slander, this is definitely a slander. Danzo, what is going on? Why do you have this thing in your roots? Yudatin Kohara was very worried, said angrily. Although the relationship between the two of them would not fall out because of such an obvious provocation, but he wrote this so blatantly on the big wall at the root. What does Danzo do for food? I'm so embarrassed to say it. Danzo said and started crying again. Seeing this, Yudatin Kohara was stunned. Why did Danzo become such a B****ch? She sheds tears at every turn. Is this still the darkness of the ninja world? Koharu, forget it, let Danzo calm down first. With our relationship, we can't be swayed by such obvious provocations. Kato Homura looked at Danzo's state and secretly said sadly. Later, Namikaze Minato arranged for several root members to take turns guarding Danzo day and night to prevent him from thinking about committing suicide. At the same time, he brought several psychiatrists from the Yamanaka family to help Danzo with his mentality. The next day, a new day has begun again. Let's pack up and get ready to pick up Yakang. Uchiha woke up and started washing up, as if everything that happened last night had nothing to do with him. Under the tight protection of Konoha, only a few powerful people know what happened to Danzo. In addition, Danzo usually lives in seclusion, so even if the roots of Konoha's important institutions suddenly stagnate, ordinary Konoha people will have no idea how to live or how to live. From this aspect, Genbu seems to be really dispensable. After all, Genbu didn't even intervene in the Nine Tails Rebellion in the original novel. Well, he didn't interfere in the third generation collapse plan either. Nagato invaded, even though the entire Konoha was rootless, he still didn't intervene. Tisk. Spiritualization technique open. The junction of the Wind Country's battle lines. Although Uchiha Gen had warned him in advance, when he learned that San Shinobi's senior management had actually sent him to host the peace talks, yet Gura's heart still felt cramped. After all, this was the village where he was born and raised. Isn't my Yakang's life my fate? I have made meritorious deeds and shed blood for Sand Shinobi. Yakang, what are you thinking about? The agreed place is just ahead, cheer up. The companion next to her noticed that her expression was not right, so she reminded her. Ah, it's nothing, I just remembered some things from the past. If only third Kaze Cage was still around. Yakang sighed. Now Tsunagakur is too old, too young, and has no supporting combat power at all. Even one-tailed Jinchuriki is still a baby. Fourth Kaze Cage, the only one with some fighting ability, seems a little helpless in front of other cage levels from various countries. Coupled with his scorch style, Tsunagakur's current high-end combat power can't be combined into a palm. In this case, the village has to sacrifice itself in order to obtain the so-called peace. Well, from another perspective, it's not a bad thing if you can buy peace by sacrificing yourself, but the premise is that Mist Shinobi will not go back on his promise. If Mist Shinobi is not trustworthy, Sand Shinobi will be even worse. Don't the top management have any concerns about this? Or did they get some practical information and concluded that Kirigakur must honor his promise and withdraw? If this is the case, his sacrifice is not in vain. Even though this is the case, he still feels inexplicably unhappy. If he had known better, he would not have passed the news to the source. If Mist Shinobi learned that he was not dead and the negotiations broke down, wouldn't he become Tsunagakur's sinner? Yakang. The sudden voice in his heart startled Yakang. Who? Yakang immediately set on guard. The companions around him also quickly adjusted their fighting postures. Among them, Yakang is the strongest. Since Yakang can feel the enemy, it means that there are really enemies around him. The reason why he didn't notice it is because his own strength is too low. Don't be nervous, it's me, Uchiha Gen. I'm talking to you now using the spiritualization technique. Outsiders can't hear it. You just need to respond to me in your heart. Uchiha Gen explained happily. Spiritualization technique? Is this the same state you were in last time? Can you still possess me? After hearing Uchiha Yuen's explanation, Yakang relaxed his vigilance and thought Kaido in his heart. Possession is just the most basic thing, huh? Pay attention, there is an ambush in front of you, it should be Mist Shinobi. Uchiha Gen suddenly reminded him mid-sentence. Mist Shinobi, is it so fast? Yakang secretly clenched the kunao in his hand. Be careful, there is an ambush ahead, it should be Mist Shinobi. Yakang reminded his teammates at the same time. Aren't we here for peace talks? Is Kirigakur going to go back on his word? Although Deputy Envoy Kangaro said this, his eyes were as calm as water. This situation had been explained before departure. Although it's hard to bear it, it's all for Sand Shinobi. Looks like we've been discovered. Everyone, please come out, there's no need to hide. Before anyone arrived, the voice came first, and two elite jonin from Kirigakur and an Umbu team came out of the bushes on the side. The person you want has been brought here. Our deal has been concluded. Remember your agreement, we withdraw. Following the order from Sand Shinobi Deputy Envoy, the entire Sand Shinobi team, without the order of Chief Envoy Yakang, start moving backwards quickly. Seeing this scene, Yakang smiled bitterly. At a certain moment, she even wanted to die. Scorch-style Hagura? How sad. Doesn't it feel good to be betrayed by your own village? Do you want to join us, Kirigakur? Kitten Zanjutsu said with a sinister smile with fangs. No, Tsunagakur's Yakang is dead from this moment on. From now on, I will live for myself. Yakang changed his defensive stance and said calmly. Although there are many people on the other side, I think of Kanaha's rumors about Uchihagen's combat power. Even if 1/9 of these rumors are true, this battle can still be fought. What's more, since Uchiha Yuen dares to come, he must be sure to take him out safely. Merely Mist Shinobi, not worth mentioning. I'm Scorch-style Yakang. You're stubborn, then go to hell. Water-style Mist Shinobi technique. Onai Deng Zanjutsu started Kirigakur's traditional battle prelude, using Mist Shinobi technique to arrange a suitable venue for him. Then the next step should be sword assassination already? Although Kito Zanjutsu does not carry the famous 7 ninja sword in the ninja world, but judging from the sword on his back, he is also an expert at this. By the way, Kirigakur is more like a village hidden in swords. It feels like there are more people using swords than water-style. Throat, heart, Kitten Zanjutsu seemed to be planning to destroy Yakang's psychological defense step by step, but was interrupted by Uchiha Gen who suddenly appeared. Tsukuyomi, just do it, why are you talking so much nonsense? Please be more careful in the next life. A Tsukuyomi shot with the equivalent of tens of millions of people passed by, and Kitten Zanjutsu instantly turned into an idiot. It's not a fight at the same level at all, but fortunately, Uchihagen has no grudges against him and doesn't use Danzo's lower limit Tsukuyomi to deal with him. If the enemy doesn't use Danzo, you won't use the lower limit Tsukuyomi. After all, killing does not harm living beings, and torturing living beings damages one's moral character. I, Uchihagen, understand this. In the future, Tsukuyomi should try not to use the lower limit if possible. Not good. Lord Zanjutsu, superior. The surrounding mist shinobi Umbu saw this situation and hurriedly rushed forward. Water style water dragon bomb. Water style big explosive water wave. Water style rain and dew senbon. Earth style earth dragon bomb. How the gravel is not half as good as mine. Uchihagen didn't even do basic dodge, he just stood there and looked at the mist shinobi with contempt. Hi, so handsome, he is indeed the man that I, Yakang, like. Yakang from a distance thought a little bit madly as he looked at Uchiha Yuen's arrogant profile. Masaka, Nani, is this guy a monster? This is impossible. Ninjutsu has no effect at all. Mist Shinobi looked at the man in front of him, thinking about countermeasures with an ugly expression. As one of the elite jonin leading the team, seeing this situation, Kang Ming could barely remain calm, but the mental quality of the other team members was not as good as his. After all, if they encountered a guy who was immune to ninjutsu, their combat effectiveness would be reduced to 9 out of 10. Calm down, don't panic. This should be a secret technique similar to that of the Ghost Lantern clan. Try lightning style and close combat. Kang Ming comforted him forcefully. Is that so? Xiao Bingjia, is it the same as the secret technique of water transformation of the Oniden clan? Mist Shinobi, if you think about it, it doesn't seem like there's anything to be afraid of. Bu Bing, who of us knows lightning style? Mist Shinobiden, Mist Shinobi, do you want to see what you're talking about? Mist Shinobi B, we are Mist Shinobi. In addition to the Thunder Gato, one of the 7 ninja swords, have you ever seen Mist Shinobi use lightning style? Bu Bing, don't panic, everyone. Although I'm not a grandmaster, I still know a few lightning styles. I'll go first later, and you guys will cooperate with me in melee combat with sword skills. At this time, the Captain Kang Ming stood up and said, therefore, it is always right to learn more techniques. Wouldn't this come in handy at critical moments? Young people should learn. One bite, that's it. All the Mist Shinobi agreed. Tsukuyomi times 17 bang 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 bang. With the sound of falling to the ground, the Mist Shinobi team was completely wiped out. It's so fancy, why are there so many inner dramas? Uchiha looked at Mist Shinobi who was lying on the ground in a state of silence. Is this guy actually so strong? Even the strongest third Kazekage in history probably doesn't have the strength he has now, right? Yeah, Kang looked shocked. Okura, what are you doing? Let's go, follow me back to Konoha. Uchiha Yuen's illusory hands waved in front of Yakang's eyes. Ha, you guy, why are you Xiao Kang, so disgusting? I should be older than you. Yakang came back to his senses and retorted with a blushing face. Okay, Ogura, I got it, Ogura. Uchiha Gen completely goes his own way. QB ********* D. Even though he said this, Yakang still reluctantly accepted this slightly disgusting nickname in his heart. The two of them were fighting all the way towards Konoha. Ninja World Fire Country Konohagakure Gate I, Uchiha Yuen, this, my wife, Yakang, the relationship is so clear, why are you not allowed in? Isn't my sharingan not obvious enough? Uchiha Yuen was speechless, and he was still stopped when he returned home. Got it. I understand the truth, but the problem is that I don't have any travel records of yours. Moreover, if the intelligence shows that it is correct, Ms. Yakura seems to be the elite jonin of Tsunagakure. In the absence of a diplomatic warrant, please forgive me for not being able to do so. Let's go, but I have sent someone to inform Mr. Hokage about the situation here. Let's wait until Mr. Hokage comes over to discuss everything. Konoha Gate God Gozeta said matter-of-factly. Uchiha Yuen was obviously going out without permission, and he would have been dragged in for interrogation if he was someone else. However, this person has such a high profile that a little guy like him has no right to take care of this kind of thing. After all, Uchiha Yuen is not a professional working ninja, and he has no knowledge of these routines. Although he has inherited the memories from the original work, most of them are in the form of watching movies. My own behavioral habits still come from the way I behaved in my previous life. This system of reporting every time you leave the village was something Uchihagen didn't expect. What's that, Gangzite, right? You just said you didn't have any travel records of mine, right? Uchiha Yuen suddenly came up and asked. Yes, there really isn't. To be on the safe side, Gozite went through Konoha's travel records during this period, and there was indeed no Uchiha Gen's signature. There is no travel record. What does that mean? It means I didn't go out. I didn't go out, why don't you let me in? Uchiha Yuen said with logic. Is that so? It sounds reasonable. This was the first time Gang Ziti encountered this kind of truth, and he didn't know how to refute it for a while. But I clearly saw you coming back from outside the village. You went out privately, and you also brought Tsunagakure's elite jonin with you. To put it more seriously, you are secretly collaborating with the enemy. Izumo Kamaizuki, the upright man, was standing next to him. Explained patiently. Well, you must have been on guard for too long and misunderstood. I have been staying well in the Uchiha tribe and have never gone out. If you don't believe me, you can ask any Uchiha tribe member, Uchiha Yuen said shamelessly. What about her? How to explain? Shinayu Izumo pointed to Yakang aside. Do you really think we are blind? It's a bit insulting. Isn't this the sand shinobi that I went on a mission to with the fourth Hokage before? An accidental encounter, two lonely souls, but it was love at first sight, and it can be regarded as lust. The rest is personal privacy. But I didn't expect that Yakang would be willing to abandon Sand Shinobi and join the big family of Konoha for our love. I am quite touched myself. Well, the whole story is so simple and boring. If you don't believe it, I will tell you make up another one, Uchiha said shamelessly. Yakang also rolled his eyes when he heard this. Lord Fourth Generation is here. Sir Fourth Generation. Gangzite, Kamaizuki Izumo hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Gen, what are you doing? Namikaze Minato also looked confused, and his subordinates suddenly heard that Uchiha Gen had left the village privately and brought back Tsunagakure Hagura. Although it was true that something was wrong with the way Uchiha Gen looked at Hagura when he was on the mission to Tsunagakure, was it too quick? When he fell in love with Kushina for several years, it took him several years to catch up with her, but Uchiha Yuen got it in just a few days? And he kidnapped people directly back to Konoha? What's going on with Yakang? Love brain? Can you even betray the village for the sake of love? Based on the analysis of past situations, Yakang should not be this kind of person. Fourth Generation, you are here at the right time. You were also present last time when I was on my mission to Tsunagakure. Yakang and I are very happy with each other. Last time Kushina asked to introduce me to my girlfriend, but nothing happened until now. Finally, now the girl as a friend came to the door by himself. Fourth Generation, you can't be such a bad person. You must know that it was all because of my contribution that I was able to save Kushina. Uchiha Yuen asked Ian to report while going over old scores. But Hagakure is Tsunagakure's elite jonin. It's a bit suspicious to join Konoha as a rebel ninja, and it's not easy to explain from Tsunagakure's side. By the way, after talking for so long, I just asked, hey, what's going on in this state before you? Namikaze Minato looked at the illusory figure of Uchiha and felt a headache. You said this and I have something to say. You also know that I learned the Linghua technique before, right? This is the result of the Linghua technique. I am currently in a soul state, but my body is indeed still in the Uchiha clan. Can this be considered going out without permission? Is there any law in Konoha that stipulates that the soul cannot go out? Uchihagen said angrily. After saying that, he looked to the side of the two great masters Gangzite and Shinayu Izumo. Spiritualization technique? There is indeed no rule about this before. I will make it up later, forget it this time. After hearing Uchiha Geng's explanation, Namikaze Minato waved his hand to make the matter a trivial matter. What do you mean by follow-up? Who else in Konoha can spiritualize technique except me right now? Fourth Generation, you are clearly targeting me. Having said that, Uchiha Yuen's face was quite calm, joking. After this experience, next time I won't go through the main entrance. If Yakang hadn't needed to register and prove it, the secret wouldn't have been revealed this time. Okay, everything is for Konoha, not against anyone. There is still a specific system. In the future, maybe someone can learn the spiritualization technique? As for Yakang, you can register, and the household registration will be registered directly under your name. Anyway, she will change her surname to Uchiha when you get married. It is better to change it earlier, it can be hidden for a while. But if Sand Shinobi finds out, you can solve the problem by yourself when the time comes, Namikaze Minato said directly. Anyway, you may not be able to defeat him. With Uchihagen's strength, he can't stop Konoha no matter what. And after a period of understanding, Uchiha Yuen is not like that. If that is the case, why not take the opportunity to sell him a favor? Well, it can't be regarded as selling him a favor. I haven't even repaid the favor to save Kushina. This time it's settled. But I seem to have heard Kakashi mention it before. Isn't Uchiha Yuen dating Ui Kurine? Why are you bringing back Yakang now? Could it be? Did he break up with Ui Kurine? How long has it been? Are all young people so fast? What happened to Konoha? The old people play wildly, the young people play wildly. So I just keep watch over Kushina. Well, this is the best. Thank you, Fourth Generation, Uchihagen said and took Hayakura to register. Something happened, Mr. Fourth Generation, but nothing happened and he didn't even say hello. Namikaze Minato thought awkwardly with a grin. He is Namikaze Minato. He doesn't look very powerful at all. Let's spar with him when you have time. Yakang looked at the Minato who was leaving and then turned to Uchiha Gen and suggested. After all, he is also a famous strongman in the ninja world at the same time. Namikaze Minato became famous a few years earlier than Yakura due to her age. However, as Yakang, who also rose from 3 wars, he doesn't think that the gap of just a few years can make much difference. Luosha is still 1 level older than me, and her strength is not as good as before. Well, don't think about it. This guy is famous for his speed. Don't think about challenging him until you can't restrain his speed. There are not many people in the ninja world who can fight with him today. Uchiha UN hurriedly reminder. After all, Flying Thunder God is too difficult to deal with. I really can't think of any way Ye Kang can deal with it. Those Scorch-style moves are very powerful when faced with hard steel, but if you encounter someone like Minato who doesn't fight you head-on, it will be useless. Is he really that powerful? How does he compare to you? In Ye Kang's current understanding, Uchiha UN can be regarded as the strongest ninja she has seen in more than 10 years of life. Ye Kang said with a slight dissatisfaction on his face, "Just kidding, there is no comparison between us. Let me tell you this. As long as I see him, I can kill him instantly." This sentence is valid for the entire ninja world. Under the weight of tens of millions of Tsukuyomi, all living beings are equal. Uchiha UN said arrogantly. It's not his fault, but the power of his eyes now is so powerful that it can destroy the world. Ever since his eye power reached the tens of millions level, Uchiha Gen didn't dare to use Susanoo with all his strength. It wasn't because his body couldn't bear it, or because he was afraid of the consumption, it was mainly because the movement was too loud. Susanoo is higher than Mount Everest, and anyone who is not blind cannot miss it. There is no place to hide. As for having such strength, why not just sweep through and unify the ninja world? It's not that I haven't thought about this problem, but strength needs to be compared. Although I am very strong now, it is all weak strength. After my pupil power is used up, I will be an ordinary cage-level Uchiha who can go blind at any time. If we continue to fight against the ninja world under such circumstances, the eye power will be exhausted before the battle is even halfway through. By then, when the entire ninja world knows the danger of the Uchiha clan will be attacked by the entire ninja world. That's it, Sage of Six Paths and Atsutsuki Suanji are on par. You must know that Truth-Seeking Ball has absolute suppression on low-level energy. Uchiha's source is strong, but his foundation is weak. Puffiness. When encountering those who are weak or at the same level, or even those who are a little stronger than themselves, Uchiha Gen can rely on the power of the eyes of the entire Uchiha family for support and cooperate with Tsukuyomi's super illusion to achieve an instant kill effect on the enemy. But if you encounter a Six Paths level strongman who has undergone a qualitative change, it is difficult to say. It can only be said that relying on izanagi Uchihagen can remain undefeated. There is a long way to go, so continue to grow slowly. The current question is how to advance to the Six Paths level. There are only a few ways in the original work: Sage Body, Immortal Eyes, Descendants of Hamura and Descendants of Raincoat, or 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, becoming Suansi's contracted is also fine. If I relied solely on volume, my Mangekyo would have been promoted to Rinnegan long ago. The problem is that quantitative changes cannot produce qualitative changes now. Strong is strong, and weak is really weak. The road to the Eternal Eye is stuck directly on the fact that there are no brothers or sisters. Do you want to resurrect the biological parents of the original owner, let them have a second child, and then let the second child drive Mangekyo? Thinking about it makes my scalp explode. Instead of expecting this probability, I might as well expect Sage of Six Paths to directly give me a chance. Thinking of this, Uchihagen suddenly had an idea. It was really unreliable to resurrect the original owner's parents and give birth to a second child to open Mangekyo, but there is still something going on in resurrecting the original owner. He and the original owner are not the same person at all, let alone the same soul. Although he has read the memory in the original owner's mind, the soul is still his own soul. The original owner's soul should have returned to the Pure Land when he traveled over. In other words, you can reach impure world reincarnation through your own hair and summon the original owner back. Under such conditions, supplemented by the Divine Grace pupil technique to absorb the original owner's pupil power, the combination of the two may be able to open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is not wishful thinking from Uchiha. It is stated in the original work that eternal Mangekyo Sharingan needs to be replenished by blood-related Mangekyo. It's obviously a Matryoshka doll that I'm replacing with my own, and it's definitely impossible. But he and the original owner Uchiha UN are not the same person. As we all know, chakra and Mangekyo are inseparable from people's physique and spirit. Chakra and Mangekyo are different for different people. Although Chen Suyuan and Uchiha UN have the same body, their souls and spirits are completely different, so the chakra extracted from their mental power and cells is completely different from the Mangekyo that is activated. To a certain extent, Chen Suyuan and Uchiha UN can be regarded as a different kind of twin brothers. Therefore, the seemingly unreasonable self-superposition is very feasible. As for whether the deceased original owner had activated Mangekyo, Uchiha UN was very confident in this point, because the increase and promotion of the two souls were mutual. Since he could activate it, the original owner must have activated it too. UN, what are you thinking about now? Ye Kang looked at Uchiha UN, who was walking in a daze, stepped forward and hugged Uchiha UN's arm and asked, Sure enough, being older has advantages. In this regard, Ui Hong can't compare. It's okay, we are just planning our future development. By the way, Yakang, do you want to transplant a sharingan to improve your strength? After all, she is her own woman. If her strength is too low, others will easily take advantage of her. Ha! Transplant sharingan? Like Kakashi? I don't want it. Yakang is very resistant to human transplantation. Compared with these, she hopes to develop her own scorch style in a down-to-earth manner. Well, forget it, let her go. Yakang's strength was considered strong in the early stages of the ninja world, but it was not enough in the later stages. If Yakang really can't accept the transplant, then we can only find other changes for her. What a strong method. The spiritualization technique is very suitable for the people around you. As long as you learn the reincarnation technique, even if they have an accident while practicing the spiritualization technique, you can immediately save them. This is the good thing about the spiritualization technique. You can rely on this, learn the stupid way. The threshold is high but just right for people like me. Looks like it's time to talk to Uncle Snake. Uchiha tribe, this is where we will live in the future? You are really a wealthy person. The Uchiha clan is indeed the most powerful clan in the ninja world. Yakang sighed as he looked at the residence in front of him that was even more luxurious than the Kaze Cage mansion. As we all know, Konoha is the well-deserved #1 ninja village among the 5 major countries, and with the support of the treasure land of Fire Country, Konohagakure can be said to be the most prosperous area in the ninja world. The Uchiha clan can actually occupy such a large area of clan land in such a prosperous area. This would be completely unimaginable in other ninja villages. In the original work, Konoha wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan for this reason, as the first 2 major ninja clans in Konoha, Senju and Uchiha undoubtedly occupy the most prosperous areas of Konoha. However, as history progresses, Konoha's status has also changed from a small village in the beginning to the brightest pearl in the ninja world. It can be said that even the capital of the Land of Fire during the same period may not be comparable to Konoha. The prosperous areas occupied by the Senju and Uchiha clans are naturally rising. However, due to the policy of Senju Hashirama, the first-generation project, the Senju clan has dispersed their clansmen, and the family land and property have naturally been distributed. The only preserved Senju mainline family property is not so enviable when it is paired with the name of the Senju clan. Most of Tsunade's gambling capital comes from this. Without the support of the Senju family wealth, Tsunade's luck would not be enough to take on missions every day. The only preserved Senju mainline family property is not so enviable when it is paired with the name of the Senju clan. Most of Tsunade's gambling capital comes from this. Without the support of the Senju family wealth, Tsunade's luck would not be enough to take on missions every day. But compared to the Senju clan, Uchiha is different. Outsiders will not care about you. Every Uchiha can live a well-off life if they are divided equally. Outsiders only see how huge the overall interests of the Uchiha clan are. Huge benefits will naturally make people jealous. Being envious will naturally lead to trouble. In the original novel, what was the life like for Uchiha Sasuke, the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, after marrying Sakura? Co-authored The inheritance of the Uchiha clan is not enough to buy a single family house like Sarutobi Kanoamaru? Who would believe it? Little Sakura still has to work hard like a housewife to support Sarana. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan at that time had been completely wiped out. As for who eats it, all major families in Konoha must have a share. Otherwise, how dare you eat all these benefits on your own? Be careful and attack in groups. In other words, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itake, 2 cerebral palsies, have no sense of profit at all. They always thought that the Uchiha clan did not have the will of fire. It was obviously a matter of the material level. These 2 people with cerebral palsy have been looking for solutions on a spiritual level. From beginning to end, except for the Hawks, the Uchiha clan shouted a few words about coup. Until the genocide, these guys didn't cause any harm to Konoha. In other words, the Uchiha clan was convicted and exterminated based on just a few words without any fault or reason. Maybe the higher UPS also felt that it was unjustifiable to wipe out the Uchiha clan with just a few words of rhetoric without any real action. It can't be explained to the entire Konoha people. So I tricked Uchiha Itake, a member of the Uchiha clan, to kill the Uchiha clan himself, so that the Uchiha clan could be eliminated directly without any reason or charges. Is this something that an authoritative regime can do? This is as weird as the Eagle government targeting the land of Hawaii and directly exterminating the Hawaiian people in order to obtain the land. It's time to make plans early, even if it's for your own children in the future. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. The huge interests of the Uchiha family have destined the end of the Uchiha family. Now the size of the Uchiha clan is completely unworthy of the financial resources they possess. But if you want to increase your size, you are limited by Konoha's environment. Konoha itself is not too big, but it is crowded with major ninja clans. If you pull these ninja clans out casually, they are all first-class clans, but they are not enough to look at in Konoha. After all, Senju is gone, but Uchiha and Hyuga are still there. If Uchiha wants to expand his size, he will inevitably encroach on the interests of other families, and the Hokage series will never allow Uchiha to expand. So after much deliberation, I still have to take the path of Fenghua Zaiaxu. I think that Uchiha Gen, the strongest person in Konoha, has been reduced to a soft meal. Well, the world is not up to people. No matter how luxurious it is, it's just a temporary stay. It's just a passing moment, Uchihagen said with a sigh. A temporary stay? What do you mean? Does our family have other properties? Yakang interrogated like a heroine. I don't have any real estate, but the industry is quite large. It is estimated to be enough for you to do hundreds of years of work. Uchiha smiled confidently. As far as my own shares in Uchiha Welfare Lottery are concerned, it is no exaggeration to say that it is enough for Yakang to complete the mission for hundreds of years. A mission that lasts for hundreds of years? Then Tsunaga Corps must go bankrupt, Yakang said with his fingers in a cute manner. What does Tsunaga Corps mean? Do you know about the welfare lottery? With our family's shares, this is a business that keeps bringing in money. Even if it is passed down to our grandson's generation, we will have no worries about food and drink. Who said that the countries in the ninja world have not issued relevant regulations? What about the legal provisions? Everyone knew how profitable the welfare lottery was in the previous life. Speaking of which, the Snow Kingdom plan has to be moved forward again. Otherwise Uchiha won't be able to hold on to this industry. Oh, it's really heartbreaking. Isn't the welfare lottery a family property of the entire Uchiha clan? What does it have to do with you personally? Yakang was a little confused. She still knew something about the welfare lottery, a gambling product that has become popular in recent times. No ninja would care less about the gimmick of the first prize. Yakang himself spent hundreds of thousands of mission bonuses to try something called scratch-off tickets. If I hadn't had strong willpower, I would probably have lost all my dowry by now. It can be seen that the welfare lottery is undoubtedly an extremely profitable project, and the man actually owns a personal stake in this kind of project. How much does this cost? I guess I can go back and buy Tsunaga Corps. If he were the fourth Kazekage, would Tsunaga Corps still need to see the face of the daimyo of the Land of Wind? Just think about Elder Cho's painful expression every time he asks for funds and resources, and you will know that the daimyo definitely has nothing good to say. Because your man and I came up with the welfare lottery project, it's natural for me to hold shares. Plus my strength, who dares to have an opinion? Is it because I'm being bullied? Uchiha Yuen said with a smile. My sword is not bad at all. Anyone who dares to touch my money will be killed. Yakang has now automatically assumed the identity of the hostess. After Yakang spent an afternoon tidying up, Yuen's residence finally became a bit popular. Yuen, when do you think we will get married? It was night. Yakang made a large table of sand shinobi specialties, and asked with longing while serving Yuen. Well, wait, let's get together then. Uchiha Yuen picked up the rice nervously. By the way, the taste of Tsunaga Corps is really special, but it's also quite delicious. It's okay to eat it occasionally. If you keep eating it, it may not taste good. It seems that the pressure has to be put on Ui Korone's side. Find a few more, and eat Konoha vegetables on 1st, 23rd, Sand Shinobi vegetables on 4th, 56th, Mist Shinobi seafood on 7th, 89th, and Cloud Shinobi barbecue on 10th, 11th, and 12th. As for Earth Country, forget it, let's play the legs are still full. Together? What together? Is there anyone else who wants to hold a wedding at the same time as us? Is it a teammate of yours in the same class? Yakang asked curiously. After all, she is not familiar with her place in Konoha. It will be easier to deal with her in the future if she knows more about Uchiha Yuen's interpersonal relationships. That's right. We'll talk about it later. Eat first. Uchiha Yuen laughed and changed the subject. Ui Hong is considered to be in the same class as him. I really don't know how to face this situation with a hatchet. Forget it, get on the bus first and pay for the ticket later, or you may die. But izanagi is there anyway? I'm not afraid of death. Why should I be afraid of this? There was no talk all night, just dry stuff. The two of them have finally transitioned from the virtual network to the stage of real practice. It has to be said that she is virtual, she feels completely different, and the physical consumption is also very different, but after all, the strength is there, and the improvement of the ninja's own strength will naturally lead to various improvements in mental and physical fitness. Ordinary ninjas would collapse after fighting for a few hours. When you fight Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama for days and nights without any problems, this is the all-round improvement brought by strength. There is a huge gap between Yakang and himself. In Tsukuyomi's world, she can still ignore physical exertion, but in reality, she can't. Looking at the messy room, Uchihagen picked up the sleepy Yagura and went to wash up. Don't make trouble, I'm so tired. Let me sleep some more. Yakura muttered feebly to himself in Uchiha Yuen's arms. It's already noon, and you're still sleeping? Fortunately, we don't have any staff now, so we don't have to worry about unexpected missions or anything else, otherwise, this state would probably make people laugh to death. Uchiha Yuen hugged Ye Kang with a look of helplessness. I forced her to wash up, and seeing that she was really lack of energy, I stopped being embarrassed and let her go back to sleep. I'll go out and bring you lunch. Do you have anything you want to eat? Uchiha Yuen looked at Ye Kang on the bed and asked softly while getting dressed. Whatever, I can do it. Ye Kang is probably still dreaming. The answer was very perfunctory. Okay, everything is casual. What kind of cuisine is casual? Why do everyone want to be casual? Konoha, the bustling main street. At noon, there is an endless stream of people eating from all walks of life, and the streets are exuding the aroma of all kinds of delicious food. It's so addictive. Forget it, bring a copy of everything to Ye Kang. In this way, we can know Ye Kang's food preferences, so we don't have to be casual when encountering situations like today. Let me put it another way, you are not short of this little money, right? Minamoto-kun, at this time, a shout suddenly came from behind Uchiha Yuen. Even Konoha's top master, Uchiha Yuen, can't help but tremble a little when he hears this voice. As soon as I got up from Ye Kang's bed, I ran into Ui Kurane when I went out. Fortunately, I took a shower when I went out, otherwise the secret would definitely be exposed. So it's red? What a coincidence. I was planning to buy some takeout to take to your house to eat together, but I didn't know what you were eating, so I bought more. As a ninja, he is famous in Konoha for his uchiha source. With the strength, at this distance, it is completely impossible to pretend not to hear anymore. In desperation, Uchiha Yuen turned around and said accordingly, just go to my place and go in person. Why don't you buy takeout? My own craftsmanship is not bad. Hearing this, Yui Hong naturally took the food brought to Ye Kang from Uchiha Yuen and took her with her. Go to your home. Ye Kang, I'm sorry. I'll bring it to you later. I guess you haven't gotten up yet. Sleeping more will be good for your health. Along the way, Uchihagen worked hard to adjust his mentality. Try to stay calm. I have to admire those who had secret affairs and hid outside the window in their previous lives. What a strong psychological quality they had. It seems that Yui Hong must be cooked as soon as possible, otherwise she will always be so worried. Yuen, we're home. You sit down first and I'll give you those drinks. Do you want to make some soup? I see that the ones you bought don't have soup types, Yui Hong suggested as she opened the refrigerator door. Don't bother, I think it's not easy to bring soup. It's so rich that neither of us can finish it, and if we make another soup, we probably won't be able to drink it. Uchihagen waved his hand and refused. Just kidding, now he just wants to finish eating as soon as possible and buy some takeaways for Ye Kang to take back. Ah, that's okay. Kurane Yui seemed to be thinking about something, and she secretly glanced at Gen Uchiha who was playing with the ingredients. He responded with a blush. Come here and eat. It'll be cold later. Uchihagen looked at Yui Kurane who was still in a daze and shouted, why are you so weird? What are you thinking about? Uchiha Yuen asked curiously while eating eel. Is this little girl worried? Could it be Danzo's side? Impossible. Danzo is probably still autistic now, how could he recover so quickly? Unless his sexual orientation is abnormal. But judging from Danzo's condition yesterday, he was obviously normal. Oh, okay. Eat quickly. Is there anything else you can do after you finish eating? Yui Hong asked with a slight blush. Can this be said to be something? If you say there is something wrong, you will probably ask about it. What if the secret is revealed after all this back and forth? It's okay, what's wrong with Kurane? Uchihagen pretended to be calm while eating his rice. Just the slightly trembling hands betrayed his state of mind at this time. Yeah, it's okay. If Yuan Jun is fine later, I want to learn Pokemon battle with Yuan Jun. After all, I don't have any experience in this area, and I still need Yuan Jun's guidance. Sure enough, it's still Yuan Jun. It's the best, it can't be compared to doing it yourself. Cough, cough, cough. Nanny? Pokemon battle. Is this little girl addicted? Red, listen to my advice. You are still young, so you have to control yourself. Uchiha Yuen evaded. It's not Uchiha Yuen who can't do it. Although he was tired last night, he still had no problem dealing with Yui Kurane, but Ye Kang was still there, waiting at home. I don't care, I just want to play. Yuen-kun, you have to help solve the trouble you caused yourself. Kurane Yui muttered to herself as she stood close to Uchiha with her face flushed. Looking at the slightly childish Kurane Yui in front of her, can that man withstand such a test? Red, uncle will come home suddenly if you don't come back, Uchiha Yuen said with a dry mouth while licking his lips. No, father has already gone out on a mission, and it's only for a second. Yuen-kun, don't worry too much. Yui Hong's body now looks like a weird uncle who coaxes Zyol to see goldfish. What? 1 second? Me? Stupid Hong. It seems that I have to teach a lesson today. Otherwise, if this gets out, won't I, Uchihagen, have to live in another world? Uchihagen said angrily. Saying that, he didn't care about the half-eaten food, picked up Ui Kurane and walked towards the bedroom. Ui Hong's bedroom has no girlish style, but is filled with a warm feeling. Children from single-parent families want to have a complete home. Oh wait, Minamoto. This is not the same as last time, no, isn't it using illusion? Ui Kurane looked at Uchiha Minamoto's posture and said slightly panicked. Actually, illusion is pretty good. Illusion? Little Doyle, let's do a practical drill today, Uchiha Yuen said, but his hands didn't stop. Well, I think illusion is pretty good, Ui Hong said hesitantly. After all, this was her first time practicing Pokemon combat, so she was a little nervous. It's good, it's because you haven't tried the benefits of actual combat. You have to be brave enough to try. Believe me, can I still lie to you? At this juncture, Uchiha Yuen can still make the cooked duck fly. It was just in time for this little girl to take the initiative and start cooking directly. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll have to wait until next time. Oh, okay then, I'll leave everything to Yuen-kun. I will study hard. Try to become a qualified Pokemon master as soon as possible, Ui Hong said with a blushing face, and her eyes boldly glanced at Uchiha Yuen. The two of them started studying Pokemon's various combat techniques and stunts in broad daylight without being ashamed. Until the evening, Uchiha Yuen emerged from the gentle village slightly tired. Regarding Uchiha Gen's departure, Ui Hong just waved her hand tiredly. After all, this girl has been passive since the second half. Barely holding on until now is considered the limit. Walk out of Ui Kurane's house. Look at the sunset that is about to set on the horizon. In a hurry, Uchiha found a few restaurants, packed a few dinners, and rushed back home. Evening Uchiha sources home. What were you doing? Why did you come back at this hour? Ya Kang asked casually. After sleeping until the afternoon, I vaguely heard Uchiha Yuen saying that he was going to bring him lunch, but when he woke up in the afternoon, Uchiha Yuen hadn't responded yet. Ya Kang thought it was a dream talk in his sleep. Oh, something happened. This is dinner for you. Uchihagen changed the subject. Hayakura was completely uninterested in what Uchiha Gen said. After all, as Uchiha Gen was born and raised in Konoha, trivial things were quite normal. If you insist on getting to the bottom of everything, you won't have to waste your time. Let's take this as a late-night snack. I just had dinner at the clan leader's house. In the afternoon, a little carrot named Itaka came here and said that his father would like to invite you to his house as a guest. By the way, you can also meet me, a foreigner who has just joined the Uchiha clan. Villager. You were not here at the time, so I went by myself, so I didn't have to cook. However, I didn't bring you any food. After all, it was my first time to be a guest at your home, so eating and taking food with you was a bad influence. Ya Kang putting the takeaway into the refrigerator while explaining to Yuen. It seems that the Fugaku clan leader also wants to see what you are like. After all, they don't understand you. For the safety of the Uchiha clan, this is understandable. As for inviting me to be a guest, it is secondary. You are the main thing. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. From now on, just treat the Uchiha clan as your own. Although these guys don't have a good attitude toward outsiders, they are still very nice to their own people. Uchihagen thought deeply. Indeed, Mrs. Mikato is a very nice person. She cooks delicious food and talks nicely. She has also heard of my reputation in Tsunagakur. But that guy named Fugaku always has a straight face, like it's like anyone owes him money. I really don't know how Mrs. Mikato could fall in love with such a guy, Ya Kang complained. Ah, that guy Fugaku, it's understandable that many people owe him money. After all, since he became addicted to Krypton money, and thanks to the money-making project of welfare lottery, the Fugaku family is now completely free of money. Since there is no shortage of money, the first thing he will do is to spend money. The problem is that there are only so many Uchiha people now. Since Izanagi was opened, everyone wants to save their eye power for emergencies. So now those who sell pupil power can no longer keep up with those who use pupil power. As soon as the young people of the Uchiha clan have enough eye power, they immediately deposit it to Uchiha Source, but they don't mention selling it to Fugaku. After all, everyone is not short of money. Now, Uchiha Fugaku can only keep making money if he wants to do ideological work for the elderly in the group. Even in the past few days, he has set his sights on some underage children. Relying on Uchiha Itaka's popularity and Itaka's initiative to make connections, he really fooled a few people. It can be said that everyone who looks at Fugaku now thinks that he is a walking eye power, and this eye power is not put to full use and is completely wasted by the tribe. It is better to sell this mangekyo to yourself, so as to maximize the profits. Fugaku, he has encountered something recently. It has nothing to do with you. It is not directed at you, but his face has always been like this. Just get used to it, Uchihagen explained casually. Tomorrow, I made an appointment with Mrs. Mikato to go shopping together. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll buy some by the way. Recently I planned to learn Konoha cuisine from Mikoto, Yakura chatted. Ah, didn't you just meet today? Why are we so familiar with each other? Uchiha Yuen is also very curious. He has met Uchiha Mikoto several times. Although he has dignified features and gentle temperament, this type is completely inconsistent with his own aesthetics. Compared to Mikoto, I prefer the unique ones like Yakura. I don't know, but I feel that we are very compatible with each other, and her little son is so cute. It's the little guy named Suzuki, have you seen him? Yakang obviously also likes children, said. Suzuki's eyes lit up. If you like it, we can have one too, Uchiha said casually when he saw this. I'm going to have a baby sooner or later anyway. Is it true? I thought you were too young now and don't want children. Yakang looked at Yuen in surprise. How is that possible? It's a little troublesome for a kid, but we can just hire a nanny at home. After all, we have this condition, Uchihagen explained. Although I think children are troublesome, they are my children after all. No matter how troublesome it is, it will happen. Don't hire a nanny, I can just take care of my own child. Mikoto is like this, I feel so happy. At worst, I will learn from Mikoto how to take care of the child first. With Suzuki doing the practice, our child will be born. I will be able to do it easily. Yakang refuted Uchiha Gen's point of view and suggested, Okay, I'll do as you said. It's very late. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Let's put the midnight snack in the refrigerator first. Uchiha Yuen said and prepared to take a change of clothes to take a shower. Yuen, since you have agreed, it is better to have a baby sooner rather than later. Let's start fighting now so that the baby can be born sooner. After saying this, Yakang looked at Uchiha Yuen with a blushing face. Isn't it? How many times has this happened today? Yakura, are you sure you can do it? You have to know that you have rest until the afternoon today. Are you sure you still have the energy to go shopping with Mrs. Mikoto tomorrow? Uchihagen suggested a little vainly. It's totally fine. I learned some medical ninjutsu from Granny-cho. Yakang didn't understand Uchiha Gen's inner meaning at all. Grab a change of clothes and enter the bath with Yuen. Early the next morning. It seems that I took a shower too late last night and caught a cold. It's all this guy's fault, Yakang, for being so lazy. Without disturbing Yakang who was still sleeping, Yuen got up alone and started washing. After all, there are big things to do today. I bought some breakfast on the street, and while eating, Uchiha headed towards Orochimaru's mansion. Orochimaru has not defected yet, but he has probably done all the things he needs to do to defect. It's just that it hasn't been exposed yet. Well, it can't be said that it hasn't been exposed yet. It is estimated that the top management of Konoha are well aware of what Orochimaru did, but they only tacitly approved of it. After all, the results of Orochimaru's research are theirs. If that's the case, why not? Anyway, if anything goes wrong, it can be blamed on Orochimaru. Originally, this situation was maintained very well, but an incident in the original work broke this balance. That was the rebellion of Nine Tails and the death of Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru was originally the popular candidate for the fourth Hokage, but due to the favoritism of the third Hokage, Namikaze Minato took the position of Hokage. But when Namikaze Minato dies, the events are completely different. Compared to letting the retired third generation take over again, it is obviously more reliable to let Orochimaru be the fifth Hokage. It can be said that this voice in Konoha far exceeds the voice of the third Hokage to take over again. But the question is, will the young and powerful Orochimaru be willing to be a puppet of the elders like Namikaze Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who understands Orochimaru's character, immediately understood the answer. In this case, the only choice is to sacrifice Orochimaru. Everyone knows what happens next. Using Danzo as the black glove, expose what Orochimaru has done. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen do it himself, and sell a favor to let Orochimaru go, so as to win people's hearts. The routine is very good, but it is a pity that Orochimaru is not Jiraiya. It can be seen from the original work that Orochimaru hates this kind of political darkness. The subsequent plan to collapse Konoha is not so much about attacking Konoha as it is about saving Konoha. Although it was apparent that Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed and Konoha lost a third Hokage, after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already going to die. A few more years will do nothing but make dirty political compromises. Orochimaru, on the other hand, took this opportunity to take away the fourth Kazekage in one wave, and let Tsunagakure hug Konoha's thigh tightly to fight against external threats together. After all, judging from Tsunagakure's situation at the time, it can be said that it was all supported by Cho and Ebizo. Otherwise Gaara, who had just taken the Chunin exam, would not have been allowed to serve as the fifth Kazekage. Therefore, when Tsunagakure faced external threats, he could only rely more deeply on Konoha, which was also attacked by Orochimaru, to achieve the effect of hugging together for warmth. Under this circumstance, the return of Tsune Jiraiya undoubtedly gave Konoha another shot in the arm. With the Sun and 2 inside and the Sand Shinobi Alliance outside, it can be said that Konoha at the time was stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen before his death. This is why even if things like the Konoha collapse plan happened, there was no movement at all from other shinobi villages. If this was during Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, Cloud Shinobi Village would probably be the first one to jump out and fight. After all, everyone has seen the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen since Hisashi. Who wouldn't want to step on such a weak and bullied Hokage? But as the sole heir of the Senju clan, Tsunade, one of the Sunin, succeeds the 5th Hokage and other ninja villages have to weigh it. Boom, boom, boom. Is Orochimaru-sama at home? Gen Uchiha is here to visit. As for Orochimaru's residence, that's something you can find out just by asking. Again, Konoha says it's big or not. After a while, Uchiha would have thought that Orochimaru was not at home, had it not been for the super perception brought by the spiritualization technique, which confirmed that there was indeed a powerful chakra energy in the mansion that was no less powerful than the 3rd Hokage. Ji Akridine, the door opened, and a gloomy wind blew in. At the same time, a slightly pale face appeared in front of Uchiha Gen. Why does Orochimaru like this environment so much? Could it be that he was led astray by Ryokai Cave? Are you the Uchiha source that was rumored in the village a while ago? That kid Anko has often mentioned you to me. Let's talk about it after we come in first. Orochimaru looked up and down at the boy in front of him. At such an age, he actually has such strength. The power of the Uchiha clan is worthy of being as famous as the 1st Hokage. The two of them walked into the hall one after another. It was still as simple and gloomy as ever, without even a single ornament. Orochimaru is indeed a pragmatist and cannot tolerate anything superfluous in life, even if it's running. I went on a mission that day at 9 Tails, and I only came back in the past few days. I've heard everything about you from Anko, but there shouldn't be any interests between us. I'm very curious why UN-kun suddenly found me. Orochimaru said, directly getting to the point. I don't even have the intention of serving a cup of tea. Ahem, this time I mainly want to ask Orochimaru-sama for a small favor. Regarding the forbidden technique in pure world reincarnation, I believe Orochimaru-sama is familiar with it, right? Uchiha stared at Orochimaru's eyes. Impure world reincarnation? The forbidden technique invented by Mr. Second Generation, of course I know this. Orochimaru racked his brains and didn't expect that Uchiha Gen came to him for this. I came here this time just to ask Orochimaru-sama to help me resurrect a person. As for the reward, I can personally contribute 100 million taels as research funds for Orochimaru-sama. Uchiha believes that no scientific researcher is short of funds. Orochimaru is no exception. 100 million taels? It's really a big deal? Can I ask Yuan-jun how he knew that I know the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation? It seems that only a few friends and the top management of Konoha know that I know this forbidden technique. Well, the problem is that he has nothing to do with Uchiha Gen. It is even less possible for him to take the initiative to reveal that he knows the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to Uchiha. About this, there is no need to hide it from Orochimaru-sama. After all, it is estimated that several elders in Konoha know my information. My pair of Mangekyou sharingan has the ability to predict the future. Regarding Orochimaru's forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, it is also what I see in the future. Hearing Uchiha Gen's answer, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Gen's eyes with burning eyes. This is predicting the future. What a terrible Uchiha clan. Although he really wanted to get these eyes, considering the rumors about the terrifying strength of the young man in front of him, Orochimaru could only forcefully give up his inner greed. Is that so? Then I wonder if UN-kun can tell me what my future will be like? Orochimaru looked at the boy in front of him with some interest. Of course, but is this a reward for asking Orochimaru-senpai to take action? Uchiha did not expect that Orochimaru would be so honest about wanting to know his future. Jiraiya, who is also a Sunin, would probably pretend to be sophisticated and say that the future is only interesting if it is unknown. The known future is not the future. No, this is just incidental. 100 million taels is still indispensable, Orochimaru said carefully. After all, with 100 million taels, I don't have to look at Danzo's face anymore. Your own private research base can also be improved as soon as possible. That's okay. But I want to remind Orochimaru-senpai here that the future may change because of your advanced understanding. Therefore, there is a discrepancy in what I said, which means that the current future has been changed. This can Orochimaru-senpai understand? Uchiha explained in advance. Well, UN-kun, you can start. Technique, Tsukuyomi. In the world of Tsukuyomi, the screen shows the scene of the Night of Nine Tails in the original work. Orochimaru and Uchiha Gen are watching the scene in front of them like bystanders. As the screen continues, Uchiha Gen explains to Orochimaru, according to the original trajectory of the future, without my intervention on the Night of Nine Tails, the 4th generation couple would die in battle, and their son Uzumaki Naruto would become the new generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After the death of the fourth generation Namikaze Minato, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will once again teach her. He has become a Hokage again? This operation confused Orochimaru. Judging from the future of this situation, Konoha at the time should need a young and powerful Hokage to suppress the external Xiao Xiao. The teacher once again takes over, undoubtedly telling the enemy how weak Konoha is now. We can't even choose a young Hokage, so we have to rely on the aging third Hokage to step in and support the show. Of course, there should not be many people who make this conjecture. After all, the villages are not without brains, and they have some understanding of the current strongmen in Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to power has inadvertently revealed too much information. Konoha has the young and powerful Sunin, as well as powerful men such as the heads of major families, but the third Hokage himself continues to be the Hokage. It can be seen from this that either these people in Konoha are not worthy of the trust of the third Hokage, or Sarutobi Hiruzen is greedy for power and is old and stupid. But no matter which of the above points it is enough to expose Konoha's current problems. In the original work, Cloud Shinobi Village also took a fancy to this and recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, so they dared to steal Hyuga Hinata in Konoha. After being killed, they still screamed for Hyuga Hayashi to pay for his life. This is also the time when Konoha is most dangerous. Although in the end, Cloud Shinobi's troubles were ended because Hyuga Hisashi took the initiative to die in Hyuga Hayashi's place, Sarutobi Hiruzen's weakness and Konoha's attitude have already appeared in front of the major ninja villages. Got it. In this case, most ambitious people would probably want to take a bite. This is also puzzling. In the original work, Konoha was so humble and weak. Why didn't the major ninja villages pounce on it and take a few bites? But there was no movement. There must be something important here that I have overlooked. Acting as Hokage again? What a bad move. It's a bad move for both Konoha and the teacher himself. Is this the poison called power? Even Konoha Shinobi's teacher cannot avoid such a move. I suddenly feel glad that I am not a fourth Hokage, Orochimaru thought to himself. The illusion continues. What's interesting is that at the same time, news suddenly broke out in the village that Orochimaru-senpai was using villagers for human experiments. The angry third Hokage took Umbu to arrest Orochimaru-senpai. In the end, he just went through the motions and was killed by the soft-hearted third Hokage. Let me go. The commentary continued. Teacher Sarutobi can actually do this for power. Tisk. Konoha is completely rotten. Orochimaru knows the background and character of Danzo and his teacher very well. These are just excuses to get rid of this stumbling block. He also conducts research with the support of Elder Danzo and the acquiescence of his teacher. After all, he does human experiments. It didn't happen in a day or two. It was right under Konoha's nose. As the highest authority in Konoha at the time, it was impossible for teacher Sarutobi not to notice it, otherwise the Hokage would have been in vain. It's just that he didn't expect that his teacher would go to Konoha for power. The fourth generation couple died in the battle. Konoha had just experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was still young and unable to exert its fighting power. In this critical situation, for the sake of his own power, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually wants to drive away Konoha's top combat power himself? With Orochimaru's scientific research mind, he really can't understand his teacher's operation. After Orochimaru-senpai defected, Jiraiya-senpai wanted to get him back. It's obvious that Jiraiya-senpai didn't understand the twists and turns. In that case, it was no longer a question of whether Orochimaru-senpai wanted to defect or not. Hey Jiraiya, you idiot. Although he said this, Orochimaru's stern face rarely showed a smile. After defecting, Orochimaru-senpai received an invitation from the Akatsuki organization in Rain Shinobi Village. After being repelled by its leader Pain, he agreed to the other party's invitation and successfully joined the Akatsuki organization. Is this the Rinnegan? Those three brats from the Kingdom of Rain? They already have such strength? But isn't the owner of the Rinnegan the red-haired brat? And what does Pain mean? The kid's name seems to be Yahiko. Is it a code name? Orochimaru carefully observed the scene in the illusion. Although I haven't used all my strength at this time, but to be able to repel myself so easily, this kid's strength is undoubtedly superior to my own. I won't waste my power here to explain some of the little things after joining the Akatsuki organization. During this period, Orochimaru-senpai also established a village of his own in Tien Country, called Otanin Village. I won't go into details. Let's just pick something important to talk about. A few years later, news came out in Konoha that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the murderer was indeed a boy under 14 years old, Uchiha Itaki. It was rumored that this person had the strongest eye in the history of the Uchiha clan, Mangaku sharingan. The Uchiha clan was wiped out? The murderer Uchiha Itaki? 14 years old? Uchiha Itaki, I have seen him, he is indeed a very talented young man, but it is absolutely impossible to say that he can destroy the Uchiha clan. Even if he has the Mangaku sharingan, it's impossible. Source Kun, are you sure this is the original real future? Orochimaru asked with a hint of doubt. Senior Orochimaru, as a senior ninja, don't you know that the news on the surface may be very different from the actual situation? There is no problem with the future, and there is no problem with the news. The problem is the real information hidden under the news, which depends on the individual analyzes. I see. If you say this, you can find the culprit in an instant. It seems that one of my good teachers has acquiesced. Elder Danzo's roots must have also intervened. As far as I know, he has a certain interest in the sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Weird collecting habit. Orochimaru smiled scornfully, looking down on these people who play politics. Sarutobi-sensei is really old. Feint tricks happen frequently. How much strength does Konoha have after losing the Uchiha clan? But with Minamoto-kun's strength, it should be easy to keep the Uchiha clan. Although Sarutobi-sensei and the others are strong, very strong, but I feel that there should be a big gap between my current strength and Minamoto-kun. After all, Minamoto-kun gives me a sense of threat that far exceeds that of any ninja I have ever seen. Even the demigod Hanzo back then was far more powerful than it's not as oppressive as Minamoto-kun that you brought to me. Not to mention the same me now. Minamoto-kun's strength should have reached the level of Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the shinobi world, right? Orochimaru licked his tongue and looked at the boy in front of him curiously. The Uchiha clan is truly blessed. He is only 16 years old and already has such strength. How terrifying. In terms of strength, I've achieved it. In terms of energy level, I'm a little behind. Uchiha Yuen was not afraid of revealing the truth and said truthfully, what kind of answer is this? Orochimaru couldn't understand it for a moment. After Uchiha Itachi destroyed the Uchiha clan, he joined the Akatsuki organization as an S-class rebel ninja in Konoha. By the way, there is a survivor of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Suzuki, who is Uchiha Itachi's relative. Younger brother. Joined the Akatsuki organization? It seems that Mr. Sarutobi finally pays attention to the extraordinary strength of the Akatsuki organization, but Fugaku really raised a good son. I saw Fugaku in advance, his eldest son, with a proud face. I didn't expect him to be like this in the end. Result. Orochimaru lamented the impermanence of life. The story continues. The Akatsuki organization usually works in teams of two. Uchiha Itachi, who is also from Konoha, was naturally placed in the group of Orochimaru Senpai by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru Senpai is very coveted for Uchiha Itachi's legendary Mangaku sharingan, so taking advantage of this opportunity, he decisively attacked Uchiha Itachi. In the end, he was easily defeated by Uchiha Itachi's advanced genjutsu. During the process, Uchiha Itachi did not even use his exclusive Mangaku pupil technique. This gap caused Orochimaru Senpai to covet Sharingan's power even more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A mere advanced illusion, even with the Sharingan boost, cannot easily defeat me. Something important must have happened in the past few years. It must be like this, it must be something important. Yuen-kun, you know that, right? Orochimaru in the original book couldn't accept this blow, but the current Orochimaru can't accept the result either. It's just 3 Tomo Sharingan, so what if you add a high-level illusion? It's not like you haven't seen it before? What happened in the past few years? Why have I become so weak? You must know that even the evil-eyed Fugaku is no match for him. Why does Uchiha Itachi use 3 Tomo Sharingan to insult others? I'm Sunin Orochimaru. Orochimaru thought Fugaku was still the same Fugaku. Actually, this situation is also caused by Orochimaru Senpai himself. He is developing a secret technique called living corpse reincarnation, right? This forbidden technique requires a new body every few years. The disadvantage is that as time passes, the more bodies are replaced, the weaker the host's soul power becomes. When a fragile soul faces the 3 Tomo Sharingan that can open Mangaku, the consequences are self-evident. His living corpse reincarnation? Have you been able to successfully cast living corpse reincarnation at that time? That's understandable, but I really didn't expect the sequelae of living corpse reincarnation to be so serious. It seems that it needs to be improved. Orochimaru wrote it down secretly. After being easily defeated by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru Senpai has become madly infatuated with the power of the Uchiha clan. As the only Uchiha clan member, you can't beat Uchiha Itachi, so you set your sights on Uchiha Suzuki, who is still in Konoha school. Uchiha Suzuki? Fugaku-kun's little son who was just born not long ago? In the 60th year of Konoha, Uchiha Suzuki officially graduated from the ninja school. Konoha village once again invited each village to hold a joint Chunin exam. In order to implement the long-planned plan to collapse Konoha, Senior Orochimaru secretly contacted Tsunagakure to jointly attack Konoha during the Chunin exam. Leaf? Orochimaru said hello when he heard this. He had too little information to understand his inner thoughts at that time. Before the plan was implemented, Orochimaru Senpai took the opportunity to sneak attack 4th Kazekage Rosa, and then disguised himself as 4th Kazekage to participate in the joint Chunin examination held in Konoha. During the second round of the Chunin exam, Orochimaru-senpai once again disguised himself as a grass ninja and attacked Class 7 where Uchiha Sasuke was at that time, and successfully planted something called the Curse Seal of Heaven on Uchiha Sasuke's body. The Curse Seal of Heaven? I have already developed this myself. During the last round of the Chunin exam, Senior Orochimaru took the opportunity to hold the 3rd Hokage hostage, and asked his 4 sound ninjas to form his 4 purple flame formation, successfully blocking Konoha's rescue of the 3rd Hokage. This is? Orochimaru is vaguely aware of where things are going next. In the 4 purple flame formation, Senior Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation to successfully summon the 2 ancestors of Hokage. However, it may be because the relationship between impure world reincarnation is not perfect yet. The strength of the 2 ancestors of Hokage is almost the same. A fierce life and death battle. After the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally used the forbidden technique to seal the 2 ancestors of Hokage in your hands. I can understand sealing 2 ancestors Hokage, but what's going on with sealing 1 pair of hands? Can the ban on zombies be carried out in installments? Orochimaru was puzzled when he heard this. Mainly because the 3rd Hokage was exhausted at the time, but it may also be that he really relented and wanted to let you go. Only he himself knows this. Uchiha shrugged. What's next? What happened in the end? Orochimaru couldn't imagine how he would survive in the ninja world without his hands. Subsequently, you went to Tsunade, who is also one of the Sunin, to resurrect Kato Dan and rope jutsu. You wanted Tsunade to heal your hands, but Tsunade refused. She probably also saw that your hands were souls. The problem is that you are helpless. After all, we have been teammates for so many years. There is no reason for Tsunade not to help you when you are so busy. Uchiha source guessed. Although Orochimaru had already defected to Konoha at that time, this did not affect the relationship between Sunin at all. It can be seen from Jiraiya's attitude towards the 2 of them. In the end, Tsunade and Jiraiya returned to Konoha and became the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke sought revenge on Uchiha Itachi in pursuit of stronger power. After the Chunin exam, he directly defected from Konoha and went to the Sound Ninja village to join you. Okay, one other thing I asked you to do is worth so much information. Here is 100 million taels, Uchiha said while taking out a storage scroll and handing it over. Actually, Gen-kun, you can ask me to do more things. As he said this, Orochimaru reached out and took the scroll from Uchiha General. After all, this is 100 million taels, which is worth the heads of 3 Asumas. Uchiha, this family is really a big family. I heard that it seems to be because of something called the welfare lottery. In the future, is it because my teacher is greedy for the Uchiha clan's business? But why is there no trace of Yuan Jun's action in the real future from beginning to end? Did something happen to Yuan Jun during this period? It seems like this guy is hiding something. Let's talk about it later if necessary. Let's finish the current matters first. Uchiha Yuan waved his hand and refused. In that case, does Yuan Jun know about the prerequisites for impure world reincarnation? You need 2 sacrifices and the body tissue of the reincarnated person, right? I have the body tissue, but I have not prepared the sacrifice. But I believe Orochimaru-senpai has extra experimental bodies, right? Can you borrow 2 for now? Come on. Uchiha Yuan suddenly remembered this. But where do I have to find sacrifices now? You can't just arrest people on the streets of Konoha, right? Uchiha source is not so crazy. Forget it, 2 sacrifices can be regarded as a greeting gift to Yuan-kun. In Orochimaru's mouth, 2 lives are nothing at all. After all, he is a veteran and strong man who has come from the war years. He may have seen more dead people than Uchiha has encountered alive people. Originally, Uchiha's idea was that this could be replaced by villains such as bandits, but now, compared to becoming Orochimaru's experimental subject, dying as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation might be a relief. Uchiha originated from my comfort. Yuan Jun, please come with me. After coming back to his senses, Uchiha quickly followed Orochimaru's footsteps. What is this direction? Forest of Death? Why do these guys like to set up a secret base here? After all, Konoha is so big, and other places are owned. The land near the Death Forest is relatively quiet, and no one usually comes here. It seems that he can see Uchiha Yuan's doubts. Orochimaru explained as he walked. The 2 of them stopped in front of an inconspicuous tree. Orochimaru cast a few seals at will, and the tree undulated, and then a passage 2 meters wide was revealed. It has to be said that the ninja industry is all about convenience. This secret base should have been created by Orochimaru using earth style and sealing techniques. The 2 of them walked in quickly. Even though Uchiha Yuan was mentally prepared in advance, he still felt a panic when he saw these experimental objects soaked in jars. Forcibly suppress the discomfort in your heart and follow Orochimaru's footsteps. If I had known earlier, I would not have eaten breakfast. I felt like vomiting now. No, I must not vomit. It would ruin my image. Here it is. Source-kun, give me the token of the person who needs to be resurrected. Orochimaru quickly found a relatively spacious space and pulled out 2 numb-looking test subjects from one of the laboratories and said, here you go. Uchihagen took out the Kopak hero hair he got from Hayakura, and handed it over with a strand of his own hair. What's the meaning? I can understand that the first strand of hair should be a relic of someone who needs to be resurrected, but what is the operation of pulling the second strand of hair directly from my own body? I, Orochimaru, have been in the ninja world for so many years, and I have never seen anything so outrageous. Why does he still have his own hair? What is this guy doing? Is this to resurrect himself? Isn't he standing in front of me alive? Actually, I should have died once. Have you ever heard of Orochimaru, who has 2 souls in one body? Although my situation is special, Orochimaru should have heard that there are 2 consciousnesses in one body. This strand of hair is like letting Orochimaru-senpai will try to revive another ray of my dead consciousness. Uchihagen was talking nonsense? If I understand correctly, you should be suffering from schizophrenia. The rumor that the Uchiha clan is prone to mental problems turns out to be true. Another Uchiha source? Interesting. Together? Or one by one? Orochimaru didn't ask too much about the other Uchiha source. After all, he could be resurrected later. Wouldn't it be better to understand on the spot? Let's do it one by one. Let's start with the first one. The other one's affairs can be left for later. Uchiha Yuen still thinks it's safer to separate, and who knows what the other Uchiha Yuen's thoughts are? What if that guy doesn't want to die anymore? Although he is not afraid of resistance, who knows what his Mangaku technique is? What if something weird happens? Don't you have to play it off yourself? When the time comes, the real Li Kuei will become Huang Silang's substitute, and he will have no place to cry. Ninja technique, forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru arranged the formation. Slap your hands on the ground. In an instant, one of the experimental subjects was wrapped in layers of dirty soil that appeared out of thin air. After the experimental subject wailed in pain, a strange middle-aged man with a completely different appearance slowly woke up. Is this the person he is resurrecting? Sand Shinobi Forward Protector? Not from Konoha? Nor any of the powerful people I know who are famous in the ninja world? This kind of smell? Special Jonin? Little guy? Shouldn't it? A strong man like Uchiha Source spends so much money just for such a piece of trash? Where is this? Where is Chosama? You are Konoha-san and Orochimaru. Gohachiro woke up from his confusion and was so frightened that he backed away when he saw the man in front of him. What's happening here? Aren't you assisting Elder Cho in completing the forbidden technique? Why did Orochimaru suddenly appear? Is Konoha's so-called request for help a lie? Now Konoha has invaded Tsunagakur? Please step aside, Orochimaru-senpai, I have something to say to him, Uchihagen said directly. I didn't expect that Orochimaru's reputation would be so great that even passers-by in Tsunagakur would recognize him at a glance. Okay, Yuen-kun, you can do whatever you want. Just call me when you're done. Orochimaru was not surprised by this. After all, who doesn't have a secret? Although he is very curious about this Tsunagakur passerby, Orochimaru also knows that the more curious he is, the more dangerous he is. This Uchiha source in front of him is not someone who can be manipulated. Looking at Orochimaru leaving, Uchihagen turned his head to look at Kohachiro, who was huddled in the corner like a quail, and walked forward silently. Who are you and what are you going to do to me? I will never betray the village. Since the man in front of him can hang out with Orochimaru, he must be of average strength, but since I have never heard of his namehead, that means he should only be very strong. Coupled with Uchiha Yuen's somewhat deceptive age, how much stronger can he be no matter how strong he is? What an amazing elite jonin! Moreover, how can a cage-level strong person appear so easily? This one is capable of beating him, he is a special jonin after all, so he just needs to be careful, wait for him to get close, and with a sneak attack and sliding shovel, he can be cured in minutes, and then use him to threaten Orochimaru. Force Orochimaru to throw a rat trap. Just do it. Close closer. Do it. Magic 10 million equivalent hypnosis technique. Before he could take action, Uchihagen, who had already activated sharingan, directly threw a super-enhanced hypnosis technique at him. Gangpakuro was instantly struck by hypnosis. He was just a special jonin after all. Write down all the secrets of reincarnation that you know. Uchihagen took out the paper and pen he had prepared and handed it over. Gangpakuro didn't resist at all, and recorded every detail about his reincarnation with a respectful look. After all, Cho's mother-in-law actually set a ban on Gangpakuro's brain to prevent leaks, but this ban can only target the brain, not the soul like caged bird. This allowed Uchiha Gen to take advantage of it, but it was all thanks to Hagura. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. A few minutes later, looking at the densely packed notebooks in front of him, Uchiha Yuen nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a forbidden technique. Just looking at it made one's scalp explode. Can this really be learned by oneself? but since Gangpak Hero can use this special Jonin, he should be fine too. It's impossible that his talent is not as good as Gangpak Hero's, right? It should be no problem to follow the gourd and draw the scoop, knowing what is happening without knowing why it is happening. It's like Naruto doesn't know the principle of multiple shadow clone, but it doesn't stop him from using multiple shadow clone. And multiple shadow clone is also a forbidden technique. The reason why the forbidden technique that has been reincarnated is listed as forbidden technique by Cho is not that it is difficult to learn, but the price that needs to be paid to perform it. This seems to be the recognized rule of ranking ninjutsu in the ninja world. Thinking about the original novel, isn't he strong in ninjutsu like the body replacement technique? Even cage-level experts cannot do without body replacement technique. From this aspect, it can be seen that body replacement technique is completely a magic skill. As a result, because it is too easy to learn and the threshold is too low, it directly becomes a bad street. The reason why body replacement technique is not eye-catching in the original work is mainly because it is defeated on the street with low barriers to entry. You have it and I have it all. Naturally, everyone has developed ways to defend and crack the body replacement technique. You have to compare a person who doesn't know body replacement technique with someone who knows body replacement technique to see how powerful body replacement technique is. Uchiha briefly glanced at the notebook. This technique of reincarnation cannot be said to be easy, but it cannot be said to be difficult. You should be able to learn it yourself, right? Okay, Orochimaru-senpai, you can come in. Uchiha put away the small notebook in his hand and shouted outside. Ta-ta-ha? In this state? Have you been affected by hypnosis? Orochimaru could see Gopeikuro's current state at a glance. This impure world reincarnation is useless, let's move on to the next one. Uchiha ignored Orochimaru's inquiry. Impure world reincarnation solution. As the dirt slowly faded away, the dead experiment inside fell heavily to the ground. Orochimaru once again took out the body part of Uchiha and continued to use impure world reincarnation on the other experimental subject according to the previously carved runes. Really successful? Even after hearing Uchiha-gen's previous explanation, Orochimaru was still slightly shocked. He always thought that schizophrenia was just one soul with two minds. Unexpectedly, schizophrenia is two souls using one body? You need to remember this, it will be helpful for future experiments. Orochimaru silently took out a small notebook. Where am I? I remember that I should be dead, right? The original person looked at his body in confusion. What's happening here? How did I become like this? Magic hypnosis technique with the equivalent of 10 million. It was too late to let Orochimaru out. In order to prevent the original body from being prepared, Uchiha immediately struck in advance. Although there are also mangaku, he is prepared but not defensive, and he has tens of millions of eyes to support him. He figured out the opponent in minutes. Is Yuan-kun so cautious about his other self? Orochimaru is getting more and more curious. Orochimaru-senpai, as usual, go out and meet first. Uchiha didn't explain too much. Solving the original owner is the most important thing right now. Orochimaru looked deeply at the Uchiha source in front of him and slowly left. You are stronger than others, so don't be too curious. Orochimaru still understands this. Only he knows whether he will investigate secretly or not. Technique Divine Grace. After all, the original owner is impure world reincarnation, so naturally he cannot do any transplant surgery. However, according to the process of opening the eternal mangaku by Uchiha Madara and Suzuki in the original work, it is not so much a transplant, but a fusion of the power of the two. After all, one eye socket obviously cannot fit two eyes. From this point on, physical fusion can be ruled out. Since it is not physical, then only the fusion of pupil power is the key to the emergence of the eternal eye. In the original work, there is no pupil power transmitter like Uchiha who possesses Divine Grace pupil technique. The only way to do that is to button the hole directly and plug it in and use it. As waves of pupil power continue to be transmitted, Uchiha felt that his mangaku energy limit was getting higher and higher. Why so many? This is far beyond the eye power of an ordinary mangaku sharingan. Impure world reincarnation status? That's okay. In the original novel, when Uchiha Itachi was still alive, he would bleed and become weak as soon as he used mangaku. As a result, he looked like a rich man when he came out. In the past few years, he did not necessarily use the last mangaku, but now he can chat with Suzuki. However, Uchiha source also has some speculation about this. The sacrifice of impure world reincarnation determines the upper limit of impure world reincarnation, but the soul energy of impure world reincarnation determines the limitlessness of reincarnation. According to the law of conservation of energy, impure world reincarnation cannot be infinite chakra. Since the sacrifice itself is not strong enough to support it, it can only consume the soul energy of the reincarnated person. Of course, it is possible that natural energy is being used, but judging from the strength of Senju Tobirama, the inventor of this technique, the chance of it being natural energy is very small. After all, if Senju Tobirama is such a grandmaster who understands natural energy and can learn and use it to create forbidden technique, there is no reason why Senju Tobirama can't use Sage Transformation. However, Senju Tobirama does not Sage Transformation in the original work. So from this aspect, Impure World Reincarnation uses the soul energy of the reincarnated people to be more reliable. Can't breathe anymore? Has it reached its limits so quickly? But there seems to be no qualitative change in my Mangekyo Sharingan. With so many Mangekyo pupil powers of the same origin but different origins, why can't my Mangekyo Sharingan be promoted to Eternal Mangekyo? It seems that my guess is wrong. Does it have to be a blood-related Mangekyo transplant to be promoted to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? This is not a question of pupil power, but a question of genetic blood concentration? After absorbing the original owner's Mangekyo pupil power, Sharingan was indeed greatly improved, but this improvement was more like Mangekyo Strengthening Plus, rather than a qualitative transformation into an Eternal Mangekyo. It seems that if you want to become a 6 paths level powerhouse, your own path to Mangekyo Sharingan will not work. Just blood transplantation and Hashirama cells will directly block the way. Senior Orochimaru, it's okay. After calming down the turbulent power in his eyes, Uchiha spoke to the outside. Hiss, this guy. It feels even scarier than before. As soon as Orochimaru stepped through the threshold, he immediately felt that Uchiha Yuen was completely different from when he first entered. This suffocating sense of oppression should be involuntarily leaked out when the strength has increased too much in a short period of time and is difficult to control. What secret technique did this guy use? The Uchiha clan is indeed a great clan that has been passed down for thousands of years. Yuan-jun, what should I do with this guy? Do you need me to help you solve it? Regardless of whether he is a schizophrenic or not, it is absolutely impossible for a strong person to leave such an obvious shortcoming. For a group like Ninja, who knows what kind of secret skills the enemy has, if the enemy knows the secret of Uchiha Source, it will be possible to directly control the schizophrenia body to curse Uchiha Source. For example, the evil cult in the original work. Even if you can't curse, taking a step back, it is still possible to obtain information about Uchiha Source through the schizophrenia. Thinking of this, Orochimaru had to take the initiative to remind Uchiha. Instead of waiting for Uchiha Gen to come and silence him, why not take the initiative to help him finish it off? What do Orochimaru-senpai plan to do? Uchiha Jinya is in a dilemma. After all, he is the original owner of this body. What if someone is resurrected in the future and comes to snatch the right to own the body from me? I might not be able to grab him. After all, he is inherently more advantageous than me, and is inherently more in tune with this body. As for saying that he took the initiative to commit suicide, he would not fight for the right to own his body? That's a complete joke. The more someone has experienced death, the more afraid they are of death. Just because he wanted to commit suicide before doesn't mean he will want to commit suicide in the future. What's more, with the world he has conquered for him and the strength that is invincible in the ninja world, only a fool would want to commit suicide in this situation. Uchiha Gen, who has experienced time travel after death, knows deeply that no one desires to live more than the dead. Didn't you see that as soon as you traveled through time, you tried your best to obtain the forbidden technique of your own reincarnation? For what? It's not just that you want to live forever. Humanity's ultimate dream? Reincarnation is the forbidden technique that is easiest to obtain and has the smallest side effects among the ninjutsu and hokage that can achieve immortality. Other immortality techniques are either flawed, or they make themselves neither human nor ghosts. Of course, Etsutsuki can live forever by combining the genes of various races to revert to their ancestors, but this operation requires too much scientific research, and the chance of success is slim. Just one Hashirama cell is a big problem, let alone trying to figure out the whole hodgepodge. My scalp explodes just thinking about it. If you really want to do that, you will probably die of old age before you can succeed. No, you won't wait until you die of old age. If you just study these things, you may not have the strength to deal with the Fourth War in Suansea, let alone the Etsutsuki from outside the world. Therefore, it is more reliable to choose the Cho version for the longevity technique. After all, others started out as puppets and medical ninjas. The starting point is also to resurrect my son and daughter-in-law. There is no way she would use a technique with huge consequences on her son. However, Orokai Auntie should have developed the longevity technique in the later period, but her version of the longevity technique was not what Uchihagen wanted, and its shortcomings were too obvious. It's too easy to be restrained. Unless you want to lie flat, everyone can use your weaknesses to target you. This kind of weak chicken immortal has no chance to play in the later stage of Etsutsuki. Now there are two options in this situation. The first one is to exterminate the soul once and for all. I happen to know this secret technique. The second one is to directly use the sealing technique to seal the impure world reincarnation together. Do this. The advantage is that if Gen-kun still needs it in the future, you can continue to release him. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Gen's face and suggested, "No, I choose the first option, just destroy it. The second method should be the sealing technique used in the Fourth Ninja War, but that obviously does not fit with my cautious character, and I have experienced all kinds of things in my previous life. Bombarded with information, Uchiha Yuen understood that many villains died from talking too much, and many strong men died from being too arrogant. Uchiha Yuen said decisively without any hesitation, "Are you so afraid? What secret is hidden in this? Obviously this reincarnation is no more than an elite jonin. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? Who hasn't ordered a secret yet?" For now, we can only follow what he said, but the filthy soul in front of us is quite valuable for research. Secret technique, soul purification technique. As Orochimaru performed this operation, the impure world reincarnation in front of him slowly collapsed, and the soul of the original owner slowly disappeared. In the original novel, does Orochimaru know this technique? I haven't seen him use it before. This arithmetic is part of the living corpse reincarnation. After all, robbing other people's bodies naturally requires soul attack methods. Orochimaru seemed to see Uchiha Gen's doubts and explained casually, "Well, that seems to make sense." If he hadn't done this, given Orochimaru's increasingly incomplete soul in the original work, he would have been killed in minutes. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, he cannot withstand such weakening over and over again. How it's done! Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down the chakra in his body. Although I am not yet proficient in controlling this technique, after all, the difference in strength is there, and the other party does not resist. As a result, things went smoother than expected. This level should be enough to deal with Yuan Jun. Thanks to Orochimaru-senpai this time, I believe we will have many common topics and opportunities for cooperation in the future. What is the most important in the world? Talent. Especially in a technological desert like the ninja world, talents are even more valuable. Not to mention that I will develop the Kingdom of Snow in the future. With the help of a scientific research master like Orochimaru, the technology of Snow Country can be said to be even more powerful. And this thing is good for Orochimaru too. In the scientific research environment like Konoha, Orochimaru's need for scientific research funds is basically non-existent. Otherwise, he must follow the path designated by Danzo for research and development, so that Danzo can provide limited support for him, or he can find a way to save money on his own and save a lot of money before doing research and development. But it's different when you go to the Snow Country. With the financial support of the entire country, it's hard for Orochimaru not to take off. And the Land of Snow happens to also need Orochimaru, a part-time worker. The combination of the two and the burst of energy is estimated to allow the ninja world to enter the electrified era of Futonden more than 10 years in advance. Really? I always thought that Yuen-kun and I were the same kind of person, Orochimaru said casually. In a way, Orochimaru-senpai is right. Uchihagen agreed with a smile. On something? Based on what this guy Yuen knows about me and predicting the future, there are not many things that can represent his characteristics. Is it greed for the Uchiha bloodline? Or is it my obsession with immortality? Okay, I'll be here today. I'll say goodbye. I won't send you off. Before the words could be heard, Uchiha Yuen was no longer in the secret room. Orochimaru thoughtfully took out the hair that he had secretly captured just now. Uchiha Gen, what are you planning? Noon. Uchiha clan land. Where's the Yuen family's mansion? I'm back. Is there no one? It seems that Yekang has gone out with Mrs. Mikado. Forget it, let's just take care of the late night snack that we didn't eat last night. Seeing that there was no one at home, Uchiha Yuen remembered what Yekang had told him last night. I'm going shopping with Mikato today. Meanwhile, the Fugaku family residence. Training course. Little thing, with your strength, are you sure you have been on the battlefield? Although Yekang was secretly frightened, he said contemptuously. The kid in front of me is obviously young, but he always pretends to be an adult. It's really not cute at all. Little Suzuki is more lovable. Fire-style great fireball technique. Without further explanation, the tiny Uchiha Itake quickly formed seals with his hands and sprayed a great fireball several times larger than his body from his mouth. You're so G6 years old? Yekang complained in his heart as he easily dodged the great fireball in front of him in a blink of an eye. Are all the Uchiha clans so scary? You must know that Sand Shinobi at this age may not even have refined chakra yet. Itaki, Yegura, it's time to eat. Mikato's voice came from the room. Okay. Just come kid, let's finish training here today. Yekang put away his posture and walked into the house. I originally wanted to learn cooking from Mikato, but I heard that this stinky-faced kid was taken to the battlefield by Uchiha Fugaku when he was only 4 years old, so I wanted to see his strength on a whim. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. At this age, he actually has the strength that only ordinary genin can have. Is this why the Uchiha clan is so powerful? Let your children adapt to the battlefield in advance. Stimulate children's minds and make them mature and work harder than their peers? Will you and Yuen's children do the same in the future? I always feel that it would not be good to let children go to the battlefield at a young age. After all, his mind is still immature, but think about the strength Itachi showed just now, compared to the strength of ordinary ninja school students. What a difference! What parent doesn't want their child to be stronger? Kang got entangled thinking of this. Yakura, let's go shopping after dinner. Call Kushina with us by the way. Mikoto put the prepared meal on the table and suggested to Yakura at the same time. Kushina? Is she the redhead who went to Tsunagakure with 4th Hokage last time? We have met before. Yakura said vaguely while eating. Compared to Hayakura, Uchiha Itachi is much quieter and tries to talk as little as possible while eating. Maybe it's also influenced by Uchiha Fugaku. Have you seen it before? That would be the best, so I don't have to introduce it. Mikoto pursed his lips and smiled while serving food to Hagura. By the way, what are your Fugaku busy with? Don't you even come back to eat? Kang was slightly confused. Do the Uchiha clan have so much to deal with? The patriarch is so busy that he doesn't even have time for lunch? Condolences. At this moment, 2 words suddenly appeared in Little Weasel's mouth. Condolences? What do you mean? Kang is rarely confused. Fugaku. Ever since the last time your Yuanjun came to him to discuss the family's pupil problem, he has become strange. He brings some gifts to the elders of the clan every day, and also helps them do something. Do housework and improve the house. It's not that this is bad, but doing it every day makes people very embarrassed. Mrs. Mikoto was also very distressed by her husband's behavior. My father asked me to do ideological work for the children in the group who were prescribed sharingan. I went to 4 houses in the morning, and I have to go after dinner. Uchiha Itachi also wrinkled his face and looked very distressed. If you have this time, you might as well use it to practice. Didn't your father like to practice hard by yourself in the past? Today, when I was sparring with this woman named Kang, I realized how weak I really was. Even if I tried my best, I couldn't make the other party show her true strength. The other party didn't even use ninjutsu. Tsunagakure's Scorch Style Hayakura is indeed a famous strongman in the ninja world. I heard that Scorch Style is a blood inheritance limit developed by her alone, which is really amazing. No, I have to quickly finish the afternoon business so that I can have more time to practice. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi cooks rice much faster. Itachi, you need to chew your food carefully and slowly. Eating too fast is bad for digestion. Mikoto reminded, looking at the little Itachi who was eating faster for no reason. Yeah. The little weasel responded vaguely while chewing the food in his mouth, but the movement of picking up the rice with his hands did not slow down at all. Oh you kid. Mikoto didn't say anything when he saw this. Itachi has been precocious since he was a child and has always been very independent in his actions. He just needs to remind him appropriately. Yakura, don't you need to prepare lunch for someone in your family? Why don't you bring some lunches back for me later? Mikoto looked at Kang on the other side and suggested. No, he went out early in the morning. I don't know when he will come back. And there are ready-made meals in the refrigerator at home. He can just heat them up when he is hungry. Kang said casually. The relationship between her and Yuan has always been so casual, not at all polite like Fugaku and Mikoto. That's right, polite. This may be the cultural difference between villages. Anyway, he can't do it for her like Mikoto. But Yuan probably likes himself like this, right? Thinking about the scene when he first met Yuan Jun, Kang's face suddenly turned rosy. Afternoon 4th Hokage residence button. Is Kushina at home? I'm Mikoto. Mikoto held little Suzuki in his arms, followed by Hagura, and knocked on Kushina's door. Knowing that Kang had just come to Konoha, and that he had no relatives in unfamiliar places, I specially took Kang around to make more friends. From this point of view, Mikoto, the patriarch's wife, is quite qualified. Here it comes. Wait a moment. There was a rush of activity in the room. Then came a series of rapid footsteps. Squeak. Mikoto, you're here. Come on, come and help. Naruto, the troublemaker, is here again. Kushina has an out-of-the-box nature and is a first-time mother. She has no parenting experience at all, so she often asks for advice in this area. Experienced moms. Mikoto. There are usually signs of smelly diarrhea in children. You can tell it from the baby's cry. Didn't I teach you last time? Change it quickly, otherwise you will catch a cold easily. Kang, you can come over and learn. After all, you are not young anymore. Mikoto said and walked towards the house. Judging from the situation, it was obvious that this was not the first time. Yakura? Hey, aren't you the same Tsunagakure last time? Kushina then realized that there was someone standing behind Mikoto. Hello, Kushina, I've taken the liberty to come and disturb you. Kang was visiting for the first time, a little reserved. I saw Yuan Jun staring at you when I left last time. I didn't expect this guy to bring you back to Konoha so quickly. Are you making progress too fast? Kushina was surprised, although we already know about Hagura joining Konoha from Minato. but she really didn't expect that Ye Kang would come to visit her home today. Ah, ha ha ha, a lot of things happened during this period, and I didn't expect that I would join Konoha. I can only say that fate has its way with people. Ye Kang said with a perfunctory smile, slightly embarrassed. Stop standing at the door and come in quickly. Where did you put little Naruto's diapers? Didn't I tell you to put them in a convenient and fixed place? Kushina is also a mother after all. It's so frizzy, Mikato muttered as he rummaged around. Well, I seem to have run out of diapers. How about borrowing Suzuki's? Kushina looked at Mikato anxiously and suggested. How can Minato like you trust that you can take care of Naruto alone? Forget it, I brought Suzuki's spare here for little Naruto to use first. Let's go to the street to buy some more later. Mikato has never been so speechless. Even if my best friend gives birth to a child, she can't change this rough and twitchy personality. Maybe Minato likes this about her. Yakura, please help hold Suzuki while I change Naruto's diaper. Kushina, come here and learn, Mikato said in a rare serious tone. Well, actually I can do the job of holding Suzuki. Kushina looked at Mikato and suggested. No, leave Suzuki to Hayakura's insurance office. You should learn how to take good care of Naruto first. With a mother like you, little Naruto is so pitiful, Mikato said with a little heartache. Yeah, it's not that exaggerated. Mikato, why don't you let Naruto recognize you as his godmother? Kushina suggested, squeezing her fingers. In this case, Naruto can be legitimately placed with Mikato to take care of him. This is what Kushina herself took for granted. She never thought that as a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was absolutely impossible for Konoha senior officials to let Naruto go to the Uchiha clan. You have to discuss things like godmother with Minato. Don't just say whatever comes to mind. Kushina, you are Mrs. Hokage now. Mikato still knew the importance and asked Naruto to recognize him, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, as his godmother. Basically it's impossible. After a while, when the fourth generation is completely taken over, it might be possible, but doing so now will only cause more trouble for Minato. I don't want to be this evil person. There are twists and turns here? Kushina shook her head. Although she was too lazy to think about these complicated things, Mikado reminded her like this, so she still knew the importance. Ye Kang, who was holding little Suzuki on her side, was very envious of the relationship between the two of them as best friends who talked about everything. However, after all, she had just joined this small circle, and she was more of a role player who listened. Uchiha tribe that's 1 against 7? 1 against 7, he's here again, everyone, run. Uchiha Zoffy looked at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, and was so frightened that his Megatama Sharingan opened. Masaka, are you that salesman? Uchiha stopped bleeding and turned pale. Instantly, I felt that the chakra metal kunai my grandpa had just bought for me no longer smelled good. My sage of 6 paths. If I do something wrong, please let the security team punish me, but don't torture me like this. Uchiha Ibis said in pain. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all here? It just so happens that I don't have to look for them one by one. Want to know about the pupil transmission business? Uchiha Itachi put on a fake smile like a real estate agent. Uchiha Itachi, go away, we don't want to play with you. Although Uchiha Zoffy is almost 11 years old, facing Uchiha Itachi who is several years younger than him, he feels inexplicably lacking in confidence. That's right, we don't want to know about your pupil power transmission business. Grandpa said it was all a lie. Uchiha stopped bleeding and hid behind Zofei and said, you are making me very embarrassed. The pupil power transmission business is a policy promulgated by the clan leader. Everything is for the Uchiha clan. Besides, you are so young, and you can't use your pupil power, otherwise you can use it to buy candy with some pocket money. Eat? How about it? Uchiha Itachi said seductively in a serious tone. Zoffy, I heard that the new comic book Pokemon vs. Digimon is almost sold out at the Konoha bookstore. If you don't buy it, you'll probably have to wait another half a year for the new one. Uchiha Itachi said seductively, before coming. He has done his homework, information this is a required course for ninjas. In this way, you can not only complete the tasks assigned by your father, but also exercise your ability to collect intelligence, and be as smart as me. But my father won't let me sell my eye power. He said that I should keep Master Yuen's clone first, and I can use it when I grow up. Uchiha Zuofi said with a tangled look on his face. That's right, our Uchiha clan's pupil power is in short supply right now. If we sell the pupil power out, my dad will have to whip me when we get home. Uchiha Ibis couldn't help but shudder when he thought of his father's serious eyes. You are no longer 3 years old, and you are still afraid of this? Who hasn't been beaten by his father? If you are afraid of being beaten by your father, how dare you say that you are a loyal fan of Digimon? Uchiha Itachi said contemptuously. Buying comics will be painful for a night, and not buying comics will be painful for half a year. Even a 6-year-old child like me knows this. Uchiha Itake continued to lie. Losing one's mind by playing with things, are comics really that good? How about saving more money and buying some for Suzuki later? What he said seems to make sense. Uchiha Zoffy was a little shaken. What, it makes perfect sense. I've decided that I want to exchange money to buy comics. Uchiha couldn't resist the temptation and agreed immediately. On the other hand, Uchiha stopped bleeding and looked indifferent. Uchiha Itake didn't intend to persuade him anymore. After all, his grandfather was his father's big customer. I guess this guy has a lot of pocket money, so it's hard to deal with it. Uchiha Clan Land Clan Assembly Hall. Uchiha Gen's clone is bored and flipping through the comics in his hand. Before going out every day, Uchiha Gen will reserve a shadow clone here to deal with the daily work of the tribe. After all, it is not a hard job. Today is not a day for eye recovery that happens every 8 days. I am relatively leisurely. Except for the morning when Uchiha Fugaku brought an old man who wanted to save his capital, there was no business every day. Itake has been slacking off a bit lately. You must know that if there is no missing order, you will lose 40% of the handling fee in disguise. Now pupil power is linked to silver, which is nothing but money. However, the sharp decline in the business volume of the 1-on-7 business is probably because those little kids are afraid of being beaten by their parents. Now it is probably difficult to carry out the 1-on-7 work. Master Minamoto, I've brought 2 more orders. Trouble. Uchiha Itake was very skilled in the operation. He took out Fugaku's card, registered it, signed it, paid it, and asked the 2 little devils to put their fingerprints on it. Fortunately, there are not too many members of the Uchiha clan at present. Otherwise, the workload alone would exhaust UN to death, and he would still have energy to do other things. I will see if I can find someone to help with registration in the future. The clone will only be responsible for pupil power transmission and withdraw your power. This should make it a lot easier. Looking at the 3 little carrot heads going away, the clone secretly calculated. Uncle Kayode, hurry up and take a look. That be asterisk 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 D. Uchiha Itake is here to trick Zoffy's eye power again. Uchiha stopped bleeding and rushed to the Konoha security guard, panting and shouting, "Nanny? How come this kid can't fight? Stop the bleeding, didn't I tell you to watch him?" Uchiha quickly put down what he was doing and said angrily, "How can I persuade him?" He was fooled by Uchiha Itake with just a few words. "I really have no choice. I am in a hurry to inform Uncle Kayode." Sigzu explained after taking a sip of tea. A good son taught by the Fugaku clan leader. Although he felt aggrieved, after all, Uchiha Itake was only 6 years old, and his son was 5 years older than Itake. How could he trouble Itake in this situation? I can only blame my own son for his failure. Moreover, this is a matter between children, and it is really not easy for an adult like me to interfere. It seems that I have to increase the dose when I go back, otherwise Zoffy will not have a long memory. At the Konoha bookstore, Uchiha Zoffy and Uchiha Ibis were holding the newly released Pokemon vs. Digimon, engrossed in watching it. They had no idea that they were in danger. Uchiha Fugaku residence. Uchiha Fugaku and his son sat looking at each other and checking each other's accounts. Complete 2 more orders? You are worthy of being my Fugaku's son. A rare smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's rigid face. Father, during this time, we have visited all the members of the group, old and young, and now everyone is extremely wary of the pupil power transmission business. It will be difficult for us to start our next business. Uchiha Itake explained the situation encountered today to Fugaku. This is a difficult problem. After all, children are not as independent as the elderly. There are adults taking care of them. You can't just sell the power on your own. Itake, you are already very good at achieving such results. Uchiha Fugaku praised. Why can't this group of clan members understand the difficulties of being a clan leader like me? Everything is for the Uchiha clan. Father, I estimate that Zofei will be severely punished by Uncle Nine when he returns this time. It will be even harder to convince him to sell his power next time, and I don't know when the next comic book will be released. It is estimated that my junior class business may plummet in the next period of time. Father must be mentally prepared for this. In order not to disappoint his father, Uchiha Itake explained the reason by getting vaccinated in advance. Itake, it seems that we have to change our thinking. We can't always think about cheating. No, we are deceiving the tribe. We have to find another way to achieve a win-win situation. Uchiha Fugaku got carried away and accidentally made a mouthful. What do you mean, father? Uchiha Itake looked at the man in front of him humbly for advice. Itake, you should have the strength of an ordinary genin now, right? Put down your business during this period, improve yourself, and strive to reach Chunin as soon as possible. As far as I know, our Uchiha clan does not seem to have any Chunin under the age of 10. At that time, I held an Uchiha Chaoyang competition in the name of the clan leader and invited all children under the age of 10 in the Uchiha clan to participate. The registration fee is 1,000 pupil power points, and 3 prizes are set at the same time. the champion will be awarded 200,000 pupil power points, and the runner-up will be rewarded with an A Class B Firestyle plus a silver ticket of 1 million taels, and the third place will be awarded a Class B Firestyle plus a silver ticket of 600,000 taels. All rewards will be drawn from the public funds of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku planned. Use the power of the entire clan to do your own thing. You can also collect the registration fee, which is called a win-win. Father, why is there such a big difference between the championship reward and the runner-up reward? Itaki asked confusedly. Because, you have to win the championship, because I don't want to waste my power points on the runner-up, and I also gave out 1 million silver tickets as a subsidy. Itaki, I must win the championship, 20 the power of 10,000 eyes depends on you. Uchiha Fugaku put away his bankbook and patted Itaka's little shoulder and said, Yes, father, I will definitely not let you down. Uchiha Itaka said with his immature face trying to look like an adult. Don't worry, starting from tomorrow, I will conduct surprise training for you for my father. Uchiha Fugaku said, rubbing his eldest son's little head. I understand, father. By the way, father, who is more powerful between you and that scorch-style Yakura? Today's noon battle with Yakura made Itaka deeply realize that a ninja with a unique name like Yakura, who is famous in the ninja world, has how powerful. On the other hand, his father doesn't seem to have anything eye-catching, and his only nickname of Evil Eyes doesn't seem to be anything special. After all, although 3 Megatama are rare, the strength of the 3 Megatama clan members of the Uchiha clan seems to be at the level of elite Jonin. As the leader of the clan, my father should be stronger than them, but I don't know how much stronger. Yakura? The woman that UN brought back? Scorch style is indeed a powerful blood inheritance limit, but just scorch style, Yakura is not my opponent, Uchiha Fugaku said confidently. Regarding Fugaku's remarks, Uchiha Itake has always maintained a skeptical attitude. Is father really that strong? Uchiha source residence, is it true? You still have to rely on your life to make up for it. I have already been reincarnated and I am determined to win. After experiencing many failures, Uchiha UN had to admit that his talent may really be lower than the average of the Uchiha clan. But luckily I have izanagi to back me up. Risk your life to fill up experience. I believe the progress will not be worse than those geniuses. After he learns the forbidden technique of reincarnation, Yakang and the others can also learn the spiritualization technique. When the time comes, I will take care of izanagi, and Yakang will take care of myself. Anyway, as long as Yakang fails to learn the spiritualization technique, as long as you reincarnate yourself, you can be saved instantly. This can be regarded as giving Yakang a different kind of immortality. Once Yakang learns the spiritualization technique and adds her own series of scorch style, her strength will probably be comparable to those cage-level strongmen who joined Akatsuki in the original work. Over the next few months, Uchiha Gen has been staying at home and has been reincarnated into the progress of forbidden technique. After personal experience, I realized that the learning difficulty of reincarnation is not comparable to that of lingua technique. Grandma Cho really worked hard to resurrect her son and daughter-in-law. But no matter how difficult it is to learn, he still can't stand the test of Uchiha Gen's life. In just a few months, Uchiha Gen's pupil power value has been declining step by step. Until now, Uchiha Gen's pupil power value has dropped below 10 million, and he has only 9.6 million pupil power left, so he can barely learn the forbidden technique of reincarnation. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Gen came out of the quiet room, ready to take a bath and go to bed. This period of time made him exhausted, and he felt even more bald than being a programmer in his previous life. UN, come here. Yakang greeted Uchiha UN quickly when he saw him coming out of the quiet room. Ha! Yakang, are you at home today? Why didn't you go find Mikato and Kushina? Uchiha Gen smiled and stepped forward to hug Yakang and asked, I'll go later, but now I have good news for you. Forget it, guess first? Yakang leaned on Uchiha UN's shoulder with a blushing face. Good news? What other good news can there be for our family? It seems that everything is lacking. Uchiha UN couldn't think of any good news that Yakang could have to tell him. After all, Yakang only had a few friends in Konoha. You can count them all on one hand. I'm not very familiar with her friends, so what good news can I get? Wait, if there is good news, there may be some. During this time, Yakang has been pestering him to have a child like Mikato, and the two of them have never taken any protective measures. Shouldn't it? Yakura, are you pregnant? Uchiha UN asked uncertainly. Hee, you guessed it. It's been more than 2 months. Yesterday, Mikato and Kushina took me to Konoha Hospital for examination. Yakang said very happily. After all, in less than 8 months, my and UN's child will be born. Great, I'm going to be a father. Although Uchiha UN was mentally prepared, he still couldn't suppress his excitement after Yakang confirmed it. He hugged Yakang and kissed him hard. Well, Yakang, you can have 3 meals a day at Mikato's house from tomorrow on. After all, Mrs. Mikato is very experienced in this area. I'm not very good at making food in our house, and pregnant women have taboos. Then you can just bring more food money with you, Uchiha suggested again and again after considering it. Ah, it's okay to eat at Mikato's place, but you don't have to pay for the food, right? After all, Mikato's family seems to have a lot of money, and I have a good relationship with Mikato, Yakang said slightly hesitantly. It's their decision whether to accept it or not. It's our attitude to give it or not. Of course you don't need to be so formal when you usually visit us every now and then, but it's different now. You are a pregnant woman and you have been eating for several months. Others still I have to look after you, so the surface work must be done enough, Uchiha Yuen said with a serious face. And Mikato is very close to you. It doesn't mean that Fugaku has no objections, so the necessary food expenses should still be paid. Don't worry, I will give you a meal fund that Fugaku can't refuse. After all, I can't let you go to see Fugaku's picture. It's not a bad face, the rich ones are the boss. Uchiha Yuen smiled like a dog with authority. Yuen, is our family richer than the patriarch's family? Yakang was a little confused. After a few months of entering the house, Yakang had no idea about the family's property. After all, her previous main business was ninja and killing, instead of doing business. Moreover, a special team was hired to take care of Uchiha Yuen's property. After all, the construction of Snow Country in the future will require an astronomical amount of money. In terms of silver, we should be on par with the patriarch's family, but in terms of pupil power, Fugaku was nothing to mention, Uchiha said with a contemptuous smile. Even if you spend millions of pupil energy to learn the technique of reincarnation, so what? The remaining 9.6 million is still a huge number that Uchiha Fugaku cannot exceed. If his calculations are correct, Fugaku's current patchwork can only reach no more than 1.5 million pupil power. What's more, every time Fugaku acquires Hitomi, he has to pay himself a 40% handling fee. By the way, Yakura, are you really not considering transplanting a sharingan? You know that izanagi technique can save his life at critical moments, Uchiha suggested again. After all, she is his woman, and now she is the biological mother of his child. What should I do if something unexpected happens? After all, there are many people in the ninja world who want to kill me. There are a lot of them in Konoha alone. I don't want it. It's like a one-eyed dragon. Besides, I'm not a professional ninja now, and I don't need to perform missions. Even if something happens, won't you still have your reincarnated technique? By the way, what are you doing? When can I learn this forbidden technique? I can't wait to learn the spiritualization technique you used before. Yakang refused as always. After all, how can he get along with his best friends despite the image of a one-eyed dragon? Everyone is quite normal, but I have a 3-magatama that cannot be turned off and stare at it all the time. It's so funny. No wonder Copy Ninja Kakashi needs to cover it with a forehead protector. Sharingan feels cool when fighting, but when he stares at it, it feels a bit funny. The image of Uchiha Genkai making 3-magatama faces at him appeared in Yakang's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. The next day Uchiha clan land Fugaku family Minamoto-kun, why are you free to accompany Higuro-chan here today? Mikato was changing Urju's baby clothes. When he saw Uchiha Yuen following Higuro, he quickly said hello. If there was only Yakang, there would be no need to be so polite. After all, she had gotten to know Yakang very well over the past few months, but now that Uchiha Yuen is here, the necessary greetings are still indispensable. Although she doesn't know the specific situation, her husband Fugaku seems to rely on Minamoto-kun. It is because of this that Mrs. Mikato took the initiative to get closer to Higuro. Good morning, Mrs. Mikato. I have taken the liberty to come here today because I have something to trouble Mrs. Mikato. Uchiha responded with a greeting. Maybe because of his pregnancy, Yakang's resistance to little Suzuki has plummeted. Looking at little Suzuki wearing floral clothes, he quickly stepped forward to help little Suzuki try it on. Me? Mikato really didn't expect that he could be of any help to the other party. After all, Uchiha-gen usually comes to Fugaku to discuss matters. At most, I only met him a few times while serving tea. Yes, this matter does have to trouble Mrs. Mikato. The main reason is that Yakura is pregnant now. Neither of us has any experience in pregnancy. Moreover, I have always lived alone before and have no experience in taking care of pregnant women. It just happened Yakang and Mrs. Mikato get along well with each other again. I was thinking about letting Yakang work with you and learn the precautions for taking care of the baby in advance. Uchiha looked at Mikato with a slightly apologetic look. This is not a problem. The two families are not far apart anyway, but I still have to discuss this matter with Fugaku before I give you an answer. Mikato did not agree immediately for the sake of safety. No matter whether she can make the decision or not, she must save face for her man, the leader of the Uchiha clan, in front of outsiders. That's right, it should be, by the way, please help Mrs. Mikato to forward this letter to the Fugaku clan leader later. Uchiha took out the envelope that had been prepared from his pocket. This is? Mikato looked at the envelope in his hand with a puzzled expression. But I didn't ask too much, maybe it was some kind of secret. Mikato was never interested in these things. By the way, Mikato, where's your family's 1 to 7? Isn't Uchiha Itachi at home early in the morning? Fugaku isn't home either. Are the two still working on the Uchiha Morning Sun project? 1 against 7? You mean Itachi? Ha 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 ha, although it's very bad, but I still want to ask, Yuen-kun, why do you want to give Itachi such a nickname? Thinking of his son's reaction to him and Fugaku at that time, the look on Mikato's face made him want to laugh. Oh, well, the main reason is that I think Itachi's talent is extremely high. It is estimated that Itachi can beat 7 opponents with 1 at the same age, so I teased Itachi by calling him 1 against 7. Uchiha Yuen said casually and perfunctorily, which was really a bit how embarrassing. After all, you were caught giving random nicknames to other people's children. Not a bad nickname though. Is that what happened? Itachi went out with Fugaku early in the morning. Where exactly he went, I didn't mention it. This kid Itachi, sometimes I really wish he could be as happy as an ordinary child, but Fugaku has too high expectations for Itachi. Alas, Mikato thought about this and was secretly distressed. Outside Konoha village valley of the end. Itachi, haven't you always been curious about my true strength? I just want to move around a bit today and get used to my current strength. Now let me show you what power far exceeds the Hokage level. Uchiha Fugaku looked arrogant. Pretentious way. Power far beyond the Hokage level? Uchiha Itachi looked at his serious father with a confused face. Not bad. Far superior to the Hokage. A power unique to our Uchiha clan. The same level of power as Shura Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. Power enough to change the pattern of the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku said in a procrastinating manner as he was addicted to bragging. Then father, can I have such power in the future? Uchiha Itachi expected. You, as my son, you do have such a talent, but I don't want you to obtain such power. After all, the price of obtaining this power is too high. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to think of something bad. Why? Uchiha Itachi is a little confused. You'll know when you grow up. Just watch it carefully now. Uchiha Fugaku didn't explain much. Brush. Uchiha Fugaku jumped off Uchiha Madara's head. Drink Susanoo. Open. In an instant, a giant rose from under the waterfall. In one breath, he was already on par with the statues of the two gods of the ninja world. Is this a power far beyond the Hokage level? A power that belongs exclusively to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi looked at the frighteningly tall black giant and murmured to himself longingly. Yes, it belongs exclusively to Uchiha. This technique is called Susanoo. Only Mangekyo Sharingan, who opened the legendary Uchiha clan, can perform this technique. Uchiha stretched out his giant hand and grabbed Uchiha Itachi to his side. Now Uchiha Itachi can more intuitively feel the power of Susanoo. The one you have in front of you is just an ordinary Mangekyo, the limit of what it can be used for. It's called Susanoo's complete form. There's also the ultimate form on top of it, Susanoo in the form of Crow Tengu's armor. But as a father, I can't use it. This path is not suitable. Be a father. Uchiha Fugaku is a popular science even though it is a pity. Why? Isn't it all the power of the Uchiha clan? Is it suitable or not suitable? Uchiha Itachi can be said to have once again realized the powerful strength of the top ninja today. Now he can be sure that the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage are definitely no match for his father. As for Yuen-jun, is he really more powerful than his father? The power of the Uchiha clan also depends on the situation. That ultimate form can only be exerted by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan above Mangekyo. The father Mangekyo is not the eternal eye. Uchiha Fugaku lamented. Eternal eye? Above Mangekyo? Uchiha Itachi was even more confused. Yes, the power above Mangekyo requires the fusion of Mangekyo between two pairs of close relatives to give birth to a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As a father, this Mangekyo Sharingan is not perfect. Excessive consumption of pupil power will lead to blindness. But still, fortunately, now that Yuen-kun is here, I don't have to worry about consuming too much pupil power. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Fugaku looked down at the waterfall unruly, and with a wave of his hand, he set off a stormy wave. Master Minamoto? What does this have to do with him? Could it be? Is it because of the pupil power transmission business? Thinking of the man who gave himself random nicknames, Uchiha Itachi was slightly dissatisfied. But I still thought of the key point instantly. That's right, even if it weren't for Yuen-kun's special pair of Mangekyo, even a father wouldn't dare to waste his power like this. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Fortunately, there is Uchiha Source, otherwise we don't know what would happen to the Uchiha family. As early as a few years ago, Fugaku felt that something was wrong with the family atmosphere. Coupled with the suppression and exclusion of Konoha's elders, the Uchiha clan's life could become increasingly difficult day by day. Not long ago, Sarutobi Old Dog even wanted to send the Uchiha clan to the Mist Shinobi battlefield blatantly. His sinister intentions can be said to be undisguised. If it were his previous self, he would probably have been angry but would have agreed due to strength. But if this continues, it is estimated that the radical faction in the family will become more and more rampant, and the internal strife will become more serious. Maybe the Uchiha civil strife decades ago will happen again. But fortunately, I am no longer what I used to be. Feeling the Susanoo hundreds of meters away, Uchiha Fugaku felt heroic. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world surrendered under his feet. Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo, I will definitely be able to open the legendary eyes like my father in the future. Uchiha Itachi next to him looked at the giant at his feet and said with envy, "Haha, Itachi, it should be possible, but when you grow up, you will understand that turning on Mangekyou Sharingan is not necessarily a good thing." Uchiha Fugaku heard his son's obsession with Mangekyou Sharingan. At worst, when Itachi grows up, transplant your own Mangekyou to Itachi. Hey Chief Fugaku, are you all here? Uchihagen looked at Susanoo in the distance and instantly knew who it was. If he hadn't possessed the super powerful perception of the spiritual technique, he might not have been able to find the father and son. These two can really run. Yuen, why are you here? Fugaku was surprised. Even Mikato didn't know that he and Itachi came here. How did Yuen know about it? His pupil technique? Oh, that's okay. I originally wanted to ask Mrs. Mikato for a small matter, but I thought it would be best to say hello to you too. Uchiha Gen approached and observed Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. Little things? Please Mikato? With your current strength, is there anything else that you can do for Mikato? Uchiha Fugaku looked confused. Although he was arrogant, he had to admit that the junior in front of him was more arrogant than himself. It is truly a blessing for Uchiha to have him in the Uchiha family. It's not a big deal. Yesterday, Yakang found out that she is pregnant. It's already been 2 months. Isn't this because Mrs. Mikato is very experienced in pregnant women? I just wanted to let Yakang and Mikato work together for a while so that they can have food without worry. I have already placed the money with Mikato. I believe you will be satisfied, Chief Fugaku. Uchiha Yuen jumped on Susanoo's head and looked at the two father and son in front of him and said, "Hey Sister Yakura is also going to have a baby?" Uchiha Itachi was very curious. In a few months, there will be another child as cute as little Suzuki? This is the best. Sister Yakura will not compete with me for little Suzuki in the future. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi's rigid little face rarely smiles. Only at this moment did he really look like an almost 7-year-old child. Is that so? Leave this matter to Mikato. I believe that Mikato and Yakang will get along very well with their relationship. It just so happens that Itachi and I are too busy during this time. Mikato is quite bored taking care of Suzuki at home alone. Now Yakang, of course I have no reason to disagree. Yuen-kun, congratulations on becoming a father. When I was your age, Itachi wasn't even born yet. But it's still good to get married and have children as soon as possible. After all, the ninja world is like this. In this chaotic world, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. But with your strength, Minamoto-kun, you should be able to control the fate of yourself and your family. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. The clan leader is too praised. My current strength is at best enough to protect myself in front of a truly strong man. Uchihagen thought of those unreasonable Atsutsuki and was secretly distressed. In terms of energy level, he is now far ahead of Uchiha Madara, who has not yet opened the Rinnegan. My current yin escape level should be between Uchiha Madara and Indra. If Hashirama cells are successfully transplanted, it will be possible to overtake Indra directly in a corner, and it may even take more than 10 years to give birth to Rinnegan. But all this is only possible, and it will take more than 10 years to practice and breed. In the original work, there is no specific explanation of how long it took Uchiha Madara to breed Rinnegan. What if I haven't recovered from Rinnegan yet and Kagaya is resurrected? This piece of shit Urjuzi is really enviable and jealous. My brother took the initiative to send Mangekyou, and my father took the initiative to send Rinnegan. He just cared about the whole process, and he didn't even need to transplant Hashirama cells. Do you really want to take this path? Can I really successfully fuse Hashirama cells? This is a bit taken for granted. It feels like the protagonist in a novel, doing any probability event as if he knows in advance that he will be 100% successful. Can I really be this kind of protagonist with my rubbish qualifications? Uchiha Source has great doubts. Uchihagen couldn't help but shuddered as he thought about the scene where he tried to fuse Hashirama cells with inexplicable confidence, only to fail and become deformed. And to put it bluntly, even if he succeeds, it will look awkward to have Hashirama's face on his body. Uchiha Madara has never married. Of course, he doesn't care about having a man's face on his body, but he has a lot of confidant. Yes. When I saw Hashirama's face on my body when I was doing errands, even if they weren't awkward, I felt like it had an impact. The plan of transplanting Hashirama cells should be completely thrown into the trash. Let's see if we can think of other methods. I feel like 8-Gate Guy's method is more reliable than transplanting Hashirama cells. His thinking about it this way, there is indeed something wrong. I have the regret medicine of izanagi. Isn't opening 8-Gate like drinking water? This is possible, pull in alternatives. In addition, the magic that can reach the 6 paths level of combat is the magic of the 3 holy places in the original work. Katsuyu's words are probably not reliable. He is an uchiha. Although Tsunade has no prejudice against uchiha, he doesn't have any good impressions either. Why would someone else hand over a scroll of inheritance like the 3 holy lands to you as a passerby? Because of your big face? Jiraiya, although there is a chance, but thinking about the Gamamaru in the original work who is very likely to be the mastermind behind the scenes, Uchihagen can't help but feel scared. Whether it's the Sage of 6 Paths sealing at Satsuki or Jiraiya guiding Nagato and Naruto, there's this big toad behind it. It's better not to come into contact with guys like Tomamaru and try to stay away. The only choice now is our Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake is quite reliable, and Ryokai Cave doesn't feel like there are many twists and turns. It's completely about the jungle of the jungle. If you fail, you deserve to be eaten. You force everything to be easy to say. Right now, out of the 8 inner gates, only Ryokai Cave Senjutsu is reliable. By the way, I seem to have seen speculation about the star in Hashiyakur village on the Hokage fan forum in my previous life. The fragments of 10 Tails body. I remember that in the fanfic, this thing was used to combine the 9-tailed beasts to make small 10 tails. The 10 Tails Jinchura Ki is also a disguised version of the 6 paths level. Although the quantity is small, it is indeed a qualitative change. But it doesn't feel reliable no matter what. Let's not talk about how long it took Satsuki Kagaya to create the sacred tree. With the time you have to cultivate the little 10 tails, the Boruto legend is probably over. And in a sense, the little 10 tails is also a part of 10 tails. Will the main body of 10 tails be absorbed instantly when it encounters it? There are too many changes and uncertainties, so put this plan on hold. In front of a real strong man? With Yuen Kun's current strength, can't he be considered a real strong man? After hearing what Uchiha Yuen said, the heroic feeling that just arose in Fugaku's heart instantly dissipated. Me? I can only be regarded as the stronger one in the second echelon now. There is a stronger realm above me. Uchiha Yuen didn't intend to hide this kind of thing from Fugaku. After all, the relationship between the two families is considered friendly now. Maybe if none of my backup plans works, I will have to rely on the second pillar to save the situation. As for whether the current second pillar of the family still has the strength to save the situation, don't worry too much about this. Who told others to have a father named Sage of 6 Paths? It's a critical moment and it's just a matter of time. What else is there to say? As far as I know, Yuan Jun's strength should have far exceeded the cage level, right? Is this still only the second echelon? What kind of posture would it be above this? I guess even the Sage of 6 Paths is still alive. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku looked shocked. Fortunately, I was so complacent just now, so it turned out that I was just a frog in the well? Uchiha Itake next to him also looked confused. Above Hokage? Is this the strength of the guy in front of me? Even with such strength, he can only be ranked in the second echelon of the ninja world? Listening to this, it seems that the strongest combat power in the ninja world is not even ranked among the shadows of each village. Sage of 6 Paths? Maybe. Let's go, I have something else to do. You and your son, please take your time and play. Unexpectedly, this guy Fugaku guessed it right. Konoha roots. How is it? Danzo, is he feeling better? Mito Kato Homura, now temporarily taking over the route, asked the Abarame ambition in front of him. Originally, 3rd Hokage was planning to take over in person, but considering that the root organization is so destructive, they might as well let Mito Kato Homura take over from the front. Master Yan, after several months of psychological counseling from the Yamanaka family, Master Danzo can basically live a normal life now and no longer thinks about suicide. However, he is still very sensitive to everything related to the 3rd Hokage. Yamanaka's suggestion is that the 3rd generation project should try not to meet with Danzo in the future, and we should also try not to mention the 3rd generation project in front of Mr. Danzo. As for when Mr. Danzo will recover, it can only depend on his personal mentality adjustment. Abarame's Hizi reported with a stern expression. Is this so? Have you found out what happened that night? What happened to Xiao Yuan who changed his bed? Mito Kato Homura asked in a deep voice. The name Xiao Yuan is obviously a false name deliberately framed. Even if she had the guts to change her bed, even a family would not dare to do such a thing. After inspection, there is no such person in the dormitory clan, and this matter can basically be confirmed to be Uchiha Yuen. However, if he refuses to admit it, we can't do anything to him. Abarameji analyzed calmly, and based on Uchiha that night the absolute strength shown by Yuen, even if there is evidence, who can do anything to him? Is it really him? Revenge comes so fast. As for Danzo's arrangement of Ui Korone, he had already learned about it from Kurama Rokyun after taking over the root department. This was a typical revenge action. Danzo was still too much. I was impulsive, but with the strength of that brat Uchiha Yuen, before I was absolutely sure, I had better try to be steady. Okay, let's end this matter. Since the other party has no other revenge actions, let's just pretend that nothing happened. After all, Nido Kato Homura is not the radical character of Shinmura Danzo. Although he is also hostile to the Uchiha clan under the guidance of Second Hokage, his own personality is of a mediocre nature. Coupled with Danzo's lessons learned, now as long as Uchiha Gen no longer takes the initiative to cause trouble, he just wants to make big troubles trivial. What's more, Danzo himself doesn't want to provoke Uchiha Yuen, so why should he feel uncomfortable? Sarutobi Tribe Shisui, how much do you know about the pupil power transmission plan recently launched by the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young genius in front of him with a frown on his face. Another character comparable to Heitei Kakashi. Since the last time Fugaku refused Uchiha to fight on the Mist Shinobi frontline, Sarutobi Hiruzen has become even more concerned about the change in the attitude of the Uchiha clan. Although it has been speculated that Uchiha Fugaku may already possess the legendary eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some luck. After all, he is an old man, and being indecisive is the true portrayal of Sarutobi Hiruzen today. However, the expected information about Mangekyo was not found, but another shocking news was revealed. The Uchiha clan can actually realize the free conversion of I-power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who experienced the turmoil when Uchiha was in charge, has always understood the super enhancement that pupil power transmission can have on the Uchiha clan. It can be said that the Uchiha clan with pupil power transmission is much stronger than the Senju clan at its peak. Is this okay? With the wolfish ambition of the Uchiha clan, after gaining such strength, would they still be willing to stick to the Konoha security department? Look at Uchiha Fugaku's attitude towards him last time, it said everything. No, we must find a way to suppress the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Third generation lord, we have investigated clearly. This pupil power transmission plan was mainly carried out by Minamoto-sama, with the cooperation of the clan leaders and elders. The specific content is based on the pupil power carried by Uchiha Minamoto himself, Mangekyo Sharingan. God's grace is here to serve as a transfer to effectively transfer the excess energy of each clan to other clansmen in need. Of course, this transfer is paid. Uchiha Shisui reported on the work in detail. There is absolutely no sense of confidentiality as a member of Uchiha. Although Uchihagen himself has no intention of keeping it secret, Shisui's attitude of being a B*************** D is really chilling. Is it true? Although I had some speculation, I didn't expect that the problem really lies with the brat Uchiha Gen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a fierce look. This child must not be kept. But then he thought of Uchiha Gen's terrifying strength, coupled with Danzo's current fate, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart twitch involuntarily. It seems that we still have to rely on Shisui to check and balance him. I hope Shisui won't disappoint me. Shisui, due to the emergency situation on the Mist Shinobi battlefield, I originally planned to ask Fugaku to select some people from the Uchiha clan to go to support. I didn't expect Fugaku to be so selfish and disregard the overall situation. However, he is the leader of the largest clan in Konoha after all. As a Hokage, who has abdicated, can only give some suggestions, but it's really hard to tell him what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed embarrassed, but in fact he was secretly assessing Shisui's attitude towards this matter. Master Fugaku is indeed not a qualified clan leader. His actions are completely contrary to the will of fire. The clansmen have no future under his leadership. Uchiha Shisui lowered his brows and muttered to himself in distress. Well, a child can be taught. It seems that Shisui is very valuable to cultivate. With the strength of Uchiha Gen, it is basically impossible to destroy the opponent in the short term. Judging from the contacts during this period, Uchiha Yuen is not a person like White Fang who values righteousness in name. If he uses public opinion to deal with Uchiha Yuen, he might directly violate the rules and attack senior officials like himself to solve the problem from the source. This is an opponent who won't reason with you and follow the rules. The scary thing is that this opponent is stronger than you, so it's difficult to deal with it. At Shisui's current age, if he cultivates himself for a few more years, he can use this as a basis to split the Uchiha clan from within. This will avoid direct conflict with people like Uchiha Gen, and at the same time cause internal friction within the Uchiha clan, thereby weakening Uchiha. The purpose of the clan, no matter whether Uchiha Gen is on the side of Uchiha Fugaku or on the side of Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha clan will be injured in the end. As for whether Shisui is qualified for this responsibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worried at all. 1. Shisui's talent and his relationship with the top management of Konoha made it too late for the Uchiha clan to woo him. Wait for Uchiha Shisui to gather the Dove faction forces, and then add the support of himself and others. Can the bullshit pupil power transmission plan continue smoothly? Without the support of the Dove clan, half of the pupil power transmission plan collapsed. You must know that the current Dove faction is the largest force in the Uchiha clan. If you think about the fact that almost the entire clan is unwilling to leave with Uchiha Madara in the original book, you can know the situation of their Uchiha clan. As for the later Hawk faction, that is completely it is a product of the deliberate suppression by high-level officials over the years, the Uchiha clan being forced to move out of their clan territory after the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the deliberate exclusion of the people of Konoha village. The peak of Uchiha's Hawk power was during the period after Shisui's death in the original work. But now that the Knight of Nine Tails has changed, the Uchiha clan has not moved out of the clan, Shisui has not grown into the pillar of the Uchiha clan and has not died, and there is no Konoha villager who dares to blatantly exclude the Uchiha clan. The only bad thing is that the high-level officials of Konoha are ostracizing them, but this grievance will not cause the Hawks of the Uchiha clan to surge. What's more, the fourth Hokage came to power and changed his previous attitude towards Uchiha, which won another wave of people's hearts. It can be said that 90% of the current Uchiha family are doves. The remaining 10% are not considered Hawks, they can only be said to be neutral chaos factions. Let's see what Minato does in the future to change his attitude towards the top management of Konoha. By the way, let's see if there is a chance to get a spot at 5th Hokage. As for the pure Hawk Uchiha, there is only Uchiha Setsuna, a relic from history, but he can't do anything alone. At most, he can only affect the family members around him. His family may not listen to him. What we have to do now is to superficially give Uchiha the illusion that he wants to train Uchiha Shisui into the 5th Hokage, and then secretly use the people of Konoha village to target the Uchiha security department. If I use myself as a criterion to favor the people of Konoha, I will not only win the support of the people, but also arouse more dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan. After all, if the Uchiha clan are all doves, then why is there civil strife? It is estimated that Uchiha Fugaku will actively support Shisui as the 5th Hokage. In this way, wouldn't you be stealing the chicken but losing the rice? Therefore, Shisui must be allowed to win over the doves while he uses the people of Konoha to incubate more Uchiha Hawks. In just a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen figured out a countermeasure and slowly improved it. I have to say that he is indeed an old politician who has been playing politics for decades. Shisui, we can't change Fugaku's mind, but we can change the Uchiha clan's mind. You are still young and have a lot of time. I believe that ordinary Uchiha clan members still have many senses. Shisui, you learn to win over them. Let them be your support. Sarutobi Hiruzen taught very kindly. Win them over? Become my helper? Uchiha Shisui is still a little confused. Yes, I will be your help. With Fugaku's current thinking, it is obvious that he no longer has the courage to be the leader of the clan. The Uchiha clan under Fugaku will go further and further away from Konoha's will of fire. Therefore, Shisui, you have to work hard. The future of Konoha and the Uchiha clan is in your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Shisui on the shoulder and looked encouraging. But, Lord Third Generation, can I really do it? Thinking of Uchiha Fugaku's strength, Uchiha Shisui felt inexplicably guilty. Especially during the recent period, I feel that the strength of the Fugaku clan leader is getting better every day. Even when facing Mr. Third Generation, he didn't feel as strong a sense of oppression as he faced the Fugaku clan leader. If it weren't for years of brainwashing, Uchiha Shisui even thought that the strength of the Fugaku clan leader might have far exceeded that of Third Generation Lord. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui was so frightened that she quickly dismissed the ridiculous thoughts in her mind. It was absolutely impossible. Lord Third Generation is the strongest Hokage in history. No matter how strong the Fugaku clan leader is, he is only the clan leader. There are so many clan leaders like Fugaku and Konoha, but don't they all accept orders from Lord Hokage? Only the strongest one can become the Hokage. The fact that the Fugaku clan leader did not become a Hokage shows that he is not the strongest. So Third Generation is still stronger. Uchiha Shisui, after all, is limited by his age, and his understanding of the world is still in the ninja school and the daily brainwashing of Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the teachings of Chunin's school in the original work, we can see Genin's understanding of the world when he just left school. They obviously live in a chaotic and murderous world like the ninja world, and they are obviously sent to the battlefield to be cannon fodder, but what is the attitude of the students at the ninja school? Scrambling to be the first, one after another, thinking of graduating early and going to the battlefield. Even graduating early has become a trend to show off. Even if these children in the ninja school are ignorant, it is impossible for their parents to be ignorant of the actual situation on the battlefield, right? But it's useless. The ninja school is not so much a school that teaches ninjutsu, but a school that specializes in brainwashing. After all, in 6 years, I have learned the 3-body technique. At most, it is paired with kunao throwing. The rest of the time, apart from fighting, it is just brainwashing. How can those few words from the students' parents compare to Jonin's institutionalized brainwashing techniques? Coupled with the fact that Konoha officials set an example and guide public opinion, the effect is self-evident. Most genin graduated from the ninja school until their death on the battlefield. During this period, the total things they came into contact with were the 3-acre land divided and customized for them by the top management of Konoha. Even at the moment before death, their understanding of the world they live in is still as promoted by Konoha's top brass. They don't even know what they are fighting for. There will be no war as long as they blindly and fanatically believe in the set of mutual understandings instilled in them by their superiors. Of course, there are all kinds of birds in the forest, and there are always a few ninjas who can see the reality clearly, but what is the use of this? Either they are limited by their strength and cannot change the status quo, or they are limited by the inheritance of knowledge and cannot escape from being cannon fodder. Destiny. It's no wonder Uchiha Obito said this is a false world, because from the moment they entered the ninja school, everything around them was the Truman world planned by Konoha's top management. What about being number one in the ninja school? What about the will of fire? What about early graduation? What about being a hero of Konoha? It's just to fool a group of underage children into going to the battlefield. Because this situation led to the sacrifice of Nohara Rin, how could Obito not become dark after he recognized the world? How could he not hate Konoha who kept deceiving his children into going to the battlefield? On the surface, the Nine Tails Rebellion was aimed at Obito's teacher Minato and his wife Kushina, but in fact it was actually aimed at Konoha's system that killed Nohara Rin. And Konoha under this system. The people of Konoha who live in this system will not think there is anything wrong with their words and deeds, but Uchiha Obito, who is deeply persecuted by this system, looks at Konoha and is disgusting. Creating an illusory world with Nohara Rin is better than staying in the real hell of the system. Uchiha Shisui, who also grew up under the system, all his knowledge is based on the environment created for him by a series of senior officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. So even though his reason told him that Uchiha Fugaku was more powerful, years of knowledge blinded him and forced him to think that Lord Third Hokage was stronger. Shisui, you have to have confidence in yourself. Don't worry, I will always support you. Those ordinary Uchiha people will also support you. You must know that Shisui, your talent is not inferior to that of Uchiha. You will surpass him sooner or later. Defeated Uchiha Fugaku. I firmly believe in this. Sarutobi saw Uchiha Shisui's hesitation and quickly encouraged him. After all, anyone facing opponents like Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Gen will hesitate or even lack confidence. Shisui is already very good. Yes, Lord Third Generation, I will definitely not let you down. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen with a whole set of chicken soup and pua, Uchiha Shisui was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he had forgotten his last name. Seeing Shisui regaining her confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile. Although his strength is still a bit lacking, it is still a perfect work. Just wait, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Source, let you be rampant for a few more years. The Shimura clan, where Danzo recovers from his illness. Stop it, Tenzo. Take a rest for a while. Looking at the only trump card he had left in front of him, Danzo was slightly dissatisfied. If he hadn't been quick enough, Tenzo's identity would have been discovered by Sarutobi and the others. Although Danzo's psychological shadow has not been cured, this does not affect his ambition and desire for power. As long as the results of Wood Style are still in his hands, he will return to the pinnacle of power in Konoha one day sooner or later. As for this disgusting mental illness, when Tenzo grows up, let him destroy Uchiha Gen and Sarutobi Ugh. Get rid of them together and things should get better. Otherwise, I keep mentioning apes like this Ugh. He reacted naturally. If this obvious weakness was discovered by hostile forces, that would be fine. The root, let's leave it to Yan to manage first, at least it's better than leaving it to Sarutobi Ugh. Better in hand. The most important thing at the moment is to train Tenzo well. After Tenzo is as powerful as the first generation, Danzo. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. Poor Danzo trained the young Tenzo even harder with such expectations. Unfortunately, building a house and driving a Gundam are completely different things. No matter how hard Tenzo tries to build a house, he can't drive the Gundam. I hope that many years later, Danzo will be able to accept this blow after he understands the truth. Konoha, Commercial Street, a living treasure with a green glow all over his body, swaggering through the market, talking about youth as he ran. The people around me seem to be used to this. There are even some people who can say hello to him calmly. Finally found it, the future king of guys. 8 inner gates. I set foot on the ladder of 6 paths level. Wait for me. Oh, what a coincidence, Guy, you are still exercising. Your perseverance is really impressive. Uchiha Yuen pretended to be a coincidence and stepped forward and said, if it were anyone else, Uchiha Yuen might not be so direct. It's a bit pretentious, but when it comes to Might Guy, it's not necessary at all. The other party may not understand your so-called routine. Might as well be direct. Are you? Uchiha Gen? Might Guy stood still while recalling who the man in front of him was. I didn't expect you to still remember me. I remember you insisted on exercising like this every day when you were in school. After all these years, you are still persisting? This kind of perseverance is really admirable. Uchiha admired from the bottom of his heart. Road. Ha ha ha, it's not that great, Yuen, you can do it if you want, after all, youth will respond to your efforts. Classic big thumb white fang. So flashy. Actually I have tried to exercise like you before, but my body just can't stand it. Is there any secret to this? Or is it really that my willpower is too weak? I happen to meet you today, Kanata Taijutsu Master, guy, I wonder if you can take some time to give me some advice. Uchiha suggested at the right time. Ask me for advice? Of course, no problem. I heard everyone say that you are the strongest person in Konoha, Minamoto. That guy Kakashi always avoids me. I am worried that no one will accompany me to train. Since Minamoto and you are like this, having said that, it's time for us to teach each other and make progress together. From now on, with Hokage Rock as the endpoint, let's run 100 laps around Konoha. The one who reaches the end first wins. Today I want to defeat the strongest in Konoha, brother, come on. Never give up on youth. Wante Guy agreed without any scheming. After saying that, he ran forward on his own. That's not what I mean by advice. Although he was speechless, Uchiha Yuen still hurriedly followed. Oh, what a damn competitive spirit. Guy, slow down, run away without blowing the whistle, you are cheating. Uchiha Yuen chased after him. However, Might Guy was completely immersed in his youth and did not hear Uchiha Gen's cry at all. The sun sets. Uchiha Yuen finally ran 100 laps with the blessing of chakra. It seems that even if it is not for the 8 inner gates, this body should be exercised. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. Yo Yuen, you finally finished your run? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I just finished 1,000 push UPS. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and smiled. Might Guy, I recognize your youth. When it comes to Taijutsu, I, Uchiha, would like to call you the strongest. Guy, you are a genius in Taijutsu. You are also a hard-working genius. Everyone used to underestimate you. After truly experiencing the difficulty of running 100 laps without chakra, Uchiha was completely convinced this time. I even have some doubts about whether I am really suitable to take the path of 8 inner gates. Maybe it's just Might Guy who is stronger, not 8 inner gates. After all, there are quite a few people who know 8 inner gates in the original book. Compared with the strict defense of other forbidden techniques in Konoha, 8 inner gates can be easily taught. Kakashi in the original novel also knows 8 inner gates. In the end, in the battle, he should be weak or weak. Shen Nung of Kong Ninja Village seems to know 8 inner gates, but his power is limited. It seems that the apprentice that Might Guy took outside the village also learned 8 inner gates, and he turned out to be a weak one. In my previous life, I was just a programmer who was tired of 996 and didn't even want to go to work. Can I really train like Might Guy for more than 10 years? You must know that there are no shortcuts to physical skills like 8 inner gates. If you stay lazy for a day, your 8 inner gates will be weaker. If you stay lazy for a day, your 8 inner gates will never be perfected. And Uchiha Yuen happens to be not a diligent person. Wouldn't it be nice to hold Yekang and sleep until noon every day? Get up early in the morning and run around Konoha 100 times? Are you crazy? If I had this willpower in my previous life, would I still be a programmer? It seems that I am really not suitable for the 8 inner gates forbidden technique. It's a pity that 8 inner gates and his own izanagi are simply not perfect. If I really succeed in practicing it, I can kick Sage of 6 Paths so hard that he will kneel down and call daddy. Thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard. Yuen, do you want to do push UPS again? Might Guy happily invited. Forget it. I have to take it slow, Guy, don't you feel tired? Do you have any secrets? If it's not convenient for you to tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. Uchiha said, pretending to be polite. Although 8 inner gates requires too much willpower, you may not be able to practice it successfully. But let's learn it and take a look first. Even if it doesn't work, it's still good to use it to keep fit. As he spoke, he also secretly used some hidden hypnosis methods. Haha, have you discovered it? This is my unique secret forbidden technique. But this is not a secret anymore. I have taught Kakashi before. If you want to learn, I can teach it to you. After all, they are all wooden yes companions. You are stronger and can protect your companions better, Might Guy said with a generous thumbs up. The very nervous Might Guy didn't notice Uchiha Yuen's little moves at all. After all, the difference in strength was too big. How can this work? Although I also want to improve my taijutsu, I can't learn your forbidden technique in vain. I, Uchiha, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of my companions. In this way, Guy, generally training in taijutsu requires is it combined with medicated baths and dietary supplements? I've covered your medicated baths and dietary supplements for this year. Just take this card to the Konoha Welfare Lottery to cash it in. Don't refuse in a hurry, just accept me as your friend. It can be regarded as my support for my friend's youth. Uchiha's heartfelt words were added to the sugar-coated cannon, which moved Might Guy to tears. Okay, then I'll accept it. From now on, apart from Kakashi, Yuen, you will be my lifelong best friend. This is my narrative note about 8 inner gates. Please accept it. Might Guy was excited. He took out a small notebook from his arms and handed it over. Well, since it's your heart, Guy, I would be a bit ignorant if I didn't accept much. Thank you for your support. I will definitely improve my physical skills. Uchiha responded with a big thumbs up white fang. Yeah, let's cheer for each other, for the sake of youth. I'm going to do another 1,000 leapfrogs. Yuen, do you want to join me? Might Guy couldn't help but be excited. No, I have something to do today, and my wife is still pregnant and waiting for me at home. Maybe next time. Uchiha Yuen said casually. Just kidding, what time is it now? If I do 1,000 more leaps of frog, can I still make it in time for dinner? No, should I say can I still walk back? I just finished running 100 laps and my legs are still sore. If I do another 1,000 leap frogs, I guess I will have to crawl back. Ah, Yuen, you have a wife and a child at such a young age? Is there nothing you can do? I still have to continue training. Yuen, please go home early and don't let your wife worry, Might Guy said thoughtfully. Well, bye, let's have a chance to practice together. Uchiha put away his notebook with satisfaction and rushed back. I guess Hayakura has returned from dinner at Mikato's house by now. But now Yakang can't practice Pokemon battle even though she's pregnant. It seems that I still have to find Yui Hong, a little dirty girl, to consolidate her practical experience. Yuen, are you back? Do you want to eat some fruit? I came here specially from Mikato's house. I heard that it is a specialty from the Land of Thunder. It tastes really delicious. I didn't dare to do it when I was in Sunagakure before. Imagine that there are such delicious things in the world. The people of the Kingdom of Thunder are so happy. Yakangmei's eyes narrowed. Haha, this is also relative. You envy the fruits of the Kingdom of Thunder, but the Kingdom of Thunder also envies your Sunagakure's sand gold? After all, sand gold can buy a lot of fruits, but a large handful of fruits can only be exchanged for a small amount of sand gold. Uchiha Yuen sighed. Ah, these are just rumors. The only people in Sunagakure who can extract sand gold are Rosa and Third Kazekage. Now that Lord Third Kazekage has passed away, how much sand gold can be extracted with the manpower of Rosa? It's a drop in the bucket. Yakang revealed the inside story. Ha! Can't you Sunagakure's other ninjas who are learning magnet style assist you in refining sand gold? After all, a little adds up to a lot, and you can also exercise your ability to control magnet style. Uchiha asked in confusion. How can it be that simple? You can learn magnet style if you want to? It's just like your sealed book of Konoha. Even if you have the talent and no background, others won't let you learn it. We at Sunagakure, this is almost the same situation. No, it should be said that almost all ninja villages in the ninja world are in this situation. Yakang rolled his eyes and explained Uchiha. Okay, I'm ignorant, but what's the situation with Scorch style in my Agakura house? Uchiha asked very curiously. After all, the original novel has no explanation for Yakang's Scorch style. In the place of Sunagakure, it is understandable that Wind style, Earth style, Magnet style, and even Sand Escape appeared. Why did Scorch style suddenly appear? This is completely inappropriate. Upgraded? I did this on a whim. After all, the environment in Sunagakure is either puppet or wind style. If I want to learn Magnet style, I have no way, so I can only develop some unique secret techniques myself. Scorch style is an unexpected product. Yakang explained with a slight embarrassment. It seems that the process of practicing Scorch style is not so beautiful. Okay, everything is over. We will live a good life from now on. Do we, the Uchiha clan, still know how to use ninjutsu? Now that I have been reincarnated, I have successfully practiced this secret technique. When you give birth to a child, I will teach you the spiritual technique. But since you can understand the blood inheritance limit of Scorch style by yourself, it means that your own talent is still very high. When I have the opportunity, I will get you a few more forbidden techniques from the Book of Sealings for you to try. Uchiha's source thought. After all, this is where my rubbish talent lies. Since you can't learn it yourself, you might as well let the people closest to you try it. After all, this is the ninja world, and there is no need to worry about women coming ashore like the little fairies in previous lives and killing the person they love first with the first sword. Yes, that's it, Ui Korone, the little dirty girl, also needs to be strengthened, otherwise in the later stage, the identity of an ordinary jonin will not be enough. Really? Then I choose Flying Thunder God. Yakang looked at Uchiha Yuen with hope after hearing this. You guys actually picked it up? Do you think you are choosing a cabbage? Uchiha looked at Yakang speechlessly, but since Yakang likes Flying Thunder God so much, let's give it a try. After all, my relationship with Minato is not bad, and this guy still owes me a lot of favors that he has yet to repay. As for the third generation project, will you be opposed to it? Who is he? What is his objection? Are you as generous as Fang Zairu to oppose it? Because I only know the flying thunder god technique. I have never heard of the other forbidden techniques. How do I know what it is? And the flying thunder god is so convenient. It can be used to advance and attack, retreat and defend. It can be used in daily life. Come on the road. Ya Kang counted on his fingers. Well, listening to what Ya Kang said, it is indeed necessary to learn the flying thunder god technique. Whether it is for Ya Kang's personal hobbies or to facilitate the development of the Snow Kingdom in the future, learning flying thunder god is indeed imperative. Even if you can't learn it yourself, you can also ask your woman to learn the flying thunder god technique. Even if Ya Kang Yi can't learn it, the worst is to ask Ui Hong to learn it, or find a few more women yourself. There's always something you can learn, right? For uchiha, this necessary sacrifice is worth it, huh? It's all for uchiha. Okay, I will mention this to Minato later. The only thing you have to do now is to take good care of the baby and practice the forbidden technique. It's not too late to start after the baby is born. After all, we don't have to carry out missions. The battlefield. Uchihagen smiled softly. I call it precautions. Besides, who would think that you are too strong? Do you think everyone is as pervert as you? Ya Kang pouted and said arrogantly. This kind of thing can't be rushed. If you have such thoughts, you might as well think about what we should name our child. Uchiha Yuan touched Ya Kang's belly with relief. What are you doing? It's only been a few months? What do you feel? The Uchiha clan doesn't seem to have specific characters to follow when it comes to naming children. It's up to you. As long as it's not A, B, C, D, Mao, that's fine. Ya Kang checked the side of his body with a slight itch and rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. Are the requirements so low? Uchiha Yuan was a little confused, but thinking about Ya Kang's growing environment, he was relieved. After all, there were no big families with surnames in Tsunagakur, and everyone chose their names very casually. Look at the names of Tsunagakur people in the original novel. You know, it's completely incoherent. Just by hearing their names, who would know that Cho and Ebizo are siblings? Rose's son was not named Luo, but was named Kankoro. I feel like the people at Tsunagakur chose their names completely illogically, and they all acted based on the meaning of their names. However, this also means that there will be no strong family power in Tsunagakur. After all, there is no inheritance foundation at all. After 1 or 2 generations, the grandfather may not know his grandson. When Konoha talks about Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, even though they are 18 generations apart, everyone knows that they are members of Konoha's largest clan. When they arrive at Tsunagakur, if they don't know the inside story or are familiar with it, who can think of the relationship between Cho, Xia and Ebizo? You must know that these are 3rd-generation people. Without the fetters of a surname, family relationships are doomed to be weak. From a young age, it affects family inheritance, and from a long-term perspective, it determines the strength of the country. After all, the country also needs inheritance, and each family inheritance forms a strong country. Your surname is Li, and my surname is Wang. It is destined that I cannot devote myself to you wholeheartedly. You are called the Kingdom of Fire, and I am the Kingdom of Wind. It is destined that it will be difficult for us to coexist peacefully. My surname is Hibeo, my son is called Niyama, and my grandson is called Chicken Duck. In this situation, why don't I just enjoy myself and leave my hard-earned savings to Niyama? As for blood relationship? That's totally ridiculous. What's the use of a blood relationship without a surname? Aunts, nieces, uncles and cousins are still related by blood? There are so many people related to me by blood, but I haven't seen them share their property with me? Without a surname, there is no cohesion for the family, and even less cohesion for the hidden village and the country. In the original work, the Red Sand Scorpion seems to be very dependent on his parents, but that's all on the surface. To know a person, you need to see his actual behavior. He doesn't know how old his grandma Cho is? Doesn't he know that his grandma is his only grandson? The results of it? He killed 3rd Kaze Cage and defected. After decades of no contact, he finally came back, but instead of visiting relatives he came to capture a tailed beast. Didn't he think about how much harm this would do to the village where he was born and raised? Didn't he think that if things were exposed, his only relative would be so sad? However, humans are not animals after all. Judging from the final outcome, Scorpio still has feelings for Cho, but it is limited by the influence of the surname-less system of Tsunagakur, which makes this feeling like a kite with its string cut off, and the surname is that a broken kite string. To be so indifferent to humanity, Tsunagakur, to a certain extent, really lives up to its name, a piece of loose sand. If it were not for the terrain, the country of wind would have fallen out of the ranks of the 5 major countries. From now on, the descendants of my Uchiha source will be in the order of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. As for the name, you can choose it as you like. It depends on what you like, Ya Kang. Or you can add one of the characters from your name. Uchiha source I plan to learn from the naming method of Ming Teju Zu Yuanzhang. Ha! Isn't it wind, thunder, water, fire and earth? Ya Kang was very confused. Although there are with style and steel release in the ninja world, because they are not popular, most ninjas still only know the order of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. No, let's just use metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as a kind of commemoration. Uchiha didn't explain much. In this case, our first child will have the seniority you mentioned plus a word in my name. Well, Uchiha Jinyi. Kang looked at Uchiha Yuen with wide eyes. What are you talking about? Uchiha Kankara? Well, this name is very good. Our child will be called Uchiha Kankara from now on. Uchiha Yuen was sweating profusely. Sure enough, you can't expect people from Tsunaga Core to choose any good names. Gold leaves, golden branches and jade leaves, although the meaning of this name is good, but naming your child should not only rely on the meaning, you should also pay attention to whether you can shout out. It's not like you're reading on paper. Who knows if your name is Jin Ye or something else? With such a bad name, how will the child look up and meet people in the future? You guy, I didn't mean that. Kang also came back to his senses at this time, and grabbed Uchiha Yuen's soft flesh in anger. What do you mean by this or that? I have no idea what you are talking about. Uchihagen looked confused. I don't understand. It's best. Let's call the child Uchiha Kankara from now on. Anyway, this name has no strong gender characteristics and can be used by both boys and girls. Yekara is still very satisfied with the name Uchiha Kankara. What if we give birth to twins? Uchiha said smoothly. Didn't I tell you? I've already gone to Kanaha Hospital with Mikato for a checkup. The boys are not twins. Kang said confused. Although there is no ultrasound in the ninja world, as a world with extraordinary power, medical ninjas have many ways to judge the condition of the child in the belly. Oh, that's it. What about the second child? Or do you just plan to have one, Kang? I don't have any requirements in this regard. It all depends on your own wishes, Kang. After Uchiha Yuen asked, he added road. After all, he has many women, so there is no need to embarrass Kang alone. I want to have 2 children, like the Mikato family. If we have 2, Kankara will not be alone in the future. Yekara touched his belly and said lovingly, when your child grows up, pass on your best scorch style to him. This is my scorch style user Kang's child. Definitely not weaker than that little stinky face from 1 to 7. You're still talking about me, and you're still touching me. Uchiha Yuen looked a little dissatisfied. You're the only one who talks too much. Kang couldn't refute, so he could only give Uchiha Yuen a fierce look. For the second child, how about we call it Uchiha Jinyuan? Of course, the last word source can be adjusted after it is confirmed whether it is a boy or a girl. Source? UN? It all works. Uchiha source suggested. It's hard to agree with everyone. If you think the author's name is useless, you can give me valuable suggestions. Feel free to scold me. I wish you a fortune, Uchiha Jinyuan. This name is not bad, but it feels more suitable for a boy. Otherwise, this child will be called Uchiha Jinyuan, and if the second child is a girl, it will be called Uchiha Jinkan. Well, that's it. Kang, I am very satisfied with my proposal. As for Uchiha Gen's opinion, automatically ignored. Okay, as you like, after all, you are also the biological mother of the child. Uchiha Yuen spread his hands to express support. At the same time Uchiha Clan Land, the first Uchiha Chaoyang small arena is in full swing. Uchiha Zofi, go down, you are no match for me, Uchiha Itaka said with a serious face. Although the age difference between the two of them is more than 5 years, after these few months of special training from his father, Uchiha Itaki is confident and relaxed. Defeat Uchiha Zofi in front of you. After all, not every Uchiha is as pervert as Uchiha Itaki. Even if he is a genius, it is compared to a civilian ninja who has no inheritance. Uchiha Itaki, don't be too proud. I'll settle the grudge with you today. Seeing Uchiha Itaka's pretending to be adult face, Uchiha Zofi inexplicably wanted to beat him up. The grudge of that day? What grudge? Uchiha Itaka looked confused. There doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between me and Zofei. At most, I just don't fit in with the group and don't play ninja games with them. Is this considered revenge? You are really forgetful. You tricked me into signing that bullshit contract and forgot about it so quickly? Do you know how I have been living these past few months? Do you know? Uchiha Zofi he rubbed his aching butt that had not yet healed and shouted. But? There is an injury. A brat is a brat, and he took the initiative to expose his weaknesses. Stupid Uchiha Zofi, you are destined to be my Uchiha Itaka's stepping stone to the championship. Regarding the incident with Hitomi, it was entirely a matter of your will. There was no deception. Our business was a normal commercial activity, and we paid for it. Please don't slander the reputation of me, the young leader of the Uchiha clan. After nearly a year of business practice, Uchiha Itake has long developed an official tone for dealing with this kind of accountability after the fact. Okay, that's enough for the small talk. You can go down and chat slowly after the fight. Now, form the seal of opposition. Get ready to start. Uchiha Earthfire interrupted the two people's grudges in time. After all, he is the close guard of the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, and he doesn't have a good opinion of what Uchiha Fugaku and his son did. However, taking into account the reputation and face of the patriarch's family, he had to change the subject in time. Uchiha Itaki, die. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Zafi took the lead but was limited by the speed of seal formation. I shouted out the names of the ninjutsu, but the seals on my hands were only halfway completed. Body Flicker Technique. With a whoosh, Uchiha Itaki appeared behind Uchiha Zafi and kicked his badly injured butt. Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Zafi was kicked to the ground. I lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. There is also a cute little footprint on the small buttocks that is slightly inferior to Captain America. There was still a little bloodline seeping under the footprints. It seemed that the ninth captain had been cruel. Referee, it's time to announce the result. Uchiha Itaki didn't pay much attention to Uchiha Zafi, who fell to the ground and screamed. Just Uchiha Zafi, also want to dance? Uchiha Itaki started so quickly that Uchiha Zafi didn't even have time to open the sharingan. The entire duel ended in an anticlimactic manner. Winner, Uchiha Itaki. Second game, Uchiha Wuyang vs Uchiha Stop the Bleeding. Please come to the front desk. Uchiha Jiwo stepped forward to help Uchiha Zyuofi, and read at the same time. Uchiha Hemostasis? The third elder Uchiha Mao's grandson. Uchiha Luffy looked at the young man on the stage. I heard that the third elder spent a lot of money to buy him a chakra ninja tool. Uchiha Momonosuke looked at the short blade on Uchiha's back with envy and jealousy. Isn't this a bit cheating? After all, it's just a Chaoyang match. Uchiha Shanks couldn't stand it and said, "Hey, who told me to have that kind of strength? If you don't accept it, you can also arrange it for your own child." Uchiha Tao Bibai shrugged indifferently. The third elder is a grandson slave, which is known to the whole family. No need, I still want my children to give me a chakra weapon. Uchiha Shanks was speechless. By the way, with the financial resources of the Fugaku clan leader, why not also buy Itaki a chakra ninja tool? Uchiha Heading was slightly confused. Whatever, maybe he doesn't want Itaki to rely too much on external things. After all, the clan leader himself doesn't even use these fancy things. Uchiha Shanks guessed. Oh, you just say it's a flashy thing if you can't afford it, Uchiha Tao Bibai said with a hint of sarcasm. Originally, what does our Uchiha family rely on to dominate the ninja world? Sharingan. Fire style. If we can gain a foothold in the ninja world with things like chakra ninja tools, then the 5 major countries must have a place in the Iron Country, Uchiha Shanks said in a strange way. Okay, we are all of the same race. We can't see each other when we look up. Let's watch the game first. Uchiha Luffy said to smooth things over. How it's true, the Uchiha clan relies on the chakra ninja tool instead of the Sharingan? That's a heresy, Uchiha Shanks muttered persistently. Don't listen to the B************** D chanting sutras. Uchiha Tao Bibai is a jonin after all. Although Shanks' voice is small, he can't hide from his ears. Hey you too. Wu Yang, go down. You are no match for me, my target is Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha stopped bleeding and said with a face like long Aotean's, don't you just have a good grandpa? What's so great about it? Uchiha Wuyang said with a look of displeasure. Hey, it's great to have a good grandpa. Look at this, the famous chakra sword made by the master of the Iron Country. It has the master's autograph on it. Do you have it? Uchiha said provocatively with a dirty look on his face. 30 years in Hidong and 30 years in Hexi, I would rather bully the white-haired man. Don't bully the poor young man, Uchiha Wuyang said with an aggrieved look. Haha, isn't this a promotional line from the Welfare Lottery Center? You learn very quickly? Even if I give you 30 years, can you come up with a grandpa like me? I will be a grandpa in 30 years. 30 years from now, I can still pass this chakra ninja tool on to my grandson. What about you? Will you have the money to buy your grandson a chakra ninja tool by then? Otherwise, you can just recognize me as your grandpa. 30 years from now, I might consider passing this chakra ninja tool to you. Uchiha stopped the bleeding and continued to increase his rage. Ah, dog thief, traitor, evil thief. Uchiha, stop bleeding, you insult me too much. After all, Uchiha Wuyang has a young mind, with strong self-esteem, and a common problem of the Uchiha clan's pride. Under such continuous stimulation, he actually opened Sharingan angrily. A blood-red Megatama slowly emerged from Uchiha Wuyang's eyes. Nani, this is impossible. Masaka, NM. Uchiha stopped bleeding and now wanted to slap himself in the mouth. What's the point of being so mean? If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you insist on talking so much nonsense? Looking at the Megatama in Uchiha's eyes, Uchiha stopped bleeding and felt that the chakra short blade in his hand was no longer fragrant. Sure enough, Minamoto-senpai's famous saying is right. Villains die from talking too much. We, the Uchiha clan, must remember not to waste anything. I am still too young. Is this? Am I opening my eyes? Haha. At this moment, Uchiha's laughing seventh hero makes his debut. The fifth hero Uchiha Gen, the sixth hero Uchiha Fugaku. Everyone knows the first four heroes, so I won't introduce them. Uchiha, stop the bleeding. You little brat. How crazy are you? Is it amazing to have a chakra ninja tool? I want to see who is the grandfather today. Uchiha Wuyang said, taking out the kunao and rushing forward. Hiss, this guy. His reaction has become so fast. He has the advantage of having a weapon, but he can only resist? Damn it. Uchiha Saihi had also fought with Uchiha Wuyang before. But Wuyang at that time was completely different from him now. The previous Uchiha Goyo was only at the 5th or 6th grade level of the ninja school, but the Goyo who opened the Sharingan was completely comparable to Genin, who had just entered the ninja world. Sharingan is indeed the treasure that the Uchiha clan relies on for its survival. But, Uchiha Goyo, did you forget? I have also started Sharingan a long time ago. Sharingan, open. A round of bloody Megatama also appeared in Uchiha's bleeding eyes. Uchiha Wuyang, who was frantically using the prince's tactics to output, looked at Uchiha Hemostasis, who suddenly turned on Sharingan and was instantly stuck. The sudden awakening of Sharingan caused me to be so excited that I completely forgot that Uchiha Shizi, a thief, had also awakened Sharingan long ago. Uchiha Wuyang's face instantly turned ugly. Humph, you have a Sharingan? I have one too. But when fighting against Kunao with the chakra short blade, I have the advantage. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha's smile to stop bleeding gradually became rampant. At this moment, the eighth hero of Uchiha is born. Damn it. Looking at the kunao in his hand that was already full of holes, Uchiha looked troubled. Is this guy still laughing? Good chance. Body flicker technique. Sneak attack. Ha 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 ha. Ow. Uchiha, who was laughing wildly to stop bleeding, was suddenly kicked by a right whip kick that knocked out two big teeth. Before Uchiha Sigzu could get up again, Uchiha Wuyang quickly stepped forward to finish the blow, directly righting on Uchiha Sigzu, shooting the bao left and right with both hands. Stop! Uchiha is bleeding and has lost the ability to fight. In this competition, Uchiha Wuyang wins. Seeing the unconscious Uchiha bleeding, Uchiha Daiwo quickly stepped forward to stop Uchiha Wuyang's continued attack. After a lot of hard work, the Uchiha clan's Chaoyang League is finally coming to an end. Next, the championship battle, Uchiha Xiaobo vs Uchiha Itachi. Please step forward. Although Uchiha Wuyang won the victory by relying on a sneak attack, the foundation is there after all. When others are prepared, sneak attacks will obviously not work. After all, not everyone is as wasteful as Uchiha Hemostasis. After a period of pretentious struggle, Uchiha finally fell to the top 4. I didn't even get the third place reward. His father's registration fee of 1000 pupil power was wasted in vain, but it's not a loss to be able to open Sharingan. Itaki, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Uchiha looked cautiously at the boy who was a few years younger than him. Although the other party is young, he has a patriarchal father behind him who is giving him special training and tricks every day. What about yourself? His father had already died at the end of the Third War, and his only mother was just an ordinary Chunin, who had never even opened the Sharingan. Touching the power contained in his eyes, this is the only thing his father left to him. He must make good use of this power to bring a better life to himself and his mother. Although the welfare provided by the Uchiha clan to these orphan families is not bad, but who doesn't want to pursue a better life? Uchiha Itaki, let me, Xiaobo, end your reputation as a genius. Sharingan open. Uchiha Xiaobo cautiously opened the Sharingan from the beginning. Double Megatama? Not a bad talent. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly surprised when he saw this scene, but with the cards he left to Itaki, he should be able to win steadily against such an opponent. Seal unlock. Uchiha Itaki calmly took out a storage scroll from behind and quickly unlocked the seal. A glorious phoenix sword came into view. F***K. Nima, don't talk about martial ethics. Fugaku, you don't do anything about human affairs. If you can't afford it, don't play it. Is this going to happen? That's it? Uchiha's strongest genius? Bye, you can take a pheasant sword and I'll do it. Okay. The scene almost got out of control for a while. Everyone be quiet. Be quiet and listen to me. Uchiha Fugaku stood up at this time and opened Mangekyo and drank loudly. I have to say that Mangekyo's intimidating power is quite strong, and the scene fell silent instantly. His times 108. Is this guy Fugaku really turning on Mangekyo? These guys who turned on Mangekyo have dirty hearts. This guy Fugaku hides it deeper than anyone else. I know everyone has thoughts about Itaka taking out the Kusanagi sword, but isn't it still a foreign object when Uchiha stopped bleeding and took out the chakra ninja? Why don't you see you targeting him? Or are you just targeting me, the clan leader? You guys, do you have a problem with me? Uchiha Fugaku even turned on Susanoo, his facing Susanoo, who is dozens of meters tall, who here dares to speak out. Uchiha Fugaku saw that the purpose of deterrence had been achieved, and continued to say, Itaki is only a 6-year-old child. What's wrong with using a weapon to defend himself against an opponent who is several years older than him? I don't even care about the opponent bullying the younger one. How can you have the nerve to blame Itaki for carrying a weapon? When did we, the Uchiha clan, are you going to make excuses for your weakness? Uchiha Fugaku said sadly, using the shameless spirit he had developed over the past year. Are you carrying a weapon? You have brought a magic weapon. Do you want to see what the occasion is? Chaoyang League. Do you know what Chaoyang is? Our Uchiha's 1,000-year luck has given rise to such a strange patriarch like you? If it weren't for Susanoo's sake, we would have attacked in groups. Okay, it is in compliance with the competition rules for Uchiha Itake to bring a weapon. Everyone, be quiet and let the competition continue. Uchiha Shiwo is from Fugaku after all, so he quickly came out to smooth things over. Looking at the extremely sharp Kusanagi sword, Uchiha was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back. We are not afraid of the atomic bomb in the hands of big countries, but we are afraid of the time bombs in the hands of children. Uchiha Itake doesn't look as tall as Kusanagi, but his intimidation is no less powerful than those of adults. Looking at the little man in front of him, Uchiha Shaobo didn't know how to start. Regardless of whether he hurts himself or Uchiha Itake, the consequences are not his own responsibility. If Itake fails to hold it properly and hurts himself, if Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, puts small shoes on himself in the future, considering the situation of his own orphans and widowers, I guess I can't even survive in the Uchiha clan. But if he didn't want to hurt Uchiha Itake, then he would be the one injured. And he didn't know if Uchiha Itake could control the Kusanagi sword well. If he used too much force, he probably wouldn't be able to. Now that the Fugaku clan leader is not even caring about his face for the hundreds of thousands of pupil power, it means that he is determined to win this championship. In other words, even if he wins safely and without any harm to both parties, he will still offend the Fugaku clan leader. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just sell the favor to the Fugaku clan leader and still get the bonus as the runner-up. I abstain. Uchiha Shaobo figured this out and quickly raised his hands and shouted, poor Xiaobo. Uchiha Shaobo abstains, the winner, Uchiha Itake. Uchiha Earth Fire announced, grabbing Itake's little hand. Since then, amid a burst of hustle and bustle, the Rising Sun League in the Uchiha group has officially ended. Evening, Fugaku's house. Looking at the amount of money in the card, Uchiha Fugaku's serious face could not be maintained after all. Father, why don't you let me have a legitimate fight with Xiao Fei? I want to win the championship through my own strength, not through this controversial method. Uchiha Itake's little face was filled with sadness. Road. Itake, you are still young and don't understand this. What you said is right. If you can be stable, don't be reckless. After all, Uchiha Shaobo still has strength despite his age. After all, he has opened 2 Tomo Sharingan, and his strength is also it's close to even reaching Chinin. We have to be careful, after all, this is by Huawa's pupil power value. Uchiha Fugaku has changed a lot in the past year. If it were in the past, he would probably still stick to the face of the Uchiha clan leader. However, since he tasted the benefits of pupil power, Fugaku's bottom line has been falling again and again. Itake, you have to remember, we are ninjas, not samurai. We don't have to stick to those rules and regulations, as long as we can achieve our goals. As for Uchiha Shaobo, he is indeed a good seedling, and he can do things well. I will let Shuo train him well. Yes, after all, you will need some help around you when you grow up. Uchiha Fugaku has already begun to make plans for Uchiha Itake's future. Konoha Youth Cinema filming location. Minister 3rd Doctor, have you found out who the handsome guy was last time? Fenghua Xiaoxiu has now changed her name to Fuji Fengxiu. The handsome guy she was talking about was undoubtedly Uchiha General Miss Feng Shui. You have told me not to call me Minister now, just call me 3rd Doctor. We have found out the specific information about the little brother you visited in advance. He is the Uchiha source rumored in Konoha. As for the princess's request to investigate the so-called handsome brother, the 3rd Doctor Asama refused at first, and they have already been on the run day and night. The princess is actually obsessed with falling in love. Just thinking about it makes me angry. But since there is nothing to do now, and Her Royal Highness the Princess keeps making troubles, the 3rd Doctor Asama has no choice but to come forward to inquire about Uchiha General. This inquiry is serious. Uchiha clan? The most powerful man in Konoha right now? Subdue the legendary Nine-Tails Demon Fox alone? The shareholder behind the Ninja World Welfare Lottery? If you pull him here, why don't you take off from the same spot? In terms of strength, with the support of Konoha's #1, there is nothing to fear from the wind, flowers, and raging waves. In terms of power, even if the Fire Country and Konoha do not support it, even the support of the Uchiha clan is enough to calmly deal with external pressure after the Snow Country calms down the chaos. With financial support from the Ninja World Welfare Lottery, whether it is reconstruction, research and development, or benefiting the people, it is more than enough. After all, the Ninja World Welfare Lottery is a very wealthy country. If the Uchiha clan wasn't so famous, even the great names from all over the world wouldn't be able to resist fighting over this golden chicken that lays golden eggs. If my princess can get together with this strong man of the Uchiha clan, it will undoubtedly be a great thing for the country of snow. Sharingan, one of the limited blood successors in the ninja world, is enough to make people greedy. If we can bring the Uchiha family to Snow Country, we won't say that Snow Country will be able to join the ranks of the 5 major countries, but at least it will be comparable to Rain Shinobi. But I'm afraid this is just wishful thinking of the princess. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the Snow Country is just a remote and bitter cold place. The Uchiha clan does not choose the Fire Country, the most prosperous living space in the ninja world. If you are stupid, go to Snow Country. Country? Taking a step back, even if Uchiha is willing to go to the Snow Country to develop, will the Fire Country and Konoha agree? As a politician, Dr. Asama has already deduced various results in his mind. To be honest, he was very moved, but the actual success rate was very low. Could this be a deliberate strategy for restoring the country by Her Royal Highness the Princess? If Her Royal Highness the Princess can hook up with Uchiha Gen, the strongest man in Konoha, it will indeed be the best choice for their current forces. Third Doctor, why are you so stunned? Have you heard any news about this little brother? Fuji Fengxiu said coquettishly, shaking the arm of the third Dr. Asama. Since the first time she saw Uchiha Gen, she has been deeply attracted by Uchiha Gen's temperament. Although it was just a brief encounter, it was unforgettable. This may be what the movie calls love at first sight. Actually, when I was confused and empty in my life, Uchiha took the opportunity to drop a hint. Rather than saying it was love at first sight, it was better to say that I was entrusted with my soul under hypnosis. Don't be anxious, my lady, I have already found out about the young man that day. His name is Uchiha General. He is currently the strongest person in Konoha. The Nine Tails incident that happened in Konoha not long ago, he was the one who quelled the chaos. Not only that, he is also the largest shareholder behind the Ninja World Welfare Lottery. The third Dr. Asama reciprocated with all his treasures. The major shareholder of the Ninja World Welfare Lottery? Fuji Fengxiu is obviously not familiar with the ninja industry. Compared to the Nine Tails Rebellion, she understands the value of the major shareholder of the Welfare Lottery better. Yes, Miss Fengxiu, if we can connect with Uchihagen, it will be of great help to our future plans. Dr. Asama suggested appropriately. Future plans. Fuji Fengxiu thought of what happened that night again, and her mood instantly became depressed. I didn't expect that my admiration for the other person would drag him into this muddy water. In other words, do we want to use him? Can he defeat the rebellious raging wave? Fuji Fengxiu didn't have much idea about the level of ninja's combat power. In her opinion, Fenghua Furimao has a ninja force in its hands. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to a ninja village like Konoha, it is more than enough compared to Uchiha General, my eldest lady. You can completely remove the word at the end. He is the strongest person in Konoha. The profession of ninja is different from that of samurai. After reaching a certain level of strength, the numerical advantage no longer works. And to take a step back, behind him is the Uchiha clan, the most powerful family in the ninja world. Although the rebellion of Fenghua Furuo is very strong, it is only limited to the country of snow. The Uchiha clan is famous throughout the ninja world. Ah, there's no comparison. Dr. Asama had obviously done a lot of research in advance. I can't say that I know everything about the strength of the ninja group, but I also have a strong understanding. Ah, is he so strong? In other words, if I can catch him, not only can I avenge my father, but I can also make the Snow Country more prosperous, right? Isn't this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Not only can he fulfill his national mission, avenge his father, but he can also satisfy his own desire for love. Could that encounter at the youth cinema be a ray of hope from God in my gloomy life? This is God's arrangement. Miss Fengxiu, calm down, don't get too happy too soon. This matter has not been settled yet. What if it is just wishful thinking on your part? This other person is a member of Uchiha, the most powerful family in Konoha, the land of fire. How can you go to snow? Restore our country in such a bitter and cold land. It's not that I'm attacking the young lady, it's just that I don't want the young lady to have greater hopes and greater disappointment in the end. Dr. Asama reminded me by getting vaccinated in advance. It's okay, I know the situation, leave everything to me. I'm the daughter of Fenghua Heiayuki. It's just an Uchiha, take it in minutes. I think this is a revelation from God. The confidence of a fan of Fuji Fengxiu painting waved his hand and said, well, I hope so. Dr. Asama always felt that the plan of using Uchiha Gen was very unreliable. But since Her Royal Highness the Princess has already made up her mind, as a minister, it is hard for him to persuade her. The worst thing is that it will be a failure. After all, Her Royal Highness the Princess is still young, so it would be good to gain more experience. Nguyen-kun, he should be living in the Uchiha clan's territory now, right? We have no idea how to contact him? Third Doctor, do you have any good suggestions? Fuji Fengxiu grabbed her hair and was very worried. This kind of thing should not be too deliberate. Let's create a chance encounter like Miss before. After all, our identity is too sensitive. The Uchiha clan is the most powerful family in Konoha. If it is too deliberate, it will inevitably make people suspicious. The three doctors Asama gave advice. Meet by chance? That's the only way. Fuji Fengxiu nodded in agreement with this view. After all, the first time she met him was also a chance encounter. Now, if we want to meet again, we have to rely on chance encounters. Maybe this is fate. Miss, you'd better improve the acting skills you've learned at the youth filming base in the past few months. It might come in handy then. Dr. Asama was afraid that Fuji's performance would appear nervous when the time came. If the secret is revealed at that time, the plan of myself and others will go bankrupt in minutes. After all, Dr. Asama has heard a little bit about the intelligence gathering ability of the ninja group. Okay, what kind of acting skills do I need to face him? He is my true love. Fuji Fengxiu held her little face in a slightly nymphomaniacal manner, looking like Harano Sakura. Okay, it seems like you don't need acting skills anymore, but you have to retract your emotions and don't scare people away. Dr. Asama reminded her by wiping her sweat after seeing her expression. Konoha Uchiha Clan Uchiha Source Mansion. Source, I'm going to Mrs. Mikato's place. Kang said hello to the house wearing maternity clothes. Okay, I got it. Have fun and be careful about bumps. Uchiha got up sleepily and started washing. It seems like I have to go find that little dirty girl Yui Kurane to review the study materials. Kang's current body is no longer convenient for participating in Pokemon battles. Although being in the Tsukuyomi space does not affect the real body, the mental stimulation will still be fed back to the body, and pregnant women are not suitable for excessive stimulation. After taking care of things casually, Uchiha Yuen closed the door and left. I don't know if Kurane is at home today, so don't just go out on a mission. Aren't you the guy from last time? Why don't you see the girl who was with you before? Not far after leaving the Uchiha tribe, a joyous voice suddenly came from behind. Judging by the tone and direction of the sound, are you talking to me? Looking back, my dear, isn't this the Fenghua Xiaoxiu I encountered in the theater before? Does psychological suggestion work? You are? Uchihagan pretended to be confused. We met at the entrance of the cinema before, Fang Yunji. Fuji Fengxiu said and vividly did the movie Fang Yunji's signature move. Oh, are you Miss Koyuki who ran away last time? What, did you sneak out again this time? Uchihagan looked at the girl in front of him with a playful expression. From the original work, when Kakashi was performing his mission in the Land of Snow, it can be seen that the Fenghua Koyuki in front of him is younger than Kakashi. Probably the same age group as Mitarashi Anko. No, what kind of escape? Last time, the third doctor was too careful and didn't let me go out for a long time, otherwise I would have had to sneak out. Let me introduce myself, my name is Fuji Fengxiu, you can also call me Xiaoxiu. Fuji Fengxiu showed her white teeth and smiled at the man in front of her, even though he was very handsome. But at such a young age, is he really the strongest person in Konoha? Although I don't know much about the ninja group, after the three doctors' popular science in the past few days, I have a general idea of the structure of the ninja forces. Konohagakure is the strongest hidden village in the 5 major countries, and Uchiha Gen is the strongest person in this most powerful hidden village. Doesn't that mean that he can also be regarded as the strongest person in the ninja world? At such a young age, I really can't tell that I have such strength. Is the gap between people so big? My name is Uchiha Yuen. I'm glad to meet you again. What's the matter with Miss Xiaoxiu stopping me? Uchiha Yuen said with a kind smile. It's nothing. The main reason is that you are so good-looking and have such a unique temperament. Last time I heard a lot of people talking about you in front of the cinema. They said you were the strongest person in Konoha. Fuji Fengyuki's beautiful words seemed a bit deliberate because she was too nervous. It's all thanks to the people. There are many people in the ninja world who are stronger than me. I have to continue to work hard, Uchihagan said calmly. You are too humble. Who doesn't know that Konohagakure is the largest hidden village in the ninja world? Gen-kun, as the strongest person in the largest hidden village in the ninja world, you are naturally the strongest person in the ninja world. Fuji Feng Suiwei's thoughts came from the bottom of her heart. There are people outside the world, and there are mountains outside the mountains. Who can say clearly? Maybe in some unknown corner of the ninja world, there is an old monster more powerful than me hidden. Uchiha meant something. Chatting. Isn't that something that only happens in movies? Mr. Yuan has watched too many movies. How can there be such a person in reality? If I had such strength, I would have jumped out to show off my power. Why should I shrink back? A little unknown corner. Fujikazu only thought that this was Uchiha Gen making fun of herself with the plot of the movie, and didn't pay much attention to it. By the way, where is the girl who was with you last time? Fuji Fengxiu asked familiarly. She was very concerned about the female ninja who was as good looking as herself, and the two even went to the movies together, so their relationship might be unusual. She may be on a mission. I haven't contacted her for a while. I don't know what she is busy with now. Uchiha Yuan said truthfully. He knew the purpose of the princess in front of him. After all, he hinted it himself. Powerful hunters often appear as prey. We haven't contacted you for a while? Isn't she familiar with you? Last time you both watched a movie together, I thought she was your girlfriend. Fuji Fengxiu said seemingly casually. After saying that, he glanced at Uchiha Yuan slightly uneasily. He couldn't really be his girlfriend, right? No, before that movie, we were just ordinary ninja school classmates. We were still classmates who hadn't been in contact for many years. What's more, she only invited me to watch the movie to assassinate me, Uchiha Yuan said in time, exploiting language loopholes to explain. After all, this is not a lie. Before watching the movie, he and Ui Kurane were just ordinary ninja school classmates. Ah, assassination? Fuji Fengxiu painted everyone numb. I didn't expect that this kind of plot, which only appears in movies, would actually happen to me that day. She had considered various scenarios in her mind, but she never thought of assassination. Isn't Mr. Yuan the #1 expert in Konoha? Someone actually dares to assassinate him? This is Konoha. In Konoha village, assassinate Konoha's top master? Is this a plan thought up by that fool? Even if you don't know much about the ninja community, you can still figure out how difficult it is. This operation is simply anti-human. Would a normal person do this? Then Minamoto-kun, are you not injured? How could someone be so bold? He actually dared to attack you in Konohagakure. Fuji Fengxiu glanced nervously at Uchiha Minamoto's body. It's okay, I'm the strongest in Konoha. It's just an assassination, not worth mentioning. Uchihagen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, how is that Kunoichi doing now? From what you said just now, she doesn't seem to be punished. By the way, she is your classmate? Doesn't that mean she is also a Konoha shinobi? You people in Konoha want to do something to you, take action? And you, the strongest intimidation in Konoha, can protect her from punishment. Are you a high-level official in Konoha? The high-level officials in Konoha want to take action against you. Fuji Fengxiu suddenly discovered a blind spot. Very surprised. Why? What's the point? Kill the strongest person in your family? What will you do when you face the enemy in the future? And behind Uchiha Gen is the Uchiha clan. Aren't they afraid of the Uchiha clan's revenge? It has to be said that Fujikazu is indeed a princess who has grown up in the royal family since she was a child. She is still very keen on these dark methods. Especially after the incident with her father, she became even more aware of such dark things. Attention! Yes, after all, being the strongest in Konoha is not easy to achieve. There are always some people with dark psychology who feel that my existence is a threat to them, so they want to do everything possible to get rid of me. Uchiha Yuen's tone was calm, as if he was not the one being assassinated. Are you too calm? If it were me, I would have turned their hometown upside down. Of course, the premise is that I have to be as powerful as you. Fuji Fengxiu said, slightly unhappy. He shook his fist and stood up for Uchiha Yuan. Why are you so excited? Are you attracted to me? After all, it's not a formal relationship and Uchiha Yuan doesn't have the time to spare, so he just pretends to be unintentional and asks. At the same time, we are secretly increasing the intensity of hypnosis. Otherwise, given the current favorability of Fujifuge, we still don't know how long it will take to confirm the relationship. If there was a 7-year love affair, the Uchiha clan would have been exterminated if the time had been changed in the original novel. Ah, what nonsense are you talking about? It's very rude to ask such a question to a girl all of a sudden. Fuji Fengxiu said as if she had been stepped on, and she suddenly became emotional and rushed to retort. Such a big reaction? Do you really like me? We have only met twice in total? Uchiha Yuan took advantage of the victory and pursued. What happened once or twice? Since you have discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, I will reluctantly give you a chance to pursue me. Fuji Fengxiu suppressed his shyness. Look expectantly at the man in front of you. Oops. What's wrong with me? Why can't I say these words involuntarily? It's so embarrassing. I originally planned to take it step by step slowly, but now it's better. I can do it in one step as soon as my head is hot. Wouldn't it be too reckless for me to do this? Will Yuan Jun accept himself? What if I scare him? Looking at Gen Uchiha, who was deep in thought and didn't respond, Fujikazu's rapidly beating heart gradually sank to the bottom. Tears began to appear in my eyes uncontrollably. After all, as a princess, she has never faced such an embarrassing situation after being pampered for more than 10 years. Oh, why are you still crying? How can you confess your love like this and cry if you don't agree? How old are you? You act recklessly and cry a lot. Okay, don't cry. I promise you, we can try looking everywhere first. Uchihagen pretended to be coerced and said helplessly, how could I cry? You are so annoying. Fuji Fengxiu turned her tears into laughter and quickly wiped her tears and denied. I hate it. Shall I leave? Uchihagen turned around. No, I won't let you go. You promised me to be your girlfriend. You want to leave now? It's too late. I finally tied up you, the strongest man in Konoha, and you can't even think of getting rid of me. It's impossible in this lifetime. Fuji firmly held Uchiha Gen's arm and declared her sovereignty. Although the process was very twists and turns, I am very satisfied with the result. Feeling the warmth coming from his arms, Uchiha made a comparison secretly. Yakura was the strongest, followed by Korone and Koyuki. It seemed that he was still limited by his age. But that's okay, it's the contrast that makes it feel fresh. Okay, where do you live? I'll take you back? Uchiha Yuen suggested. Is it still early? Let's not go shopping anymore. You seem to have something else to do just now? Fuji Fengxiu said with a little curiosity. It's not an important thing. It's important to go to your house and find the door, otherwise I won't be able to find you. Uchiha Yuen waved his hand and said indifferently. Is that so? Then why don't we go to your house first and see how I can find you next time? Fuji Fengxiu's little head has already started thinking about the next date between the two of them. Well, I just came out of the clan, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter or leave the Uchiha clan. I will take the initiative to find you in the future. It is too troublesome for you to find me, and with my reputation in Konoha, the relationship cannot be made public for the time being, otherwise the guys at the top of Konoha might attack you. Ah, if you say that, wouldn't I be in danger? Fuji Fengxiu said slightly nervously. The biggest danger she encountered in her life was the rebellion of her own uncle. The thought that Konoha's top brass might assassinate her to coerce Yuen Jun made her anxious. It's okay, we get along the same way in secret. Once the top management steps down and 4th Hokage consolidates its position, we won't have any worries, Uchiha Yuen said, holding the beauty in his arms. After all, I haven't mentioned the matter of how many boats I have stepped on to Yakang and Korone. Konoha is not that big in the first place, so I have already taken care to avoid the two of them from meeting each other. Korone also greeted her in advance and was flattering. She was afraid that she would be targeted by the 3rd Hokage because of her affair with Sarutobi Asuma, so the relationship between the two was secretly carried out. Kakashi, the only one who knew the situation, didn't seem to be a talkative person. It's because of this that the relationship between these people can get along without any trouble for several months. Now if Fenghua Xiaoxu were to come directly to the door, wouldn't he be in trouble in a minute? By then Yakang's drinking of Yuri Red will probably be exposed. Nowadays, I am just an ordinary ninja. Although I am from a wealthy family like Uchiha, I can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I am obviously not allowed to have 3 wives and 4 concubines with a kunoichi like Uehi Korone. Now that you are having trouble, that's called cheating, that's called a character problem, you scumbag. Thousands of people have pointed it out, and both heaven and man have abandoned it. The consequences may be a complete severing of relations with Ui Hong, and a breakdown in relationship with Yakang. To follow Hua Xiaoxu would be to die before the start. But to change the order, hide it from them first, wait until Yakang gives birth to the child and become involved, wait until he follows Fenghua Xiaoxu to cook the rice, wait until he helps Fenghua Xiaoxu successfully restore the country and use it to ascend to the position of daimyo. So, if the above is true, what's wrong with me, Uchiha Gen, the strongest ninja world and the daimyo of Snow Country, marrying more wives for the sake of the prosperity of the royal family? As a great name of a country, my behavior is in line with common sense and the actual situation. I am not a scumbag, everything is for the country of snow. QAQ as for how to explain to Yakang and the others about becoming the daimyo of Snow Country? Does this need an explanation? At that time, the child Uchiha Jinyuan was probably able to make soy sauce, and his status was indeed in line with the universal rules of this world, and the matter could be solved with just a few sweet words. If not, then use force. No matter what, it's better than going to the hell to blast through thunder now. This is your home? What is your relationship with the owner behind Youth Cinema? Looking at the building in front of him and the actors and crew coming and going, Uchiha Yuen was indeed a little curious. Ah, that guy. He can be regarded as an old friend of my servant. Fuji Fengxiu laughed and tried to hide it. Stare servant? An old friend? Uchihagen pretended to be unintentional and inquired. Yes, you saw me in front of the cinema last time. Fuji Fengxiu introduced with a change of direction. Ha! Him? I thought he was your elder? Uchiha Yuen was slightly surprised. Ah, it's not wrong to say that I am an elder now, after all, I am now. Speaking of this, Fuji Fengxiu seemed very silent. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Don't forget our current relationship. Is there anything else you can hide from me? Uchiha Yuen took advantage of the situation and said. This, Fuji Fengxiu didn't know how to speak for a moment. Can't I solve the dilemma you are facing with my current strength? Uchiha looked curious, but actually showed his strength to dispel his doubts. Well, since you want to know, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, I am not from the land of fire. I came to Konoha mainly to take refuge. Fuji Fengxiu mustered up the courage to confess road. Taking refuge? Do you have any enemies? Don't worry, I don't dare to say anything else. With my current strength, even the shadow of the 5 major countries will not even think of hurting you at all. For his own better life in the future, Uchiha Yuen can be said to be you are so scheming and painstaking. Although the methods are a bit dirty, since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only the hearts of those who have tricks. It's not like the monogamy in the previous life. You can slowly fall in love for 7 years. Do you think you still don't know how to play with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Are you so rigid that you want to wait for a beautiful woman to take the initiative and be considerate to help you acquire a daughter? If you really think like this, even Cho in a swimsuit might not be able to keep up with the heat. I was originally the daughter of a daimyo from the land of snow. My real name was Fenghua Koyuki. Due to my uncle Fenghua's coup, my father passed away. In times of crisis, my father entrusted Konoha to rescue me from the land of snow. Maybe it's because of the treasure left by my father, or maybe because he feels that my existence threatens his power. His pursuit of me has never stopped. Only hiding in Konoha can give me a little sense of security. Fuji Fugzui held Uchiha Gen's arm and recalled. A storm? Don't worry, although I'm not familiar with snow country, since it's not a big country, there's nothing to fear about the country. I didn't expect that my girlfriend is a princess. Uchihagen touched the snow of Fuji Hui's little face, joked. What kind of princess am I now? I'm just a homeless refugee in exile. Fuji Fengxiu was a little depressed. Leave it to me to deal with Fenghua Tuo in the Kingdom of Snow. If you are free recently, ask one of your servants to prepare to gather some people and forces who are still loyal to you. Don't drive Fenghuan Tao from the throne when the time comes. We have enough manpower to govern the snow country. Uchihagen reminded and arranged. Why does such a big thing feel like it's not worth mentioning when it comes to your mouth? That was a storm that chased me like a lost dog. What's more, he is still a famous name in the country of snow. After all, Fuji Fengxiu is not ninja. In her calculations, even if Uchiha Yuen is very powerful, if she wants to help her restore her country and take revenge, it will take some planning and hard work. It's a big deal for you, but for my level of strength, it's a small thing that can't be taken lightly. My current strength, let alone the storm, even if all the people in the Kingdom of Snow add up, it's not enough for me to chop. Uchiha Yuen said with an arrogant look. I have also learned about the strength of you Konoha shinobi. The ninja who escorted me safely to Konoha seems to be called Heite Kakashi, right? His ninja level seems to be Jonin, which is the first echelon below the Hokage. Strong, but even he was chased around by the lackeys of Fenghua Furious Waves. Are you sure you really understand the strength of Fenghua Furious Waves? Our country of snow is not as weak as you think. Fuji Fengxiu Hui reminded with a hint of kindness. After all, this is my man. And what if, as Mr. Yuen said, everyone is gathered to counterattack the Kingdom of Snow, but Mr. Yuen is defeated wherever he goes? Wouldn't it mean that he would just fall into a trap and be gone? No, it's because you don't understand my strength. It seems that it's necessary to give you a detailed introduction to the specific strength of the Genin group, so that you won't be too timid to do anything. Uchiha Yuen looked at the girl in front of him. Directly opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi, in the blood-red illusion world. Facing the sudden change in the world, Fuji Fengxiu collapsed. This was beyond her understanding. She knew that Shinin people only knew some 5-element attribute attack methods and faster speeds. That's all. Taking her directly into another world like this is like traveling through time. She has never encountered it in more than 10 years of her life. Okay, don't be afraid, this is the illusion world I created. All time and space in the world are controlled by me. Uchihagen hugged Fuji Fengxiu and comforted. But weren't we still at my house just now? How did we get here in an instant? No matter how fast you are, you can't escape the scope of Konohagakure for a while. This is obviously not Konohagakure anymore, and it's not even the world I used to live in. When Fuji Fengxiu saw this situation, she couldn't accept it for a moment. Calm down, this is the world of Genjutsu. Everything is constructed by our Genjutsu. Our bodies are still in Konoha and still in your home. Uchihagen explained patiently. After all, Fujikazu has never been exposed to high-level illusions like Tsukuyomi in more than 10 years of his life, so it is normal that he cannot accept it. Illusion? The kind that ninjas use to deceive hypnosis? Fuji Fengxiu asked curiously after calming down a little. Yes, mine belongs to the same type of ninjutsu as those, and it can also be regarded as a type of illusion. But in my illusion world, both the touch and pain are the same as those in the real world. You can also think of it as it's a private real world I created. Uchiha tried his best to explain it in words that Fuji Fuyukie could understand. It feels the same as the pain. Isn't that no different from the real world? You can actually create a world like this? Are you a god? Fuji Fengxiu's three views were shattered. If these ninjas are so strong, what's the matter with the daimyo? Those snow ninjas in my family are not so pervert. It seems that Heite Kakashi from Konoha is also very average. Is Yuen Jun the only one so strong? Is this the true strength of the number one ninja? In order to increase your confidence, let me tell you in advance that all the strengths I use in the next game are based on reality, and there is no illusion or deception. In other words, how strong I am here will not matter in reality. I am as strong as I am in the world. Uchiha took a few steps forward and turned around to remind Fujikazu, who was still squeezing his arm to feel the pain. What do you mean by saying this? What are you going to do? Fuji Fengxiu grinned in pain due to excessive force. Nothing to do, just give our little princess some confidence. It looks good. This move is called Suzanu. It belongs to our Uchiha clan's unique power of the bloodline god. Even in our Uchiha clan, there are only me and the current one. The clan leader can use this move. Compared with the real world, using Suzanu in the Tsukuyomi world does not consume my power at all, because all of this is constructed by Tsukuyomi illusion. If we really talk about consumption, it only consumes the power of Tsukuyomi's technique. Millions of Suzanu. After holding it in for so long, I can finally turn it on full blast. I don't even know how big my million-level Suzanu is. Brushing a white giant instantly flooded Fuji Fengxiu's field of vision. At this moment, she even wanted to pee her pants. No, if it were in the real world, she might have peed her pants. Impossible. Is this really something that humans can do? This is God. This must be God, right? Fuji Fengyuetai looked at the giant with fear and collapsed at the giant who felt bigger than the entire Konohagakure. A rough estimate shows that if she uses all her firepower, Suzanu's size will far exceed that of Indra, the son of 6 paths. About as high as Mount Everest. With this shape and size, 10 tails has to look like a kitten. But that's the saying, but the real situation is that Uchiha Gen has never tried it. Regarding energy class suppression, he has felt it since he became the enhanced version of Mangekyo Pulse. The current enhanced version of Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed much stronger than the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. It is not a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. According to this logic, Rinnegan may actually have level suppression on himself. If this is the case, then my so-called tens of millions Suzanu is just a bigger paper tiger. It seems that you have to find a way to enter the 6 paths level to be safe. Dad once said, use magic to defeat magic. Only 6 paths can defeat 6 paths. It seems like I have to find a chance to go to Uncle Snake to study magic. Who can't bear the hardship of 8 inner gates? Let's settle the matter in the Kingdom of Snow first. How about it? Is my strength enough? Don't tell me that Fenghua Furia Tao is stronger than me now? Although I think there are indeed some people in the ninja world who are stronger than me, but I can be sure that Fenghua is definitely not included among them. Raging waves. A thunderous sound rang out, waking up Fuji Fengxiu, who was still in shock. Well, I can also be sure that Fenghua Furia Tao is definitely not as rebellious as you. If he was as powerful as you, he would dare to directly attack the 5 major countries. Fuji Fengxiu tried to calm down. Looking at Fuji Kazu's expression, Uchiha knew that his goal had been achieved. Quickly remove Suzanu and return to the ground. I'm very confused. Since ninjas are so powerful, why do they let ordinary people become daimyo? Fuji Phase asked calmly. Allowing ordinary people to be daimyo can be regarded as a legacy of history. After all, the ninjas in the Sengoku period were scattered and did not have the power to influence the country like the ninja village. As for why the ninja village is like this now, it is mainly because the daimyo occupies the great righteousness. Ordinary ninjas and the mentality of ordinary people is that daimyo are still orthodox, and the concept of ninjas performing tasks has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. And once there are signs of killing the daimyo himself in that ninja village, the daimyo from other countries who are in danger will immediately attack. It is also because the ninja village cares about each other and the daimyo does not interfere in the affairs of the ninja village that they retain the status of the daimyo. Uchiha expressed his personal speculation. But if you are as strong as you don't have to worry about the so-called alliance of daimyo, right? Fuji Kazu has now blindly worshipped Uchiha Gen's strength. Just that kind of giant, as strong as a god. It's simply not something humans can face, right? But I'm also a human being. I also need to rest and eat, and I get even more tired. I may be able to drive Susanna from the Kingdom of Thunder to the border of the Kingdom of Earth, but this is just blind destruction and has no meaning. If they do, I can't do anything against them in terms of guerrilla warfare, and they might even be united against them. This is not because uchiha has delusions of being persecuted. Itsutsuki Kagaya in the original novel is the most typical example. Someone who was as strong as her was still beaten to death with random sticks, not to mention that he was not even a 6 paths now? If he really wants to be so wild, it will probably be a blast at first, but with the current number of members of the Uchiha clan, he will definitely not be able to support him in driving Susanoo like this. It's all out of the question if the logistics can't keep up. Of course, Gen Uchiha, who possesses Mangaku sharingan, is no longer afraid of being blinded, and the battery life of the ordinary ultimate body Susanoo is still quite long. But the problem is that the ultimate Susanoo may not be able to withstand the dust escape of Oniki, an old guy with a double scale. This old guy hides it deeper than anyone else. He was talking all kinds of nonsense, and he was feeling all kinds of fears, but in the end he used his dust break to directly kill several ultimate Susanoos, which would scare a person to death. Now Oniki can be regarded as one of the few people that Uchiha Gen is afraid of. Ah, that's it. Fuji Fengxiu was slightly disappointed. What kind of expression are you looking at? After all, I am currently the number 1 in the ninja world. Have you been wronged by my strength? Uchiha Yuen yelled with the corner of his mouth twitching. Is this girl afraid that she is drifting? It's okay. It's mainly because I know too much all at once and I can't hold my thoughts in control. But with your support, things in the snow country are already 100% sure. Fuji Fengxiu felt that the haze surrounding him was swept away in an instant. Huan Nu Dao, it's time to put an end to things between us. Snow country, prepare to welcome your queen. Okay, let's go out first if it's okay. It feels gloomy here. Fuji Fengxiu said with a hint of disgust. It's okay? How could it be okay? That was just an appetizer, now it's time to get down to business. Uchiha Yuen came over with an evil smile and said, business? Is there anything else to do? Fuji Fengxiu was a young girl after all, so she was not at all wary of Uchiha Yuen's expression. Of course it's a serious matter between men and women. It's fun. Come on, I'll teach you. Uchiha Yuen was like a weird uncle, coaxing the little girl to see the little goldfish. Ah, what are you doing with your hands? Gangster, don't do this. People treat you like fish. Fuji Fengxiu is just a weak woman after all, and the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend has been established. In Uchiha Genhan with the forced action, I could only passively cooperate with Uchiha Yuen to have several intense and exciting Pokemon battles. But after all, he is still too young, and Uchihagen has Tsukuyomi, an unlimited battery life cheat. As a result, not to mention 72 hours, not even 24 hours, the little girl lost 6 games in a row and was eliminated. The residence of Youth Cinema, Fuji Kazuki's residence. Looking at the unconscious princess in front of him, Uchihagen didn't know what to do for a moment. Isn't this too weak? Korone Ui was not that weak back then. What should I do now? Just leave like this? It seems a bit ruthless. After all, this little girl is just a novice trainer. She has no sympathy for her at all, and she can't even see him when she wakes up. By then, her favorability will probably drop drastically. Now in this situation, we can only wait until she wakes up before leaving, but looking at the time, she probably won't be able to catch up with Ui Korone's second scene. Forget it, next time, Hongjiang won't run away anyway, right? Dong dong dong. Miss Xiaoxiu, are you in there? At this time, a middle-aged male voice came from outside. Listening to this voice, the person coming must be the minister named Third Doctor. Squeak, who are you? Uchiha Gen? Why did you appear in Miss Koyuki's room? The moment he saw Uchiha Gen, Dr. Asama had some guesses, but he still asked subconsciously. No way? Did Her Royal Highness start so quickly? Is this a success? This is the strongest person in Konoha. Was it so easily captured by Her Highness the Princess? Are you the third Dr. Asama that Koyuki mentioned, right? I am Koyuki's boyfriend, and now I can be considered one of my own. Uchihagen stretched out his hand and said politely, after all, he would have to rely on this guy to win over people in the future. Oh, hello, Minamoto-sama is the strongest name in Konoha. I am lucky enough to meet you today. It is better to meet him than to be famous. His Highness Xiao Yuki can have a companion like Minamoto-sama. Even if the third doctor goes to see him immediately, Your Majesty Hayayuki will die with no regrets. From the word minister in Uchiha Gen's mouth, the third Dr. Asama instantly understood that the other party already knew the cause and effect. So he no longer hid it, and calmly classified Uchiha Yuen as one of his own. After all, with the other party's strength, there is really nothing on his side that the other party should worry about. As for arresting himself and others, they would be sacrificed to the wind and fury. Don't be ridiculous, you may not be as rich as the person in front of you. It's serious, it's serious. Xiaoxiu will still have to rely on the help of the third doctor and minister in the future. Anyway, there was nothing to do at the moment, so Uchihagen invited the third doctor to sit down in the living room, and the two began to discuss the next plan. I know something about Fengwa Fuchuo. This person is not a worry for me, but what we need to consider now is what will happen after Fengwa Fuchuo is ousted. Uchiha Yuan held his chin and looked towards the minister in front of me. Master Dian Yuan can rest assured that there are still many subjects in the Kingdom of Snow who are willing to support His Majesty Xiaoxu. They all followed His Majesty Xiaoxu earlier and have rich experience in government affairs. I can contact them in advance. I believe it. With their help, even if Fengwa Furidao steps down, we can successfully take over the government affairs of the Snow Country. The third Dr. Asama calculated very respectfully. This person in front of him is the hope of the Snow Country's restoration. It's rare for His Highness Xiaoxu to be so capable, and he must not let his guard down. I believe that the third chief minister can do this, but what do the third chief think about the system and relationship between the daimyo and the hidden village? Uchiha asked pointedly. How should I answer this? From the perspective of the interests of the country and the daimyo, armed forces such as hidden villages and ninjas that are not controlled by the daimyo are really too dangerous. Although there are snow ninjas in the land of snow, they are just an unorganized team of private ninjas, not even a hidden village. It's a bit similar to the way daimyo recruited samurai in the Sengoku era to recruit ninjas, but the man in front of him grew up in a powerful hidden village like Kanaha. He was born to represent the ninja force, and his stance is different. Will he accept the private armed ninja model of Snow Country? What? Does my question make it difficult for the third chief minister? Uchihagen asked while holding the brewed tea. He didn't know much about the snow ninjas in the land of snow. Only the few people who appeared in the original work combined had never defeated Team 7 led by Kakashi. This was actually the ninja force of a country. It was really weak. Think about how many ninja troops the 5 major countries gathered in the 4 wars? Let's look at the land of snow. For a moment, I felt that it was not ordinary. Could it be that all the funds from the Kingdom of Snow were used to develop technology for overtaking in corners? By the way, that floor heating device seems to cost a lot of money. It seems that Fengwa Xiaoxu caused public resentment because of this incident, so Fengwa Nudao took the opportunity to recruit people and successfully rebelled. In this way, Fengwa Xiaoxu's actions are somewhat similar to the operation of Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty to open the canal. Master Minamoto, the way we treat ninjas in the Snow Country may be different from the ninja village model you know. Although there are snow ninjas in the Snow Country, they are all ninjas privately recruited by the daimyo. Dr. Sama Asama, despite repeated concerns, he explained calmly. After all, the other party will know sooner or later. Instead of feeling alienated when the time comes, it's better to be a villain now and then a gentleman. Does the third chief minister also think highly of this model of privately recruiting ninjas? Uchiha Yuan took a sip of tea and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him quietly. Although saying this may make Mr. Minamoto unhappy, I still want to explain that the model of ninja village will sooner or later be a serious problem for the daimyo. The 5 major countries have to rely on several major countries because of the perennial wars. Ninja village, but in a place like Snow Country, except for civil strife, there are no strong enemies around, so naturally there is not much dependence on ninja village. Even Snow Country does not necessarily need the existence of ninja village. Dr. Asama-san said this. It's very clear that although he wants to use Uchiha Gen's strength to overthrow Feng Huafurao, he also doesn't want to change the political situation and system of Snow Country because of this matter. The problem in Snow Country is Feng Huafurao, not the administrative system. Private ninjas have perfectly brought military power under the name of the daimyo. This is something that even the 5 major countries have not done. Although the current strength of privately owned ninjas in Snow Country is still very weak, as long as Snow Country continues to follow this system, the strength of privately owned ninjas will one day develop. I have also learned about Snow Country's private ninja policy, but I don't agree with this approach. Don't worry, just listen to me. Looking at the third doctor who wanted to get up to refute, Uchihagen comforted him. I was born in Kanaha and grew up in Kanaha. I have some understanding of the pros and cons of the ninja village model. I personally still support the ninja village model, but the details can be changed. The conflict between the ninja village and the daimyo, in my opinion, the country of snow is completely unstoppable. Based on my relationship with Koyuki, when Koyuki succeeds to the daimyo position, I will also be regarded as the daimyo of Snow Country. I will create a snow hidden village as a daimyo, and I will serve as the first generation of snow hidden village. Shadow, at the same time, the shadow inheritance of Swayan village has also been changed. Instead of recommending abdication, etc., it is established through blood inheritance. In other words, my descendants will always be Shueying. In this way, there will be no the daimyo is in conflict with the hidden village. Uchihagen put down his teacup and recounted his thoughts. Is this guy a political idiot? How could you think of such an innocent way? No, I have to stop him. Master Minamoto, the model of the hidden village is completely different from the model of daimyo inheritance. Although the shadows of a village are not necessarily the strongest in the village, they are at least the top ones. You can guarantee that your descendants will always be the top group of people? If there is a waste, no. If there is a weakness in the descendants, it may cause great turmoil, and even the political power will be overturned. Dr. Asama saw the problem instantly. The point. The third chief minister is overly worried about this. You should learn more about what the Uchiha clan is. If the strength of our descendants is not stable enough, how can we survive from the Sengoku era for thousands of years to this day? I cannot guarantee that my descendants will be the weakest. No matter how weak we can be, I can guarantee that the strongest of my descendants will always occupy the position of the ninja world pyramid. I just need to choose the strongest among them to be the daimyo and also the snow shadow. Uchiha Gen explained his plan in detail. That's fine, but if that's the case, then why build the snow hidden village? It's enough to just privately recruit ninjas in the name of the daimyo. Why set up another Akome and part-time Yuki cage? The third doctor couldn't understand Uchiha Gen's operation. From what he said just now, it can be seen that the other party does not understand everything. No, the meaning is very different. The nature of privately recruited ninjas is not pure, and the armed forces must remain pure, otherwise they will become a tool for fighting for power and gain, and even harm themselves. After all, the vision of the third Dr. Asama is limited by at the moment, the sheer importance of violent organizations like the military is completely lost. What's a private ninja? Retainers, staff, subordinates. It is simply a joke to use this kind of identity on the national armed forces. Retainers seek refuge with the daimyo to strengthen themselves. When they become stronger and have the title of retainer, they will eventually turn into traitors, powerful ministers, or even rebel and seize the throne. The plaster chicken culture is also known for its ability to defeat superiors. Nowadays, the power of private ninjas is still small. Whatever happens, when private ninjas become more powerful, their harm may even exceed that of the hidden village model. After all, to put it nicely, they are private ninjas, but to put it worse, this so-called private ninja force is a combination of powerful ministers and national armed forces. If a ninja village kills a daimyo and rebels, daimyo from other countries will attack in groups. But if a minister kills a daimyo and rebels, it would be another country's internal affairs. Therefore, private ninjas have more excuses to rebel than ninja villages, because they have transitioned from being a tool of violence to being a minister. The people in Snow Kingdom only see the benefits of privately recruited ninjas, but cannot see the subsequent harm caused by privately recruited ninjas. In other words, they have taken it for granted and adapted to this kind of harm. After all, there is no thousand-year empire. The ninja world has thousands of years of history, and there are many rebellious ministers. There is absolutely no need to stop eating because of this concern. Compared with this kind of probabilistic event, the current private ninja system is undoubtedly very fragrant. Private ninjas will meddle in national power. A group of people who are powerful and control national power will be a greater threat than the ninja village in the future. Although the ninja village is not good, it puts a curse on the ninja profession, that is, there will never be a chance. Interfering in the internal affairs of the country will always exist as a war tool. Unless the shadow of a village leads the rebellion, the identity of ordinary ninjas is that of tools, not ministers. If they are not ministers, they have no reason and no opportunity to interfere with national power. And with me, the shadow positions limited by the customized bloodline inheritance system serve as the final guarantee. Naturally, the Kingdom of Snow does not have to worry about the rebellion of the shinobi village like the daimyo of other countries. What is this plan? The three great ministers? Uchiha looked proudly at the man who was lost in thought. 3 doctors. Wonderful. He has 2 roles, he is both a daimyo and a shadow. It completely avoids the historical conflict between the daimyo and the hidden village. The only loophole is the instability of the strength of the descendants. However, judging from the inheritance of the Uchiha family for nearly 1,000 years, it is indeed this risk can be minimized. Dr. Asama figured out the key points, his face flushed with excitement. Calculated in this way, not only does the daimyo not have to transfer power to win over ministers and private ninjas, but he can also obtain the armed forces of a ninja village for free. What's even more gratifying is that you don't have to worry about the power of this armed force being too great, and you don't have to worry about your own internal treasury being unable to support this group of armed forces. You can use ninjas directly as tools, and they will even do their own tasks to make money to support themselves. They can deduct the remuneration for doing tasks from it to enrich themselves. After all, other villages deduct it, right? Except for the possible need for funds during war, at other times this group of ninjas can be regarded as a group of perfect tool men. In the previous life, this was a group of good employees who had dreams, worked for nothing and paid their bosses money. Third Doctor, are you here? Yuen-kun, why didn't you wake me up? At this time, Fuji Fengxiu's shy voice came from the door of the bedroom. Your Highness Xiaoxiu, I just heard from the crew that they saw you coming back, so I came over to see if there's nothing wrong. I'll leave right now and won't disturb you and Mr. Source. Seeing the real owner coming out, the third Dr. Asama also came out. He wisely said goodbye immediately. In fact, he heard the crew talking about Miss Xiaoxu bringing a man back, so he came over to understand the situation. Now that we know this man is Uchiha Gen, that's great. Oh. Then, the third doctor, please go and get busy. I haven't prepared any entertainment here. Fenghua Xiaoxu now wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She was caught in the act when she brought a man home for the first time. What's even more disgusting is that this guy Yuan didn't even wake him up. The three doctors and ministers must have laughed at it now. After the third doctor retreated, Fenghua Xiaoxu's expression changed. She stepped forward and pinched Uchiha Yuan's soft flesh and said angrily, "Are you deliberately trying to laugh at me? Why don't you wake me up in advance? How can I establish my authority in the future?" Okay, how can I wake you up if you're so asleep? You can be said to be in a coma, so it's better to rest more. Do you feel better now? Do you want to sleep for a while? Uchiha said. With his current physique, Fenghua Koyuki's strength is nothing at all, but Uchihagen still explained the reason. It's not you, the big bad guy, who did it, and it doesn't matter whether they can bear it or not. Fenghua Xiaoxu gave Uchiha Gen a slightly coquettish look. Hiss, this little princess is so good at it. It's just that the actual combat ability is a bit poor. It was like this in the beginning, you just get used to it, and I just took the initiative at the beginning, and you will do the rest. Uchiha Yuan said shamelessly. You still say that? Watch me tear your mouth apart. Fenghua Xiaoxu was furious when she heard this. How could such a shameful thing be said so directly? Yuan Jun is such a nuisance. Okay, stop talking. Seeing that you are so energetic now, it means that you recovered quite quickly? Do you want to practice it for a while? After all, it is just an illusion world. At most, it will have some impact on the spiritual level. The physical impact is very small. If the little princess had not practiced it for the first time and she had held it in for too long, it probably would not have directly caused her to pass out. It seems that in the future, we will have to adjust our plans for different women. It is obviously not possible to use the plan for dealing with Yakang to deal with Fenghua Xiaoxu. What were you discussing with the third doctor just now? I vaguely heard something about private ninjas? The private ninjas under Fenghua Furodao are not a concern to you at all, right? It seems that Xiaoxu was caught by two people, awakened by human voices. No, it's not the group of private ninjas from Fenghua Furomao. Let's discuss what kind of ninja system Snow Country should use in the future. Uchihagen rubbed Fenghua Koyuki's head and said, "System? Can't we just use the one my father had? After all, Fenghua Xiaoxu is just a girl who has never been exposed to government affairs. If you follow the steps, of course there will be no problem, but if you want the people of Snow Country to be healthy and prosperous, then your father's method may not be enough." Uchihagen said it more euphemistically, if Fenghua Hayayuki can do it, he will be usurped by the wind and waves. Fenghua Xiaoxu still has an overall view of supporting scientific research, but her own strength is not strong and her steps are too big. As a result, Fenghua and raging waves turned around and grabbed her, and she didn't even have the chance to resist. There is a saying that goes like this: if my neighbor collects grain, I will collect guns, and my neighbor is my granary. Fenghua Xiaoxu was the one who was collecting food, but she was immediately robbed by Fenghua and furious waves who were collecting guns. The storm is not having a good time now. The ninjas of the Land of Snow are weak and the development of chakra armor cannot be stopped. All his own funds are used to support the private ninja group. The so-called treasure left by the old man has never been found. That's why he was eager to catch Fenghua Xiaoxu in order to force him to find out the whereabouts of Fenghua Xiaoxu's treasure. As a result, in the original work, it was finally revealed that the treasure left by Fenghua Hayexu turned out to be a floor heating device. I guess Fenghua Engtao was very angry at that time. I was just waiting for Fenghua Xiaoxu to save me with this wave of treasures, but what happened? It can be seen from the original work that the chakra armor of Fenghua Furious Waves has not been popular even in Barutoden. You must know that Fenghua Furious Waves had already used chakra armor in actual combat at the time of Yukihim's Ninpo post. It has not been popularized for more than 10 years. It can only be said that the country of snow taken over by the original Fenghua Xiaoxu is already heavily in debt, so it has to directly cut off the chakra armor project and concentrate on developing people's livelihood through floor heating devices to pay off the debt. After all, any superior person can see the potential of the chakra armor. It is impossible for Fenghua Xiaoxu to give up the chakra armor as a big killer because of her personal hatred for Fenghua Nudao. However, even the shrinking disposable ninjutsu scrolls in Boruto came out, but the better chakra amplification armor did not appear. We can only guess that Fenghua Koyuki has been cleaning up Fenghua Koyuki's mess over the years to develop people's livelihood, and there is no extra funds at all. Restart the chakra armor project. The two brothers Fenghua Xiaoxu and Fenghua Nudao both have strategic vision, but the methods they choose are completely different. Fenghua Xiaoxu develops floor heating to develop people's livelihood, and Fenghua Nudao develops chakra armor to strengthen their weapons. Sounds like no problem. We have weapons and food with both hands, and we don't care whether the Kingdom of Snow can harvest it or not. So now we put the financial pressure on the people of the Kingdom of Snow who have inconvenient transportation and poor environment. Facts have proved that the size of the country of snow cannot support the two brothers. The usurpation of Fenghua and Furious Waves just helped Fenghua Zaiaxu to shoulder this big blame. In the later period, it is not so much that Fenghua Furious Waves was overthrown by Fenghua Zaiaxu. It is said that the storm was overthrown by the people who had already reached the limit of their human power and were about to rebel. It's just that this group of people acted better under the guise of restoring Fenghua Zaiaxu. In the original work, Fenghua Zaiaxu must have noticed this, and later slowed down and cut off the chakra armor to fully support the floor heating device to develop people's livelihood. Now that the snow country has its own support, it is completely possible to grab the floor heating device and the chakra armor at the same time. The upper limit of the chakra armor in the original book is very low. It can basically only increase the strength of a small class. At most, it can increase the strength of ordinary Jonin to elite Jonin. No matter how strong it is, I can't stand it anymore. It should be due to limited materials. However, as someone who has traveled through time in the world of technology, uchiha knows that the upper limit of technology is very high. Just the technology without extraordinary power increase in the previous life can sweep through a large area in the ninja world. Any one of the 5 gangsters can sweep across the ninja world. Of course, this is a single technology, not just personal power. If you really want to fight, the chance of winning in the ninja world is higher than in the current world. Let's not talk about all other ninjutsu. A transformation technique is enough to cause headaches for those countries in today's world. What's the use of your technology no matter how powerful it is? The other party directly became the head of state, and even directly used illusions to evade the entire high-level people in the world. It can be said that as long as the ninja world reacts quickly enough, there will not even be a chance in this world to launch the little boy to death. As for the nuclear bomb dead hand device in this world, the leader is controlled by illusion, and there are still dead hand devices, so should we just shut it down? With his current strength, he is definitely no match for 6 pads, and he can barely rely on his izanagi to save his life. However, if he keeps upgrading the chakra amplification armor, in a dozen years, he might develop one that can increase the strength of the super shadow. Armored. This is also a way out. If the path of immortality fails at that time, I will have to rely on this kind of external object to ensure my own safety. However, even if the chakra armor that increases super shadow strength is not developed, even if the chakra armor that increases cage level strength is developed, you will still make money. You must know that even in Borutoden, there are not many cage levels in the ninja world. If you can increase the elite Jonin to cage level in large quantities, and the cage level to super shadow, then the country of snow will dominate the ninja world. A matter of time. No, there is 6 pads Naruto blocking the way. No matter how many cage levels it is of no use to a 6-pad strongman like Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto not only has a huge amount of chakra, but he also has an unlimited amount of it in his belly. 9 tails by chakra. Coupled with multiple shadow clone and fancy raise non, he even has a 9 tails fairy mode. In this case, it seems that the number of people has become useless again. Forget it, the worst is to learn from the original world Yinjiang and station troops everywhere and build overseas bases. Control the economy and public opinion and indirectly control the direction of the world. Later Uzumaki Naruto is strong, but do you expect Naruto's character to understand economics? Moreover, it can be seen from the Boruto legend that due to the rise of technological power, the daimyo of the fire country at that time had already begun to plan his own armed forces. If it were not for the power of Uzumaki Naruto during the Fourth War, it is estimated that the daimyo of the fire country would have already Guardian 12 Ninja has been expanded several times. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were in office, it is estimated that the Guardian of the 12 Ninja would become the Guardian of the 3000 Ninja in Boruto Denmark. After all, in the later period, the fire country daimyo had the financial support of the entire country, coupled with the cooperation of technology. It is only a matter of time before it develops beyond a hidden village like Konoha. However, even if Uzumaki Naruto is very powerful, it should not be able to stop the torrent of historical progress. At most, there will be 2/3 Hokages. By the time of the 10th Hokage, Konohagakure will at most be a tourist attraction for the Fire Nation. Because as long as the daimyo of the fire country is not a fool, in Boruto, where science and technology are developing rapidly, relying on the country's financial resources to develop for 20 years, relying on this size gap that is hundreds of thousands of times greater than that of Konoha can kill the group of ninjas in Konoha. Based on this calculation, if the Otsutsuki crisis can be successfully overcome in a few decades, the future will definitely be an era of technology and great powers. Whoever seizes this hurricane of the times first will be the next Zippania, Yingjili, and no country in the world has such plans and goals. Even at the beginning of Shippuden more than 10 years later, no country still realizes that technology has the power to subvert the structure of the ninja world. Maybe it was only during the Boruto Den period that the daimyo of various countries realized the power of technology. Now I have a strategic vision that has surpassed the entire ninja world for decades, coupled with a snow country with excellent development potential and remote location. We also need to add an Orochimaru, preferably the red sand scorpion, and Shen Nung's tailless plan. All these good things are impossible to come by. Then, if he survives and develops for more than 10 years, after Naruto finishes defeating Kaguya Hime, he will be able to take advantage of the major countries when they are at their weakest to quickly conquer cities and territories and garrison the whole world. This point can be completely copied from the work of Eagle Sauce after World War II. As long as you move forward steadily towards this plan step by step, it will only be a matter of time before you take control of the ninja world. In fact, many things have little to do with your own abilities. The main thing is to look at your own vision and carefully take stock of the opportunities in the original work. No matter who you are, as long as you can make good use of these opportunities, you can dominate the ninja world. But the problem lies in personal vision. Some people come through time and only want to lick Minato and become the loyal dog of the fourth Hokage. Some people who have traveled through time always want to show off and apply for early graduation to go to the battlefield. Others, with Kakashi's background and talent, narrowly escaped death in the 3 battles. If it hadn't been for Obito, Kakashi would have been dead. You don't have any idea of what you are? Maybe you didn't even kill a chicken before traveling through time, so you just want to graduate early? That's a battlefield, not a turn-based duel game. If you play a genin, does the opponent have to play a genin card? The reality is more likely that you graduate early and directly encounter a team of enemy Ambujonin. After all, you are the genius who graduated early from Konoha. If you, a genius like you, don't deliberately try to strangle you in the cradle, then you are simply sorry for your actions. After all, you are here. However, the environment also has a great impact on people. In the original peaceful world, few people had the ambition to dominate the ninja world. They would usually take it for granted and use their own knowledge to benchmark the actual situation of the ninja world. Uchiha UN himself was like this. He didn't even think about making a report even when he left the village. If he hadn't known about Uchiha's situation in advance, Uchiha might have chosen to integrate into Konoha's system and enjoy himself. But there is an irresolvable conflict between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha. Even if he is fine when he is alive, his descendants may be exterminated again by Konoha high-level officials after his death. Even his own welfare lottery business may accelerate the process of genocide. After all, it is a benefit that even the famous names are jealous of. If it weren't for the terrifying strength shown by Uchiha in the Nine Tails Rebellion, the night of annihilation of the Uchiha clan would probably have started earlier. Don't say anything. Namikaze Minato is not that kind of person. This has nothing to do with Namikaze Minato at all. The land of fire is the land of fire, Konoha is Konoha, the high-level officials of Konoha are the high-level officials of Konoha, and Namikaze Minato is Namikaze Minato. These things need to be looked at separately. Although Namikaze Minato is a Hokage, can he manage the Fire Nation daimyo? Can he manage the top management of Konoha who are supported by the daimyo of Fire Country? Maybe even Namikaze Minato will accidentally die in the end. You can't put your wealth and life in others, you still have to rely on yourself. Hey, what are you doing? Fenghua Xiaoxu waited for a long time without hearing anything. She looked at Xiang Sang and fell into deep thought. Uchiha Yuen shook her head and said, "Oh, I'm thinking about the future development plan of Snow Country. After all, Snow Country will be our home from now on, and we must build it well." Uchiha Yuen said quietly while holding the beauty in his arms. "Just leave these troublesome matters to the third doctor and the others. After all, our country of snow is a remote and small country, and there aren't many things to do." Fenghua Xiaoxu said indifferently. After all, she is not yet the age in the original work. The concept of national responsibility still remains in the fairy tales told by his father Fenghua Zheyu. Although there are 3 doctors and the others, there are still some things that we need to do personally, otherwise we will raise a group of traitorous ministers and you will no longer be the queen. Uchihagen deliberately threatened. "Humph, I'm not afraid. If it were in the past, I would have considered this situation, but now, there is no need to worry about this at all. When we return to the Kingdom of Snow to kill the rebellious new Tao, you can take the opportunity to let show off that Susanoo move. I don't believe anyone will dare to be a traitor then," Fenghua Xiaoxu said with arrogance and generosity. "You really know how to use force to intimidate traitors, but for things like traitors, you can't just use force to deter them. After all, I can't investigate them one by one. At that time, I will set up an organization similar to Umbu to specifically investigate these traitors, corrupt officials." Speaking of this, Uchihagen thought of an organization called Jinyiwei. When the time comes, the Kingdom of Snow will use the cabinet system for government affairs, coupled with the uniformed guards to supervise the officials, and the ninja village system will be used for the armed forces. This can be regarded as another kind of separation of military and political affairs. By the way, there must also be some ordinary troops to cooperate with the government in public security and other matters. but it's just an army composed of ordinary people, so there is no need to worry about whether they will rebel. As long as his descendants firmly control Jinyiwei and Ninja Village, they don't have to worry about any unrest in the Snow Kingdom. But this is all a story for later. I have the immortality technique of reincarnation at my side. It won't be too late to pass on my position to future generations when I get tired of it. Humph, anyway, you are here for everything now, so I don't want to think about these troublesome things. Fenghua Xiaoxu was unwilling to get up in Uchiha Yuan's arms. I also have my own things to take care of. I will only give a rough administrative structure to Snow Country at most. When everything runs successfully, I may become a hands-off shopkeeper. Uchihagan smelled the fragrance coming from Xiaoyu's hair. Said, then let's have a baby as soon as possible, and then leave all these troublesome things to him. Fenghua Xiaoxu said without any sense of restraint. Well, it's still too early for you to have a child now. Just wait and wait for a few years. At Fenghua Xiaoxu's current age, no one would gossip in the precocious ninja world, but if it were in his previous life, Uchiha Gen would probably be arrested as a pervert who molested a minor. That's all I'm saying. It's not like I'm going to give birth now, so don't make any crooked ideas. I'm still young. Even if that happens, I can only use that kind of illusion. Fenghua Xiaoxu glanced at it. A glance at the sanctimonious beast next to me reminded him seriously. Okay, I still know this truth, not to mention your performance in illusion. How can I dare to practice it with you in reality? Uchiha Yuan said speechlessly. Looks like I still have to go to Hong Jiang's place tomorrow, but you have to be careful when going to Hong Jiang's place. If Hong Jiang is pregnant, it will be difficult. Maybe her father-in-law, Yui Zhenhong, knows about the situation and will bring Umbu to settle the score with her. It doesn't matter if he makes a fuss, Ye Kang will probably know about his relationship with Hong. By then, his position as a daimyo has not yet been firmly established, so naturally he will not have enough confidence to talk about 3 wives and 4 concubines. This mistake will directly lead to causing his own harem business to go bankrupt. No, we must pay attention to safety measures. We can't be too impatient to make a big plan. After a period of tenderness with Xiaoxu, Uchiha Yuan returned to the Uchiha tribe leisurely. Originally, there was enough time today to catch the second trip to Hongjiang, but after all, there was a pregnant woman at home, so there was no need to be in such a hurry. It was not bad anyway. Isn't this 2 meals? I'll still be full if I go tomorrow? This guy Ye Kang hasn't come home yet at this time? If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Hongjiang's place to catch the second flight. However, Hagura doesn't have many acquaintances in Konoha, so he probably is still at Mrs. Mikato's place right now, so he might as well stop by Fugaku's house for a late-night snack. You have to take a shower first to get rid of the smell. Although I can't smell it myself, women's noses are very good. What if it happens? If Ye Kang catches wind of this, wouldn't it mean that the late emperor's business collapsed before he was halfway through his career? It's always a good idea to be cautious. After washing up, Uchiha walked to Fugaku's house refreshed. Hagura-chan, it would be great if you were pregnant with a girl, so that you can marry my little Suzuki. Mikato looked at Hagura's belly and considered whether to have a third child with Fugaku. There is nothing we can do about this, but I plan to have a second child with Yuan Jun in the future, so that little Jin Yuan can have a companion. Ye Kang looked at his belly with a happy face. I hope the second child will be a girl, that would be perfect. In the courtyard, Uchiha Fugaku is instructing Uchiha Itachi in training. Father, how can I activate the Sharingan? Uchiha Wiang opened the Megatama Sharingan so easily before. I feel that I am much stronger than him, but why can't I activate the Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi was very worried about this. It's distress. After all, as a pure Uchiha member, who wouldn't want to start Sharingan himself as soon as possible? You can't rush to open Sharingan. You can open it naturally when the time comes. Itachi, don't be too obsessed with Sharingan. Sharingan is still too early for your age. Although Uchiha Fugaku also hopes that his son will be able to start it soon. Open Sharingan, but after all, Itachi has just turned 7 years old now. Is that so? Is it because I can't activate Sharingan because of my age? Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in thought. I can help with things like opening Sharingan. At this time, Uchiha Gen's voice came from outside the house. After all, the training ground is not far from the gate. With Uchiha Gen's current strength, he can easily hear the voices of Uchiha Fugaku and his son in the courtyard. Is it Yuan? Uchiha Fugaku knew who was coming when he heard the sound. After all, the two of them are so familiar. Minamoto-senpai? Uchiha Itachi still remembers the voice that gave him random nicknames. 1 against 7, come and open the door for me. Uchiha shouted from outside. Yakura-chan, your Minamoto-kun is here to find you. Mikato also heard Uchiha Gen's voice outside, and looked at Yakura teasingly and said, it's so late without realizing it? I have to go back too. Only then did Ye Kang realize that the sun in the sky had completely set. Don't rush this moment. It seems that Yuen-kun is still discussing things with Fugaku and the others. Let's talk for a while. Mikato held Yagura's hand and didn't let go. Here you go, Senior Yuen, and don't call me 1-against-7 again. As the childish voice got closer and closer, there was a creak and the door opened in response, and a bulging little head poked out from the crack in the door. Okay, 1-against-7. Uchihagen still goes his own way. Uchiha Itake turned away with a dark face upon hearing this. Uchiha Source also follows suit. What did Yuen-kun mean when he said he could help with sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku had already taken out the tea tray from the house and started placing it under the eaves. Uchiha Itake also quietly pricked up his ears. Considering the entire Uchiha clan's understanding of sharingan, he is probably the only one who dares to claim the first place. Even his own father's Mangekyo sharingan pales in comparison to him. Itake, you should go and take care of your brother Suzuki, and you said stop asking about adults' affairs. Uchiha Yuen glanced at Uchiha Itake, who was ready to eavesdrop. After all, there are some things that won't work if the person involved knows about it. Itake, please step back first. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly thought of something and turned around to signal Itake to go down first. Seeing this, Uchiha Itake could only deflate in dissatisfaction and walk towards his mother Mikato. Yuen-kun, are you talking about the active stimulation method? Uchiha Fugaku is the clan leader after all, and he has a good understanding of the Uchiha clan's sharingan activation conditions. In the long history of the Uchiha clan, no one has tried to use active stimulation to open eyes. However, this method is extremely costly and has very poor results. If you take the initiative to seek excitement with this kind of foresight, the success rate of opening your eyes is almost non-existent. It is very likely that you will not be able to activate the sharingan even if you kill the whole family. After all, when you come up with the idea of killing the whole family to activate the sharingan, I have already prepared myself mentally to face the consequences that will follow. How can I be stimulated in this case? Even if there is stimulation, it cannot reach the level of turning on sharingan. So this method has been abandoned by the Uchiha clan without hesitation after a bloody lesson. After all, if you use this method, the whole family group may not be enough for you to open the 3 Megatama. If you do this, the entire Uchiha family may not be able to collect many 3 Tomo sharingan. The price/performance ratio is too low, so it is completely meaningless. Of course, it's not the kind of active stimulation. That kind of useless method has long been swept into the garbage heap of history. What's more, with your family's conditions, it is barely enough to open a dozen, 7 or 3 Megatama. Uchiha Yuen, he said it with no sense of humanity at all. Let's get down to business. Uchiha Fugaku looked gloomy. If he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat him, he would definitely teach this rude boy a lesson. Don't speak if you don't know how to use metaphors. Okay, I'm just saying it casually. The method for opening Itake's eyes is actually very simple. We, the sharingan of the Uchiha clan, actually only have 2 difficult times to open our eyes from the beginning to the end. The first time is when we just opened the Megatama. At that time, many ordinary tribesmen were stuck at this step and did not open a Megatama, so naturally there would be no follow-up. Uchihagen took a sip of tea and continued. After opening the first Megatama sharingan, the remaining 2 Megatama and 3 Megatama can be promoted naturally with the increase of age and simple stimulation in life or battle. Let's talk about the second difficulty. This level is undoubtedly when opening the Mangekyo sharingan. It is not so much opening the Mangekyo sharingan as it is the re-evolution of the sharingan. Compared with the difficulty of opening the Imagitama sharingan, the difficulty of opening the Mangekyo sharingan is even higher. This is only true among the thousands of Uchiha members. It can be seen from the birth of our 2 Mangekyo owners. Uchihagen continued to talk. I know all this, let's get to the point. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted with a calm old face. My method is to passively stimulate 1 to 7. With the current age and chakra capacity of 1 to 7, it is completely enough to open the Megatama sharingan. The reason why it cannot be opened now is because the stimulation is not enough. Number 1 in the original work hitting 7 seems to be when you turned on sharingan when you were 8 years old. What is passive stimulation? And my son's name is Uchiha Itake, not 1 to 7. Don't give people random nicknames. You be *********************************** D. Uchiha Fugaku was a little confused hearing this word, but I still emphasized it to Uchiha Yuen. Don't worry about the details. Let's talk about the main point. The so-called passive stimulation is to hide the truth to stimulate the 1 to 7, and then tell the truth after he activates the sharingan. In this way, he can get the sharingan without actually hurting the 1 to 7. Uchiha Source talks eloquently. You mean to lie? Is that possible? Uchiha Fugaku hesitated a little. Is it really that easy? Of course, ordinary deception cannot succeed. It must be logical, or it must be real enough. For example, if I kill you now and sit on the throne of the Uchiha clan leader, I will have motive and purpose, as well as enough you can do it with strength. Only in this way can you deceive precocious children like a dozen or seven. Uchiha Yuen said with an analogy. This joke you made is not funny at all. I didn't know that 1 against 7. Will Itachi be able to open Sharingan? The problem is that the cost of opening Sharingan is too high. In the future, Itachi will open 2 Megatama and 3 Megatama. Do we still have to kill Mikato and Suzuki? The corners of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched because this guy in front of him kept shouting 1 against 7 and 1 against 7. No, this kind of stimulation won't work if you use it too much. After all, with the lessons learned from the past, the person involved has some psychological hints in his mind. Uchiha Yuen waved his hand. Impossible, even if you think about it. I will never go out of my way to sacrifice Mikato and Suzuki, and myself just to let Itachi open the Sharingan. You are just throwing the people who have been swept into the trash by the ancestors. The plan is just a slight change, from active to passive. You have to die or die, the price is too high, no way. Uchiha Fugaku directly rejected Uchiha Gen's plan. Don't be so anxious. Haven't I finished what I said? The reason why it's called cheating is that it's all fake. How can I let you really die? Isn't that like picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon? Uchiha Yuen winked with a wink. Are you talking about feigning death? This is a good way, but with Itachi's current strength in mind, you may not be able to deceive him with this method. It completely failed. He was prepared in his mind. Then he wants to open Sharingan in the future. It's even harder. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and wondered whether he should gamble. It's not fake death, it's real death. But I have a secret technique that can bring the recently deceased back to life. By the way, you can also achieve this fake death effect with izanagi. Uchiha suddenly remembered that Fugaku seemed to be able to do it too. Use izanagi to cheat a dozen and open 7 eyes. No, izanagi can't do it. The maintenance time of this technique is too short, and the secret will be revealed in minutes. It's better to use your book of resurrecting the dead as a safe point. But are you sure that your technique doesn't have any flaws such as sequelae? After Uchiha Fugaku briefly analyzed it, he looked at Uchiha Yuen with a little hesitation. No, absolutely not. My technique is very stable. Not to mention that Kushina, who has been reincarnated and resurrected, is jumping around. Just the energy of Gaara in the original work. Do you think there are any sequelae? He was even able to fight 4 battles alive and well. Why don't we find a bandit to do the experiment first? After all, there is only one life. Although Uchiha Yuen is not strong enough to harm himself in this way, what if? What if he is unreliable? Right? Where can I find bandits for you at this time? Why don't you try it with little Suzuki? After all, he is not his own child, so I don't feel bad about it. What you said, be careful of Mikato drugging Nairi Hayakura, that is, me. If Mikato hears this bad idea of yours, he will probably break up with you on the spot. Uchiha Fugaku's veins popped out on his hands, and he said, hold on still. Hold on, you can't beat this B***ch now. I'm kidding you. In fact, my secret technique has already had a successful case. That night at 9 Tails, Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina was saved by this technique. Don't you think she is still alive and kicking now? Uchiha Yuen wanted to look more attractive, persuasive, explaining out of context. After all, Uzumaki Kushina was indeed saved by the reincarnation technique. Isn't this a lie? At most, the person performing the technique is different. What? So that's what happened? I said that 9 Tails was obviously separated from Jinchuriki that night. Why didn't Kushina have any problems? So it was because of this technique? Uchiha Fugaku looked surprised when he heard this. If even Mrs. Fourth Hokage has used this technique, it is indeed quite safe. Of course, I can lie to you about this kind of thing, and do you think this forbidden technique can be used casually? This is the life forbidden technique. According to the law of conservation of energy, how much vitality does it take to resurrect the dead? I have to lose more vitality. Do you think my vitality is like cabbage? Do you still want to try it with bandits? Uchiha said exaggeratedly. What? This forbidden technique also requires a handling fee? Hearing Uchiha Yuen say this, Uchiha Fugaku instantly recalled the fear of being dominated by the high handling fee of the pupil transmission plan. Well, it didn't happen before, but now that you mention it, it does. Uchiha Yuen suddenly remembered that this seems to be able to harvest a wave of leaks. Fugaku is really his lucky star. My thinking is still too conservative. Damn it. Uchiha Fugaku instantly fell into autistic isolation, and even wanted to jump up and give himself 2 big ears. So, you can do without this, right? Uchiha Fugaku looked regretful. No, you can have this. Just kidding, it's a rare opportunity to harvest the power of the eyes. If I miss it, I won't be able to forgive myself. Uchiha Yuen. Don't be too snobbish in your life and work. We are all brothers. You can't always think about cutting your own leeks. Be careful when the time comes when everyone will betray you. Uchiha Fugaku consoled him heartily. Don't do this with me. What kind of brothers? They are not even cousins, and besides you, I can't cut off anyone else. As for the betrayal of all relatives, that is even more nonsense. Okay, you don't even think about it. I know how kind my clan members look every time they come to me to save their power. They wish they could take care of me as their own father. But you, the Fugaku clan leader, have been our *****d by many old, weak, sick and disabled people in the clan recently. You father and son are a scourge. If everyone wants to betray your family, I think you are more likely to do so. I heard from Yakang that the ladies in the clan now even have to avoid Mikato when buying groceries, because they are afraid that she will follow the sales promotion like you too. What kind of pupil power insurance is that? Fugaku, after this unparalleled operation, his pupil power is now close to 3 million. I just took this opportunity to kill him hard. It seems that his little Suzuki will also beg him to help open his eyes when the time comes, so he can make another round of money. Can I be the same? Do you think anyone can pay such a high handling fee like you? Lose your conscience. This is a fair and just transaction, and everything I do is for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, his face is getting thicker and thicker now, and even Uchiha Itaki is a little led by him. For the Uchiha clan? The whole clan has to thank you for co-authoring it? Why don't you let Jude think about the Uchiha clan like this? After all, you can't work too hard for the clan leader. Uchiha Yun teased with a teasing smile. No need to. Kyude is busy with trivial matters in the security department every day. There is no need to bother Kyude with these troublesome things. Don't change the subject. Let's continue talking about the resurrection secret you just mentioned. Technique. Uchiha Fugaku quickly changed the subject and reminded him. If we keep talking like this, I probably won't be able to save my Tongli insurance business. If it weren't for the position of clan leader and Mangekyo's pressure, he would have been extinct from his clan with these operations. In case Uchiha Source wants to support the 9th generation. As for the use of this secret technique, I have just told you, but I have to add here that for this kind of deceptive matter, we can only do it 1 against 7, but not again and again. After all, when we get to the back, the person involved will the stronger the body's resistance to this kind of thing, the more difficult it is to open the eyes in disguise. So it is best to try to successfully open the Mangekyo sharingan within 2 times. Uchihagen expressed his opinion. After all, going from Imagitama to Mangekyo requires at least 4 mental stimulations. It is too difficult to successfully defraud 4 times using this method. Moreover, the parties concerned will also have a sense of luck, which means that even if they encounter such mental stimulation, their mood swings will not be too great. After all, the previous few times have saved the day, maybe it will be okay this time? Calm down yourself first. How can it be possible to activate Mangekyo sharingan with this kind of mentality? So what's your plan? Uchiha Fugaku is not very interested in these, he just wants to know the results now. If possible, he wouldn't want to deal with Uchiha Gen now. Alas, who told me to ask for help from others? If one fights 7, the 2 mental stimulations can be placed on the 1 Megatama eye opening and the Mangekyo eye opening. According to his age, I can help him open the 1 Megatama sharingan now, and then after he works hard to upgrade to the 3 Megatama sharingan, I will help him activate Mangekyo sharingan. But try to wait until after the age of 14 to open Mangekyo sharingan. Opening it too early puts too much pressure on the body. Uchiha Itaka's physical problems in the original work seem to be caused by opening Mangekyo too early. Recalling the speculation about Uchiha Itaka's physical illness when he visited the forum in his previous life, Uchiha Gen still cautioned. If you put it like that, isn't it too early to open Itaka's eyes at the age of 7? Why don't you wait any longer? Thinking of the only Megatama geniuses in the clan, most of them opened Sharingan when they were around 10 years old. It does seem too early for my child to start Sharingan at the age of 7. Uchiha Fugaku was hesitant again at this time. Anyway, with Uchiha Gen's method, Itaki wouldn't be in a hurry to open his eyes. Isn't that possible? It's just a Megatama, it's not a big deal. As long as the chakra has started to be refined in the body and it's enough to open your eyes. In the original work, the 2 pillars were wiped out before the Megatama was opened in anger. At that time, he was only the same age as he is now. It's almost like playing 7. I haven't seen any side effects from Urju, but the point about opening a Megatama in anger is really puzzling. After all, he is also the reincarnation of Indra. With such a high quality of yin escape chakra, not to mention that the whole clan is gone, it is just that the second pillar has a bad relationship with the whole clan, but just seeing his own brother killing his father and mother will not make him just open a Megatama. The only immature guess is that because he is too young, his own chakra is not enough to support a higher level Sharingan. After all, it can be seen from the Indra special that Indra's ease of opening eyes is far superior to that of any Uchiha clan member in future generations. Others were passively lost, but Indra took the initiative to kill the subordinates who followed him. With the relationship between his subordinates, he still premeditated and took the initiative to kill. This situation can actually activate Mangekyo Sharingan. It is simply outrageous. I can only say that he is worthy of being an I legend. High blood concentration means you can do whatever you want. You are aware of the patriarchal attitude of Yi Dachi just now. Even if you want to wait for a while, Yi Da7 himself will probably ask me for help privately, and it will be even more difficult to operate by then. Uchiha Yuen saw Fugaku's hesitation and quickly applied eye medicine. After all, the eye power is his own only when it is in his pocket. Oh, Itaki, forget it, let's do what you say. Uchiha Fugaku thought of the big boy who was very independent, and reluctantly agreed to Uchiha Yuen's proposal. Okay, then the only question now is, who of your family will sacrifice? On this point, my personal suggestion is to choose the one who is closest to Itaki, otherwise the effect will not be achieved. Uchiha Yuen just said it directly because of your relationship with Itaki. If you die to a certain extent, your death may be in vain. Do you want Mikato to sacrifice? Or Suzuki? But Suzuki is still so young. Uchiha Fugaku looked troubled and was in torment inside. Although he knew that Uchiha Gen would be resurrected afterwards, he couldn't really say it out loud when faced with this choice of sacrificing his loved ones. How about I be the villain? How about choosing little Suzuki? After all, at such a young age, accidents are too easy to happen. Even an accidental death seems so reasonable, but in order to appear more real, you can't tell Mrs. Mikato about this, lest she reveal the secret. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku's troubled expression, Uchiha Yuen took the initiative to speak. After all, his biological son died. A person like Uchiha Fugaku with a straight face and no big emotions can be said to have a strong psychological quality. However, if a housewife like Mikato has no emotional reaction to the death of her youngest son, it would be too fake. Got it. With the ability to collect intelligence 1 on 7, there is a high probability of finding clues in Mikato's expression and reaction. But, I'm afraid Mikato won't be able to accept this. I don't dare to mention this to her even afterward. Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been cold and serious, is now a little timid. After all, Mikato's status in Uchiha Fugaku's heart is still extremely important. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't want to fake it, you're destined to lose the most important person in the future. Uchihagen reminded. The sharingan of the Uchiha clan itself relies on mental stimulation and yin escape chakra to activate it. It is not like the Hyuga clan, which automatically activates when it reaches age. Although Hyuga's Byakugan is born with it, you still need to open it if you want to use the Byakugan ability, but it's just not as extreme as the Uchiha clan. Well, I can only suffer Suzuki. After all, he is my son, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku agreed to this plan with a look of embarrassment on his face. I hope Itaki you can take good care of Suzuki in the future and don't let his sacrifice be in vain. Don't act like you're about to die. It won't be good if you are seen by the dozen or 7 later. Try to act as usual. Show your Sema face. Uchiha Yuen gave instructions like Fugaku's manager. Manage? Sema face? I have a mature and steady face. You guy, if you can't speak, just don't speak. Are you really just relying on your strength and not showing any emotional intelligence at all? Is this okay? Stupid Uchiha source, just wait for me, I will remember this grudge. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and tried his best to show his usual Sema face when dealing with others. Okay, that's it, keep it up, but you have to change your tone of voice, don't be so murderous. Uchiha Yuen commented as he looked up and down. UTMD. Forget it, it's all for Itaki. Is this okay? Fugaku returned to his normal tone and looked at Uchihagen and asked. Well, that's okay, but wait a minute, will it be you or me who will do little Suzuki's accident? Uchiha Gen's key words almost made Fugaku's expression tense up. Well, come on, I can't do it. But don't go too far. If you are still disabled after you are rescued by then, Uchiha Fugaku, will never be done with you. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly reminded me as if he thought of something. Don't worry about me doing the work, just prepare the money, Shinji is worth 500,000 pupils. Uchihagen was not afraid that Fugaku would dare to default on his debt, so he walked towards Mikato. 500,000? Are you here to inherit my inheritance? Imagitama Sharingan, why do you have the nerve to say this? Uchiha Fugaku quickly followed. You can also ask others for help. I'm not forcing it, right? It's all voluntary. And this is just a Megatama Sharingan. If you open a Mangekyo, the price will increase. Uchiha said without replying. How much is Mangekyo? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became nervous. When he heard that Mangekyo was still going up, Fugaku was not interested in paying attention to the $500,000 Imagitama. The price to open Mangekyo is 5 million. Chief Fugaku, you have to work hard. Uchihagen comforted with a hint of meaning. The reason for quoting this price is that Uchihagen also has a purpose. Instead of letting Fugaku waste this pupil power, he might as well cut it himself and use it in a more useful place. Everything is for the Uchiha clan. I can only suffer a little longer for Fugaku, a tool man. 5 5 million? You can't even get the 5 million by selling me. Uchiha Fugaku was a little excited. You must know that father and son have only made about 2 million in this year after working so hard to lose face. Don't be so excited, that's mangaku sharingan. You have experienced it yourself. Do you need me to tell you how powerful it is? And what if your son also awakens this kind of pupil technique, right? Uchihagen drew the cake with a wink. What kind of pupil technique do you have, Itaki? The picture was so beautiful that Fugaku couldn't even imagine it. Well, no, my son, why did mangaku awaken Uchihagen's pupil technique? Why does it feel wrong? So, people should take a long-term view, and short-term investment is for greater gains in the future. If you don't even have this courage, how can you have the nerve to say that you are the leader of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yuen said and added a look of disdain. But I really don't have that much power. Uchiha Fugaku looked bitter. You used to be able to harvest 2 million in a year, and 5 million pupil power points will only take less than 3 years. Itake will only be 10 years old by then. If you work harder, you might even be able to harvest little Suzuki's mangaku. We can all make it together. Think about it, your family will have 3 pairs of mangaku sharingan by then. Isn't that a beautiful picture? Uchiha Yuen continued to draw the cake. There is no other way. The current number of Uchiha clan can provide the ultimate eye power. It's really limited. And most of them exist here at Uchiha General, not counting his private eye power. His own private eye power value is close to tens of millions. Okay, stop talking, lest Mikato and the others hear. Uchiha Fugaku quickly reminded him as he was about to enter the house. After all, there can't be any loopholes in the next plan. Fugaku, have you discussed it? Uchiha Mikato saw the two coming in and poured some tea for them. Well, it's not that big of a deal after all. Fugaku had now returned to his serious face. I really don't understand how this guy can act like this at home. Does he also have this expression when doing things with Mikato? Poor Mrs. Mikato. Father, regarding the opening of the eyes, Uchiha Itaki also came over at this time. The method mentioned by the source has been proposed and practiced by the tribe before. It is completely impossible to succeed. Itaki, this matter depends on you. Don't think about taking shortcuts. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. I take it for granted. Sorry, 1 against 7, this matter still depends on personal opportunities, there is no rush. Uchiha Yuen also cooperated. Even Gen-senpai can't do anything? Uchiha Itake looked very disappointed. After all, it's impossible not to envy Uchiha Goyo's arrogant demeanor. The second pillar is not with Mikato? Good chance. While no one was paying attention, Uchiha Gen secretly used the hypnosis technique to guide the trembling 2 pillars, who were learning to walk, towards the stairs. Itake, you don't have to be too disappointed. With your current talent, it is not difficult for you to open the sharingan. After all, your father, the Fugaku clan leader, has the qualifications to open the mangaku sharingan. As his son, even if he just inherited his great one's talent is enough to open sharingan. Uchihagen chatted about something. At the same time, he secretly paid attention to the movements of the second pillar. An ordinary fall would not be enough to kill a child of the Uchiha clan. You must know that the physiques of these Itsutsuki descendants are very tenacious. Original Uzumaki, what was Naruto's life like as a child? In the state of eating expired milk, his physical fitness can actually support him to refine such a huge amount of Chejinla. You must know that everyone's chakra is closely related to their own body cells. You can barely survive with your own nutrition. How much chakra do you expect to be able to extract from your own cells? As for Uchiha Suzuki, if his chakra is not outstanding, it just depends on who he is competing with. In the original book, the second pillar has always maintained the first place in the grade. Just like this, how can his chakra be reduced? And chakra is related to physical fitness, coupled with Indra's yin escape amplification. A fall is really not a big deal for the current 2 pillars, let alone fatal. Wait, who is Indra? That's the blood of Sage of 6 Paths. I really wonder if killing Indra will attract the attention of that old B************** D from Sage of 6 Paths. With my current strength, facing Sage of 6 Paths, I can only run away, and I may not even be able to escape. However, Sage of 6 Paths may not always pay attention to Indra, right? After all, he didn't even notice when Black Zetsu seduced Indra. And Indra's previous reincarnation, Uchiha Madara, was used by Black Zetsu and he didn't show up. Although in the end, when Naruto Suzuki met Kagaya Haim, he came out in time to save him, but it was more like he was awakened by the release of Itsutsuki Kagaya in Sage of 6 Paths. If you think about it carefully, Sage of 6 Paths himself is not that powerful. The main reason is that his rumors are too deceptive. Some ninja sage and the like seem to be omniscient and omnipotent. In fact, he is just a person with super strength. He is not a god, and he is not omnipotent. This can be seen when he asks Gamamaru for help. When did Yuen Senpai open his eyes for the first time? Boom. Before he could finish talking about 1 against 7, there was a loud noise from the steps outside. Fugaku, who was drinking tea next to him, couldn't control his hands trembling when he heard the loud noise. Uchiha-gen, if you lose it, neither of us will be able to do it. Under the control of Uchiha-gen, the second pillar was successfully hit and killed on the stone slab under the eaves. In order to ensure a fatal blow, Yuen specially aimed at the vital part of the second pillar's head. What's outside? Not good. Udo. 1,007 reacted first and rushed out, followed closely by Mikado. Inside the room, Fugaka gave Uchiha Yuen a fierce look and followed him. Ah, Suzuki. After a while, hysterical crying came from outside the house. I originally wanted to arrange a mangaku plot for Mikato here, but after checking the information, many people on the internet said that Mikato is not an Uchiha clan. It is difficult to disagree with others for fear of being sprayed to death. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. What happened? What happened to little Suzuki? Uchihagen pretended to be surprised and followed Hayakura out. Oh you Daudu, oh you Daudu, oh you Daudu. Is he dead? 1,007 repeated these words in a daze while holding the lifeless Urju, who was lying in a pool of blood. Next to me, Mrs. Mikato couldn't bear the blow and passed out. Itaki, cheer up, put Suzuki down first. Even if Uchiha Fugaku's mental quality was strong enough, he would inevitably tremble when he saw the scene in front of him. Father Udu, my Udu, he said that a large amount of dark chakra gathered in Uchiha Itaka's eyes, and 2 rounds of bloody Megatama slowly emerged. Done. Good guy, it's just a double Megatama. It seems that the 2 pillars hold a special place in his heart. As expected of the famous Brakan, it seems that Mangekyo's eye opening plan will have to suffer a lot more. 1 against 7, don't be stunned yet. Little Suzuki just went into shock for a short time. Give him to me quickly. I will send him to Kanaha Hospital immediately. Maybe he can be saved. Seeing that things were almost done, Uchiha Yuen hurried forward. Ah, shock? Yes, Oyu Daudu must be in shock. Senior Yuen is asking you to send Daudu to the hospital in time. This is my lifelong request, Uchiha Itaki. 1,007 heard Yuen say this. As soon as he said that, he immediately held the bloody Urju in his arms and handed it to Uchiha Yuen as if he had been given blood. At the same time, he bowed deeply and solemnly. Okay, leave it to me with peace of mind. You can take good care of your mother at home. Uchiha Yuen hugged Urju in his arms and disappeared in a few seconds. Itaki, take good care of Mikato at home. I'll go over there and take a look. Uchiha Fugaku still felt a little unsafe and wanted to go over and find out the situation in person. Yes, father. Uchiha Itaki also noticed something strange in his eyes at this time, but in this situation, he was still in the mood to care about opening his eyes. Only one person stepped forward to help Mikato, who was unconscious. Yakang on the side finally realized from this series of changes and quickly stepped forward to help. It's right here. Why are you here, Chief Fugaku? Aren't you going to look after Mrs. Mikado? Uchiha put the second pillar on the sofa gently and looked back at Fugaku, who was following him. Itaki is taking care of Mikato, but I don't worry about Suzuki. Uchiha Fugaku said with a dark face. Hey, if you don't worry about this, just watch it carefully and give you a perfect son within 10 minutes. Uchiha Yuen said and started to take action. Preset izanagi. At the same time, put your hands on the back of Urja. Forbidden technique. He has been reincarnated. Open. A strong life force emerged from Uchiha's body and poured into Suzuki's little body along his hands. Although Izanagi has experimented with this forbidden technique many times, this is the first time he has actually used it on a human being. Moreover, the other party is Uchiha Fugaku's son. If something happens, Uchiha Fugaku will probably go berserk. Not to mention that people like Atsutsuki Kagaya may have to rely on 2 pillars to support them. For this reason, Uchiha Yuen had to be 200% alert, for fear that there would be a problem with that detail. Aga wow. About 10 minutes later, Urjulai finally reluctantly opened his eyes. The process went extremely smoothly and I didn't feel any prying eyes from Sage of 6 Paths. Maybe Sage of 6 Paths really didn't pay attention to Indra all the time, or maybe my strength was still too low to notice the existence of Sage of 6 Paths. Suzuki, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable in your body? Does your head still hurt? Why don't you say anything? Did you fall silly? Although it exceeded the estimated time, as long as Suzuki can be rescued successfully, Uchiha Fugaku didn't care about this small problem. How old is Urju? How could he answer these questions of yours? Uchiha reminded with a speechless face, but after all, he is a parent, and it is understandable that he will inevitably be concerned and confused. You still say? You are too cruel. There is blood everywhere. If my son has any brain problems in the future, I will never be done with you. Also, don't give my son random nicknames anymore. Got it. Although Uchiha Fugaku had already reacted, he still roared at Uchiha Yuen. The situation of the 2 pillars in the original book should not be considered a mental problem. After all, fighting in close combat with 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is not something that normal people can do. You are not a ninja who specializes in sword skills. Killer Bee specializes in 8 swords, and is also famous for being a strong swordsman who has been tested on the battlefield in 3 battles. What kind of mentality did Urju have at that time when he went to fight Killer Bee? Fighting with a knife? But now that he has changed the plot, Urju's probably won't have the chance to do such a stupid thing. At most, I have a slight concussion. It's not that easy to be stupid. Uchiha Yuen glanced at Urju, who looked quite normal, with a guilty conscience. If he really fell silly, would he have to change his name to Urju? Okay, let's go back early and let Mikato feel relieved. Uchiha Yuen said no more. But just now Suzuki was full of blood and lifeless, and now he is brought back alive and jumping, isn't it a bit? Thinking of this, Fugaku was still a little hesitant. Now that you have done everything, do your best to do it well and don't get involved halfway. After all, Itake will have to repeat what happened today when he opens Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, but that will be a few years later. What? Are you afraid of being betrayed? It's easy, just put it on the second pillar's head. Leave a little blood and put a bandage on it. Will Itake take it apart to see if it's okay? Uchiha had a bad idea. After all, it wasn't my own baby. Humph. Itake can't take it apart, but Mikato has been taking care of Suzuki. He will definitely break it when the time comes to clean it. Fugaku doesn't know how to face Mikato now. It's up to you to act affectionately and rationally. Use the same tricks you used to pursue Mrs. Mikato. As a scumbag, Uchihagen thinks this is nothing. Well, Mikato and I were introduced by the family elders. Uchiha Fugaku didn't know what to do when he heard this. Then you can just bite the bullet and show off, or try to win leniency from Mikato. You can take the initiative to confess to Mrs. Mikato when the 1007 is not around. After all, they are a couple, and Mrs. Mikato probably won't take advantage of you. What, if you die, don't you still have izanagi to take care of you? Uchiha Yuen didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs. This time, it was just for money. Oh, that's the only way it can be. I hope Mikato can forgive me. Uchiha Fugaku had a sad expression on his face, while Urjuzi in his arms was still laughing heartlessly. After some careless operations by the 2 grown men, Urju, who had a big bandage on his head, couldn't laugh at all. However, because Fugaku felt sorry for his younger son, the wound this time was not very big. Uchiha clan land, clan leader's home. Mikato, are you feeling better? Yakang wiped Mikato's face with a towel. At this moment, Uchiha Mikato had woken up from a coma, but his expression was still a little dazed, and his eyes were unfocused. After all, he was his own son. My little Suzuki is just gone. The 12 or 7 people on the side also became taciturn, not knowing how to comfort their mother. Don't worry, little Suzuki will be fine. He checked you carefully when you passed out just now. Little Suzuki just went into shock for a while, it's not a big deal. He has probably woken up now. Kang looked at it. Mikato could only be comforted in this state. After all, little Suzuki was in the same situation just now. It was scary to look at. It's no wonder Mikato became like this. What? Shock? Yes, shock. My Suzuki will be fine. No, I have to cheer up. Suzuki is still waiting for me in the hospital. Uchiha Mikato was about to get up. After hearing what Yakang said, she couldn't wait. I want to go to the hospital to find out about Suzuki's current condition. Okay, no need to go, Suzuki is fine. Uchiha Fugaku happened to walk in at this time holding the frowning Urju. In fact, he had been outside the door for a while just now, but he hadn't figured out what to do. Just how to face Mikato. Now Mikato is going to Konoha Hospital. In order to avoid being betrayed, he can only bite the bullet and come out. Suzuki. My Suzuki, come on, come here and show me. Looking at the little man in Fugaku's arms, Mikato became even more excited. Fugaku quickly stepped forward and handed Suzuki into her hands. At this moment, Mikato felt at ease that her Suzuki was really fine. Uchiha Itake on the side also leaned forward to see Izuto, but due to his short stature, he could barely see a small head wrapped in gauze. Mikato, don't worry. Suzuki just had a little bump. It's not a big deal. It's just scary. Uchiha Yuen, who followed closely, looked at Mikato's current attitude and secretly felt a sweat for Fugaku. That's easy to say. It's not your child. Forget it. After struggling for so long, just hope Suzuki is fine. Let's go back early. Yakang rolled his eyes at Uchiha Gen and said goodbye. After all, something like this is happening in the Fugaku family now, and I are not suitable to be light bulbs here. However, I still need to bring more supplements to see little Suzuki tomorrow. I wonder if little Suzuki can use them at his current age. But it's okay if you don't use it, and it's the same for Mikato. Well, I have something to do at home today, so I won't leave 2 more people here. Uchiha Fugaku gave the gift to the 2 of them outside the door with a grimace. Yuan, do you feel that something is wrong with the Fugaku clan leader today? On the way back, Kang looked at Uchiha Yuan with a mysterious face. Ah, it's not like that, it's still the same Sema face as usual. What is a woman's sixth sense? If Hagura can feel it, then Mrs. Mikato can't feel it either. It's over, Fugaku is going to be cold. No, I'm not talking about his expression. Didn't you realize that it was Fugaku who personally sent us out today? Kang frowned and thought. Is there anything wrong with this? Is it wrong for others to be polite? Fugaku's family has a good tutor. After all, they are the head of the clan. You are too caring. Oh, what did you think it was? It turns out that this little thing scared me. No, something is very wrong. Do you remember how Fugaku usually does it? Kang recalled what happened at Mikato's house during this period. I've never been to Fugaku's house a few times in total. How do I know what his usual situation is like? Well, go home quickly. I'm already sleepy. Uchiha Yuan was eager to change the subject. Normally Fugaku always says Itake go and send so-and-so for me. Today he seems to be particularly afraid of being with Mikato, and he actually made excuses to come out. And now you are also. Stare, do you have a problem too? After all, Kang is a senior ninja who has been on the battlefield. He is very sensitive to the emotional changes of people around him. Is this guy changing the subject? Was his guess correct? Hey, what questions can I have? I think what you said makes sense. Fugaku, he is really not feeling right today. I'm sorry, Fugaku-san. Uchiha Yuan was so frightened that he began to sweat on his forehead as soon as he heard that Yakura turned his suspicions on him. If this little thing about Fugaku is exposed, it will be exposed. If it is found out that he stepped on 3 boats, then his own isn't the reputation bad? How can I open a harem then? What is the meaning of life without a harem? Will my unlimited Tsukuyomi become useless by then? There must be something going on between you and Fugaku. Kang was now completely sure that there must be some secret between Yuan and Fugaku. Don't insult people's innocence out of thin air. I, Uchiha Yuan, am male and like women. I am very perverted. You have experienced this firsthand. Uchiha Yuan deliberately changed the subject in an exaggerated way. Why are you such a nuisance saying everything to the outside world? What if someone overhears you? Do you still want to live in the Uchiha clan? Kang couldn't hold back for a moment. This guy Minamoto didn't keep his mouth shut. Don't even look at it outside. Hey, this is no big deal, and I've sensed it. Except for 2 wild cats, there's not even a ghost around. How the plan was successful. Kang's nerves are too sharp. It seems that in the future you should be more cautious when dating Hongjiang. Fugaku's house after a lot of work, Itaki and little Suzuki had gone to bed. Anata, are you still worried about Suzuki? I just checked and it's really not a big problem. Mrs. Mikato looked at Fugaku who looked wrong and comforted him. No, I'm worried about how to explain it to you. It's a blessing, not a curse. You can't avoid it. If you live in a family, you will have to be a helper sooner or later. It's better to explain it as soon as possible, lest Mikato himself finds out and has to bear the name of cheating and hiding. Besides, there is Yuan-kun. Do you want to know the truth? I, Fugaku, am at best an accomplice, and I am an accomplice who can be frank and lenient. Mikato, there is something that I have to confess to you. You should be mentally prepared. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his wife in front of him with an anxious look. It's such a big deal, and it's so serious. Nothing is as important to me now as Suzuki. Mikato didn't pay much attention to Fugaku's expression, but what I'm about to say does have something to do with Suzuki. Fugaku gritted his teeth and looked like he would die generously. What? It has something to do with Suzuki? Could it be that? What kind of sequelae did Suzuki suffer from the fall? Wow, my poor little Suzuki. Mikato started to think straight after hearing this. Well, that's not the case. Well, let me tell you frankly. Suzuki's injury was actually premeditated. After saying that, Fugaku lowered his head and waited for the trial. By the way, I have never seen Mikato lose his temper after being married for so long. Premeditated? Someone wants to murder Suzuki? Why? Little Suzuki is just a child. Wait, is it? Mikato suddenly thought of something and his expression became solemn. Yes, it's what you think. Mikato, I hope you can understand me. This is all for Itaki. What? The higher UPS really dared to attack us Uchiha? Aren't they afraid of Mr. Yuen's revenge? Mikato was obviously thinking about something else. After all, in Konoha, except for the elders at the higher UPS, no one dared to target us like this. Uchiha. No, what does this have to do with the top management? Those stinky fish and rotten shrimps give them some courage, and they don't dare to come to my Uchiha tribe to cause trouble. Mikato's words shocked Fugaku's body, and he finally managed to do it. The psychological construction was gone in an instant. Then what do you mean by premeditation? Is there anyone other than the top brass who would dare to take action against the Uchiha clan? Little Suzuki is the son of the leader of the Uchiha clan. Is he from outside the village? Like kidnapping Kushina in front of her? Minamoto-kun, planned everything. Uchiha Fugaku really couldn't muster the courage to face Mikato, so he directly changed his mind and blamed others. After all, he paid for it. Minamoto-kun? Why did he do this? I usually have such a good relationship with Higura-chan, and Higura-chan also likes little Suzuki. Mikato calmed down now. After all, judging from our relationship during this period, there is no actual conflict between the two families, and Uchihagen is not a schizophrenic lunatic. He must have a purpose for doing this. The main 2 points are still based on the premise that there is nothing wrong with little Suzuki, otherwise even if he breaks up with Higura-chan, he will have to go to UN to find an explanation. Alas, it's not because of Itaki. Life is not easy, Fugaku sighed. Itaki, what does this have to do with Itaki? Mikato's scalp was fried now, and he couldn't put this series of clues together at all. Itaki's obsession with sharingan, I believe you can usually see it, especially after seeing the power of Mangaku sharingan. Now you are thinking about how to open your eyes quickly, but you also know the conditions for our Uchiha clan to open our eyes. Yes, so UN-kun came up with this idea today. Uchiha Fugaku was afraid that Mikato would have another idea, so he directly told everything. So you are just kidding about little Suzuki's life? Mikato's face became darker and darker after hearing this. It's not us, it's UN's personal idea. I refused at first, but I thought that even if we don't do this now, Itaki will still face this kind of problem in the future if he wants to open his eyes. Instead of doing this, it's better to put this kind of things are within our control. Fugaku quickly explained before Mikato exploded. Now is not the time to make a fuss. Itaki and Suzuki are still sleeping. If Itaki wakes up, Mangaku will open his eyes in the future. The hope is quite slim, and Itaki may even refuse to open his eyes. After a while of silence, are you and UN so sure that there will be no accidents? Are you so sure that everything is under control? Mikato's voice was already crying at this time. Oh, Mikato, don't cry first. I did something wrong, but everything is for the sake of Itaki. As for the accident you mentioned, that is completely impossible. I, Fugaku, am not fully sure how it could happen. You are joking about your own child. UN used the same technique that saved Kushina. I only agree to UN-kun's plan when I am 100% sure. Fugaku patted Mikato on the shoulder and comforted him. Furthermore, you have also seen the results. It is as expected, and even exceeded expectations. That guy Itaki is worthy of being our son. He directly activated the 2 Megatama Sharingan. Although this will cause some harm to Suzuki, all this will it's worth it. I believe Suzuki will understand it when he grows up, and considering Itaki's feelings for Suzuki, wouldn't he be able to better protect Suzuki with this power? Fugaku continued to strike while the iron was hot. Is that the technique that Kushina used? The one that can even resurrect the dead? Isn't that Tsunagakure's forbidden technique? How could he do it? Is it Higura-chan? Mikato was surprised when he heard this. About Kushina's matter, she still knew a lot. After all, the two were very good best friends. Normally, parents would figure this out in a matter of minutes. With Kushina's temperament, Mikato didn't even need to take the initiative to ask. After all, this isn't exactly a secret. Kushina is no longer Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the level of confidentiality is not as high as before. Besides, even if Konoha doesn't reveal it, who can guarantee that Tsunagakure won't reveal it? What's more, the art of being reincarnated does not belong to Konoha, so there is no need to keep it secret for other people's villages. That is, now that Minato is working as a Hokage, he is thinking of San Shinobi's kindness in saving Kushina, so he did not go out of his way to betray this information. If it had been in Konoha in the past, the secrets and origins of the reincarnation technique would have been sold to underground gold exchanges by Konoha senior officials in a matter of minutes. It shouldn't be because of Yekang. After all, even if this secret technique is placed in Tsunagakure, not everyone is qualified to learn it. Yekang is neither a Kazekage nor an elder, so it is basically impossible for him to come into contact with this technique. Fugaku rejected this conjecture. After you said that, I don't know whether I should thank UN-kun or hate UN-kun. Mikato smiled bitterly, thinking about little Suzuki lying in a pool of blood. It was impossible not to hate him, but the other party did this to help his eldest son start sharingan, not to mention that everything developed in a good direction in the end. Both the motivation and the result were for his own family. Under such circumstances, it feels a bit ungrateful to hate others. There is absolutely no need to worry about this kind of thing. If something really happens to little Suzuki, then of course we have to hate him, but now that little Suzuki and Itaki are fine, then we should thank him, and we will make choices based on the results. After all, this kind of thing doesn't happen in one go. Mikato's ideological work still needs to be followed up and cannot be given up halfway. Although what you said does make sense, I still feel a little unhappy for no reason. Mikado calmed down his thoughts and finally reason took over. The next day, Atake, now you finally know why I don't want you to activate sharingan prematurely. This kind of thing is something that every Uchiha clan with an open mind needs to experience. Looking at his somewhat silent son, Uchiha Fugaku looked a little sad. But, Uchiha Wuyang is not like this. Feeling the power in his eyes, Uchiha Itachi found it hard to be happy. Well, Wuyang's kind can only be said to be an exception, and you are not Wuyang, so you can't understand Wuyang's inner thoughts at that time. After Itachi mentioned this, Fugaku also remembered the boy who was in the Chaoyang League, but everyone's cognition and mentality are different. Wuyang's situation cannot be replicated, and that method can only be achieved by chance. Itachi, don't think too much, use this power to make yourself stronger. Little Suzuki will still have to rely on you as an older brother to take care of him from now on. A rare smile appeared on Fugaku's serious face. It's not too far away to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as Itachi can be promoted to Sanmagadama in the next few years, he will just trouble Minamoto-kun again. Yes, father, I will definitely take good care of Udu. Uchiha Itachi's firm tone and solemn expression showed that this accident had a big impact on him. Is Mikato at home? At this time, Yakang's voice came from outside. Wait a minute, Miss Yakang. Itachi quickly ran to open the door without Fugaku having to say anything. Hey little stinky face, you are in such good spirits. It seems that little Suzuki is fine. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's little head sticking out from behind the door, Yakang probably guessed little Suzuki's physical condition. Well, thank you to Senior Yuan-jun for sending Oyu Dodo to the hospital in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. I hope Sister Yakang can help me convey my gratitude to Senior Yuan. After saying that, he bowed in a very ceremonial manner. Hey, little Suzuki is fine. As for thanking you, you can tell him yourself when the time comes. Is Mikato up? Something like that happened yesterday. I will take her out for a walk today to relax. Hayakura walked past Uchiha Itachi towards the house. Konoha Hokage office. 4th generation, why did you call me here so early in the morning? Uchiha Yuan yawned sleepily. He was not a working ninja. What could happen to him? The main thing is about Obito. I need Yuan-kun to lend a helping hand. After all, Obito's pupil technique is too difficult to deal with. Although I already have some understanding of its effect, but similarly, Obito's Flying Thunder God to me, we are also prepared for our tactics. If we cannot restrain Obito immediately during this operation, all our efforts will be in vain. After all, Obito's space pupil technique is too powerful, and there is basically no one to escape if he wants to. Can't stop it. When it comes to defeating Obito and having fought with Obito, Minato is quite confident, but when it comes to keeping Obito or even controlling Obito immediately, then Minato is not sure at all. If Obito is not restrained in this operation, the mark of Flying Thunder God technique on Obito will inevitably be exposed. Next time, it will be basically impossible to find Obito with the mark of Flying Thunder God. After all, although the Flying Thunder God mark will not disappear, it will still be restrained by the sealing technique. Once someone sets up a seal to isolate perception in advance, then the Flying Thunder God mark, like a rootless duckweed, will naturally no longer be able to be blocked thousands of miles away. Minato sensed it. No ninjutsu is perfect, and the same goes for the Flying Thunder God technique. So it's Obito's business? It's okay to let me take action, but my appearance fee is very expensive. It seems that Minato and the others have been ready to arrest Obito during this time. After all, Obito is not an ordinary person. You just catch him and throw him into the jail and that's it. If he doesn't cooperate with the sealing team, he may run away again in a minute if he doesn't cooperate with the sealing team. I understand this. If Minamoto-kun has any conditions, as long as they are not too excessive, please feel free to put them forward. Namikaze Minato, the Hokage, is quite easy to talk to. At least he has clear merits and currently does not look at the Uchiha clan with colored glasses. This time I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, Minato, you have made such a big name with Flying Thunder God, and the forbidden technique of Flying Thunder God is simply a must-have for home travel. Of course, if you can, it would be better if I borrowed your Flying Thunder God technique training manual. Uchiha looked at Minato shamelessly. This request was somewhat excessive. If it were the third Hokage group, they would probably have rejected it on the spot. But now Minato might agree. After all, he still owes him a favor. Flying Thunder God? This kind of forbidden technique is very difficult to practice successfully, and even if it is successfully practiced, it can only be used to rush on the road. If you want to be effective in wartime, you must be equipped with your own super combat intuition and super high reflex nerves. That's it. The Uchiha source in front of him obviously does not have this condition. Minato, I know this condition may be a bit high, but it is worth the money. You know, if I hadn't taken action, the chance of your operation failing this time would have been at least 90%. As long as I take action, I can be sure of the moment. Subdue Obito. Seeing Minato's hesitation, Uchiha continued to increase his efforts. After all, the difficulty of learning with the Flying Thunder God Codex and without the Flying Thunder God Codex may be very different. To be on the safe side, let's learn from the learning experience of Minato, a successful person. As for the Flying Thunder God technique and the Codex, I can promise you, but I can only hand it over to you after successfully capturing Obito. Minato finally made up his mind to ask for Uchiha Gen's help. After all, Obito's problem is too serious. A lunatic who can use the space pupil technique to sneak attack at any time is simply impossible to guard against, not to mention his target is Nine Tails. You must know that his son Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto can't even walk now. He basically has no ability to resist when encountering such a living king of hell. If it weren't for Kushina's supersensory ability and the fact that he sent a team of Umbu to look after Naruto, he would probably have to take Naruto with him at all times now to prevent Obito from suddenly coming out. Compared with Nine Tails and Naruto, the Flying Thunder God technique is nothing, not to mention that with the difficulty of Flying Thunder God, Uchiha UN may not be able to learn it. Okay, the 4th generation Project Master is very efficient in doing things, unlike the people in the 3rd generation project who don't do anything all day long. It seems that Yakang's Flying Thunder God plan can be put on the agenda. By the way, give it to Hong, the sauce is also arranged. With the Flying Thunder God technique, even if Hong Jiang has weak attack power and cannot be defeated, at least he can escape. As for what Konoha forbidden technique cannot be spread outside? Haha, even if I pass it on, who can punish me? It's not up to me to decide what I want to do when it's in my hands. What crazy thing did 3rd generation do to make Yuan-jun have such a bad impression of him? Well, does Yuan-kun have anything else to add about this operation? Minato asked more specifically to be on the safe side. Isn't that true? But who are the people involved in the operation? Don't just be the ones holding back. If anything happens, you probably won't be able to take care of it yourself. It's just you and me plus a Jonin from the ceiling class. Originally, I wanted to ask you to help me out, but since you were so sure and offered such a high price, then Obito will be there when the time comes. I'll leave it to you. I'll help you out on the side. As for the ceiling class member, when you subdue Obito, the rest will be left to him. The master's calculating expression can vaguely see the past. That sunny young figure gradually had to make changes because of Hokage's position. Wait, why don't you just button the eyeball? The whole seal is so troublesome. As far as Obito is concerned, without Kamui Mangekyo, where can he escape? I have thought about this too. Since you asked so, I will say hello to you in advance. I plan to keep Obito. After all, you took action that night. Obito did not cause much damage to Konoha. Instead of arresting him, when I come back to impose sanctions, it is better to add a large force to Konoha. Besides, my men are extremely short of men, so digging eyes is not a long-term solution. The only ones I can use now are Kakashi and Izumo. If I can have Obito if you join, it will be even more powerful. Clear Obito's name. Thinking about Namikaze Minato's attitude towards Obito in the original 4 battles, it seems quite reasonable. You must know that at that time, Namikaze Minato himself and his wife both died because of Obito. Okay, it's up to you. Just prepare the Flying Thunder God technique and the code. Leave the rest to me. When should we set off? My time is very precious. Obito, who had just traveled through time, was still there will be some consideration, but for now, I can only say that Kamui is not worth mentioning. Of course, the sooner the better. I have been preparing for this for a long time. If the ceiling class had not been able to keep up with the progress, I would have wanted to attack Obito. Now the dungeons of restricted space ninjutsu and the corresponding ceiling techniques are both it has been completely controlled by the ceiling class, and it is time to deal with Obito. After all, Obito is too harmful to Konoha. If you have nothing urgent, we can set off now. Which member of the ceiling class is outside? Wait, in fact, Minato himself also knows the ceiling technique. After all, his wife is from the Uzumaki clan. In the original book, this guy can even seal the dragon veins that can travel through time and space. But this time Jonin from the ceiling class went together more for experimentation and to try his hand. After all, it is impossible to catch Obito and let Minato, the Hokage, watch Obito all the time, right? In the end, we still have to rely on the members of the ceiling class. Jonin, you can come in. Minato shouted to the door as he took off his Hokage robe to reveal the Jonin vest underneath. It seems that this guy has been prepared for a long time, but it's okay to finish his work and go home early. Sir 4th Generation, Master Yuen. A middle-aged man pushed the door open and greeted the two of them politely. Is this Jonin from the ceiling class? I haven't seen it in the original work, so I guess he is either cannon fodder or a passerby. Name randomly taken from readers who commented on this article. Well, I believe you all understand this mission. I repeat it again. Our main goal is to capture Uchiha Obito. The opponent has a very strong space ninjutsu. If we fail to succeed this time, then don't be obsessed with fighting. When the time comes, you come closer to me as soon as possible. I will activate the Flying Thunder God Kunao left in Konoha at any time to lead you to retreat. After all, that is the enemy's lair. Although you are very strong, Yuen-kun, you are still unknown. We don't need to risk our lives to fight. Minato has great confidence in this operation. After all, Uchiha Gen, the Uchiha clan, is joining him. He is also Mangekyo. I believe no one will be more powerful than Uchiha General understand the power of Obito. However, everything is prepared for eventuality. Before thinking about victory, consider defeat first and make all arrangements. Understood ×2. Okay, now you two please hold my hand and get ready, we are going to go. Minato said, stretching out his hands. Well, I'd better hold your shoulders. It always feels weird when two grown men hold hands. Sir, fourth generation, I also think what Minamoto-sama said makes sense. Okay, it's up to you. Snap. The two put their hands on Minato's shoulders one after another, and with a swipe, the three people disappeared from the room. The land of water Kirigakure. Masked man, one of Uchiha Obito's lairs. Obito's life has been very difficult in the past 6 months or so. Ever since the Nine Tails plan failed, his identity was directly exposed in public by the guy Uchiha General. For such a major event as the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha, it was naturally impossible for every village in the ninja world not to pay attention, and there were many people present at the time, so it was basically impossible to keep one's identity secret. Now that the top leaders of the ninja world know his identity, it is obvious that Nagato Konan of the Akatsuki organization will also know that he is not the real Uchiha Madara. Originally, I wanted to get along with you as Uchiha Madara, but in the end, I was really alienated. Well, I won't pretend anymore, I am the last person and I will show my hand. Anyway, if you continue to pretend, you will be laughed at. Now that everything in the Akatsuki organization is on track, it is no longer that important whether you are Uchiha Madara or not. Anyway, as long as it can be implemented according to the original plan. But the only bad thing is that the identity was revealed and the dignity was wiped out. Now the people are scattered and the team is no longer easy to lead. In the past, I could still pretend to be in front of that guy Nagato. Now, Nagato has changed his usual attitude of being a collaborator and now treats himself as his subordinate, which is really unpleasant. Humph, you self-proclaimed god is a fool. Let me let you be arrogant for a while longer. After all, you are just a poor guy being taken advantage of. Kitten Shinayan, has there been any movement recently with that old guy from Yuanchi? The fourth Mizukage Jaguara under the control of Obito looked at the newly promoted general from the Mizukage throne. As for the previous one, because he was not good at it, he could only find a random mission and let him die heroically for the great cause of Mist Shinobi. Master Mizukage is still the same as usual. However, the Terra Yoryuaki clan has been uneasy recently and there seems to be signs of rebellion. Fourth generation master, should we make preparations in advance? Although I don't know why Master Mizukage asked me to investigate his fellow members. The village's senior Yuanchi, but with the lessons learned from his colleagues at the top, Gui Deng Shinayan thought it would be better not to interfere too much. This old guy, Genshi, is really a mature man. He can't catch any minor problems, and his prestige in Mist Shinobi is still so high. It's really not easy to deal with him. However, if you can't deal with him, then let's take action on Kirigakure's bloodline family first. I don't believe you will still be able to survive by then. Brush who? Who? Gather, someone assassinates Mizukage-sama. A flurry of excitement spiral Tonjitsu 10 million equivalent Tsukuyomi. No. Well, ×2 Uchiha Obito and 4th Mizukage Jaguara were restrained instantly. It seems that Obito is not as strong as expected. After all, he is just an ordinary Mangekyo with one eye. Facing Uchiha Gen's Super Mangekyo Sharingan plus the Yindun amplification of tens of millions of equivalent pupil power, one Tsukuyomi will basically kill him instantly. In the end, no matter how strong Kamui is, he can't stop the mental attack of Genjutsu. But I have to say that Namikaze Minato is a veteran of Flying Thunder God. He reacts instantly to combat. If illusions like Tsukuyomi weren't more convenient, Obito would probably have to take a hit from Raiznan. Okay, the plan is successful, don't fight, retreat. Namikaze Minato stepped forward and picked up Uchiha Obito and moved closer to the two of them. That's Raiznan? Yellow Flash? Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? He actually came to assassinate our fourth Mizukage-sama himself? Hurry and invite Master Yuen. Although the three of them all wore umbu masks before taking action, Namikaze Minato's signature ninjutsu was so obvious that anyone with a little knowledge could recognize his identity. This seems to be Kirigakure? Ju Feng said to himself after seeing the situation clearly. It's not going to be easy now. The war between Konoha and Mist Shinobi is about to end, and now there are only some local skirmishes on the front line. If you do this, you will probably have to fight again. Oh, why does this guy Obito just happen to appear in Kirigakure? It's the office building of 4th Mizukage. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato knew that he couldn't just leave like this, otherwise if it really triggered another war between the two countries, wouldn't he become Konoha? The sinner. Although Obito's matter is important, it cannot be compared with something as big as a battle between two people. After all, assassinating the fourth Mizukage is no small matter. Maybe I, the fourth generation project, will be kicked out for taking the initiative to start a war. After all, the elders in the village are not fuel-efficient lamps. What yellow flash? Namikaze Minato? We don't know what you are talking about? Now that things have developed to this point, we simply stop pretending. Rain Shinobi Akatsuki Blue Dragon, please join. Uchiha saw Namikaze Minato's thoughts directly come out to muddy the waters. Rain Shinobi? Demigod, a subordinate of Hanzo of the Salamander? Akatsuki Organization? I've heard a little bit about it, but isn't that a small ninja group from the Land of Rain? Yuan Jun, what is this? Sigh. It's just a mere raisonnon. The best they can do now is to guess that they are Namikaze Minato, but if they explain themselves now, they will admit that they are Namikaze Minato in disguise. At that time, whether Kirigakure wants to continue fighting or not, or he pretends to be ignorant and uses this as an excuse to demand compensation from Konoha, he, the fourth Hokage, will have to take the blame for this. But as long as he doesn't admit it, then all Kirigakure's speculations are slander and an excuse to start a war. Konoha is the one who holds the righteousness. After all, Namikaze Minato has been in the position of Hokage for a while, and he figured out the key in an instant. Yes, it's just a raisonnon. Everyone knows such a simple technique. Why can it only be his signature, Namikaze Minato? I, Akatsuki Suzaku, was the first to refuse. Namikaze Minato entered the scene very quickly, and only Jufeng on the side. I don't know what to do. This is completely different from what I planned before. Did you two discuss the second plan behind my back? Is it my turn to say my lines now? I haven't even read the script. How should I introduce myself now? Rain Shinobi Village I know, but what is the Akatsuki Organization? Qinglong Suzaku should be the code name, right? Looking at the gazes gathered around him, Jonin began to sweat on his forehead. This guy was obviously with those two. Why did he stop talking when we arrived? Could it be? He is the ultimate boss. By the way, that must be the case. Usually the person behind the scenes likes to pretend to be mysterious. Seeing that Jufeng could no longer hold his nerve any longer, Uchiha Yuan quickly fired a hypnosis worth 10 million units. I am Rain Shinobi Village Zero Burial of Akatsuki. I have only one purpose here today. First kill the blood mist, and then destroy the wind and thunder. I, Rain Shinobi, will rule the ninja world. In an instant, he was shaking with excitement just now, trembling. The leader of the masked man changed his previous silence, opened his hands and roared arrogantly. Hiss this guy. Is Rain Shinobi Village so crazy now? Could this all be the plan of that demigod? Well, it smells so familiar. Is it really you? Move to Xiao Yuan? After all, Minato had read the proverb left by the roots, and he immediately thought of the culprit who invaded the roots. Arrogant. Even Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world back then, didn't dare to speak like this. Junior, aren't you afraid that acting like this will bring disaster to your village? At this time, a loud shout came from outside the door. Kirigakure's third generation, the Dingai Shenzhen behind the scenes. Yuanchi came with a group of Miss Ninja after hearing the news. The waves behind the river pushed the waves ahead. There are outstanding people in the ninja world. Hanzo has no law and the 5 countries have no fear. Now there are new rules in Rain Shinobi Village. Jufeng's arrogant words shocked everyone present speechless. Although they are enemies, what the hell is it that makes them feel so angry for no reason? Can our Kirigakure copy this directly? Yagura is not lawful, blood mist is not enough to fear. Kirigakure wants to establish new rules. Why did Jufeng's words sound like he was sleeping with Xiao Yuan? Then he looked at Uchiha Yuan next to him, and it had to be you. I moved to Xiao Yuan, and there were really one set of flirty words, each one different. This young man can speak such bold words, and his own strength should not be underestimated. Listen to what he said. Isn't Hanzo in charge of Rain Shinobi Village now? I heard what you said. Are you in charge of Rain Shinobi Village now? Where is Hanzo of the Salamander? If the power of Rain Shinobi Village is handed over smoothly, it means that Hanzo's strength has not been damaged. In addition, these few people in front of him, and Rain, we still need to think carefully about starting a war in Shinobi Village. But if the people in front of you are fighting among themselves and rebelling, it means that Rain Shinobi Village has just experienced a civil strife and has become stronger on the outside. Even Mist Shinobi can directly provoke those Rain Shinobi who are still Hanzo to resist. Haha, Hanzo? He's just a remnant of the old era. There is no ship to carry him in the new era. Jufeng smiled contemptuously, not taking the former ninja demigod seriously at all. This attitude? It seems that he did not come to power through conventional means. The specific situation requires his subordinates to go to Rain Shinobi Village to investigate in detail before they can deal with this group of lunatics. After all, 3 people dared to directly invade Kirigakure and assassinate the 4th Mizukage. What could they be other than madmen? The great ninja world back then actually fell into the hands of such a group of lunatics. It seemed that he was really old. That is? White eyes and blue eyes. While Genshi was looking at the three people, Uchiha Gen was also looking at everyone in Kirigakure. This is a good opportunity to get a look. Do you want to snatch it now? If I read it correctly, your eye should be Mangaku Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, who is famous in the ninja world, right? In addition to Uchiha Gen, the strongest of the Uchiha clan, there is also Uchiha Obito, who was the one who attacked Konoha during the Nine Tails Rebellion. With this kind of eyes, we Kirigakure have never had any contact with the Uchiha clan. Even on the battlefield, Konoha will not send the Uchiha clan, which is famous for fire style, to fight against us Kirigakure. So, are you the defected Uchiha Obito? The so-called Akatsuki Chinglong is just your codename, but I didn't expect you to actually join Rain Shinobi Village. Due to the unequal information between the two parties, and Uchiha Gen's confusion from the beginning, Genshi's reasoning completely deviated from reality. Konoha? Konoha without Lin is no longer worthy of my nostalgia. Uchiha Obito is dead, and now there is only the Azure Dragon of Akatsuki. Since the other party is so cooperative, Uchiha Yuen will not expose it stupidly, and just meets Yuen. The teacher's words continue below. Then things are clear. Do you want to control the 4th generation project and continue to repeat what you did in Konoha? The Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha was also controlled by your Rain Shinobi Village behind the scenes. Yuen the teacher continued to talk while waiting for more mist ninjas to come to support. It seems that things can't get better today. If Kirigakure is not good, he may make the same mistake as Konoha. No, even worse than Konoha. It will eventually happen. The current Kirigakure does not have the strong man like Uchiha Gen who can turn the tide. Don't talk nonsense to him, this old guy is just trying to delay time. Namikaze Minato warned. Well, I'll leave it to you, 4th Mizukage-sama. I have more important things to do, so let's leave these minions like Mist Shinobi to Yagura, who has been manipulated by himself. No, stop him quickly. 4th generation master is being controlled. Water style big explosive water wave. It took him a while to say it, but he said it quickly. Yagura was worthy of being a Jinchuriki. The amount of chakra was so much that the entire room was flooded by water style in an instant. Damn it, you're crazy. Should a large area of water style be used in this kind of place? The scene suddenly got out of control. The entire Mizukage building was overwhelmed by the majestic and turbulent water style. Uchiha Yuen and 3 others took the opportunity to break out of the siege. Chinglong, it's time to go. Namikaze Minato hugged Uchiha Obito with one hand and held Jonin with the other. Ju Feng urged him to look at Uchiha Yuen. Wait a moment, I have something else to do. Uchihagen took advantage of the chaos and quickly used Mangaku to search for Byakugan Ching's location. Found it. His target is actually me? No, it's a white eye. Ching, who had white eyes, instantly noticed the Azure Dragon of Akatsuki rushing towards him. Damn it, I will never let you succeed. Ching knew that he was no match for the Azure Dragon of Akatsuki. The companions around him were already overwhelmed by 4th Mizukage's indiscriminate attacks. There would definitely be no reinforcements to support him. However, even if I die, you don't even want to get the Byakugan. This Byakugan belongs to us Kirigakure. Thinking of this, Aowen secretly prepared to activate the Byakugan seal that was set in advance to face this situation. Naive, under these eyes of mine, all your resistance will be in vain. Activate the hypnosis spell equivalent to tens of millions. Byakugan has a certain resistance to illusions, just in case, even if the opponent even minor characters like Byakugan Ao and Uchiha Gen had to use hypnosis with all their strength. It's just rubble, not even half as good as mine. You still want to show off your strength? Bring it to you. Under the effect of the ultimate hypnosis technique, Bai Yanking took the initiative to hand over his Byakugan without triggering any seals in the process. With this white eye, I might be able to embark on a different 6 paths path, and have another backup plan. Well done, Seiryu, let's go. Namikaze Minato was very excited when he saw that Uchihagen had snatched back the Byakugan that the village had lost. The Hyuga clan was in a lot of trouble because of this clan Byakugan, and Konoha was all over it. A special operations team was dispatched, but unfortunately Kirigakure inspected the Byakugan too strictly, so that the Byakugan has not yet been recovered. If Yuen Jun hadn't seized the opportunity and made a timely move today, he probably wouldn't have known when he would be able to retrieve this Byakugan. Okay, everything is done. Prepare to evacuate. Uchihagen came to Minato's side in an instant. The moment his hand touched Minato, the 4 of them disappeared with a swipe. As for whether this flying thunder god ninjutsu will reveal its secrets, Namikaze Minato is not the only one who knows space ninjutsu, right? It is rumored that Uchiha Obito is capable of weird spacetime ninjutsu, not to mention that the 4th Mizukage Yagura has begun to transform into a tailed beast, and it is too late to dodge the tailed beast bomb. Who has the heart to pay attention to this? Damn it, Rain Shinobi Village, you are asking for your own death. Yuanshi's heart-wrenching roar came from the distance. Quickly, organize the people to evacuate quickly, and call the people from the sealing team. Now Mizukage went berserk and only Yuanshi, the highest-ranking person at the scene, came to take command. Simply because everyone recognized the prestige of Master Yuan, no trouble occurred at this critical moment. Master Genshi, people from all the major families have arrived, but the Kagaya family is the only one left without any movement. Karamizu, the captain of the Mist Shinobi Assassination Unit, stepped forward to report. Kagaya family? It's too late to calm down. Forget it, I can't control that much. Let's subdue the fourth Mizukage first and then talk about other things. Kirigakure has always had a free-range attitude towards the unstable factors of the Kagaya family. At the same time, the four people who had returned to Konoha had a dispute. Source: the Byakugan belongs to the Hayaga family, we should return it. Otherwise the Hayaga family will not give up. Namikaze Minato did not expect that Uchiha Source actually wanted to take the Byakugan as his own. What us? Who followed you and us? The Byakugan was a trophy that I grabbed myself. Why should I return it to the Hayaga clan? If they had the ability, why didn't they just go to Kirigakure and snatch the Byakugan back? Now it's in my hands. It's impossible for me to hand it over. Are you kidding? Can I hand over what I finally got? Do you really not regard yourself as an outsider? I don't have a Konoha organization. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God, I wouldn't have intervened in this mission. Now you want me to give you a blank look? Namikaze Minato, you really don't know who the king is? Namikaze Minato is so angry that he can't beat him again and again. If he really wants to fall out, Konoha may not be able to bear it. Forget it, he can only temporarily stabilize the source of Uchiha, but Jufang still needs to give instructions. Bien. Things in Uchiha Yuen's hands must not be exposed. Otherwise, when the Hayaga clan comes to visit, he will no longer be human inside and out. Moreover, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hayaga clan is not good to begin with. If this incident becomes a trigger, then the entire Konoha will not be able to live in peace. Okay, you don't have to return the Byakugan, but you can't take it out and use it, let alone let the Hayaga clan know that you have the Byakugan. This is my bottom line. If you don't even agree with this, then Flying Thunder God technique, I'm sorry I can't give it to you. Namikaze Minato, who has always cherished his reputation and personality, now has to threaten to break the contract for the sake of stability in Konoha. I can promise you this. After all, I don't want a conflict with the Hayaga clan. But now that I have Byakugan, it's time to find an opportunity to make up for the Hayaga clan's night lessons. After all, Tenseigan is a good thing. The road to Rinnegan may not be successful if it is stuck on Hashirama cells, but Tenseigan does not have so many bells and whistles. There are two direct methods. The first is to fuse a large number of Byakugan, and the second is to a power that combines the blood of the Moon Atsutsuki and the Hayaga clan. The second option can be ruled out directly. After all, I don't know the way to the moon. It is mentioned in the original book that it should be under a pool in a waterfall in the land of fire. But the problem is that there are many known waterfalls in the fire country, and there are also many unknown waterfalls. How can I have so much time to check them all? I guess Kagaya will be resurrected after I find out. As for the first method of merging a large number of Byakugan, I would naturally not be crazy about trying to detain the Hayaga clan. After all, with the number of Hayaga clan in the ninja world, even if they are added together, they may not be able to make a Tenseigan, not to mention that the Hayaga clan still has those who can destroy the Byakugan. Caged bird, the only Byakugan that can really be obtained is that part of the clan, so the number of Byakugan in the ninja world is even less. In that case, here are the notes that Flying Thunder God technique and I have studied over the years. Regarding the Byakugan matter, I hope Minamoto-kun will do what he says, even if it is for the sake of the Uchiha clan, and for the sake of Hayakura and Korone. Namikaze Minato took out of the scroll and a notebook, looked at Uchiha Yuan with meaning. You know everything? And Ui Mahon, who is the director? When he started talking about Uchiha Yuan didn't take it too seriously. When he mentioned Yakang, he just frowned, but Yakang and Korone combined. The amount of information is terrifying. I don't know yet, Minister Zhenhong. I heard Kakashi mention it last time, and with the relationship between Kushina and Hagura-chan, I realized that you are this kind of person, Gen-kun. Namikaze Minato had a little disdain in his eyes. Kakashi is such a big mouth. Why did he even report such a trivial matter to you? You should be more careful next time. It must have been the time when I went to the izakaya that I was bumped into by Kakashi. I thought it was not a big deal, but unexpectedly, in the original work, Kakashi doesn't look like such a troubled person. I just made a mistake that all men in the world make. By the way, you haven't mentioned this to Kushina, have you? Uchiha Yuan is still a little timid in the face of this kind of thing. After all, opening a harem is not, it cannot be solved by force. That's not true. I, Namikaze Minato, have never been the kind of troublesome person. If I tell Kushina, her character will definitely make Yakura trouble you, and she will probably make a big fuss. Yuan Jun, you don't want Yakang to know about your relationship with Kurane, right? Namikaze Minato seemed to be a reminder, but in fact it was a threat. Okay, I understand. I will never let the Hyaga clan know about the Byakugan. I didn't expect that I would also be threatened. It seems that the plan to control the Snow Country, become a daimyo, and open a harem is a good idea. Speeding up, but why did Namikaze Minato's tone just now sound so familiar? Not planning to stay any longer, Uchiha hurriedly took the scroll and notes from Namikaze Minato's hand and slammed the door. Yuan, don't blame me, everything is for Konoha. Looking at Uchiha gang leaving, Namikaze Minato calmed down and it was time to go see Obito. Squeak! Amidst the harsh sound of the door opening, Namikaze Minato appeared in the special dungeon where Obito was imprisoned, wearing a god robe. Ha! This chakra? Hee, it's you here, teacher. Just in case, the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan on Uchiha Obito has been removed. But even if he doesn't open his eyes to see the person in front of him, Obito will never forget his teacher's chakra. Obito, everyone thought you were dead since that battle. I never thought that we would meet again in this situation. Do you know how heartbroken Kakashi was when he found out about your situation? Obito, what's wrong with you? What happened to time? Why did you get together with Uchiha Madara? Although he already knew the general information from Uchiha's source, Namikaze Minato still wanted to know more detailed details from Obito. After all, Obito is his disciple. Coupled with Kakashi and Kushina's entrustment, if there is no way to save Obito now, with Obito's wood style and Mangekyo, Obito will probably be dissected by the elders. This is an outcome I don't want to see. It was me, a teacher, who failed to arrive in time, which put you and Kakashi in a desperate situation. But this time, Obito, I will never let anything happen to you again, even at the risk of my Hokage position. This is my promise to Kushina and Kakashi. Haha, Mr. Minato, what's the point of asking these questions now? I've done everything I should and shouldn't do. For a person like me, no matter how honest or lenient I am, I can't escape the sanctions of the village, right? Things have developed like this. The situation, this is something Uchiha Obito did not expect. Is that guy Uchiha's eye power so terrifying? It's simply scarier than when he faced Madara. A loud slap hit Obito's normal face. Obito, who do you think you are living for? Your life is not just your own. Do you know how worried Kakashi is about you? Do you know how heartbroken Kushina was when she found out your identity? Do you know how much concessions it took for me as the fourth Hokage to handle your matter personally? Right now, at this moment, Kakashi is still waiting for your judgment outside. Namikaze Minato made a rare initiative. The fire is coming. I am no longer worthy of Sister Kushina. I was sorry for Sister Kushina in that incident. As for Kakashi, I saw him kill Lin with my own eyes. He promised me to take care of her at the beginning. He's so kind to Lin, but he just stabbed Lin's chest with a chidori in front of my eyes. I will never forgive him for this kind of guy. Obito became more excited and crazier as he talked. Obito, regarding the matter between you and Uchiha Madara, I also got a rough idea from Minamoto. Regarding the matter between Lin and Kakashi, it was a complete misunderstanding. It was Lin who took the initiative to protect Konoha and bumped into Kakashi's hand. Kakashi himself blames himself for this matter. No one wants this kind of thing, and the manipulator behind this matter is Uchiha Madara. Everything is to let you activate Mangekyo Sharingan so that he can execute his project Tsuki-no-Mi. In order to convince Obito, Namikaze Minato had to work hard to persuade and tell Obito everything he heard from Uchiha's source. Uchiha Madara? Really? He is the only one. After all, no one knows the Uchiha clan Mangekyo's eye opening method better than him. Although I have already made some guesses, I still feel inexplicably sad now that I know about it. Kakashi, Lin, and I originally he has been targeted by strong men like Uchiha Madara for a long time. It seems that the outcome will not change much if the teacher intervenes at the beginning. Everything is already doomed. The blackened Obito is no longer the innocent and naive person before. He was still somewhat doubtful about Lin's death. Obito, come back, change your identity and return to Konoha. Kushina, Kakashi, and I are doing our best, even if it's not for myself, even if it's for Kushina and Kakashi. Namikaze Minato persuaded with earnest words. Ha, 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I lived these 3 years? Do you know? Obito was a little hysterical. That's enough, Obito, I know it was my responsibility when you failed to protect Linear. I have been feeling guilty all these years. Every time I see my hands, I think of Lin's appearance when she died. I don't even dare to face the present. Myself, this is all my fault. If you want to blame, just blame me. This has nothing to do with Teacher Minato and Sister Kushina. People like me no longer deserve to live in this world. Someone really needs to deal with it. I am responsible for this matter, not you. Obito, I'm sorry. I will personally apologize to Lin for what happened back then. Teacher Minato, Obito has already asked you to take care of me. At this time, Kakashi outside the door suddenly rushed out regardless of the stop. He came in and looked at Obito excitedly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a harsh chirping of Chidori sounded. Kakashi was planning to commit suicide in the same way Lin did back then. Stop! Kakashi Namikaze Minato is indeed known as the Yellow Man in the ninja world. His speed is not ordinary. Even facing a ninjutsu like Chidori, which is famous for its speed, he can stop Kakashi before he commits suicide. Obito, are you still stubborn? Even if it's for Kakashi. You have already lost Lin, do you still want to watch Kakashi go with Lin? Namikaze Minato shouted angrily. The reason why Kakashi was not allowed to come in was because he was afraid of appearing. In this situation, I didn't expect that Kakashi would come in without hesitation. Now the situation is somewhat beyond his control. Obito pursed his lips and remained silent. Tick-tock, Kakashi's shoulder began to seep blood, and the blood dripping in the dark dungeon had a fishy smell, which made it look particularly eerie. Kakashi, forget it, I'll just cooperate with you. In the end, Obito still has a place for Kakashi in his heart. After all, Kakashi has threatened to die. He can't just watch Kakashi reunite with linear advertisement. What good things are you thinking about? Lin, she is mine. Phew, it's done. The next step is to confront Obito with his confession and deal with those high-level officials with sinister intentions. Namikaze Minato is somewhat aware of Konoha's senior management's obsession with style. After all, he has been a Hokage for so long. Although he doesn't support things like style research and experiments, he can't stand the way it involves too much. Well, it's not like he, the fourth Hokage, can stop it if he wants to. Just saying the research plan established by Master Tobirama of second generation can make him so angry that he doesn't know how to speak out. After all, even his younger brother, the second generation, who is the first generation of the Senju clan, supports this plan, so what can he say? However, even if he does not express any opinion on Style's plan, anyone who wants to touch Obito must pass his own test first. Obito, what you have done is not small, but it is not big at all. Although Nine Tails was released, thanks to Uchihagen's action, it did not cause many casualties. Regarding this matter, I hope that you can put the responsibility on Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara is a Shura in the ninja world. With his illusion skills, it is quite easy to control you to invade Konoha. Namikaze Minato did not expect this excuse to convince Konoha's senior officials, but at least it can shirk responsibility on the surface and allow Obito to return to Konoha with a clean identity. Namikaze Minato was mentally prepared for the next reaction from the top management. Even if he fell out with the top management, he was no longer the same as when he first took the position. Nine Tails, Kushina, the Uchiha clan and a large number of civilian ninjas were all standing in front of him. On his own side, Umbu has also planned several teams in Kakashi's hands during this period. The Hyuga clan is neutral, and Inoshikacho is only loyal to the current Hokage. Coupled with the support of his teacher Jiraiya and his two teammates, well, Orochimaru Senpai participated in that experiment, and they may have a handle on it. They probably won't be on his side, but it's okay, as long as he joins forces at the moment. The third generation currently has no guts to fall out with itself. Obito, it's really great that you can come back. Kakashi, a big mouth, cried excitedly when he saw the result. You stinky guy, what's there to cry about? What? You want Uchiha Obito to change his identity and join Umbu? Minato, are you crazy? He is a traitor to Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was indifferent to emotions and anger, couldn't help but smile when he heard Namikaze Minato's words. Angry look. Yes, Uchiha Obito did that to Konoha. Even if you don't punish him, you actually want to transfer him to Umbu. Minato, what do you think? Udaten Kohara really can't figure out Namikaze Minato's brain circuit. Minato, you can't abandon public affairs because of personal feelings. Konoha is everyone's Konoha. Elder Mito Kato Homura reminded meaningfully. Obviously, Obito is still the hero of Konoha. As for the last Nine Tails rebellion, it was completely controlled by Uchiha Madara. Obito is also a victim. Namikaze Minato had already anticipated the third Hokage's attitude and took advantage of the situation. He was prevaricating with the words he had thought of. You Minato, I know Uchiha Obito used to be your subordinate, but it concerns the safety of Konoha. As the fourth Hokage, you can't act on your impulse. After all, the current Namikaze Minato is no longer the same as when he first came to power. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. The tone is not as strong as before. Third generation lord, I did this after careful consideration. It is a good thing for Konoha that Obito joins Umbu. Based on the thoughts of you and Elder Yan, do you think the Uchiha clan will not take back Obito's body? Under the guise of obtaining Obito's Mangekyo and with style, Namikaze Minato directly pointed out the sinister intentions of third generation and added the pros and cons this. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, what Minato said made sense. If the Uchiha clan really wanted to use this as an excuse to cause trouble, he would really be unreasonable. You can't confiscate Uchiha Obito's body blatantly, right? The other ninja clan in Konoha are still watching. Even when Danzo was in power, they didn't dare to be so unscrupulous. What's more, I don't have Danzo's black glove to take the blame. Although Yen has now taken over the dirty work of the roots, with his mediocre personality, it is probably impossible for him to do such things. If it were Danzo, he would probably not even have to ask himself, he would be so stupid. Rushed up and bit someone. Alas, when will Danzo's mental illness be cured? I haven't seen him for half a year. I miss him. If we follow your previous ideas, not only will we not be able to protect Obito's with style and mangaku sharingan, but we may also allow the Uchiha clan to reap the benefits. At that time, the Uchiha clan will use the excuse of the clan members to collect the corpses plus Uchiha Gen's powerful strength. How should you guys deal with it? Facing these stubborn people, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to take advantage of Uchiha's tiger skin. After all, having known each other for such a long time, he could clearly see the attitudes of the elders in front of him towards the Uchiha clan. If this is the case, then why not use the Uchiha clan to check and balance these few? But if we change our thinking and follow the plan I gave, not only will we not lose with style and mangaku sharingan, but we will also get a big boost. I believe that you have already experienced the strength of Uchihagen's mangaku. Now is a good opportunity in front of us. As long as Obito clears his identity and joins Umbu, we will not only get with style, but also mangaku sharingan. At the same time, we don't have to be afraid of Uchiha's source like before. What do you think? What's there to object to? Namikaze Minato worked hard to draw the cake. But, having said that, can you guarantee that Uchiha Obito won't have other ideas? You must know that he has the space pupil technique, and we finally caught him. If he runs away, we will have to do it next time. It will probably be harder to catch him. Mito Kato Homura was still hesitant. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of cigarette, frowned and lowered his head in silence. Uchiha Obito invaded Konoha and released the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. This is obvious to all. Although you used Uchiha Madara as a shield, Minato, at most we will not pursue the case, but those people who have been persecuted by Nine-Tails will not understand. These. Unit Kohara didn't worry about what other ideas Obito had, but even if Uchiha Obito really changed his ways, could he withstand the strange eyes of those Konoha people? Under the circumstances mentioned by Wanfu, can Uchiha Obito guarantee that he will not have other thoughts of defecting? It is estimated that even if Uchiha Obito himself does not want to defect, he will be forced to defect by the people who have been persecuted by Nine-Tails. The elder who has transferred to the dormitory can rest assured. After all, Obito was wearing a mask that night, and no one knew what Uchiha Obito looked like. Moreover, Obito is now disfigured. In addition, Obito will be working in Umbu from now on and will rarely show his face. Even when going out, people are given their code names, so there is no such thing as the situation that the elders are worried about. Namikaze Minato has already made all arrangements for this kind of thing. Besides, I have already thought of a way to deal with Uchiha Obito defecting again. I set the Flying Thunder God mark on Obito. No matter where he escapes, I can find him instantly. And since we can catch him once, of course there is a way to catch him a second time. Namikaze Minato is extremely confident in this. At worst, he will ask Uchiha Gen to take action. If a bunch of fog ninjas hadn't killed him halfway this time, he would have been able to take Obito in minutes. Came back. As long as Gen Uchiha helps, it doesn't matter how many times Obito runs away. What's more, I also believe that Obito is sincerely repenting this time. As a teacher, shouldn't he trust his disciples? With Obito's bond with Kakashi, it is not difficult to retain Obito. Of course, the premise is that these elders do not interfere with it. Now that you have a plan, just follow what you said, Minato. Rather than taking advantage of the Uchiha family, it would be better to let Obito change his identity and stay in Umbu. At least Umbu can still be regarded as one of his own. It just so happens that Shisui hasn't grown up yet, and with Uchiha Obito in the middle as a buffer, I believe Uchiha Gen's arrogant temper will be tempered a little. The two elders looked at each other with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally reluctantly agreed to Namikaze Minato's proposal. In that case, now I officially appoint Uchiha Obito as a member of Umbu's third team in the name of 4th Hokage, under the jurisdiction of team leader Kakashi, codenamed Crow. Namikaze Minato took out the appointment letter that had been prepared from under the table and signed it to Hokage in public seal. Yes, Lord 4th Generation. At this time, Uchiha Obito wearing an Umbu mask also walked out of the darkness. There's nothing wrong, so we'll leave first. None of them had any interest in Uchiha Obito's appointment, let alone trying to win over Obito. After all, Obito is not at Uchiha Shisui's age. Judging from Obito's previous style, now it is almost impossible to brainwash Obito, and only Namikaze Minato, who relies on childhood bonds, can lock Obito to work for him. If it were people like myself, Obito would have rebelled and run away in a matter of seconds. Although he was very greedy for wood style and mangaku sharingan, after all, the Uchiha clan was eyeing him outside, and Namikaze Minato was personally guaranteeing it, so the matter could only be left alone. The Uchiha clan, the Minamoto family's residents, how to operate this white eye. You can't just dig an eye socket on your forehead and install it yourself? That would be too uncomfortable. Looking at the white eyeball that had been put into the container, Uchiha Yuen couldn't help but for a moment know what to do. After all, both of my eyes are quite useful. The grace of the left eye and the transmission of pupil power all depend on it. Without it, Tsukuyomi of the right eye, how will I be able to cope with the increasing number of harems in the future? What's more, he has to use it to cast izanagi. Without izanaga by my side, I always felt insecure. Forget it, let's promote this Byakugan to Tenseigan first. Let's try first to see if Sharingan's pupil power can be used universally with Byakugan's pupil power. If not, then we can only restart the night class plan. Buzz as a large amount of pupil power was transmitted into the white eye in front of him, a trace of light slowly emitted from the white eye. Change? It seems possible, and I think so. After all, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. To put it bluntly, the energy of eye power is just the embodiment of eyes in spiritual power. A 92 car with 95 gas will still be the same. Still able to run. Continue to enter the pupil force to increase the dose in the blink of an eye. 5 million pupil power values have been transferred into it. If this were placed on Sharingan, it would already be considered the physical level of eternal mangaku Sharingan. Continue to input. When the pupil power reaches 6 million, the white eyes in the hand finally undergo a qualitative change. This is? What? The two Tenseigans in the original work are not in this form either. Is this upgraded caused by taking the wrong medicine? No, this image looks a bit familiar. Is this Jinjian? Unburned pass. That's not right. This eye is slightly different from Uzumaki Boruto's pure eye. Uzumaki Boruto's pure eye is almost white and slightly transparent. Although this pure eye is also transparent, it doesn't have any white color. If you can't feel the pupil and the slight layering between the whites of the eyes, judging from the appearance alone, there is no pupil at all on this eye, and the whole eye is covered with whites. It looks like a fish ball. If it were put into the eye socket, it would probably look like the eye shape on the female saint's mask. This should be regarded as another kind of clean eye, right? After all, the origin of Uzumaki Boruto's pure eye is also explained in the original work. The reason why Uzumaki Boruto can awaken the pure eye is entirely because his father, Uzumaki Naruto, inherited the sage body of Sage of Six Paths, and his mother, Hyuga Hinata, inherited the Sage of Six Paths, his brother's pure eye role. Now, the 6 million pure pupil power of the Uchiha clan that I have input can be regarded as a representative of the power of the immortal eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, plus the high purity white eye of the Hyuga clan in my hand. This, unintentionally hit the necessary conditions for the birth of Jinjian. So this one is the pure eye? Although it is somewhat different from Uzumaki Boruto's eye cleanser, according to the formula, this is undoubtedly an eye cleanser. However, it may be because the formula steps are a bit off, and there is a clear difference in appearance between my own product and the one from Uzumaki Boruto. I just don't know if the inner abilities are the same. Although the energy level of Uzumaki Boruto's pure eye in the original book is very high, it is estimated that it may be on the same level as the Otsutsuki Rinnegan from Tenge, or even have a higher potential. But it is obvious that Uzumaki Boruto's pure eye is only in the preliminary development stage. At the beginning, it only has the ability to make ninjutsu hollow and see through time and space ninjutsu. By the way, it also has the ability close to the Byakugan, the Byakugan vision colorization. As we all know, the colors in the Byakugan's perspective vision are black and white, but Uzumaki Boruto's pure eye fully possesses and amplifies the original ability of the Byakugan, and also has an additional color vision. This is a magical skill for perverts, but unfortunately Uzumaki Boruto didn't take it seriously, just like you and me who only focused on watching monkeys back then. Although the specific capabilities of this pure eye are not yet known, with its current appearance, there is no need to worry about the Hyuga clan coming to visit. After all, even the Hyuga clan themselves have never seen the pure eye, so they can openly wander around in front of the Hyuga clan with the pure eye open, without having to worry about the promises made by Namikaze Minato. But it's not that simple to use this pure eye. Although the world of Hokage is also known as the Eye Legend, and the original characters even use the eyes, it is obvious that I do not have this ability at the moment. He doesn't even knowing any medical ninjutsu, let alone such a difficult operation as eye transplantation, who would dare to believe that in the previous life, under the physical therapy conditions on the battlefield, Nohara Lin, a little girl of 12 or 13 years old, could actually successfully complete the eye transplant surgery. That is to say, in an extraordinary world like Chakra, in this world, without a group of high-precision instruments and an eye surgeon with more than 10 years of experience, who would dare to take on such an eye transplant job? However, it seems that no one I know is a grandmaster medical ninja. It seems a bit unsafe for outsiders to operate something like the cleansing eye. In the original work, Hongjong seems to know some medical ninjutsu, but she should not be as grandmaster as Nohara Rin. After all, Hongjong has always followed the illusion route, although her illusions are also very good. If that doesn't work, let hypnosis, a medical ninja, help with the transplant. But before that, go to Hongjong and ask. After cleaning up casually, Uchiha Yuan walked out of the house without even having lunch. After all, Yakura eats at Mikato's house now, and she usually deals with things outside. She can't let Yakura, a pregnant woman, come to eat. As for the things I made, I really can't talk about it. I'm just looking for red sauce now, so let's try the red sauce's craftsmanship. The streets of Konoha are as bustling as ever. More than a year has passed since the Nine Tails Rebellion. People are always forgetful. Since Naruto is the biological son of fourth Hokage, naturally no one dares to blame the Nine Tails disaster like in the original book. On Naruto, otherwise with Uzumaki Kushina's little bratty temper, the whole of Konoha would probably be in turmoil. That is, Hayaga Hisashi? The person he is holding in his hand should be Hayaga Niji, one of the 12 strongest men in Konoha. Although Hayaga Hisashi and Hayaga Hayashi are twins, their identities can be clearly distinguished from the caged bird on their foreheads. The one with his forehead deliberately wrapped in a bandage is undoubtedly Hisashi. Unlike his father Hayaga Hisashi, Hayaga Niji does not have any seals on his forehead, but if you think about it, Hayaga Niji is only a little over 2 years old and is not yet old enough to have a caged bird seal. My original plan was to create a Byakugan and advance to the 6 paths level by upgrading Tenseigan, but something unexpected happened and I created a Pure Eye. Although it can be seen from the few words in Unburnt Den that the potential of the Pure Eye is very high, but judging from Uzumaki Boruto's performance, the Pure Eye does not seem to be powerful. If he wants to rely on this unknown Pure Eye to reach 6 at the paths level, I don't know if I'll have to wait until the end of the Year of the Monkey. It's better to continue to try the Tenseigan route. After all, there are only a few roads leading to the 6 paths level. The Sage of 6 Paths is too complex and difficult to follow, and it is too difficult to gather tailed beasts to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. It is almost impossible to succeed, and the road to 8 Gate Guy is too tiring. Even if I start training like Guy from now on, when Kagayaheim comes, I may not be able to drive 8 Gate and play 6 Paths Madara like Guy. After all, Guy has been training since he was a child. As a middle-aged person, he will not be able to compete when the time comes. At most, he is a little better than Xiaoli in the original work, not to mention that he knows his own situation well. If I had Guy's perseverance, I would have done anything in my previous life without becoming a 996 programmer. Guy's kind of guy would run hundreds of laps and do thousands of push UPS at every turn. After doing this for several years, the mud has turned into steel. The strong one is Guy, not 8 inner gates. There is some truth to this statement. After using the above elimination methods, the only 6 paths promotion route left for me, an ordinary slacker, is the Immortal Technique, Tenseigan, and an unknown Pure Eye. Of the three, Tenseigan is undoubtedly the most stable. Jinjian is a bit of a gamble. Senjutsu seems to have higher requirements for the mind, but it should also be inherited. It is obvious that Mount Mayaboku's Senjutsu requires the mentality of Jiraiya and Naruto. Even if it doesn't work, you have to be like Namikaze Minato. However, Ryokai Cave's Senjutsu is a bit confusing. Orochimaru's mentality cannot be practiced, but is there any difference between a person like Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru? Yakushi Kabuto can practice Ryokai Cave's Senjutsu, which shows that Ryokai Cave's Senjutsu should not have the same character and mentality requirements as Mount Mayaboku. He may be able to obtain magic through Ryokai Cave, but this is all just speculation. At that time, he will have to trouble Uncle Snake. The matter of magic cannot be rushed, and at least Yakura and the others must ensure that they have some self-protection. With this strength, he can safely go to Ryokai Cave to practice celestial arts. Otherwise, he would go there for several months, and yet Kang would still be pregnant with his child, and he might even miss the birth of his own child. Now that the celestial arts are on hold, the Pure Eye has been obtained, only the Tenseigan is left. If you want to get the Tenseigan, you must have a Byakugan. The Hayaga clan's protection of the clan is simply to the point of pervert, not to mention that this is still Konoha, and I want to remain silent. It's almost impossible to get a pair of blank eyes. Of course, if I just go ahead and grab it without any hesitation, I will get a lot of supercilious looks, but then I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. I will probably be hunted by all the countries in the ninja world, and even my confidant. Both you and your children will be threatened with kidnapping. The price is too high and not worth it. What's more, the Byakugan snatched like this is just an ordinary Byakugan. After this operation, Tenseigan's plan was immediately aborted. There are probably not many people in the Hayaga family who have done this, let alone those who can absorb the pupil power. At the moment, Hayaga Niji is a good starting point. His bloodline is pure enough and he has not been engraved with caged bird. The only downside is that the sequelae after taking action are a bit serious. After all, Hayaga Niji doesn't want Kirigakure's clan's Byakugan. He is a living male of the Hyaga clan. If he is kidnapped and taken back to be a stud, there will definitely be a lot of Byakugan owners in more than 10 years. This is absolutely unacceptable to the Hyaga clan, and its severity is 100 times more serious than the subsequent Hinata kidnapping case. If he tied up Hyaga Niji, the whole of Konoha would probably explode. In addition, the only thing that happened recently about the Byakugan was the Byakugan that he had obtained in Kirigakure. Namikaze Minato could think of it with just a little thought, and he might have done it himself. After thinking about it this way, Tenseigan's plan is going to go bankrupt. He died before the start of the battle, directly extinguishing his hope of obtaining Tenseigan from the source. Any major event related to the Byakugan, Namikaze Minato may think of yourself. This, Master Hisashi, the patriarch has invited you. A slightly charming call from the front interrupted Uchiha Yuen's contemplation. Another Hyaga branch house? She is slightly younger than Ben-chan, and she seems to be the good-looking Hyaga Hanabi maid in the original work? What's it called? Hyaga Summer? It seems to be this name. The branch house is not worth mentioning. The main thing now is to find a way to get the clan's eyes. Hyaga Niji cannot be touched. Let's see if Hinata-chan will be kidnapped in a few years. If it continues to develop as in the original work, I will stop halfway when the time comes, not to mention kidnapping Hinata, but just take one of Hinata's white eyes along the way. Even if the Hyaga clan wants to pursue it at that time, they can at most go to Reian village instead of suspecting themselves. As for whether this will cause harm to the crown princess in the original work, there is no need to worry at all. The Uchiha clan has pre-existing sharingan, but the Hyaga clan does not have pre-existing Byakugan. When the time comes, just take out one of the pre-stored Byakugan and put it on little Hinata. What's more, now that he appears, Hinata-chan doesn't necessarily belong to whom, and by the way, there is Hanabi. After all, he has the immortality technique of reincarnation, and age is no longer a generation gap between the two parties. If you do this, you will get a supercilious look, but Hinata will not lose much. At most, you can find a way to compensate Akatsuki Hinata in the future. In other words, even if the Uchiha clan uses their own deceptive eye-opening method, if they want to open Mangekyo, they still have to rely on their personal qualifications, emotional ties, and age buffer. The Byakugan of the Hyaga clan seems to have no such worries at all. When the time comes, he will give the Hyaga clan more than a dozen night lessons, and he will probably be able to make up a few pairs of Tenseigan. With this calculation, the feasibility of this matter is quite high, but the problem is that I am not familiar with the Hyaga clan. I really can't do this kind of thing of benefiting the enemy and benefiting others. It would be easier if I had a woman, but with the relationship between the Hyaga clan and the Uchiha clan, if I do it like this. It is estimated that after becoming stronger, the Hyaga clan immediately drove a few pairs of Tenseigan to grab their own Mangekyo. After all, the ability of Mangekyo's pupil power transmission played a crucial role in the mass production of Tenseigan. In that situation, no matter how good the relationship between you and the Hyaga clan is, you can't stop the greed of the Hyaga clan. In the end, the only result is that the few pairs of Tenseigan you made yourself will be used by the Hyaga clan to attack you. Therefore, even if Kagayaheim comes, it is impossible for him to do such altruistic and stupid things just to stop Kagaya. But this matter has fallen into an endless loop. If I don't do this, no matter how much Hyaga power I have, I can only synthesize the Tenseigan I got from Hinata-chan. There is simply no place to use the money. It's a pity that in previous lives, the capitalists had a sense that they couldn't even distribute the milk to the poor. Forget it, I don't care if I fail in the future, let's save up my Byakugan strength first, and start the night class operation tonight, and it will be a year later when Hinata is kidnapped. With this year's accumulation of pupil power, I estimate that I can directly upgrade my Byakugan to Tenseigan on the spot. If the plan goes well, 1 year later, it will be the time for me to be promoted to 6 paths. Thinking of this, Uchihagen felt a little wandering while walking. He ignored Hyaga Hisashi and his son and walked directly to Hunjiang's house. "Button Benny-chan, are you at home?" With a happy mood, Uchiha Yuen knocked on Ui Hong's door. "Wait a moment, I'll be here." Ui Hong's slightly soft voice came from inside the room. There was a sound of pots and pans being fiddled with, and it seemed that Hong Jiang was cooking. It was a coincidence that he came early, but it was already noon, and it was normal for Hong Jiang to cook at home. After all, not everyone eats out as often as I do. "Yuen, why are you free today?" The door opened from inside the house. Ui Hong rubbed her apron with her hands and welcomed Uchiha Yuen in. "Didn't I just come back from doing some errands with the 4th generation project yesterday? I've been here non-stop today. What are you cooking? Do you want my share?" As he asked Uchiha, Yuen's nose could already smell the kitchen. The fragrance came. "No, Yuen-kun, you didn't say hello in advance. How did people know that you were coming?" Yuli Hong looked at Uchiha Yuen's greedy expression and said something to attack her. If she had known that Yuen-kun was coming, she would have been more prepared. "I still want to get a free lunch from you, Ben-chan." How about you make more and I can wait? Uchiha Yuen hugged Ui Hong and didn't want to let go. Well, okay, I'll prepare some whole grain supplements, which should be enough for the two of us. You sit down and wait for a while. If you're hungry, eat some fruit first. Ui Hong broke away from Uchiha Gen's arms, walking towards the kitchen thinking, well, okay, you go ahead and don't worry about me. Uchiha sat on the chair calmly, picked up a peach on the plate and started to nibble on it. Hao Jian, are you still specializing in illusions now? Ui Hong's talent in illusions cannot be said to be low, but it is not that high. Ding Tian is an elite jonin. If this was placed in the original work, it would be fine. After all, with any luck, Korone Ui will survive until Borutoden. But now because of his intervention, the current plot development has seriously deviated from the original work. As my own woman, it is too unsafe for her to be with the strength of Korone Ui in the original work. You must have at least cage-level strength to have some ability to protect yourself. Yes, because of my father, our family also has a complete inheritance of illusion information. If I take other routes, I may get twice the result with half the effort, and there is no ninjutsu information to support it. Unless I worship others as my teacher, I am not like Anko-chan is so lucky to have Sunan as her teacher, so she can only specialize in her own genjutsu. Korone Ui responded to Uchiha Gen's doubts as she started adding ingredients. Is that so? Then Hongjiang, do you know medical ninjutsu? If Hongjiang had learned medical ninjutsu now, then he wouldn't have to bother controlling other people to transplant his eyes. Medical ninjutsu? Why did Yuen-kun suddenly ask about this? But I really know a little bit about medical ninjutsu. Ui Hong was very confused about Uchiha Yuen's sudden attention to her medical level. Since Tsunade proposed that each team should be equipped with a medical ninja, many people have realized the feasibility of this method. Although the high-level officials did not agree to Tsunade's proposal due to the tense battle situation, privately, who doesn't want to have more points? A chance to survive? If the higher UPS don't agree, then choose someone from your team who is not very powerful to learn from. You don't want to be like Master Tsunade, but you want to be able to stop the bleeding, suture the wound, and distinguish some low-level poisons. There are many people who hold this idea. Nohara Lin of the Kakashi team in the original work is a typical example, and the same is true for the protagonist Harano Sakura of the Naruto team. It can be said that although the higher UPS did not agree, the lower levels have made their own choices for survival. You can choose the whole team's output, or you can choose 2 outputs plus a medical novice support. Obviously, Korone Ui was the medical novice in the team at the beginning. After all, apart from her mediocre illusion skills, Korone Ui's combat power can be said to be relatively poor. If something happens, there is probably no need to count on Korone Ui. Instead of this, it is better for Korone Ui to learn some medical knowledge, so that the whole team will have one more chance to save their lives. Han-chan, what is your so-called little bit? Can you do eye replacement surgery? Uchiha Yuen did not think about keeping his woman a secret. Change your eyes? What's wrong with your eyes, Minamoto-kun? Hearing this, Ui Hong quickly put down what she was doing and ran out of the kitchen. After all, Uchiha Yuen is from the Uchiha clan, and most of his strength is in sharingan. If Minamoto-kun's eyes are broken, if there is a problem, then what a blow he must have suffered. Hey, don't get excited. My eyes are fine. They're fine. There's just a small experiment that requires eye replacement surgery. I can't trust others, so I'm here to ask you. After saying this, Uchiha Yuen also asked Korone Ui. He winked and made a few funny expressions. You guys are really worrying me to death. After confirming that Uchiha Yuen's eyes were fine, Ui Korone breathed a sigh of relief and continued to work in the kitchen. Fortunately, Yuen Jun's eyes were fine, otherwise she wouldn't know how to comfort him. After all, I don't know much about the sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Although I am good at minor surgeries such as eye transplantation, I haven't done it for a long time, so just in case, I may need some time to go to the hospital to learn more. Yuen-kun, if you are not in a hurry, just wait for me. 1 week. Although when I first learned medical ninjutsu, I had practiced the specific steps of organ transplantation, and had gone to Kanoha Hospital with Rin and the others, but after all, that was a long time ago. Facing Minamoto-kun, you have to be in top condition for the surgery. Is that so? Is eye transplantation just a minor surgery? But thinking about the original Nohara Lin, it seems that it is really a minor surgery. No wonder ninjas with or without transplantation experience can use sharingan as soon as it is inserted. It won't be long before I arrive. I can still afford to wait for a week. Hongjiang, please study more and understand more. I may need your help in the future. The purpose of transplanting the pure eye is just to understand the specific capabilities of this eye. In the short term, you still have to rely on Tsukuyomi and Izanagi to ensure your strength. The net eye is more of a dispensable and unexpected product. You can raise it slowly. If it is strong enough, use it as a trump card. If it is not ordinary, just use it as a trump card. Give it to Hongjiang to increase your strength. Okay, Minamoto-kun, get ready to wash your hands and have dinner. Although Yuliko was a little curious about why Uchiha Minamoto wanted to transplant his eyes, since Minamoto didn't say it himself, she didn't ask, and she would know when she should. Will know. Oh, I still like the red sauce's craftsmanship better. I'm tired of eating outside these days. Uchihagen unceremoniously took the rice served by Ui Hong and praised it. If Yuanjun likes it, you can come to my place to eat from now on. Ui Hong is still very happy to be able to cook for the people she likes. She herself has no big ambitions. She usually drinks, goes shopping, and perfunctorily goes to the village for assignments. Task and enjoy life with the people you like. Just come here a few times now and then. If I keep coming here to eat, I'm afraid I'll run into Senior True Red. I'll probably be chased down a few streets by him with a kuno. Haha, my father is not as scary as you said. Yuan-kun, you just don't know my father very well. Ui Hong took it for granted that she took an ordinary father into the role of father-in-law, and had no idea about the relationship between her father and her father-in-law. They are two different concepts. That's what I said, but we should wait until you are older before talking to your father about our matters. By the way, Hongjang, why don't you change the ninja route? After all, the shortcomings of genjutsu ninjas are too obvious. If you go out and do it like this in the future, I don't trust the mission. Uchiha Yuan already has plans in mind for Ui Kurane's development path, but this matter still needs to be discussed with her. Change a different route? Do you think I don't want to? Every time I do a task, I'm always on tenterhooks. I really don't know why I was so envious of those who graduated early when I was in school. Ui Hong herself was also a little troubled. After all, she had a stable life, who could willing to carry out dangerous tasks day and night. Although Kurane Ui does not say that she does not love the village, she is limited by her own strength. Now she has been promoted to a special jonin by Danzo. Nowadays, she rarely takes on tasks at the chinin level like before. Originally, the shortcomings of the genjutsu ninja were more obvious, but now her strength cannot keep up with her special jonin title. That is to say, the war is basically over now, so the pressure on her is not so great. If it were placed in a war period, there would really not be enough manpower for someone special like her. Jonin should sometimes be used as a normal jonin. If such a thing really happened, with the strength of her genjutsu chinin, she would probably have a narrow escape. I know your situation. You are limited by your knowledge of ninjutsu. I have a ninjutsu that is more suitable for you. I will teach you after dinner. No matter how talented Ui Hong is, she will not be able to possess Ixi. For Naki and the reincarnated self, that was nothing. Forbidden techniques such as the spiritualization technique can be learned with just one life. Although Hong Zhang does not have Izanaga's life, she has reincarnated herself. If she dies, he can immediately resurrect her on the spot. If he dies, directly put Izanagi on to revive. Layer after layer, no matter how inferior Hun Jian's qualifications are to Ying, they can't be inferior to him, right? Back then, I had to use the Izanaga more than 200 times to barely learn the spiritualization technique. It just so happened that Ye Kang was pregnant and it was not suitable for him to learn the spiritualization technique. He let Hong Zhang learn it first so as not to remember it altogether later. By the way, there is also the Flying Thunder God technique, which also allows Hong Zhang to try the water. If he can learn it, it will be better. If he can't learn it, it is barely enough to have the Linghua technique by his side. After all, Uchiha Yuan is absolutely sure that Hong Zhang can learn the forbidden technique, which is a Kryptonian technique like Linghua technique. With Linghua technique's red sauce, not to mention Kato Dan in the original work, but it is still comparable to an ordinary jonin. It is not impossible to be comparable to an elite jonin if the operation is performed. If a pure eye is added by then, it is estimated that Hun Jian's strength will not be inferior to that of the members of the Akatsuki organization in the original work. Of course, this is only the initial stage of the single-fingered pure eye. If it is fully developed, no one will know about UI. What level will Red's limit be? But the lowest level should be 6 paths level. Ha! The ninjutsu that suits me? Is it the genjutsu of your Uchiha clan? But is it really okay for Yuan-kun to teach me this way? After all, we are not married yet. No wonder Ui Hong misunderstood. After all, she herself is genjutsu-type ninjas, and the Uchiha clan's genjutsu are also famous in the ninja world. Now that Uchiha Gen mentioned this, Ui Hong subconsciously thought that Uchiha Gen had secretly taught her the Uchiha clan's unique genjutsu. No, it is not the illusion technique of the Uchiha family, but a sole secret technique called Linghua technique. It is a forbidden technique that is unique to the Book of Sealing. It is extremely dangerous to learn, and there is such a high risk of life. We have had Tsunade's lovers since the founding of Konoha. Kato Dan Jonin has learned this technique. Of course, now I have to join him. After saying that, Uchihagen took out the scroll of the spiritualization technique that he copied from his arms and handed it to Ui Kurane. In hand. This is the forbidden technique in the Book of Sealings? Source-kun, is it inappropriate for you to ask me to learn it directly like this? What if Hokage and the others find out? Although she was very eager, Yui Hong still kept it reason. Don't worry, just learn. With my current strength, do I still need to abide by the rules customized by the Hokage? Even if I let them know, they won't do anything. After all, after the strength reaches a certain level, the upper management will have more and more restrictions on ninjas. The lower the level, for ninjas like Sunin, they have the final say on what ninjutsu they want to teach their disciples, and they don't need to care about the opinions of the higher UPS. This kind of thing can be seen from Jiraiya teaching Naruto in the original work. Of course, it may not include the forbidden technique in the Book of Ceilings, but my strength is far better than Sunin, so naturally I don't have to worry so much, and I am not the one who passed on the forbidden technique to other villages. They can at most turn a blind eye to this. Just close one eye. Since he planned to teach Yui Hong Lingua technique, how could Uchiha not consider the attitude of Konoha's top management on this matter? However, as long as the top management of Konoha did not have the strength to fall out with them, they could only endure it. This was also the reason why when they came into contact with the top management of Konoha, they were always ready to lift the table and do something. Because this move is not only easy to use, but it can also set up a good character. Otherwise, you will look like a good old doormat. No matter how strong you are, you will only be a thug in the eyes of Konoha's senior management. They may even think that you are too dangerous as a thug. You have to keep your eyes in their own hands. With the strength of the Uchiha clan in the original work, if they are tough enough, the top management of Konoha really don't dare to do anything to the Uchiha clan. On the surface, all the clans in the village are watching, and they can't take action directly. Secretly, the Uchiha clan has 3 pairs of mangaku sharingan, which is 1 more pair than Madara and Izuna during the Sengoku period. If it were really revealed, the top management of Konoha would probably become a coward. It's a pity that Uchiha has a coward in 2 25-year-olds, and he can destroy it with a hand of bomb cards. As long as a pair of mangaku sharingan is in the hands of the Hawks, it is impossible for the top management of Konoha to directly wipe out Uchiha like in the original work. But, if Lingua technique is really as dangerous as you say, Yui Hong is a person with normal thinking after all, and will not take it for granted like the protagonist in the novel, thinking that others can be successful and they can be successful, but others cannot be. You can still do it yourself. For decades, there were only 2 lucky people in Konoha named Kato Dan, Jonin, and Minamoto-kun. They knew what they were made of. If they tried to learn this rashly, they would probably be badly injured, and they would not even be able to save their lives. It is human nature to be afraid of death, and Yui Hong is certainly no exception. Although Yuanjun is doing it for his own good, forbidden technique like the spiritualization technique may really not be suitable for him. Don't worry, I have naturally considered what you have thought of. I have a way for you to learn the spiritualization technique 100% of the time. For this technique, I have found a shortcut to learn the spiritualization technique without any danger. You but my woman, how could I make fun of your life? Besides, I am a successful example of doing well, so you can rest assured. Seeing Yui Hong's hesitation, Uchiha Yuan instantly understand her concerns. Anyone who wanted to learn the spiritualization technique would have hesitation or even be discouraged. But for Uchiha Gen, the spiritualization technique is the secret technique that is most suitable for him and those around him. Source-kun, is there a shortcut to learn this kind of forbidden technique? These words made Yui Hong's 3 views subverted. Ninjutsu classified as forbidden technique are generally not all better than ordinary ninjutsu. More dangerous and harder to learn? How can we still take shortcuts? Yes, just follow the instructions on the scroll later and leave the rest to me. However, the process may be more troublesome. This depends on your personal talent. Of course, even if your talent is worse, I will do it. I guarantee that you can learn it. After all, there is a shortcut, you know. Uchiha smiled mysteriously and said no more. Shortcut? What kind of shortcut is it? Yuako thought to herself as she looked at Uchiha Yuan, who continued to eat. After dinner, the red bedroom has the same layout as the last time I came here. Red, are you ready? Well, although this is my first time, I will try my best. Okay, the process may be a little painful, you have to be mentally prepared. I know this, let's get started. Yes. Read all the steps on the scroll first. Although we are not afraid of failure, it is better not to make some low-level mistakes. Yui Hong sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the secret scroll of the spiritualization technique that she got from Uchiha Gen, and reading it carefully. Half an hour later, okay, let's officially start. Putting away the scroll, Yui Hong followed the above steps to start forming the seals and running the chakra. Spiritualization technique open. Bang! Yui Hong fell on the bed lifelessly. Well, it seems like it failed, as expected. I have been reincarnated as izanagi open. He fell. She's up. What did I just do? Fail? Thinking about the feeling just now, Yui Hong couldn't help but feel palpitations, as if she was about to die. At this time, the lying Uchiha source suddenly got up, and izanagi took effect. Don't be afraid. Although the feeling is not very good, it will be fine once you get used to it. You won't feel that way after you completely learn the spiritualization technique. The feeling of death is indeed uncomfortable, so in order not to affect Yuri Korone and the progress of the game, Uchiha Yuen did not directly state that feeling, which means that she has died once. Okay, let's continue and try to learn this spiritualization technique as soon as possible. After all, it is a forbidden technique that can be learned 100%. Outsiders who want to learn the forbidden technique may not be able to access it, and even if they can access it, they may not be able to learn how. If you don't seize this opportunity now, Yui Hong will not be able to forgive herself. What's more, Yuen Jun has paid so much for himself, and she must not let him down. Spiritualization technique open. The sunset is red and rushes to the street. Alas, why can't our big family have someone with slightly better talent? What a waste. I have been reincarnated as a izanagi man. Repeatedly until the sunset, Yui Hong didn't learn the spiritualization technique, which directly made her completely autistic. I have been repeating the same action all afternoon, facing the same result. The only progress is that I have become more proficient in the seals and become more resistant to the feeling of death. To put it simply, it's just a dead habit. Yuen Kun, why don't we just forget it? Maybe I'm really not suitable for this kind of forbidden technique. Yui Hong was a little depressed. Whatever is suitable or not, the secret technique that is 100% successful is suitable for everyone. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. When I first learned this technique, I was worse than you are now. Seeing Yuri with Korone in this state, Uchiha Yuen could only use himself as an example to increase her confidence. Is it so difficult to practice this technique with Yuen Kun's talent? It's no wonder that Yui Hong is so surprised. After all, Uchiha Yuen is only 17 years old now and is already the strongest in Konoha. Everyone takes it for granted. Uchiha Gen's talent is extremely high. I didn't expect that he was actually trash. Except for Mangekyo, who evolved during time travel, his own talents were simply unsightly. What is my talent? Do you think my talent is very high? It's not like you didn't see my performance when we were in the ninja school. My talent is below average, even for you. Uchiha heard this. Yui Hong was immediately speechless after saying this. It sounds like that, but Yuen Kun should be the kind of person who blooms late. After all, he is his own man, and Yui Hong is quite good at caring about his man's face. Okay, let's not say more. Let's stop here today. Let's continue tomorrow. By the way, when I'm not here, you must not experiment on this forbidden technique privately, or someone will die, Uchihagen said seriously. Explaining, after all, if you are reincarnated, that is learning the forbidden technique, but if you are not reincarnated, that is death. Don't worry, I won't make fun of this forbidden technique. Without your help, Yuen Kun, I would have collapsed long ago. After all, Yui Korone is not a fool after experiencing so many death experiences. Guess what the feeling of failure means? Well, it's good that you know. I'm going back first, and you should go to bed early. Let's continue tomorrow. Uchiha Yuen held Yui Hong's beautiful face and kissed her affectionately before getting up to say goodbye. Can't this guy stay a second longer? Anyway, he has that kind of convenient pupil technique. Korone Yui, who was not thick-skinned enough, saw that Uchiha Yuen was planning to leave, so she lowered her head and pretended to be unintentional and muttered to herself. Well, since you spoke sincerely, I will mercifully agree to it. After all, this request can still be met. Fairy, follow my old grandson's lower limit of one move, Tsukuyomi, that's it. Uchiha Yuen is not a novice who doesn't know the taste. After all, he can do a lot of things in 1 second. A thrilling and exciting Pokemon battle begins in the world of Tsukuyomi. After leaving Yui Korone's residence, Uchiha Gen walked home under the setting sun. Yakang-chan, why did you come back so early today? Back home, Yakang was holding a lot of doll supplies ready to sort out. Yuen, you're back, come and help me. Sister Mikato and I went to buy these on the street today. We don't have much experience. Mikato said that these things should be bought in advance. Yakang was sorting out his hands. While looking at Uchiha Yuen with a slight complaint. Are these recommended by Mikato? Looking at the children's supplies covering the bed, Uchihagen felt a little numb, but he still stepped forward to help organize them. Fortunately, the space at home is large enough now, so there is no need to clear up space, otherwise I don't know how busy I will be. Sister Mikato, I have been in a bad mood these past few days because of what happened to little Suzuki. I thought about taking her out for a walk to relax, but I didn't expect that I would be even more tired after this walk. If it weren't for Shadow Clone, these things can't be moved back. Shaking the rattle in his hand, Yegon looked at Gen Uchiha, who was helping fold baby clothes with a childlike innocence. Although this guy doesn't know what he is busy with all day long, he is willing to do something for his family to help himself, which is more than most men. Unlike the Sema-faced one in Mikato's family, who looks like a man all day long, opening his mouth when it comes to clothes and food, I feel really sad for Sister Mikato. Not only do they have to take care of the little stinky face and Suzuki, but they also have to take care of Fugaku, the Sema face. Without Sister Mikato, Fugaku and the others really don't know what their lives would be like. Unlike the one in my family, there is basically nothing wrong with him except that he is a little horny. However, it is understandable for men to be horny. What man is not horny? Yakura-chan, I have helped you get the Flying Thunder God technique you mentioned before. Our child will be born in a few months. I thought that if nothing happens, I might as well read Namikaze Minato's writing first. The Flying Thunder God notes can be put into practice directly after giving birth. Uchiha Yuen took out the notes he obtained from Namikaze Minato from his arms and handed them over. Anyway, this note has been backed up 6 times by Hongjiang this afternoon. 7 copies, originally left to Yakang, were fine. Flying Thunder God technique? Did you really get it? It's great, I really love it. Minamoto-chan looking at the notes in his hand, Yakang was ecstatic. This is Kanaha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's famous stunt. Flying Thunder God technique, I actually have a chance to learn it. I think you will be idle during your pregnancy anyway. With the Flying Thunder God notes to pass the time, you won't feel so bored. But you can try it, but don't rush to practice it. After all, you are still pregnant. I'm pregnant. While packing the clothes in his hands, Uchiha Yuen talked about his next plan. Don't worry, I still understand this. The children are the most important thing right now. That's what he said, but looking at Yakang holding the Flying Thunder God notebook and loving it, I always felt a little unsafe. There is a saying in the past life that is very reasonable. Cultivating children's interest in learning and personal hobbies is more efficient than letting children learn by rote. With Yakang's current love for Flying Thunder God and her own talent, maybe she really has a chance to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if Yakang doesn't have the nerve reflexes and combat awareness of Namikaze Minato, it won't matter. At worst, the Flying Thunder God technique is used as a means of escape. In my family, who has the most talent, it is undoubtedly Yakang. After all, he is the one who developed the blood succession limit. As for Hongjiang, judging from her performance this afternoon, she probably won't be able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Early in the morning, 2:30, Uchihagen stood up and started to put on the night clothes that were gathering dust in the corner. Minamoto-kun, do you have a mission? But you don't seem to be a Konoha shinobi member. After all, the two of them sleep on the same bed, so naturally the man's rising cannot escape the perception of Hayakura as a senior ninja. Although there is no ninja establishment, there are still tasks. Do you think the Flying Thunder God technique is so easy to get? Naturally, we can't talk about things like going to the Hayaga clan to make up night lessons. Although I'm not afraid of Yakang leaking it, if I let him, Yakang knew that doing such a thing alone to investigate the famous Hayaga clan would still worry her to some extent. Don't worry, don't you understand my strength? Besides, you don't have to leave the village. I'll be back in a few hours. Sleep at home. I'll bring you some breakfast when I come back. Putting on Obito's same mask, Uchihagen turned his back to Hagura and comforted him. Please pay attention to your own safety and don't capsize in the gutter. There is no need for breakfast or anything else. I will go to Mikato's house to eat in the morning. Her family specially prepared nutritious meals during this period. They said they were for little Suzuki, so I happened to have some. Light. Yakang felt relieved after hearing that he was only in the village. With the observation ability of the Hayaga clan, it is impossible for ordinary people to easily escape the Byakugan search. However, in the original work, the Thunder Ninja who kidnapped Hayaga Hinata and the puppet troops of Atsutsuki Tonari who kidnapped Hayaga Hanabi were able to succeed. This is a bit puzzling, but both sides must have used some secret technique to avoid Byakugan's detection. In the past life, there were many idiotic protagonists who thought that Naruto could steal the sealed book, so he could of course steal it too. Uchiha Gen wouldn't be so stupid as to think that because the Thunder Ninjas could do it, he could just copy it. With the Hayaga clan's superiority, it is impossible for them not to arrange several branch houses for patrolling. If they want to successfully enter the Hayaga clan, they must first deal with these patrol officers. If it were someone else, this matter may not be possible. Very tidy. But under his own tens of millions of equivalents of hypnosis, nothing would happen to him even if he passed under their noses. No matter how big their eyes were, they still couldn't resist the tens of millions of equivalents of hypnosis. After approaching the Hayaga clan, Uchihagen immediately used the transformation technique to change into the appearance of the Hayaga Xia he saw during the day. Although I have determined that my 10 million equivalent hypnosis technique will not cause any problems, the Hayaga clan is, after all, a powerful clan that has been around for thousands of years like the Uchiha. Who knows if they have any trump cards? To be on the safe side, it's better to change your body. Although wearing night clothes is enough to hide your identity, adding Hayaga's transformation technique will make it easier to deal with sudden changes. After all, for the Hayaga clan, there is a huge difference in attitude when meeting a branch housemaid at night and meeting a suspicious person wearing night clothes. Relying on the experience of night classes practiced on the Uchiha clan, Uchiha hypnosis silently killed several patrolling Hayaga personnel. Night class plan Hyaga version officially started. However, with the lessons learned from the Uchiha clan, this time Uchiha UN adhered to the basic principle of leaving a little margin in order to meet each other in the future, and did not absorb all the power of the eyes at once like he did with the Uchiha clan. After all, doing so would be too easy to be exposed. It is estimated that it won't be long before the entire Hyaga clan undergoes a physical examination like the Uchiha clan did at the time. When that time comes, comparing the situation of the Uchiha clan at the time, my plan will go bankrupt in minutes. The Uchiha clan themselves can also use their status as a member of the same clan to set up a plan to transfer their pupil power to each other, and to seed the pupil power of their clan members with high fees. But the Hyaga clan has no need for eye power at all, and they don't have forbidden technique like izanagi that needs to consume eye power. Once they are exposed, it is estimated that there will be no possibility of obtaining white eye power except by using force. So it's right to be cautious. After you become a strong person in 6 paths or even above 6 paths, it's not too late to make a fortune. At 3 o'clock in the morning, most of the Hyaga tribe had already rested except for the few patrol members who were patrolled by hypnosis. The ninja world was not like the previous life, where there were so many night owls who stayed up late to check their mobile phones. At this point, Umbu would come and go frequently only during times of war. In times of peace like now, few people would have the habit of staying up late. After finding a random target, Uchihagan sneaked in quietly. While using divine grace to absorb the pupil power of the old man on the bed, Uchihagan calculated the approximate pupil power value of a pair of white eyes. The eye power of the branch house old man in front of me is only about 2,000, which is not even comparable to that of a 3 Magadama Uchiha tribesman. It seems that the eye power of the fused Tenseigan may not be as easy to assemble as imagined. Even the 2,000 pupil power points in front of me cannot be taken away at once. In order to prevent the Uchiha clan from disturbing the situation like before, I can only take away half of these pupil power points at most. However, this will greatly increase the recovery time of the Hyaga clan. Shorten. In the past, the Uchiha clan's pupil power could be harvested once a week, but now the Hyaga clan's pupil power can be harvested in 3 to 5 days. Alas, just a little less, at worst it will take more time. It seems that you will not be able to reach the 6 paths level within a year. After taking away half of the old man's pupil power, Uchihagan planned to continue looking for the next victim. After all, time was tight and the task was heavy, and there were many members of the Hyaga clan. Etc. How many people are there in the Hyaga clan? Is this the key? The key is that the Hyaga clan is not as open-minded as Uchiha. Basically, after reaching a certain age, the Hyaga clan can automatically turn on their Byakugan. That is to say, although the pupil power is a bit low, almost the entire Hyaga clan has pupil power. As for the eye-opening rate of the Hyaga clan's Byakugan, it can be said that it completely beats the Uchiha clan. The pupil power value of a single Hyaga clan member may be less than that of the Uchiha clan, but the total pupil power value of the entire Hyaga clan may be several times that of the Uchiha clan. More. After all, as long as the children of the Hyaga clan start to refine chakra, they can basically turn on their Byakugan. In other words, even though I only collected half of the pupil power after a night class, the final total may exceed the total pupil power that was completely harvested by the Uchiha clan before. The Hyaga clan is so terrifying. After thinking about this, Uchiha Un's eyelids trembled with excitement. If his reasoning was correct, he would be able to become a 6 paths level powerhouse in not even a year, but at most half a year. What to do? I suddenly want to laugh wildly. I can't control it, this damn Uchiha gene. Forced to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, Uchihagan continued to start his own harvest. As the saying goes, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. It is understandable that 1 or 2 night owls appear in the huge Hyaga clan, not to mention that this night owl is also a maid. Since Hyaga Hayashi's eldest daughter, Hyaga Hinata, had just turned 1-year-old, she needed a servant to take care of her. As a servant dedicated to serving the clan, it was natural for Hyaga Hayashi to take over the job of keeping vigil for the eldest lady of the clan. You me? Hyaga Xiao looked at the person who looked exactly like herself, her mouth slightly opened, and she didn't realize for a moment that this was the transformation technique. Hypnosis technique. I ignored this small role in the original work and just threw the hypnosis technique. After all, harvesting pupil power is the focus now. After a lot of hard work, I got a total of more than 500,000 Byakugan power, which is equivalent to the output of the Uchiha clan in half a month. If I work harder, I can harvest it every 5 days, 500,000 at a time, and it will last a year. That's a pupil power value of 36.5 million. Although Tenseigan has not been fused yet, judging from the consumption of pure eyes, the pupil power required by Tenseigan should not be much higher. With a pupil power of 36.5 million per year, at least 1 Tenseigan can be fused, right? It's easy to put together a pair of Tenseigans in 2 years. It's so beautiful when you think about it. This is still a big guess. It is possible that a pair of Tenseigan can be made in a year. After all, the previous clean eyes only cost less than 10 million pupil power. But the only difficulty now is that the pupil power value is available, but the Byakugan as a carrier is still far away. It would be great if these Byakugan in Hayaga branch house could be used. There is no need to worry about the Hayaga clan taking it too seriously, and they can still integrate Tenseigan to their heart's content. It's a pity that in the original work, Hayaga Hisashi could not break away from the mark of caged bird even after death. It can be seen that it is basically hopeless to use the Byakugan in the branch house. In the past life, many Hokage clouds have guessed that evolving into a Tenseigan can break the control of the caged bird. This is quite convincing. After all, how can a dog's rope tie a tiger? If you have obtained Tenseigan, you are at least 6 paths level of strength. The person who developed caged bird may not necessarily have 6 paths level strength, but this is an endless loop. Without the strength of the 6 paths level, you cannot break through the limitations of caged bird. If you are restricted by caged bird, you cannot break through the 6 paths level. This is also the reason why there are few powerful ninjas in the Hayaga clan. After all, the branch house is basically lying flat. No matter what you do, it will be like this for the rest of your life. Even your own children will be like this for their entire lives. At a glance, their descendants will be like this. The future of the 8th generation is almost the same, so why bother? As for the Zong family, they lie down more thoroughly than the branch house. The branch house at least has caged bird to force you to do this and that, while the Zong family has the branch house to wait on you. If something happens, the branch house will block it. If you die, the branch house will go first. Except in this case some people are motivated, but others simply have no motivation to be prepared for danger in times of peace. It was in the chaotic era of Sengoku that the Hayaga clan was oppressed by the external environment and came up with the Hayaga Tenon. Nowadays, it is supported by Konoha on the outside and branch house on the inside. It is a two-layered system. If even Konoha and the branch house can't withstand it, then can I do it by practicing hard? It's obviously unbearable, so if that's the case, why bother? Wouldn't it be nice to ride on the branch house's head and be the boss? It can be said that except for Hayashi, the head of the Hayaga clan who needs some strength to support the face of the rich family, the other clans are basically just a bunch of show-offs. In the original work, the Hayaga clan is not limited to the Hayashi lineage, as can be seen from the scene when Niji first meets Hinata when he was a child. The Byakugan of the Hayaga clan can only be obtained a year later. Even because of his own changes in the plot, Cloud Shinobi Village may not necessarily send someone to kidnap Hayaga Hinata. That woman just now, Branch House Hayaga Xia, is a breakthrough point. It would be good to use her to try whether Branch House's Byakugan can break through the limitations of caged bird. If he could succeed, he wouldn't have the need to go to all the trouble and risk so much to plot the Hayaga clan's Byakugan. However, if she is to be used for experiments, she must first be freed from the control of the Hayaga clan. However, as a member of the Hayaga branch house, under normal circumstances, it is basically impossible to escape the control of the Hayaga clan for her entire life. But this can't stop him. After all, it's not an actual separation. He just needs to let her mentally escape from the sight of the Hayaga clan. After all, no clan would use caged bird on a dead person, let alone think that the dead person could actually be resurrected. All he needs to do is let Hayaga Xia die in the eyes of the public once, and then let her completely escape the sight of the Hayaga clan. In this way, even if she is resurrected and still bears the mark of caged bird, there is no need to worry that the Hayaga clan will use caged bird to control her. As for whether caged bird has the ability to sense branch houses from a distance, this is still unknown, but even if it does, it will be fine. When the time comes, we will take Hayaga Xia to the snow country to resurrect, and then immediately replenish her pupil power to allow her to fuse with Tenseigan. Even if the Hayaga clan came over at that time, it was only after Hayaga Xia cracked the caged bird and was promoted to Tenseigan. At that time, Hayaga Xia didn't even know whether he would still be sensed by the caged bird mark. Even if he was sensed, he wouldn't have to worry about the Zone family anymore. Of course, these are all speculations. If Branch House really can't break free from caged bird through Tenseigan, then it will have no choice but to give up on Hayaga Xia and continue to kidnap Hinata-chan. In short, it is always good to prepare a few more alternatives. Hypnosis technique solution. Looking at the quiet and beautiful girl in front of him, Uchiha Yuen began to use genjutsu to express his inner thoughts. After all, he was not as good at mouth evasion as Naruto. Even Six Paths Suzuki couldn't hold back his otherworldly words. His hatred for the annihilation of the entire clan was easily put down. In the end, he worked for Konoha for nothing and couldn't see his wife and daughter several times throughout the year. If it were him, if he didn't give Konoha a few rounds of Tenge Shinsei, he would be a disgrace to the entire clan. You? Who are you? Why did you use transformation technique to look like me? Do you want to do something evil to Miss Hinata? Hayaga Xia stared at the stranger who turned into herself with wide eyes and fear. Then he wanted to scream to warn other tribesmen. The power of the pupils is overwhelming. The mere strength of Chinen is completely insignificant to the current Uchiha source. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here for Hayaga Hinata, I'm here for you Hayaga Natsu. For me? It's really hard for Hayaga Xia to understand. He is a small branch house Chinen, but no matter how he looks at it, his value cannot be compared to Miss Hinata, who is a member of the clan, right? Besides, with Caged Bird here, even if the other party captures me, it will be of no use, right? As for taking her back to reproduce, let's not talk about whether the Hayaga clan will use Caged Bird to destroy her. She herself doesn't know the maximum effective distance of the Hayaga clan's Caged Bird. After all, those branch houses didn't take advantage of it when they went to the battlefield. To escape, the effective distance of Caged Bird should be very far, or it should have a positioning function. From a profit perspective alone, even if the above is true, then we should arrest branch house males. After all, it takes 10 months for a woman to give birth to a child, and a branch house man only needs to give him enough ordinary women, and he can keep breeding Hayaga tribesmen. Is this guy in front of me showing off his brain? Actually want to catch yourself? How did such a stupid idiot get into the Hayaga clan? The family is really becoming more and more depraved. Forget it, these things are not something that my small branch house should worry about. I have to live like a slave all year round, so why bother? Aren't you curious? Why am I looking for you? Seeing Hayagasia's slightly curious expression quickly turned into a dull expression, Uchiha Yuen finally understood the mentality of Hayaga branch house. Face life. It is not without reason that people like Hayaga Niji are so superstitious about fate. After all, if fate is not playing tricks on them, then why are they also members of the Hayaga clan? The clan family lives the life of a master, but the branch house wears shackles and becomes a slave of the clan family. I'm very curious, but it's meaningless. No matter what I do, I have no right to choose. Everything is already determined. After taking Caged Bird, my quality of life depends entirely on the personal happiness of the Zone family. No matter you capture me and give birth to me, regardless of whether the child is captured or used for experiments, if the Zone family discovers it, he will die anyway, so there is no difference. Now that he knows the destined outcome, he is not so curious. Hayagasia's series of analyses almost caused Uchiha to die. Dizzy. Unexpectedly, this is a female literary youth who feels sorry for herself? Okay, let me tell you directly. I have a secret technique that can bring the dead back to life. It may be able to help you break free from the confinement of the Hayaga clan, but you have to cooperate with me in an experiment. Of course, this experiment is dangerous. The S*X is not very high, so you don't have to worry about that. While speaking, Uchiha Yuen began to increase his psychological hints, making it easier for the other party to believe his words. Well, I can do whatever you want. Hayagasia still had the same attitude. After all, growing up in an environment like the Hayaga clan, how could he be easily persuaded by Uchiha Gen with just a few words? What's more, this is the first time the two have met, and Uchiha Yuen still appears in front of Hayagasia as a suspicious person with sinister purposes. If Uchiha Yuen's inner suggestion wasn't strong enough, Hayagasia probably wouldn't even pay attention to him, and just kept silent. Well, it seems you won't believe it without some practical experience. With a stab, Uchihagen took out a kunao from his ninja bag and slashed Hayagasia's throat. Ahem. This guy is indeed a lunatic. He will kill him whenever he disagrees. I didn't expect that his miserable life would come to an end in such a ridiculous situation. Alas, is this fate? As it became more and more difficult to breathe, Hayagasia's vision became more and more blurred, until his eyes were completely plunged into darkness. Secret technique, I have been reincarnated. With a faint shout coming from the darkness, Hayagasia slowly regained her sight and touch. What was that just now? Is that what death feels like? How disgusting. Yes, Caged Bird. Ignoring Uchiha Gen, who was still standing next to him, Hayagasia quickly took out the small mirror he carried with him and took off the forehead protector specially used to cover his forehead. Liars are all lies. Talking about being free after death is all nonsense. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. This sentence may be the most true thing about Hayagasia now. Take a picture. For Hayaga branch house, death may be a kind of relief, but now the cruel fact is before us, even death cannot escape the control of curse mark Caged Bird. After learning the truth, Hayagasia couldn't help but feel despair. She thought that by being resurrected after death, she could escape the control of Caged Bird. Even if she would be captured by the mysterious man in front of her, she would admit it. But the reality gave her a loud slap in the face. Even if he is resurrected after death, he still cannot escape the fate of being a bully for the Zone family. Don't cry in a hurry. It's late at night. If I attract someone here, I can run away directly, but I guess the Zone family will torture you to extract a confession. Looking at Hayagasia, who was a little unable to contain his emotions, Uchiha Yuen reminded quickly. There is no way to get rid of Caged Bird, but I can't do it now. In a few years, I may be able to help you get rid of Caged Bird. Looking at the pitiful Hayagasia, Uchiha Yuen's old lust is ready to move. the heart began to recover again. A woman from the Hyuga clan has a pair of strangely charming white eyes, not to mention her white and glowing skin. Are you telling the truth? After this resurrection from the dead, Hyuga Xia began to believe what the person in front of him said. After all, such a thing as resurrection from the dead can be done by a strong person with such ability. There is absolutely no need to waste time deceiving yourself as a branch housemaid. Of course, but you have to wait for a while. If everything goes well, you should be able to regain your freedom in a year, and maybe even become stronger. If the Tenseigan plan can be achieved in the Hyuga branch house, if the experiment on the body is successful, then he can directly seize the body of the Hyuga branch house to resurrect and fuse Tenseigan. As for the Hyuga branch house that integrates Tenseigan, will it resist? There is no need to worry about this kind of thing. As long as you are an individual, if your eyes are dug out, you will definitely resist. However, they have just merged with Tenseigan. Not to mention how much their strength can be improved instantly, it will take a while just to adapt to their own strength. Time. Just like Hyuga branch house, this bunch of stinky people, Dingtian was just an ordinary jonin before merging with Tenseigan. After merging with Tenseigan, no matter how much he improves, he will become a super shadow. It is basically impossible to reach the 6 paths level in an instant. The foundation is too weak. If they are allowed to develop for a period of time, they do have the potential to be promoted to the 6 paths level. But it is obvious that Uchiha Yuan cannot give them any chance to develop. Only a fool would do such a thing that harms others and does not benefit oneself. Does it have to be at least 1 year later? After all, I have been waiting for so many years. It is not impossible to wait for another year. For Hyuga Xia, it is only a year. Compared with his own freedom, it is not worth it. Carry. That's what I say, but I can't help you in vain. You should know this in your heart. No matter in the past life or in this life, Uchiha Yuanki has never been a kind person. Although he can't be said to be a treacherous person, he can still be considered. He is probably a neutral to evil kind of person. Yes, I understand this. From now on, Xia will be entrusted to your lord. Please give me your instructions. Loyalty is not loyalty, so why not find someone who can bring you freedom and strength, and give it to the Hyuga clan for generations to come? Being a slave is not what Hyuga Xia wants. Do you really understand? Just in case, let's accept you as one of our own first. Look into my eyes, Tsukuyomi. Only by becoming his own woman can Uchiha Yuan feel at ease. After all, there is no saying in the ninja world that the first sword to kill the person you like is the first thing to come ashore. The relationship between men and women can be said to be the most reliable relationship besides family members. You must know that Tenseigan is not a trivial matter. A fully developed Tenseigan can be said to be completely it is a power that can influence the structure of the ninja world. Although Hyuga Xia is just a little chinin now, as long as she successfully adapts to the strength brought by Tenseigan, she will become a super cage level powerhouse in minutes, and she may even enter the 6 paths level before Uchiha General. Therefore, before improving her strength, he must first convince her, otherwise the subordinates he raises will be stronger than himself, and it is not certain who will be the king by then. After all, I don't have the charisma of Uncle Snake, so I don't dare to bet on Hyuga Xia's character. Although it seems from the original book that she should have a gentle and considerate character, who knows if that was her deliberate disguise under the oppression of the Zong family. How to survive? One of our own? Where is this place? Looking at the bloody world, Hyuga Xia was not afraid at all. After all, if the other party wanted to kill him, he would not have resurrected him just now. With his mere chin and strength, since you can't resist any of his actions, you might as well just lie down and let him do what he does. Adhering to the branch house's usual practice of lying down, Hyuga Xia was not afraid, but looked around with interest. Is this a fantasy world? With such powerful genjutsu and eye power, coupled with the pattern in your eyes, are you from the Uchiha clan, sir? She was also lucky enough to see the true face of Mangekyo Sharingan on the Night of Nine Tails. Although it was only a brief glimpse, the power was unforgettable for a lifetime. Now that you know that I am from the Uchiha clan and know Mangekyo Sharingan, you must have guessed my true identity. After all, among the Uchiha clan members who own Mangekyo Sharingan, there is only one Uchiha source. New Uchiha source? I didn't expect that my hope would be pinned on an Uchiha. What a twist of fate. It is obvious that the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan is not good. Okay, it's getting late. Without further ado, let's get started. With that, Uchiha Yuan began to remove the clothes with a skillful movement. Start? We're having a good chat, why did you take off your pants? Don't be like this, I am not the kind of person you think. Yamairo looked at the man in front of him who was taking off his clothes. Hyuga Xia Sangwon was shocked, and the white eyes in his eyes almost turned into needle holes. Is this guy in front of me really the strongest person in Konoha? Why doesn't he have the demeanor of a strong man at all? He is even more obscene than the rumored Jiraiya who peeked at the female bathhouse. Don't worry, this is the Tsukuyomi world I created, you won't feel any pain. No, I don't sell my body as an artist besides, that's not what I mean when I say entrustment. You be asterisk 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 d. Hayagasia's expression was even more broken than before. Did he have to give it away like this when he didn't even have his first love? In the fierce competition of Hayagasia, the situation of this Pokemon battle becomes more and more anxious. In the end, Uchiha Yuen won the final victory by taking advantage of the terrain and relying on his rich combat experience. Zyuxia, that's it for today, I'm going back first. Looking at Hayagasia, who was unable to respond, Uchiha Yuen did not stop, covered him with a quilt, then turned and left. Humph, this beast. Hayagasia narrowed his eyes and glanced at the departing Uchiha source, and finally fell asleep due to excessive mental stimulation. Back home, Yakang was still sleeping soundly, and Uchiha Yuen also took a quick shower and planned to catch up on some sleep. Ha! You guy! The sleeping Yagura was awakened by Uchiha Yuen getting into bed, but seeing that he was busy until early in the morning, he didn't blame him anymore, and he randomly changed his position and continued to sleep. What time is it? I have to go to Hong Jiang's place at noon to help her practice the spiritualization technique. After sleeping until he woke up naturally, Uchiha looked at the clock on the wall drowsily. Is it noon now? Looking around, Yakura has already gotten up and left. He should be having lunch at Mrs. Mikato's house. No, you have to get up quickly, Hongjiang has probably been waiting for a long time. After casually putting on some clothes, Uchiha Yuen slammed the door and left. According to Hongjiang's progress yesterday, today I should be able to get started with technique. This is the result of endless trial and error to achieve such a speed. If you switch to step-by-step learning, you will probably have to think about each step for months, and you will have to look up various relevant information before you dare to start. Unlike now, if you die a few times, you will understand what the problem is. Even if you die 180 times, a fool can learn the spiritualization technique, not to mention Ui Hong's talent is a few points higher than his own. About 10 minutes later, Konoha Ui Red Residence. Why did you come just now? The food is a bit cold. If you don't come over, I will go find you. Looking at Uchiha Yuen who came late, Ui Hong complained a little. Knowing that Yuen Jun was coming today, I specially prepared a large table of dishes, but after waiting for a long time, no one came even after dinner time. Haha, something delayed me. Sorry. Fortunately, I caught up. Otherwise, when Hongjiang goes to the clan to look for her, what if she bumps into Yakangjiang? Even if she doesn't meet Yakang, hey, it's not good to meet other loudmouthed Uchiha people. Why is there no news from Zyuxiu? Does it take so long to contact some old departments? It seems that I have to find a chance to go and take a look. I didn't get in touch with the old department, but I was arrested by Feng Hua Furitao. Come and eat quickly. I don't know what to do every day, and you don't have to carry out tasks in the village. Ui Hong asked It's all Danzo's fault, what bad idea he came up with. Now it's better, he stole the chicken but lost the rice, he lost his daughter-in-law and lost his army, even he himself has become like that. As the ancestor Hokage, although he has abdicated, he still has to help with some government affairs. How can he be in the mood to care about Asuma's bad things? Minato has become more and more cunning recently, always grasping the big ones and letting the small ones go. Then tell me first who that man is, otherwise I won't give in. After being rejected by Kurane, Asuma was naturally embarrassed to just break in and settle the score with Uchiha Yuen, but through his father, he obtained the third information on all three is still available. In Asuma's view, Uchiha Yuen is the third party. Although Kurane has never agreed to fall in love with him, she came first after all. Asuma, I can let you do whatever you want with other things, but when it comes to Red, you'd better stop being nosy. Uchiha Yuen is not something you can afford. Although he didn't want to tell Asuma about Uchiha Yuen, but with Asuma's persistence, even if he didn't tell him, he would definitely inquire quietly. If he offends Uchiha Yuen by then, with his lawless temper, he will probably have to send the white-haired man to the black-haired man. Uchiha Yuen? The strongest member of the Uchiha clan who surrendered to Nine Tails? Why did he get together with Kurane? They obviously didn't know each other very well when they were in school. If it were anyone else, he would still have the confidence to rely on shamelessness. Go get Kurane back, but if it's Uchiha Gen, forget it. With his body and strength, he probably wouldn't be able to beat him, but he clearly remembered that Uchiha Yuen and Kurane had nothing to do with each other. Even if they wanted to pursue him, they wouldn't progress so quickly, right? How long have you been away from Konoha? How could anyone fall in love so quickly? Well, speaking of this, it's mainly because of Elder Danzo. You also know Uchiha Gen's strength. Danzo wanted to curb Uchiha Gen through beauty, so he let Ui Hong go. The father and son did not have a good relationship in the first place. Well, in order to prevent his son from resenting him, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only skillfully pull Danzo out to take the blame. Forgive me, Danzo, for the last time. Nanny, in other words, Hong did not fall in love with another person. She was only with Uchiha Yuen for Elder Danzo's mission, right? That's great. It turns out that Hong had no choice but to say those words to her. Hong, there should still be a place for me, Asuma, in my heart. Hearing what his father said, Asuma immediately began to think, damn Danzo, for letting my beloved Kurane do such a task. You must know that this is Uchiha Gen, and Kurane is still an ordinary Chunin. How can she cope with it? If something happens, I will never let Danzo go, even his father can't save him. Asuma still doesn't know about Danzo's unusual promotion of Kurane UI to Special Jonin. Asuma, you misunderstood. The process is what you said, but the ending is not what you guessed. UI Kurane is really with Uchiha Generator now. You should not contact her again in the future. Let's do it. Seeing his son's various self-imaginings, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interrupted Asuma's fantasy. What father, you must have lied to me, right? Kurane must have had no choice but to commit herself to Uchiha Gen because of the mission. This must be the case. The wave of reversals made Asuma a little crazy. There will definitely be a reversal next. I have been going to school, graduation, and missions with Hong since she was a child. No one understands Hong better than me. Hong is obviously not the kind of casual woman. How could she have true feelings because of missions? And she has been with her for a few months. Are you sure the relationship is coming together? Asuma, wake up and recognize the reality. Kurane UI is not suitable for you. There are many young and beautiful women in Konoha. With the strength of my Sarutobi clan, what kind of kunoichi are you looking for but can't find? Why bother with UI Kurane? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Asuma's current state and shouted angrily. Danzo! It's all because of Danzo. Danzo is a thief, a traitor, a thief. If it weren't for him, Kurane wouldn't have. Danzo, old thief, you and I are at odds with each other. Asuma simply couldn't listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's persuasion. I just want to go to Danzo to settle the score. Oh Asuma, don't be impulsive. Danzo is also doing it for Konoha. Although he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of stopping Asuma. After all, with Asuma's current strength, how could he be the opponent of his old friend? In this case, why not use this incident to stimulate Asuma's ambition to forge ahead? When Asuma is frustrated by his old friend Danzo, he will naturally work hard and work harder to avenge his shame. As for Danzo, based on the relationship he has had with Danzo for many years, I believe Danzo will still be a little light on his actions. The residents of the Shimura clan, now that Danzo has moved out of the roots, he only wants to teach Tenzo so that one day he can reverse the trend, not to mention that he has not completely let go of the roots. After all, technique has not yet been relieved of the tongue bane, and Abarame has the ambition to help him watch. Yeni has a temperament that doesn't take much care, and the actual control over the root is still under his control. It's just that I retreated behind the scenes so as not to irritate that guy Uchiha General. Of course, there is also Hiruzen's reason. Ugh, old thief Danzo, come out. You must give me an explanation today. Outside the gate, Asuma insisted on rushing in regardless of the Shimura tribe's stops. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the son of Master Third Hokage, the two Shimura clan members would not necessarily tolerate him. After all, coming to someone else's front door to make such a fuss would be a bit of a loss of face. Although the Shimura clan is not a big clan, they still want to have face. Of Daisuke, I'll stop him first. You go and invite Danzo-sama. Shimura Musashi greeted the people of the same clan around him. His own Danzo-sama and Third Hokage-sama have been as close as brothers over the years, and they are brothers and sisters. Asuma, what the hell, what happened to cause trouble to come directly to the door like this? Danzo-sama, it's bad, Asuma. Okay, no need to say more, I heard everything just now. That brat from the Sarutobi family is really annoying. Is it because of the incident with Kurane UI? He is really a child-loving creature without any ambition, nothing like Sarutobi. If Sarutobi had been like Asuma back then, it would probably be his turn to take the throne of Third Hokage. Ugh, Danzo, old thief, don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are at home, you have the ability to cause trouble, why don't you come out to see others? Asuma's furious roar outside the door continued. Okay, Asuma, stop. I'm already out. If you have any questions, come in and tell me. It doesn't look good to both families to make such a fuss at the gate. Looking at Asuma, who was in a very unstable mood, Danzo squinted. Only one, I shouted angrily to stop him. Ha, do people like you still care about this? Asuma knew more or less about Danzo from his father. Although he said this, Asuma still walked into the Shimura clan. Are you here just for Kurane UI? Is a mere Chunin worth such a fuss? I have a lot of kunoichi at my core. You can just find one, and it will be my compensation for you. Danzo basically has no idea about the relationship between men and women. In his opinion, it is nothing more than a trivial matter for human reproduction. Without UI Kurane, it would be enough to compensate Asuma with a good-looking kunoichi. This is Asuma. If it were anyone else, Danzo, I would argue with you so nicely. Uchiha source, you sit down first, I'm not talking about you. I won't allow you to insult my red like this. Red is unique. Until now, you still don't know how to repent. Old thief Danzo, take your life. I heard that old thief Danzo ignored the importance of this matter to him in such a light way. Asuma exploded directly, that was the goddess he had always had a crush on, and was sent to Uchiha Gen as a tool by the old thief Danzo. What's the point of just pulling a kunoichi from the bottom to compensate? Old thief, what do you think of Hong? What do you think of my secret love of all these years? Crying alone, true love is invincible. Except for Hong, I will never fall in love with any woman in my life. Asuma, are you going to fight me over a woman? Do you want to test whether my kunao is sharp? I have already made amends, but Asuma is still messing around here. I really thought he wouldn't. How about him? Old thief, my kunao is not bad at all. I'm going to beat Danzo today. Even first Hokage can't protect him, I say that. Fire-style dragon fire technique. After Danzo's verbal stimulation, Asuma no longer cares about his relationship with his father and will fight first. You are arrogant. Looking at the oncoming dragon fire, Danzo easily dodged it with a body replacement technique, but he was shocked and angry inside. After all, he was half of Asuma's elders, and this kid actually did it for a mere person. Would a woman dare to be serious with him? Humph, in that case, let me try your skills today. Wind-style vacuum wave. After all, he is a veteran powerhouse. Even though he hasn't done anything with anyone for a long time, Danzo is not an ordinary person like Asuma. Chunin can fight it. Ahem. With just one move, Asuma was knocked down directly. If Danzo hadn't been merciful at the critical moment, Asuma would have gone to see Sage of Six Paths by now. You can say that Danzo is bad, but you can't say that Danzo is bad. After all, he is the powerful leader of Konoha. Why don't you get good things for yourself? The useless sharingan and wood style are not what Asuma can handle right now, not to mention that Danzo is not yet at the age where he will beat Suzuki more than 10 years later. Today's Danzo is a solid cage-level strongman, although in cage level is considered to be relatively popular. But Xylena is also cage level, and Asuma is not something that a mere Chunin can resist. It wasn't until he fell to the ground that Asuma sobered up a little and realized the gap between himself and Danzo, the old thief. How? Do you still want to fight? If it weren't for Hiruzen's sake, you would be dead now. When Danzo mentioned this name, he thought of that night of Tsukuyomi again. What's wrong with this old thief? As a Chunin who can stand alone, Asuma already has the most basic intelligence-gathering ability. If he read it correctly, the old thief Danzo just mentioned his father's name. There would be that kind of reaction, right? Just try it and you will know. Hiruzen Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the sake of safety, Asuma specifically increased the volume. The powerful male voice deafened Danzo's ears, and the name Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly reminded him of the fear of being dominated by 20 powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen that night. Ugh, vomit, stop Asuma, vomit, stop shouting. The mental illness that finally got better after Yamanaka's treatment felt like it was about to relapse. Is that really so? Although I don't know what my father did to you, but it's enough to know your weaknesses. Just Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma, who saw the clues, endured the pain and rushed forward. He pressed Danzo, who was vomiting, directly under him, and raised his hands to greet Danzo's face. Yamairo no. Hiruzen. Asuma's series of actions undoubtedly helped Danzo consolidate his despair that night. Now Danzo has regarded Asuma, who was suppressing him, as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Danzo, who was weak and crying, Asuma didn't know what to do for a moment. What did his father do to Danzo, the old thief? Danzo, why is he looking like this? It feels like a good girl who was *****D by a gangster, doesn't it? Masaka. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His father's sexual orientation is obviously normal, otherwise he and his eldest brother would not have been born. But Danzo's expression is completely inexplicable. Danzo, stop struggling and just obey me. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will definitely love you. In order to verify his suspicion, Asuma pretended to be his father and learned the lines from the custom shop storybook. Testing. Yamairo, Hiruzen, please let me go. I'm a man. We are not suitable for each other. I really can't stand it. Danzo, who has a psychological shadow, can no longer tell whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen who is on his body. It's Asuma. Hearing this, he will only subconsciously resist. His whoosh rub with a simple word. Asuma was so frightened that he jumped up from Danzo like a spring, and took more than 10 steps with his hind legs, as if he was afraid that he would get something dirty on his body. My own father, he really attacked the old thief Danzo, but he obviously already has a mother. Even if you want to find someone outside, you don't need to find a man, etc. Elder Danzo has never married in his life. Is it because is the appearance of mother just to cover up the relationship between father and old thief Danzo that is not tolerated by the world? No wonder my father has tolerated the old thief Danzo's misdeeds all these years. It turns out that's what happened. With this relationship, all the previous mysteries can be explained. Thinking again about the meaningful look in his father's eyes when he said he wanted to settle a score with Danzo, the old thief, it turned out to be his old friend who cared about him. After thinking about this, Asuma didn't know how to face Danzo and his father for a while. Today's experience felt richer than what he had experienced in the previous 10 years. There were too many reversals and too many UPS and downs. There are UPS and downs, so you have to slow down. Ignoring Danzo, who was lying on the ground listlessly, Asuma left the Shimura tribe in a daze. Unable to face such a father, Asuma left Konoha without even saying hello and continued to be his guardian. 12 endured it. What? Has Asuma left Konoha? Where is Danzo? How is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked while holding his pipe and listening to the information from his subordinate Umbu. The current situation with Lord Danzo is unknown, but there is not much movement in the Shimura clan. Elder Danzo probably still doesn't want to see people. A Baramaze hiking guessed truthfully. Is that so? It seems that this incident has dealt a big blow to Asuma. Asuma should go directly to the Fire City. It is always good to work hard, thanks to Danzo. After a few years, Asuma was in the daimyo. After gaining some qualifications there, I will find a way to transfer him back and place him in Umbu. With the support of Umbu Minister Ui Mahong, after Asuma completely controls Umbu, and with the root support of Enbu, with the prestige of his own old guys as a backing, and with the support of the daimyo, Asuma will be helped to become the 5th Hokage. Not a problem. Konoha Ui Red Residence Honjon, have you packed up? Let's start quickly. Learn it sooner. I can rest assured earlier. I have been carrying Chunin's strength to take on Jonin's tasks. Your father can also rest assured? How can you be such a father? Fortunately, it's not. It was a wartime, otherwise with Hong Jiang's strength, she might have died if he didn't pay attention to her. Come here, are you in such a hurry? You can't wait for a while? Also, you can't say bad things about my father. He has his own things to be busy with. How can he have time to care about me? And I'm not a kid. The baby is here. She casually wiped the water stains on her hands with her apron, and then followed Uchiha Yuen towards the bedroom. You should pay attention to the safety of your daughter while you are busy. Fortunately, you bumped into me. Otherwise, if something happened, he would regret it. It was because his father-in-law was not around that Uchiha Yuen dared to tease her like this. You have the nerve to say, if it weren't for you, how could I have been promoted as an exception? It would be so comfortable for me to follow the team and take on some Chunin level missions. It's so scary to be like this now, but I haven't received anything in recent times. This is a particularly dangerous mission. My father should have said hello to me. After all, how can a father not care about his daughter? She still admired her father Ui Mahong very much. After all, his father was a famous illusion master in Konoha. I heard that even Sharingan from the Uchiha clan couldn't please his father. This shows how powerful his father's genjutsu is. Of course, this Uchiha clan definitely does not include Minamoto-kun. Minamoto-kun is the strongest man in Konoha. Father is more powerful than him. It's normal for you and Jun to be close. Go up, sit cross-legged, and get ready to start. The process of helping Ui Hong practice the spiritualization technique is quite boring. No wonder Uchiha Yuen hopes that she can learn it early. Yuen-kun, don't worry, I won't let you down, even if it means risking my ninja skills. Ui Hong looked at the spiritualization technique scroll in her hand with a firm look on her face. That resurrection technique must have consumed Yuan-jun a lot, otherwise Yuan-jun wouldn't be so eager to learn the spiritualization technique. Spiritualization technique open. Bang, I have to say that Korone Ui's will and belief are quite firm, but it's a pity that she doesn't have the aura of the protagonist, otherwise her pretentious speech might have been successful. I have been reincarnated plus izanagi, let me go. Looking at the fallen Ui Hong, there was no surprise on Uchiha Yuen's face. Anyway, with his own safety, Hongjiang will definitely be able to succeed, and the result will be just a matter of dying a few more times. Did I just lose it again? Phew, I'm sorry Yuen-kun, I will try my best. Spiritualization technique open. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Failure again means that Ui Hongli has succeeded again. Step. I have been reincarnated as Izanagi. 2.5 hours later the sun sets once again, announcing the end of a new day. Jen, have I succeeded? A slightly transparent Ui Hong appeared in front of Uchiha Yuen. After 2 days of hard work, Ui Hong finally lived up to her expectations and successfully learned the spiritualization technique. With her current strength, there is no problem in taking over the tasks of ordinary jonin. As long as she is not too unlucky, basically nothing will happen. Moreover, this is not the period of the war, and there are usually no too dangerous tasks. Seeing Korone Ui having fun everywhere, Uchiha Yuen finally showed a happy smile. This girl has really broken her heart. If she doesn't let her give birth to 2 big fat boys in the future, she will be sorry for all the energy she has consumed. Okay, that's it for today. Although you have learned it now, you are not very proficient after all. Practice more when you have time, but you must pay attention to safety and don't expose your body to danger. Even in Konoha you all need to pay attention to your safety, you know? I didn't want Hung Jiang's body to be picked up while she was practicing the spiritual technique, so she had to be reminded of this carefully. Okay, I understand, don't treat me like a little girl, okay? I still know this sense of self-security. Looking at Uchiha Yuan's look, Yui Hong instantly knew what he was worried about. After all, Yui Kurane's heart is filthier than that of Uchiha General. How could his little trouble escape Yui Kurane's eyes? It's best if you know. If nothing happens, I'll go back first. Seeing that Yui Hong really took her worries to heart, Uchiha Yuan didn't plan to stay any longer. Yuan-kun, but before he could turn around, Yui Hong next to her started acting like a monster. Hearing Yui Kurane's somewhat childish invitation to fight, Uchiha Yuan was so excited that he was shocked, and then shocked again. Monster, can't you take a day off? You're so addicted at a young age, and you'll still be addicted in a few years? Although he was helpless, Uchiha Yuan still enjoyed Yui Kurane's type. Yuan-kun, let's not use illusions today. Little girl, can your body bear it without the use of illusions? Faced with Yui Kurane's special request, Uchiha Yuan certainly would not refuse. After all, they are so familiar with her. Anyway, there is nothing else to do tomorrow except going to Konoha Hospital to learn various surgeries on site. Besides, your eye transplant is not urgent. It will be the same if I go to study in the afternoon. Come on, it's fun. Kurane Yui hugged Uchiha Yuan's body, like a weird uncle who coaxed the little girl to look at the goldfish. Which one can't bear it? A real man was born between heaven and earth. How can he live in depression for a long time under others? Let's make a deal first. This time I will be on top. Okay, it's all up to you. Yui Hong's tone was perfunctory. A few hours later, Uchihagen returned to his home feeling refreshed. Since it was too late, Yakang had already gone to bed first. Both of them were of a more casual nature, and they didn't pay much attention to getting along with each other. They didn't necessarily have to wait for the other person to come back before going to bed, or they had to wake up when they got up. Wake the other party up. Time flies by like a white horse. It is rare for Uchiha Gento to have a quiet day. He catches 2 games every day and lives happily. In the morning, he goes to meet the cute Princess Koyuki. In the afternoon, he fights against the bold and enthusiastic Yui Kurane. In the evening, he sleeps with the granary savvy Hagura-chan. Oh, if there are a few more, I don't know how to arrange the time, but the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. It will be better when I become a daimyo, at least in name. Half a month later. Yuan-jun, are you ready? I'm going to start. Hong-jang, please be gentle. This is my first time. Will it hurt? Don't worry, leave everything to me. The pain will definitely be a little bit, but it will pass if you endure it. Okay, that's up to you, Hong-chan, you must be gentle. With Yui Kurane's quick operation, Uchihagen's Tsukuyomi Mangekyo Sharingan was successfully removed. Looking at the Mangekyo Sharingan and the saline solution in her hand, Kurane Yui was somewhat curious. Can just one eye improve a person's strength so much? After a few random observations, Yui Hong didn't delay anymore. After all, Yuan Jun was still lying on the bed waiting for her to do something. Take out the clean eye that has been prepared and slowly put it into Yuan Jun's eye socket, then gently use chakra to connect the eye meridians, and finally perform the healing technique again. The operation was a complete success, although I don't know why Yuan Jun left the Mangekyo Sharingan that others dreamed of and wanted to transplant a strange eye without a pupil. Yui Hong is not a troubled person after all. Since Yuan Jun didn't say it, it means that the stakes are high and knowing too much is not good for you. Yuan Jun, okay, although I don't know what's so good about your eye, I try not to use it these days and let my body adapt to it for a while. That's good. He is indeed a legend about his eyes. If he had said this in his previous life, who would have dared to believe it? It was as easy as putting together blocks. In his previous life, it would have taken more than that to get a cold or a sling. Well, okay, I'll take care of things, don't worry. Looking at Tsukuyomi Sharingan and the saline solution on the table, Yui's red eyes were filled with reluctance. Minamoto-kun, can you no longer use that technique? Regarding the fact that Uchiha Yuan replaced Tsukuyomi Mangekyo, Yui Hong actually refused in her heart. Even if you really have to change it, why not replace the Mangekyo Sharingan on the left? The Tsukuyomi Mangekyo is so good. Without it, my happiness will be at least half less. That technique? Which one? Uchiha Yuan was feeling the condition of his right eye now, and he didn't understand what Yui Kurane was referring to. It's Tsukuyomi. Without it, we can only do actual combat in the future. Kurane Yui is very entangled. It's not that actual combat is not good. The main reason is that actual combat is too time-consuming and not very safe. It is easy to cause death. He is still young, and if someone is killed, his father will probably go crazy. Tonjan, why are you always paying attention to these things? I thought you were thinking of something big. The removal of Tsukuyomi Mangekyo is only temporary, don't worry. There is nothing else except a little soreness in the right eye. It's abnormal. If you want to experiment with the ability to clean your eyes, you may have to wait for a while. This is a big deal, Tsukuyomi is very important, okay? Ui Hong pouted and was very dissatisfied with Uchiha Gen's attitude. Okay, let's wait until I get used to this This matter is still important right now. After saying that, Uchiha Yuen put away the Tsukuyomi Mangekyo handed over by Ui Hong. This is a magical tool for opening a harem in the future. No one can live without it. Without Tsukuyomi Mangekyo, people like Korone Ui can only cope with 2 at most with their physical abilities. But after having Tsukuyomi Mangekyo sharingan, people like Korone Ui will not be afraid of how many people they come with, and they can directly use Hitomi as Viagra. Bar. It's strong and fierce, but it doesn't hurt your body, and you don't have to worry about killing people. Stupid Uchiha Itaki, what's the difference between you and the monkeys in Pantao Yuan? In the evening, after successfully defeating Hong-chan with physical skills, Uchiha returned to his residence happily. Ha! Yuan, what's wrong with your eyes? What happened? Do you want to contact Fugaka now? After living in the Uchiha clan for so long, Yakang's understanding of Sharingan is no longer as one-sided as when he first came here. Minamoto's right eye is the Mangekyo Sharingan. If something happens to this, it will undoubtedly greatly weaken Minamoto's strength. After all, the main combat power of the Uchiha clan comes from the Sharingan. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just an eye replacement surgery. Look, the right eye is still here. Uchihagen said and took out the Tsukuyomi Mangekyo to express his comfort. Okay, why do you want to take off your eyes? What if someone finds out about your current situation and attacks you? It was about the safety of his own men, and Yakang couldn't be impatient. Yakang had also heard a little bit about the actions of the old guys at the top of Konoha during this period. In particular, the attitude of his men towards the top management of Konoha can tell how bad the relationship between the two parties is. In normal times, the other party might not dare to do anything to him due to his strong strength, but now he has put his Mangekyo Sharingan all taken down. This is undoubtedly a waste of hands. No, you have to ask Fugaku for help. After all, that guy also opened Mangekyo Sharingan. With him in charge, it is estimated that the guys at the top of Konoha will not have any evil intentions. Yakang, calm down. The more times like this, the less likely you are to be chaotic. You know my current situation, so during this period of time, I will stay in the Uchiha clan until my strength is restored. Regarding his current state, Uchiha Yuen, I know it in my heart.